In the modeling industry, seasoned agent Lin Qingsong has mingled for 2.5 years, unexpectedly acquiring a daily intelligence system. While his peers are fraught with anxiety over performance, Lin Qingsong remains silent, solely focusing on the intelligence system. Chapter 1. Whose necklace was lost on the rooftop June 2022? On the rooftop of Hongji Building in the Shanghai market. Wow, the wind on the rooftop is really strong. Lin Qingsong exclaimed as he brushed aside the yellowing leaves of a green plant, gently digging into the soil with gloved hands. Before him lay a Tiffany raindrop necklace, slightly soiled yet still glimmering under the sun with its platinum chain adorned with sapphires and diamonds. After discarding the gloves into a nearby trash bin, he gazed at the necklace in disbelief. Had it not been for the system's notification, he would never have believed that a Tiffany necklace, originally priced at 127,000 yuan, could be hidden in the rooftop's greenery. He pondered what the necklace had endured. Leaving the rooftop, he headed directly to the restroom to clean the necklace before tucking it into his pocket. Without considering commissions, his base salary was merely 4,000 yuan a month. Selling the necklace secondhand could easily net him more than a year's salary. He could not afford to lose it. Once the necklace was cleaned, Lin Qingsong turned his attention back to the newly awakened system. With a thought, a translucent screen materialized before him. Daily Intelligence System Host. Lin Qingsong age. 26 System Level. Level 2 Daily Random Acquisition of White, Green, Blue, and Pink Intelligence Upgrade Experience. 01000000 Today's Intelligence 01 Pink. A Tiffany raindrop necklace is hidden beneath the greenery on the rooftop of Hongji Building, platinum set with sapphires and diamonds. Originally priced at 127,000 yuan, minimum secondhand market value of 50,000 yuan, click to highlight. Today's Intelligence 02, Yang Xiaoxiao, an agent at Shining International Model Company, has taken on a private job. Her African male model, Jimmy, previously known as Hagel, has been reported by several agents for non-cooperation during shoots and last-minute price increases. Today's Intelligence 03 Pink. The Tianlu Spa on Shuxiang Road has a promotional event today, spending over 1,000 yuan grants an opportunity to crack a golden egg at the entrance. The fourth golden egg in the third row contains a reward for a 3-day trip to Nanhai Province, worth 30,000 yuan. When this system appeared 10 minutes prior, it had genuinely startled Lin Qingsong. In simple terms, he could receive between 1 to 10 pieces of intelligence daily from the system. The intelligence levels are categorized by color: white, green, blue, pink, purple, orange, and gold. White intelligence holds a value of under 100 yuan, and with each ascending level, the value increases correspondingly, with the highest gold level valued between 10 million and 100 million yuan. Of course, in addition to these colored pieces of intelligence, he would also receive some uncolored intelligence, which does not imply their lack of usefulness but rather signifies that they do not provide immediate wealth. Moreover, the system has level restrictions upon awakening. He was only at level 1, thus limiting his highest intelligence acquisition to blue. Unfortunately, luck was not on his side, as he received only one piece of intelligence, which was white. Daily Intelligence 01 White. In the group chat CC 3000 Zhangke Shanghai Actors and Models Announcement Group that you have muted, someone sent a 200 yuan red envelope. The first 4 participants grabbed amounts of 0.01, 34, 50, and 23, leaving an unclaimed 92.99 yuan. Upon seeing this intelligence, Lin Qingsong immediately pulled out his phone to seize the red envelope. When he saw the amount pop up as 92.99, he sent a thank you emoji and swiftly switched to an online store to order the latest model of an Apple laptop, utilizing various discount coupons, totaling just over 10,000 yuan. According to the system's regulations he had just learned, spending over 10,000 yuan would elevate his intelligence level. He had intended to replace his computer anyway. Now, he could fulfill his need while simultaneously upgrading the system level. What a decisive choice. His promptness bore fruit, as after completing the order, the system level advanced, and to his astonishment, the daily intelligence refreshed once more. Not only did it yield 2 additional entries, but the first and third entries were both pink intelligence valued between 10,000 and 100,000 yuan. After marking the Tiffany necklace as completed, Lin Qingsong continued to ponder the remaining 2 pieces of intelligence. Indeed, The daily intelligence system is quite intelligent upon refreshing. The previously acquired information does not simply vanish, but is stored within the system interface. He can check it anytime and even add personal notes. The model company mentioned in Intelligence 2 is the very company where he is currently employed, and Yang Xiao is his colleague. In Lin Qingsong's view, taking private jobs is quite common. After all, models at their company are charged by the hour with a minimum rate of 800 yuan per hour, which many clients cannot afford. In such cases, clients with limited budgets often seek out independent models, known as wild models, who are not bound by agency contracts. As agents, they cannot neglect these clients. After all, everyone has access to wild model resources, making it quite normal to facilitate connections. Sometimes, fortune favors them, and if many models are required, it is quite typical for income from private jobs to surpass their salaries in a single day. However, this also comes with risks. For instance, the quality may not match expectations, the wild model may not resemble the photos sent, or, as mentioned in the intelligence, the model named Jimmy may be uncooperative during the shoot, even demanding a price increase midway. Clearly, Yang Xiao has encountered an unreliable model this time. Lin Qingsong searched through his WeChat history and discovered that a friend of his had previously complained about this haggle in the group. It appears this haggle indeed has a notorious reputation. Upon arriving at the company, Lin Qingsong noticed Yang Xiao engaged in discussions with a client and cheerfully remarked, "Old Yang, what are we having for lunch?" "Let's go," she replied, glancing at the wall clock and realizing it was already 11 o'clock. Without taking a seat at his workstation, Lin Qingsong turned to the department manager, who was engrossed in a game, and inquired, "Old Nyo, what do you say? Are we dining together or ordering takeout?" "Dining together? No way," replied Nyo Hao, sporting a buzz cut and glued to the computer screen. "I just started this game. Of course, I'm ordering takeout." "All right then." Lin Qingsong responded with an okay gesture before leisurely departing the company with Yang Xiao. Chapter 2. Company Hot Pot. As the esteemed teacher Yu Hua once remarked, "On my first day at the cultural center, I deliberately arrived 2 hours late, only to find I was the first to arrive. That's when I knew I was in the right place." Lin Qingsong did not intentionally arrive 2 hours late on his first day. However, when colleagues invited him to join them for Hot Pot at the company, he realized he had indeed found the right place. This, of course, is also related to their industry. As agents, they must often accompany models to shoots, which can occur at ungodly hours, sometimes waking up at 3 or 4 in the morning to take models for makeup, or enduring shoots that last until dawn. Moreover, the most crucial aspect is that modeling agency work can be seen as a form of indirect sales, and their company's performance has always been exceptional. In such circumstances, treating the company as a second home, enjoying hot pot together, not clocking in, and leaving based on one's mood is quite a normal affair. Stepping outside, Lin Qingsong jovially teased, "Old Yang, being able to eat at Xinya Xian is quite a fortune. What's the occasion? Did you land a big job?" As a seasoned gourmand, he had already familiarized himself with all the culinary delights in the vicinity within the first week of joining the company. Naturally, he also took the opportunity to explore the local massage and spa establishments. The establishment known as Xian Xian, as mentioned by Yang Xiao, is located on Shuxiang Road, referenced in Intelligence 3. It is a Cantonese restaurant with an average cost of 400 per person, renowned for its exquisite roasted meats. "What a challenging task," Yang Xiao remarked with a smile while organizing her bags. "A client has requested my assistance in finding 2 male models with high expectations yet a modest budget of 300 per hour. Fortunately, the duration is extended, spanning 2 consecutive days for 10 hours each. After deducting my fee, while I can earn 4,000, the time spent on the shoot means I won't be available, which would cost me another 1,000 to hire someone to oversee it. For 2 days, after all the effort over the past week, you'll be lucky to net 3,000. She sighed, "I've been burning the midnight oil for this client's project, resulting in noticeable dark circles under my eyes. If it weren't for the deposit already received, I would seriously consider withdrawing from this assignment." "Is this the same African model you mentioned a few days ago?" Lin Qingsong had heard about it from Yang Xiao, but he was preoccupied with other matters at the time. "Indeed," she sighed again. "I've submitted 7 or 8 batches of materials, totaling nearly 40 individuals, yet they were all rejected. Just yesterday, I submitted another batch to the client, and I am uncertain if they will select anyone. She expressed her frustration. They even specified that the model should possess the charisma of an African lion. At this budget, if they don't finalize soon, it's unlikely we'll find anything more impressive than an African groundhog. Just as Yang Xiao lamented her troubles, her phone vibrated in her hand, and upon glancing at it, a smile instantly lit up her face. Oh, they actually confirmed someone. Oh? Who did they book? Lin Qingsong leaned in closer. The sweet, fruity fragrance wafting from her, reminiscent of Koi's misty jasmine, caught his attention for a moment. However, he quickly redirected his focus to the two African models displayed on her phone. Upon seeing the model named Jimmy, he pointed and asked, "How did you come across this Jimmy?" He added me himself. He must have noticed my announcement in the group, Yang Xiao replied, searching for Jimmy's WeChat to inquire about his availability. Wait a moment. Lin Qingsong pulled out his phone and found a previous chat where a friend had criticized Jimmy in the group, presenting it before Yang Xiao. Doesn't this Jimmy resemble someone named Hager? Yang Xiao took the phone, and after reading the chat, her expression shifted dramatically. Oh no, this Jimmy actually hiked his price on set. Consider this a cautionary tale. I advise you to inform the client that Jimmy is unavailable and expedite the search for replacements, Lin Qingsong suggested while holding the phone. Regardless of circumstances, individuals with a questionable past are akin to ticking time bombs, making them unsuitable. He also requested Jimmy's model card from Yang Xiao to share with his friend for further scrutiny. After all, many African models closely resemble one another, and with Hager altering not only his name, but also his hairstyle from dreadlocks to a shaved head, a casual comparison might easily lead one astray. Having already sent all suitable African models to the client, the sudden need for a replacement was proving to be quite taxing for her. Ask your client if they specifically desire someone like Jimmy. If so, I can assist in finding a few more options, Lin Qingsong offered, recognizing that his resources slightly surpassed hers. Great. Yang Xiao felt a wave of relief wash over her and affirmed, as per the unspoken rules of the industry, if a client selects one of your models, the referral fee is yours. We'll discuss that later. Lin Qingsong had just sent Jimmy's model card to his friend and proceeded to reach out to a few African models he was familiar with, stating, considering the limited number of African models available in Shanghai, you should communicate with your client to avoid being overly selective. After all, the budget is a constraint, and being too choosy won't yield results. Their company headquarters was also situated on Shuxiang Road, not far from Xianyuan. Once the dishes were served, Lin Qingsong successfully contacted 4 models resembling Jimmy and shared their model cards with Yang Xiao. Whether it was due to Yang Xiao's influence, the client having Jimmy as a reference, or the quality of the 4 models Lin Qingsong reached out to, their progress was impressively swift. Just as they finished their meal, the client confirmed their selection. Lin, it's all thanks to you. After finalizing the shooting schedule and location with the model, Yang Xiao placed her phone on the table, exhaling deeply. Lin Qingsong, seasoned and unfazed, merely smiled lightly. Let's go. Since Yang, the boss, is treating me to a meal, they'll treat her to a massage to aid digestion. Let's go. Yang Xiao cheerfully stood up. Chapter 3. The necessity of application for heritage recognition at the entrance of Xianyuan, while Yang Xiao settled the bill. Lin Qingsong lit up a Hong Jinling cigarette. Having spent many years in the bustling city of Hu, he had sampled countless varieties of tobacco. Yet he found himself invariably drawn back to the rich flavors of Jinling. Old Lin, I didn't expect them to have any promotions today. Not only did they offer me a 20% discount, but they also gifted me a 50 yuan coupon, Yang Xiao exclaimed, brandishing the paper coupon with unrestrained delight. It wasn't that she was particularly fond of petty bargains. Rather, this unexpected windfall brought her genuine pleasure. Lin Qingsong, ever the affable companion, refrained from dousing her enthusiasm. With a cigarette but in hand, he chuckled and remarked, perhaps it's not merely a promotion. Maybe they simply gave you a discount and a coupon because you're such a beauty. With a playful grin, Yang Xiao, having tucked the coupon in her bag, leaned closer and teased, with such sweet words, how could I not feel compelled to invite you for a massage? I'll treat. You just relax, Lin Qingsong replied, firmly holding the reins of the situation. Without allowing Yang Xiao to respond, he raised his arm and pointed toward the distant Tianlu sign, declaring, with a gun in hand, follow me. Let us storm the stronghold. As a seasoned surfer, Yang Xiao was quick to seize the reference, responding with enthusiasm. Old Yang. I've watched Let the Bullets Fly several times. I can't keep count. All I remember is that the appearance of the dub by 2 occurs at 1 hour, 4 minutes, and 46 seconds. Just be cautious not to fall off the road with your reckless habits. Fear not, old Lin. We are seasoned drivers. The two continue their banter, soon arriving at Tianlu. Old G, have the rooms 8 and 16 been opened yet? Lin Qingsong inquired with familiarity, greeting the lobby manager as he entered. In the brief time he had been at the company, he had visited nearly all the nearby bathing and massage establishments. Among them, Tianlu had become his favored choice due to its exemplary service and skilled practitioners. Old Lin, the familiar face of manager G, beamed as he welcomed him. You've come at the perfect time. Rooms 8 and 16 are still available. Will it be the usual private room? Sure, Lin Qingsong nodded nonchalantly, then pointed toward a golden egg displayed on the wall, asking, what's the deal with this golden egg promotion? Though he had gleaned the specifics from Intelligence 3, he couldn't very well appear omniscient. Upon hearing his inquiry, Manager G's eyes lit up. This was an opportune moment for a sales pitch. He swiftly retrieved 2 cans of Red Bull from the nearby counter, opened them, and presented them to Lin Qingsong with a smile, saying, Old Lin, this is our latest promotion. Spend 1,000 yuan and get a chance to crack a golden egg. Oh, what prizes are included? Lin Qingsong accepted a can and handed one to Yang Xiao. The first prize is a 3-day trip to Sanya worth 30,000 yuan. The second is the latest model of the iPhone, and the third is an Audi electric vehicle. Manager G continued, tentatively selling the idea. Old Lin, spend 1,000 and you can crack 1 egg. If you recharge 10,000, you can crack 10. Who knows, you might just win that trip. All right, let us go for 10,000. Lin Qingsong replied with a smile after taking a sip of Red Bull. Old Lin, I must say, this promotion is indeed generous. And if you're not interested in traveling, you can always opt for cash instead. Manager G was pleasantly surprised that Lin Qingsong had readily agreed before he could finish his pitch. With our camaraderie, how could I hesitate? Lin Qingsong grinned, retrieving his phone to display his payment code. Come on, let us wrap this up so I can get my hammer. Manager G, unaware of Lin Qingsong's true intentions, glanced at the two standing at the front desk, his face beaming. Although Lin Qingsong was not the highest spender today, he was certainly the most esteemed in G's eyes. After completing the transaction, Manager G retrieved 2 small hammers from beneath the counter, as requested. Old Lin, I won't say much more. I wish you the best of luck in cracking the first prize. After thanking Manager G for his well wishes, Lin Qingsong handed 1 hammer to Yang Xiao. Old Yang, why don't you take the first 5 swings? Absolutely, Yang Xiao replied confidently. Let me test the waters. It was her first time participating in such an activity, and she felt a mix of nervousness and excitement. After observing closely, she lifted the hammer and struck a golden egg with hopeful anticipation. Unfortunately, it contained merely a 1 yuan note. Not to worry. Keep going, Lin Qingsong reassured her. Nodding, Yang Xiao widened her eyes and scrutinized the golden eggs before delivering 4 more strikes. However, aside from one that yielded a minor prize, the rest were again filled with 1 yuan notes. Old Lin, now it's your turn, Yang Xiao said, holding the 50 yuan coupon she received earlier. Recalling the one from Xi and Yushian, does this mean I struck the minor prize at both places? Fear not. Watch me crack the first prize, Lin Qingsong declared, approaching the wall adorned with golden eggs. After glancing at the first prize mentioned in the intelligence, he struck 4 eggs based on his intuition. To his surprise, while the first 3 yielded 1 yuan notes, the 4th unexpectedly revealed a 100 yuan bill. Wow, Old Lin, your luck is impressive, Yang Xiao exclaimed, picking up the bill that floated towards her. This is nothing. The first prize is still waiting for me. Lin Qingsong flicked his tongue in excitement and prepared to strike the egg containing the first prize. Wait, however, before he could bring the hammer down, Yang Xiao, standing nearby, pulled out her phone and said with a smile, Old Lin, do you mind if I take a picture for my social media? Go ahead. Lin Qingsong replied, still focused on the golden egg. This time, without any mishaps, he struck the 4th egg in the 3rd row. A large red paper floated down majestically from above. Gasp! Manager G's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight of the red paper, realizing that it signified the first prize had indeed been cracked open. Meanwhile, Yang Xiao, filming the scene, waved the hammer excitedly, narrating, "Look closely. This is a person named Xiao Shuai, who just won 100 yuan and now seems to have cracked something else. Let us see what it is." As she directed her phone towards the descending paper, she eagerly retrieved it with her hammer in hand. Whoa, first prize? Upon seeing the words "first prize" emblazoned on the paper, young Xiao Xiao couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. With her heart racing, she momentarily forgot about filming, holding the paper up to scrutinize it further. "Unbelievable, old Lin. You actually won the first prize." Young Xiao Xiao's eyes widened, astonished that Lin Qingsong had truly struck gold. Although their profession sometimes afforded them good fortune, bringing in substantial earnings, such occurrences were rare. Stay calm, stay calm." Lin Qingsong turned his head and immediately spotted Yang Xiao Xiao, who was excitedly waving a hammer. It was puzzling how such small hands could grasp the hammer while also holding a piece of paper. "Calm down." After setting the hammer down, Yang Xiao Xiao eagerly approached Lin Qingsong and exclaimed, "Lao Lin, you won the first prize. You actually smashed your way to the first prize. It seems you're treating, and I won't even have to pay." They waved my bill. Lin Qingsong, while accepting the slip marked with the first prize, turned to the hall manager beside them, Lao Ji, and inquired, "How do I claim this reward?" "Lao Lin, your luck is astonishing." Lao Ji complimented before addressing Lin Qingsong. "If you wish to travel, just send me your ID, and I can directly enroll you in a high-end tour group. It's a 3-day stay in 5-star hotels, complete with yacht excursions." "Travel? What for?" Lin Qingsong shook his head in disbelief. "With all my current affairs, I have no time for that. Didn't you say it could be cashed out? Let's go with that. That works." After nodding, Lao Ji promptly pulled out his phone. "Send me the first prize, and I'll transfer 30,000 right now." Since they were already friends, Lao Ji completed the transaction seamlessly, observing the 30,000 added to his balance. Lin Qingsong felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Although this was not the first time he had earned money through the system, nor was it the largest sum, its presentation was the most straightforward. The red envelopes, snatched in the group chat, were one thing, and the Tiffany necklace had yet to be converted into cash. Unlike this 30,000, which, despite his initial deposit of 10,000 into the membership card, still left him with an unexpected profit of 20,000. Moreover, that 10,000 was not a loss, as it was a prepaid expense allowing him future enjoyment. With the reward claimed, Lin Qingsong decided not to linger at the entrance and followed Yang Xiao Xiao and Lao Ji to the private room. By the time they departed from Tianlu, the sun had set in the west. The two had pressed buttons for nearly 3 hours in total, ensuring every point was attended to, leaving their ears buzzing. They felt invigorated. Yang Xiao Xiao remarked that every part of her body felt refreshed, as if her bones were 2 pounds lighter. Stretching her neck slightly, she boldly suggested, "Lao Lin, how about we grab some hot pot later?" Lin Qingsong had no objections. He had no other plans for the evening, so dining together for hot pot sounded delightful. "I'll call for a ride," Yang Xiao Xiao announced, and within moments, a driver was confirmed. He vaguely recalled an earlier occasion when he and Yang Xiao Xiao visited a filming location, where she mentioned knowing a reliable person and even recommended her to the stylist. At the time, he hadn't been interested enough to delve deeper. "Is something up, Lao Lin? Are you feeling financially strained and looking to part with something?" "Not particularly tight on funds, but I do have something I wish to sell," Lin Qingsong replied candidly, naturally retrieving the raindrop necklace he had found from his pocket. "Let me check if Gu Gu is available. If she is, we can go see her directly." Noting the necklace in Lin Qingsong's hand, which was clearly designed for women, Yang Xiao Xiao refrained from asking further and promptly dialed her acquaintance. Holding the necklace, Lin Qingsong added with a smile, "By the way, let your friend know that this necklace is something I found, without any packaging or receipt. The persona of a lucky finder must always be maintained." "Understood." After a few seconds, Yang Xiao Xiao's call connected. After exchanging a few words, she turned to Lin Qingsong and said, "Lao Lin, Gu Gu is free. Should we go now? Let us head over now." After a few more words with the person on the other end, she hung up and directed the driver, "Sir, we need to change the destination. I'm updating it on my phone." Listening to the road songs playing in the car, they arrived at their destination in about 20 minutes. Upon entering, a young woman in a milky white blazer paired with a lace miniskirt and red-soled black high heels greeted them. "Hello, my dear Xiao Xiao. Long time no see." Guin smiled warmly, embracing Yang Xiao Xiao. "Gu Gu," Yang Xiao Xiao responded joyfully, returning the hug, then turned to Lin Qingsong and introduced Lao Lin. Let me introduce you to Gu Gu, the owner of this shop. She then added for Gu Win's benefit. Gu Gu, this is Lao Lin, the one I mentioned on the phone who wants to sell the Tiffany necklace. Lin Qingsong, captivated by the exquisite and well-prepared Gu Wen, smiled and said, Miss Gu, it's a pleasure to meet you. Hi, you must be Lao Lin. No need for such formalities. Since you're Xiao Xiao's friend, you're my friend too. Just call me Gu Gu. Gu Wen replied cheerfully. All right, Lin Qingsong said, admiring Gu Wen, whose beauty rivaled that of Yang Xiao Xiao, though their styles were distinctly different. I'll trouble you later to help me appraise this necklace. Of course. Once the three settled onto the shop's sofa, Lin Qingsong presented the necklace he had found. Gu Wen, slightly surprised, remarked, ISNT, this a raindrop necklace from the Tiffany collection? Chapter 5. The Hidden Tycoon of the Gem in the Shop. Gu Wen casually shared insights about the designer's name before curiously picking up the necklace. This piece originally retailed for over 120,000 and was frequently out of stock, so much so that she rarely encountered it herself. Lao Lin, do you mind if I take a closer look with my tools? Not all. Once Gu Wen retrieved her tools, she meticulously examined the platinum chain and each gemstone set within it. After about 10 minutes of scrutiny, Gu Wen put down the tools and looked at Lin Qingsong, saying, Lao Lin, a 1T bead around the bush. This necklace is currently hard to come by, so the price 1T be low. If you had the receipt, given its condition, I might even buy it at full price. However, since you found it and have no receipt or proof of purchase, before she could finish, Yang Xiao Xiao quickly interjected, Gu Gu, you can't undervalue Lao Lin. You said the condition is good, so even without a receipt, someone would definitely buy it. Xiao Xiao, Gu Wen said with a hint of exasperation, pinching her cheek, do you think I'm the type to take advantage of my friends? She then turned directly to Lin Qingsong and stated, here's the deal. I want to say much more. I can offer you a maximum of 100,000 for this necklace. If that works for you, I can transfer the money right now. If not, no worries. Let us just consider it a new friendship. 100,000. To be honest, this price caught Lin Qingsong off guard. According to the estimates from the information system, the necklace should be worth at least 50,000, so he had mentally prepared for a price around 60 or 70,000. After all, the origins of this necklace were unknown. Not only was there no receipt, but even the shopping records were absent. The fact that Gu Wen could offer this amount was likely largely due to her connection with Yang Xiao Xiao. Realizing this, Lin Qingsong decided not to dwell on it. Extending his hand, Gu Gu, this necklace is now yours. Haha, I love dealing with straightforward people. Gu Wen set the necklace down, her expression lightening with a smile. Lao Lin, how will you receive the payment? Let us exchange contact information, and you can send me a message directly. After becoming friends, Gu Wen quickly transferred 100,000 to Lin Qingsong, then looked up with a smile and said, Lao Lin, I hope you'll support my little shop in the future. Haha, who knows, I might indeed need your help again. Lin Qingsong, recalling his information system, smiled as he replied, after all, I consider myself quite fortunate. I genuinely believe that. Gu Wen had just come across a video posted by Yang Xiao Xiao on her moments, showcasing her luck in cracking a golden egg to win the grand prize. Such fortune is indeed unparalleled. Seated in the car, Lin Qingsong mentally calculated his earnings. After deducting 10,000 for purchasing a computer and another 10,000 for a membership card, he had made approximately 110,000 today. Even without tapping into his savings, it seemed he could upgrade his system. As for the remaining 90,000, he had already contemplated how to spend it. Perhaps a watch. Although it is often said that the financially struggling play with cars while the affluent adorn themselves with watches, he simply could not afford a car at this moment. To be precise, he could not bear the parking fees. After all, in whose city, merely parking a car could cost 1 or 200 yuan. Just the parking fees alone could amount to several thousand yuan a month, not to mention insurance and fuel costs, making it truly impractical. In Lin Qingsong's view, unless one had a compelling need, the cost-effectiveness of owning a car in whose city paled in comparison to taking a taxi. Why park a modest vehicle worth over 100,000 yuan in a space that costs several hundred thousand? Such thoughts were merely temporary, of course. Someday, when he had turned his fortunes around through the system, he would certainly buy a car. Approximately half an hour later, the vehicle came to a gentle halt outside the entrance of Tianhai Community. As he prepared to unlock the door with his fingerprint, it swung open from the inside. A girl adorned in a uniform, her long, fair legs clad in black calf socks, and her hair styled in twin ponytails appeared before him. Schwer, are you heading out? Lin Qingsong inquired, curiosity evident in his voice upon seeing his co-tenant's attire. Yes, My sister is visiting during her summer break, and I'm going to pick her up from the airport, He Shui replied with a shy smile, stepping aside. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Qingsong paid little mind, turning to enter the house, where he stowed his belongings before heading to the bathroom to freshen up. He opened the bedside drawer to check his small umbrella and found only a few left, prompting him to swiftly place an order online. Being handsome not only leads to a continual depletion of physical resources, but also to a higher consumption of everyday items than the average person. Reclining on his bed, Lin Qingsong chatted with the younger sister he had previously connected with while eagerly anticipating the information update at midnight. The system's updates refresh not only after each upgrade, but also daily at the break of dawn. At 11 o'clock, he suddenly heard He Shui and another girl's voices outside, realizing that she must have picked up her sister. After waiting for another hour, the system finally refreshed. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Lin Qingsong opened the system with anticipation. Today's information 01. White at the Family Mart at the entrance of Tianhai Community. In the last row of the beverage section, the third can of Red Bull from the left. Scanning the code will yield another bottle. What on earth? A can of Red Bull? Fine, I will pick it up tomorrow morning. I cannot let the system's goodwill go to waste. Today's information 02. Shun Xingyu, the founder of an emerging fitness equipment brand, will be at Jinyao Gym for a workout before 7 o'clock this morning. Note, the company is currently seeking several models for advertisements. Shun Xingyu? Jinyao Gym? Upon seeing this information, Lin Qingsong decided to retrieve his gym card. Although he had already met his performance targets this month, there was still next month to consider. Besides, this gym was conveniently located near his community, and since he already had a membership, it would be prudent to work out there. Now that he had the system, he felt it would be a loss if he did not live to the fullest extent of human lifespan. Today's information 03. Yu, a freshman, has accumulated a debt of 100,000 yuan due to peer comparison and has been receiving numerous collection calls recently, as she has yet to repay a single yuan of her online loan, with the platform threatening to send collectors to her door. Yu? Lin Qingsong cast a dubious glance outside. Could she possibly be his roommate's sister? Coming to Hu City to visit her sister. Could it be that she was fleeing from debt? The thought made him frown slightly. If that were the case, those collectors might indeed come here. Surely, those loan sharks wouldn't be so reckless, would they? Today's information 04. White Huaxia Bank will launch a new activity at the task center at 6 o'clock this morning. Simply browsing the built-in stock investment interface for 15 seconds will grant a lottery opportunity. Clicking the lottery at 6:15 and 36 seconds will yield 50 yuan in WeChat discount money. Quite a bit of text. Yet the value seems somewhat lacking for all those words. However, this was the first time Lin Qingsong learned that banks also host activities. He could give it a try tomorrow morning, though he was unsure of the utility of this discount money. After reviewing the information that had refreshed today, Lin Qingsong felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Had he exhausted his luck yesterday? Although 4 pieces of information had appeared today, only 2 were noteworthy, and they were both white. Of the remaining 2, only 1 was useful for generating some performance. Yet whether he could engage with the client and ascertain their needs remained uncertain. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Tomorrow, the system would refresh again. It was unlikely that the information would be the same. Even if it were, there would still be the day after. Contentment leads to happiness. A small fortune brings peace of mind. With such thoughts, Lin Qingsong turned off the lights and cozily nestled under his silk quilt, drifting into a comfortable sleep. Chapter 6. The system is not very reliable. The following day, as the clock on the bedside struck 6, Lin Qingsong awoke, driven by his biological clock. After freshening up in the bathroom, he retrieved his protein powder from the cupboard, mixed himself a drink, and, with a bag filled with workout clothes slung over his shoulder, exited promptly. Upon reaching the community entrance, Lin Qingsong stopped by the Family Mart to buy a banana for breakfast, and casually picked up the third can of Red Bull from the last row of the beverage section, along with the fourth can beside it. He had no intention of drinking the lucky Red Bull himself. Instead, he planned to present it to Shun Xingyu. Regardless of whether she consumed it or not, he would open the can on the spot and showcase the another bottle pull tab. Having spent several years in sales, he had discerned several crucial patterns, one of which was the oft-repeated adage regarding first impressions. The impression he needed to convey to the founder today was one of luck. Standing at the entrance of the Family Mart, Lin Qingsong casually opened another can of Red Bull, but just as he was about to discard the pull tab, he unexpectedly noticed it bore writing, "Third prize, bringing the pull tab closer. Lin Qingsong stared, momentarily stunned. Had he won? Did I choose the wrong Red Bull? No. The information clearly stated another bottle. Bringing the unopened Red Bull closer, he saw the label clearly stated third prize. Scan to receive 500 yuan in cash. The mystery was solved. He had not chosen the wrong Red Bull. He had merely been fortunate enough to pick the winning can. System, what is going on? You have a third prize and didn't announce it, insisting on announcing another bottle instead? Lin Qingsong inwardly grumbled before deciding that if he encountered similar information in the future, he would rather err on the side of caution and ensure he secured all nearby items, as long as they were not overly expensive. He swiftly opened the remaining cans, examining their pull tabs one by one. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that another can also had another bottle written on it, bringing him great satisfaction. It seemed his strategy was indeed effective. Brother, your luck is unparalleled. The cashier at Family Mart had witnessed the entire process and, while redeeming Lin Qingsong's prize, wore an expression of admiration. Who could argue otherwise? Lin Qingsong smiled brightly as he handed the just-opened can of Red Bull to him, saying, "Come, share in the good fortune." "Thank you, brother." Although store policy prohibited accepting gifts from customers, the cashier had grown familiar with Lin Qingsong. And since he himself was not financially burdened, having taken this job merely to pass the time, he accepted the offering without hesitation. Upon exiting the convenience store, Lin Qingsong casually handed the 2 open cans of Red Bull to the security guard at the community entrance, receiving expressions of gratitude in return before making his way directly to Jin Yao Gym in the realm outside. Offering a modicum of kindness to others might yield unexpected rewards at any moment. While on the way, Lin Qingsong scanned the QR code and received 500 yuan, then nonchalantly tucked the pull tab into his pocket before accessing his Huaxia bank card to claim a discount of 50 yuan. According to the information provided, it appeared that as long as he spent over 50 yuan using WeChat, he could receive the discount. Curious, he charged 100 yuan to his mobile balance, only to discover that the 50 yuan discount indeed applied. This discount was rather intriguing. Noticing other tasks available in the task center, Lin Qingsong's fingers itched to complete them all. Unfortunately, by the time he arrived at the entrance of Jin Yao Gym, he had not received a single cent in discounts, only messages of gratitude for support. Silently turning off his phone screen, Lin Qingsong resolved not to pay attention to such matters without system information in the future. It was simply too disheartening. After swiping his card and obtaining the key to the changing room, he changed his clothes and once again tucked the pull tab into his pocket before heading to the second floor's aerobic area. Skipping warm-ups can turn fitness into injury. Once on the treadmill, Lin Qingsong switched to incline mode and commenced his formal workout while simultaneously searching for information on Shenxingyu. The first principle of Lin's sales law: one must know oneself and one's adversary to achieve victory in every battle. Gazing at the screen displaying the spirited young woman, Lin Qingsong could not help but click his tongue in admiration. The founder of Tianxing Fitness Equipment. She had secured 5 million yuan in angel investment shortly after graduating from university. If calculated by graduation time, she was merely a year older than him, yet she had already become a commercial prodigy. After 10 minutes, not only was he sufficiently warmed up, but he had also gathered ample information, prompting him to step off the treadmill and head to the adjacent strength training area. Standing before the mirror, Lin Qingsong took a sip of Red Bull and earnestly began practicing squats. Neglecting leg training is a regret that comes eventually. Squats and hip bridges must be executed for a solid foundation. As the winds rise and clouds billow, where can one find brave warriors to guard the 4 corners? For the happiness of his later years, legs must be trained at all times. There is no room for neglect. As time inched closer to 7 o'clock, Lin Qingsong scanned the gym with curiosity. Currently, aside from himself, there was only an elderly gentleman, an elderly lady, and a chubby child accompanied by a trainer eager to sell personal training sessions. Shenxingyu had yet to make an appearance. Could it be that the system had erred? Reflecting on the third prize Red Bull from that morning, Lin Qingsong found himself muttering quietly while practicing bicep curls on the equipment. Just as he finished the bicep curls and approached the hack squat machine, he suddenly heard the light sound of footsteps behind him. Turning around, he spotted a well-proportioned woman with a high ponytail dressed in white Under Armour workout gear walking towards the treadmill. It was evidently one of his future clients who had exceeded her changing time. He was also somewhat taken aback, as Shenxingyu looked even more stunning than in her photographs. However, Lin Qingsong did not become overly infatuated. The modeling industry may lack variety, but beautiful women are abundant. He had seen and experienced many shades of skin and hair. With this thought, Lin Qingsong hesitated no longer and confidently stepped on a hack squat machine. He had no other motivation than to uphold the dignity of Chinese men while striving for glory for his country. As for striking up a conversation with Shun Xingyu, there was no rush. After completing 3 sets, Lin Qingsong squeezed his slightly fatigued thighs, took a sip of Red Bull, and with a smile approached Shun Xingyu, who had just finished warming up and was preparing to stretch her back. Ms. Shun? Upon glancing at Lin Qingsong, whose clothes were damp with sweat, Shun Xingyu displayed a look of confusion. And you are? She had not anticipated encountering someone who recognized her while working out at a gym near her old residence. Lin Qingsong. We met at the Shanghai Business Summit. He casually fabricated, drawing from the information he had just researched online. Ms. Shun. We had agreed to add each other on WeChat during the summit, but perhaps due to our busy schedules, it slipped our minds. How fortuitous it is to meet here today. Let's reconnect. Lin Qingsong did not frame it as a question, but rather as a statement of fact. Presenting his QR code to Shun Xingyu, merely requesting WeChat rather than a phone number, he fabricated a shared background of attending the summit, confident that someone capable of establishing such a large enterprise would not refuse. Of course, it was paramount that Lin Qingsong had confidence in his appearance. Throughout his life, he had consistently benefited from his looks. As anticipated, Shun Xingyu hesitated for only a moment before smilingly taking out her phone. All right. After they connected, Lin Qingsong, still holding onto the Red Bull, cheerfully offered, Ms. Shun, would you like a can? No, thank you. I'm not particularly fond of such drinks. Shun Xingyu politely declined. Although Lin Qingsong exuded a radiant demeanor, one must always be cautious. Not surprised, he shrugged and casually opened the Red Bull. He then feigned nonchalance while glancing at the pull tab in his hand. Another one? Reading the words on the tab, he flashed an exceptionally bright smile at Shun Xingyu. Ms. Shun, it seems there's quite a promotion on Red Bull lately. I bought 2 cans this morning, and one of them won 3rd prize. I kept the pull tab as a memento, and, to my surprise, the other can also win a prize. As he spoke, he extracted the pull tab he had been carrying. Upon hearing Lin Qingsong mention winning 3rd prize that morning and seeing the pull tab, Shun Xingyu couldn't help but feel a flicker of interest. A can of Red Bull and the 3rd prize were secondary. But such extraordinary luck was not something everyone possessed. Mr. Lin, perhaps you were simply fortunate, Shun Xingyu remarked, her interest piqued by his good fortune. By the way, may I ask what industry you are in? She offered a slightly apologetic smile. I might not be remembering well due to my recent lack of rest. I understand. Lin Qingsong replied nonchalantly. I am a modeling agent. Earlier, Ms. Shun mentioned at the summit that your company was preparing to shoot a promotional video and needed some models, which is why we were going to exchange WeChat. Is that so? Shun Xingyu nodded. The company indeed has such plans. I'll connect you with someone from our marketing department shortly. You can coordinate directly with my colleague. Having received the answer he sought, Lin Qingsong chose not to prolong the conversation. Instead, he spoke in a friendly tone, mentioning that he was feeling a bit fatigued after leg training and would prefer to chat over WeChat later, preparing to take his leave. With his objectives achieved, continuing the conversation would feel like an intrusion. Shun Xingyu observed Lin Qingsong's retreating figure thoughtfully. If her memory served her correctly, she had never encountered this individual at any summit. As for why this Lin Qingsong, a modeling agent, knew about her company's filming opportunities and how he managed to find her, she did not care to delve deeper. After all, it didn't matter who sought out models. It was better to let Lin Qingsong, who appeared to possess a sunny demeanor and a streak of good luck, do the searching. Influenced by her family background, she personally placed considerable value on luck. After leaving the gym, Lin Qingsong shifted his thoughts away from the matter. He had accomplished what he set out to do. All that remained was to wait. As the clock approached 8 o'clock, the peak time for commuters in the city, the streets became increasingly crowded. Linga, you finish your workout? Yes. He nodded in acknowledgement to the security guard who greeted him before swiftly returning to his residence. After a brief morning wash, he, bare-chested, pushed open the shower door and was greeted by the sight of a petite girl stepping out of the neighboring room, clad in a delicate Pikachu nightgown. Before he could take a closer look, the girl, still half asleep, swiftly closed the door, accompanied by a faint gasp. Knowing that H. would leave for work at 6 in the morning, L. N. Q. N. G. S. Ing had been rather lazy. forgetting that H. Su's younger sister had arrived the previous day. To his surprise, the girl known for her competitive spirit and debts from online loans, HY, was strikingly beautiful, rivaling her sister. In LNQNGSang's rating system, H. Su scored an impressive 90 points. It is worth noting that his grading scale is exceptionally strict. Even many foreign models barely achieved a score of 90. After tousling his hair, LNQNGS donned a simple white shirt on top and a pair of light blue jeans below. Despite the basic nature of his attire, when paired with sunglasses and an elongated pendant, complemented by a black crossbody bag with a shirt tucked in, revealing a black belt, an extraordinary trendy man materialized in the mirror. The LN family dressing formula dictates that if the upper body features basic attire, the lower body must be more adventurous. Conversely, if the lower body is basic, the upper body should be striking. If both are basic, then the accessories must not be ordinary. If the inner layer is basic, the outer layer cannot be. And if the outer layer is basic, the inner must be anything but. Above all, it is crucial to wear an expression of confidence that exudes, "I am the coolest and the most handsome." Departing in style, LNQNGS hopped onto a prearranged ride, swiftly arriving at the company's entrance. As he entered the elevator, Wang Xiaoxi emerged from the revolving door of the building. Today, she wore a light pink jacket over a simple white t-shirt, paired with a pleated skirt of the same hue, radiating an exceptionally sunny demeanor. LOLN, wait for me. AZY Xiaoxi waproshid. LNQNGS teased. To look beautiful, one must show some leg. LOYing, I give your outfit 99 points. And for your stylish look. LOLN, I also grant a score of 99. After sizing him up, Wang Xiaoxi prepared to deliver a witty retort. But after a moment of contemplation, she could only mumble an indistinct reply, ultimately conceding with the same score. Haha, we are merely flattering each other commercially. Can't you give me a perfect score? LNQNGS. A perfect score? All right, let me hear you call me Xiaoxi OG. Wang Xiaoxi raised an eyebrow, leaning in slightly to reveal her dainty ears. Observing her ear, accentuated by her jacket, LNQNGS leaned closer and softly remarked, "You wish." Hey, Wang Xiaoxi felt a rush of warmth at her ears, stirring a wave of emotions within her. In the next moment, she dispelled those feelings with a playful shove to LNQNGS shoulder. "Edwelin, I'm a month older than you. Calling me G is hardly a slight." Their playful banter continued until the elevator reached their floor. Upon entering the company, they spotted NIHO and a bald woman holding a silver wine jug, engaging with a group of tall, handsome foreign models. "Good morning, LOLN." The bald woman greeted him with a smile, raising her silver jug. "QG, long time no see. You look even more handsome." After glancing at the foreign models, LNQNGS replied with a grin. "This batch seems promising. It looks like the company will have a great quarter." QNN, the founder of SH New York International Model Company, unexpectedly ventured into the modeling industry during her studies abroad and spent 5 years establishing her company among the top 10 in the Shanghai market. Her greatest passion is drinking, and she excels at it. Whenever she visits a foreign model school to scout talent, she easily wins over the instructors, securing the finest models suited for the domestic market. Sipping on plum wine, QNN sported a relaxed smile. "Well, the models are here. Whether they sell well depends on you all." Noticing the time, she added, "All right, time is of the essence. Let us finish the modeling cards quickly to sell these models." Understood. With the boss's directive, everyone sprang into action. The models had already done their makeup at the model apartment, and since they were accustomed to photo shoots, the process was effortless. After approximately 2 hours, LNQNGS successfully completed the modeling cards for more than 10 foreign models, even finding time to take a few close-ups of Wang Xiaoxi and QNN. "Wow, OLN, your photography skills are commendable," QNN praised while admiring her photo on the computer screen. "Your photography skills are undeniable, but you seem to underestimate our charm." NIHO, who had not received any close-up shots, feigned a sigh of resignation. "Don't fret, LONI." LNQNGS chuckled, raising the camera to his face and snapping a series of shots. However, within a minute, NIHO willingly deleted his photo. Without comparison, there could be no harm. His picture merely served to accentuate the beauty of the others. Forget it, QG. With my skills, I hardly qualify as a photographer. LNQNGS dismissed the notion without a second thought, humorously suggesting he would prefer a massage over being a photographer. QNN, taking no offense, seated herself on the desk with the wine jug, grinning, 10,000 for half a day. Are you sure you want to go? My friend is a stunning beauty. I'll definitely go. LNQNGS quickly changed his tune. The money was secondary. He was merely curious to see what kind of beauty QG was referring to. 10,000 for half a day. Who wouldn't want to go? Shortly after QNN departed, LNQNGS suddenly felt the need to relieve himself. After using the restroom and washing his hands, he stepped out to encounter a pure-faced foreign model standing there, looking quite charming. Wiley NN, are you also here to use the restroom? LNQNGS recognized this model, one of the rare sweet types among the foreign models, and notably the youngest in this batch, having just turned 16. LN, I specifically came to find you. Wiley NN offered a sweet smile, standing on her tiptoes, hands clasped behind her back, her light golden hair swaying gently with her movements. I heard from the seniors in the apartment that you are the best agent in the company. If you are willing, you can easily persuade clients to choose us. It must be said, receiving compliments from a beautiful woman is undeniably pleasant. However, such flattery held little sway over LNQNGS a seasoned veteran. Disposing of the paper towel he used to dry his hands, he smiled and looked into her amber eyes. Wiley NN, I do not have the authority to make decisions for clients. My sole role is to recommend you to them. Of course, LNQNGS observed Wiley NN, who was within arm's reach, inhaling her delightful fragrance. Nodding nonchalantly, that is my responsibility. Thank you. Wiley NN chirped, affectionately hugging LNQNGS. LN, we will undoubtedly become the best partners. Foreign women possess an undeniable charm. Regardless of how many times LNQNGS interacts with foreign models, he always finds himself reflecting on this sentiment. What pleases him even more is that Wiley NN, perhaps due to her youth or less active sweat glands, lacked any overwhelming body odor. On the way back to the office, at Wiley NN's invitation, LNQNGS agreed to dine together after she set up her phone card and registered on WeChat. Thus, this rule was practically rendered moot for him. In his own words, engaging with models privately allows for a deeper understanding of their temperaments and personalities, which in turn bolsters confidence when recommending them to clients. Upon arriving at the office, Lin Qingsong promptly settled into his workstation, preparing to select photos for the model cards when a notification from WeChat disrupted his focus. Lifting his gaze, he discovered that Shun Xingyu had forwarded the WeChat contact to the head of their marketing department, accompanied by a brief message. Mr. Lin, this is Manager Zhuang from our marketing department. You can discuss matters regarding the models with her. Before he could finish, Neo had already sent out the freshly prepared model card, casually remarking, Old Lin, this client ISNT another referral. Is it? It was unclear whether Lin Qingsong's charm was exceptional or if he was simply fortunate. Aside from a few sales calls made upon joining the company and several cold visits, the clients he dealt with were either referred by existing customers or had approached him directly. Chapter 9 illustrates such a sales champion. Lin Qingsong candidly stated, in a relaxed tone, that he had met this client during his morning workout. Upon hearing his account, both Niu Hao and the nearby Yang Xiaoxiao were taken aback. How could anyone meet clients while exercising? So, that Mr. Shun truly entrusted the project to you? Niu Hao, momentarily abandoning his tasks, turned wide-eyed towards Lin Qingsong. Indeed, Lin Qingsong shrugged, raising his phone to share. Manager Zhuang is quite efficient. I've already been added to their communication group, and the production company has sent me the model requirements. Your luck is astonishing. First, you won the grand prize in the Tianlu lottery, and then you meet a client at the gym. Niu Hao recalled Yang Xiaoxiao's envious post from the previous day, exclaiming, if I had your luck, I'd be winning every day. Hearing this, Lin Qingsong couldn't help but think of the lottery draw at the bank that morning. No matter how fortunate he felt, it paled in comparison to those who set the rules. He even suspected that even if he were given a set of winning lottery numbers, he would still end up without a win after purchasing them. Come on, old Niu, you're envious of old Lin? Yang Xiaoxiao interjected, in our company, no one can compare to you. Your family has undergone 3 relocations in just a few years. Cough, cough, that's not the same. The houses back home aren't worth much. Even the 3 relocations combined can't match a single unit in the Shanghai market. As he spoke, Niu Hao thought of his girlfriend, who had been persistently urging him to buy a house in Shanghai, stirring a feeling of annoyance within him. Waving his hand to dismiss the topic, he turned to Lin Qingsong. Old Lin, when do we need the models? Don't forget to update the schedule for our company S models. We need them on the 15th of this month. I've already updated the schedule on the computer, Lin Qingsong replied, glancing at the model requirements. Suddenly, he recalled something and added, by the way, today's batch of models should all be available, right? Quite a coincidence. Ilyana just got close with me, and now I need a suite-type model. If the schedule permits, he could likely secure one with a slight push. Those who navigate the industry are astute, and as the model agent specifically brought into the group by manager Zhuang, he was confident that advertising and production company representatives would facilitate matters within the established guidelines. Since these models are available, he should prioritize them, especially to nurture the new client relationship. Nodding at Niu Hao, Lin Qingsong selected all the suitable model cards and compiled them to send to the group. At that moment, the model cards were completed. With some free time, he and Niu Hao took the models to procure phone cards. The company had 2 vans. One was a slightly upscale Kaosher, and the other was a standard yet spacious Wuling. They rode in the Wuling this time, and along the way, Lin Qingsong casually sat beside Ilyana, unbothered. Do you usually work out? He asked, inhaling the youthful fragrance emanating from her. Ilyana responded with a hint of pride. Of course, I used to be a swimmer. Oh, that's impressive. Lin Qingsong smiled. I can only manage a dog paddle. Haha, I can teach you when we have the chance. Ilyana, eager to draw closer to Lin Qingsong, confidently declared, I can do both freestyle and butterfly. Then we have an agreement. I'm quite greedy. I want to learn both freestyle and breaststroke. No problem. Ilyana readily agreed. After all, swimming was something she had practiced since childhood, and she could easily master it. By the way, I have a fitness equipment project that requires a suite-type model. I've already recommended you. You can brush up on some fitness knowledge, as they may want additions. Typically, Lin Qingsong wouldn't bother to remind everyone of such projects, as he would earn regardless of who was selected. However, since someone showed initiative, offering a little incentive was reasonable. After all, it wouldn't cost him anything. Really? Ilyana's eyes widened in disbelief. Lin, you're amazing. You've already got opportunities coming your way so quickly. Upon arriving at the company's long-term partner's business hall, Lin Qingsong's relationship with Ilyana rapidly advanced, and they arranged for their first swimming lesson that Saturday evening. At noon, all employees and colleagues gathered for a meal, a company tradition. After lunch, Lin Qingsong headed straight to Tianlu. He had pushed himself too hard during the morning workout and needed a massage to relieve the tension. Just as the technician began gently massaging his scalp, his phone suddenly rang. Noticing it was a call from an old childhood friend, he answered with a chuckle. Qingsong, why aren't you at the counter, serving the public at this hour? What made you think to call me? You're impressive. ISNT at 1 position per person at your hotel? What happened to that former financial director? Lin Qingsong inquired curiously. Old Lin, you have no idea. Qingsong is incredibly lucky. Suddenly, another slightly high-pitched male voice chimed in on the call. The financial director got caught chatting with a wayward girl a few days ago. Damn, with my physique, I don't need deer antler. Lin Qingsong remarked, glancing at the technician, who appeared amused. Nevertheless, he mentally began planning his schedule for the next month, realizing it had been a while since he had a good chat with his childhood friends. Now that he had a system, taking a break was quite beneficial. All right, let us set a date for next month. After tentatively scheduling a time with his friends, Lin Qingsong ended the call. Since he would be heading to the film set with Yang Xiaoxiao the next day and was exhausted from the morning workout, he decided against staying up late to await information refreshment, opting instead for an early night. The following day, at 4:30 in the morning, Lin Qingsong turned off his alarm and, while dressing and preparing for his morning routine, opened the system to check for updates. Fortune smiled upon him today, as he discovered 6 pieces of information. Chapter 10. The spring scene backstage of the fashion show. Today, Information 01, Blue in Hall 3 of the Wanda Cinema, adjacent to the Heisher film set. There's a box of Hema gift cards worth 1,000 yuan. The Heisher film set. Wasn't that where he was headed shortly? If the film set wasn't too busy in the afternoon, he could catch a movie with old Yang. He just hoped the card would still be valid when he went to collect it. Today, Information 02, Green, a certain little red book influencer will place a card camera as a city gift in the green space near Metro Station Line 2 at Haiha Road at 5:30. This was promising. Lin Qingsong usually followed influencers on social platforms who shared giveaways. Unfortunately, he often missed out on these gifts. But this time he was determined not to let slip away. The Haiha Road subway station is conveniently located near the filming site. One can easily take a taxi there, collect the gifts, and then proceed to the set. In today's intelligence update, Model Apartment 03 reveals that Yailina is boasting about her close relationship with Lin Qingsong, igniting the competitive spirit in another female model who plans to seize the opportunity to win over the agent Lin Qingsong. Who is this female model? Why is such crucial information not disclosed in the system? It is better to have something than nothing. If I take a taxi to the filming site, the production team will reimburse me. In today's Intelligence Update 05, last night, Hiyu confided in her sister, He Shui, about her substantial online debt of 100,000 yuan and that the lending platform is preparing to come after her. She came to Hu's city to escape her debts, but the collection agents are tracking her through her phone's location. I can't believe it. Is there really a lending company that dares to pursue debts in person? However, Hiyu is somewhat of a burden. Lin Qingsong frowned slightly at this information. If the debt collectors truly come after her, it would not bode well for him. He kept this matter in mind and continued to read the last piece of information. In today's Intelligence Update 06, Qin Yin, a partner at Blue Sky Law Firm, is being pressured by her parents to marry. She intends to ask her friend Qi Nan to find a model to pose as her boyfriend. Qin Yin? Isn't she the beautiful legal counsel at the firm? She is also facing marriage pressure. The thought of the cool, bespectacled lawyer with an air of restraint grappling with such concerns amused Lin Qingsong. However, he mused that perhaps he could take on this task himself, not for any other reason but to witness the demeanor of this restrained lawyer in front of her parents. With this thought, Lin Qingsong decided to subtly inquire with Qi Nan at an opportune moment. Given his relationship with Qi Gu, this should not be an issue. With his looks, he is not inferior to male models. In the living room of the rental apartment, Hiyu sat alone on the sofa, consumed by self-reproach. After confessing her debt situation to her sister last night, she endured a lengthy scolding. Although He Shui assured her that she would resolve the financial issue, Hiyu knew that her sister had just graduated and likely had little savings. Perhaps to repay her 100,000 yuan debt, her sister might have to borrow money herself. The thought of this deepened Hiyu's anguish. She loathed herself for comparing her life to others and regretted borrowing money from the online platform. She was wearing a thin nightgown that accentuated her figure. If a photo were taken of her now, it would undoubtedly be rejected on most platforms. Hiyu did not expect Lin Qingsong to rise so early today and realized her attire was inappropriate. She hastily grabbed a nearby cushion to cover herself. After a brief moment of calm, she glanced at the closed bathroom door and suddenly remembered her sister mentioning that the handsome roommate was a modeling agent. When Lin Qingsong emerged from the bathroom, he found Hiyu staring at him eagerly while clutching the cushion. "What's the matter?" he asked, puzzled. Hiyu's cheeks flushed as she shyly replied, "Brother Lin, I am Hiyu, the younger sister of He Shui. I heard my sister mention that you are a modeling agent. Can someone like me become a model?" "Ah, so you're Xiao Shui's sister." Lin Qingsong nodded slightly, then looked directly into her eyes. "However, you do realize that I am actually an international modeling agent, which means the models I represent are primarily foreigners." "Oh, I see." Hiyu's spirits dampened as she lowered her gaze. Having hoped to work as a model during her free time from classes to earn some money, she was disheartened that her plans were dashed before they even began. However, if you're not particularly keen on modeling and are simply curious about the entertainment industry, I would recommend considering a role as a part-time actress. After all, modeling requires a certain level of professionalism. Really? Initially disappointed, Hiyu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Brother Lin, can I become an actress?" She was indifferent to whether she was a model or an actress, as long as she could earn money. Of course, with your looks, even without any acting skills, you would be more than sufficient for a background role, though the pay might not be very high, about 500 yuan for an 8-hour shift. In a promotional video, apart from the main characters, there would be various individuals filling in the background. Those who appear on screen but have no lines are considered background roles, slightly higher than extras, usually selected for their appearance. Normally, extras earn about 100 yuan for 8 hours, but attractive background actors can earn 500 yuan for the same duration. In the entertainment industry, good looks can indeed translate to financial gain. 500 yuan. Hiyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Her sister, who worked as a Guzheng teacher at an educational institution, earned about 8 to 9,000 yuan a month, translating to around 300 yuan a day. If she could work as a background actor every day, wouldn't that mean she could earn 15,000 yuan a month? He, perhaps a bit overly excited, raised her voice. He Shui, still asleep in the room, was abruptly awakened by the commotion. Hearing the voices of Lin Qingsong and her sister, she hurriedly threw off the covers and rushed out, dressed in matching nightgowns with her sister. He Shui approached He and reprimanded. He, what are you doing up so early? Unfazed by her sister's scolding, He excitedly hugged He Shui and said, Sister. Brother Lin said, I could be a part-time actress. He even mentioned that even without any acting skills, I could be a background actor, earning 500 yuan a day. He Shui pushed her sister away, frowning. Who told you to disturb Brother Lin? Realizing her imprudence in speaking so freely to Lin Qingsong, He felt a bit sheepish. Sister, she stammered, but was interrupted by He Shui. All right, stop talking. Quickly apologized to Brother Lin. After saying this, He Shui turned to Lin Qingsong and offered an apologetic expression. Brother Lin, I am sorry for interrupting you. Lin Qingsong, noticing He Shui's equally striking figure, who had hastily dressed, shook his head helplessly. It's nothing. However, Xiao Shui, perhaps you and your sister should go inside and tidy up a bit? Though he was not a paragon of virtue, he found little appeal in taking advantage of the situation. If he wished to see such sights, he could easily visit the backstage of fashion show. During a previous experience escorting models to a runway, he had noticed many lesser-known models lack proper changing rooms, hastily changing clothes in plain sight to save time. Chapter 11. A brother-in-law? It's not out of the question. He Shui finally realized her attire was inappropriate and awkwardly said, Brother Lin, I will go tidy up right away. Although the crew had prepared breakfast, by the time he arrived on set, it would likely be close to 6 o'clock. He Shui and He quickly changed their clothes and walked over hand in hand, banana still unfinished in Lin Qingsong's hand. Brother Lin, may I come in? He Shui knocked on the open door. Sure. Lin Qingsong stood up from his chair, finishing the last bite of the banana and tossing the peel into the trash. He smiled. Xiao Shui, it's no trouble at all. If Xiaoyu wants to experience the acting industry, then let her. It's merely a simple task for me. He Shui, with a serious expression, replied to Lin Qingsong. Brother Lin, while this may be a simple task for you, it is a formidable challenge for us. Under normal circumstances, I would certainly advise my sister to decline your assistance, but we have encountered some difficulties lately, so I'm accepting on her behalf. She gestured to He standing beside her. Xiaoyu, please reiterate what we just discussed with Brother Lin. He quickly spoke up, Brother Lin. As long as you guide me into the industry for the next 5 years, I will offer you 50% of my earnings for every role I take. She had already calculated that even if she only secured roles worth 500 yuan each over the next 5 years, she could gradually accumulate 100,000 yuan. By then, she would repay her sister and withdraw from the industry. Lin Qingsong chuckled in disbelief. What do you two think of me? I'm merely helping you join a few announcement groups. Once you're in, you can apply for suitable roles on your own. I'm not running an agency, so I won't take any commission. As he spoke, he pulled out his phone, opened WeChat, and scrolled through the groups, smiling as he said, See, this is the announcement group. After you join, I'll introduce you to a photographer to help you create model cards, and then you'll officially enter the industry. He and He Shui exchanged glances, surprised to discover how straightforward this industry was. Brother Lin, do we not need to sign any contracts? He cautiously inquired. In her mind as a freshman, the entertainment industry seemed glamorous, and the idea of directly receiving activities from announcement groups shattered her preconceptions. Of course, you don't need to sign with me. Lin Qingsong replied cheerfully, feeling good after having a banana. Actors usually sign contracts with the production team, but generally, the production team won't sign with newcomers. Oh, I see. He Shui nodded in bewilderment, but then firmly stated, Brother Lin, although you make it sound simple, there is a significant gap between industries. If you hadn't brought us into the group, we wouldn't have had a chance to enter, so we still owe you a commission. Please, no. Lin Qingsong waved his hand. If you truly want to thank me, just invite me to dinner when you land a role. If I were to take money from you for adding you to a few groups, my reputation would be ruined. However, seeing that He Shui was about to speak again, Lin Qingsong frowned and said, Shui, do you really view me as someone so greedy? No, that is not it. He Shui hurriedly waved her hands. Lin Qingsong glanced at the time on his phone and decisively stated, in a bit, have Xiaoyu send me her information, and I'll add both of you to the group. If you have any questions initially, feel free to ask me. All right, it's settled. I need to head to the set soon. He Shui was about to say something, but He tugged at her sister's sleeve, then beamed. Thank you, Brother Lin. We won't disturb your work any longer. When we receive our announcements, we'll be sure to treat you to a meal. After the sisters left, Lin Qingsong finally opened his wardrobe to change clothes. Outside, He Shui frowned and whispered to her sister, Xiao Yu, why didn't you let me speak just now? Sister, Brother Lin said so. If you refused, it would be inappropriate. He Yu, possessing a bit of cleverness, clung to her sister's arm and smiled. If you feel guilty, why not let Brother Lin become my brother-in-law? After all, it's only natural for a brother-in-law to help his sister-in-law find a job. What nonsense are you spouting? He Shui's face flushed, glancing nervously at Lin Qingsong's room, before exclaiming in disbelief. He might have a girlfriend. I'm not talking nonsense. He giggled. Brother Lin could never have a girlfriend. If he did, he wouldn't be living alone here. So, sister, you should make an effort. Such an outstanding man must be in high demand. He, I think you're getting a little too mischievous, daydreaming like this. He Shui reached out to tickle her sister. Sister, I'm sorry. He quickly pleaded. After some playful banter, He Shui prepared to wash up for work. In the bathroom, while brushing her teeth and looking at her reflection, her sister's words inexplicably echoed in her mind. With her toothbrush clenched and touching her flawless face, He Shui couldn't help but mumble, a brother-in-law wouldn't be such a bad idea, unaware that He Yu was already considering him as a potential brother-in-law. Lin Qingsong had changed and stepped outside. After greeting the security guard, he got into the car he had hailed. Upon arriving at Haihe Road subway station, he walked directly to the green belt in front of exit 2. It was already 5:40, past the 5:30 mark, and he wondered if the camera was still there. Before he could look closely, a large red gift box was conspicuously placed on the ground, ignored by passers-by. Fortunate indeed, Lin Qingsong chuckled as he approached, picking up the box and glancing at the blogger's name on it. He found the post on Xiaohongshu and commented, Thank you, blogger. The item has been located. Fellow friends nearby, don't miss out. He then attached a photo of the camera. Not long after, someone privately messaged him wanting to buy it. Thanks to the hype surrounding the outdated camera on Xiaohongshu, someone offered 900 yuan. After listing it for sale, Lin Qingsong sent the link to the interested buyer. By the time he reached the set, the camera had successfully sold, and he wouldn't even have to pay for shipping. The buyer lived nearby and would pick it up directly at the set entrance. Chapter 12. A touch of sweetness at the high sea filming set. Lin Qingsong greeted the producer who had already arrived and headed straight to the catering truck to grab breakfast. He had 2 steamed buns, 1 meat, and 1 vegetable, along with a fried dough stick and a can of soy milk. It wasn't lavish, but it was certainly enough to satisfy his hunger. Old Lin, just as he was about to sit down and enjoy his breakfast, he heard Yang Xiao's voice behind him. Old Yang, have you eaten? Lin Qingsong waved his soy milk and smiled. The breakfast ordered by the crew is quite good. As Yang Xiao lived close to the model apartment, she had conveniently taken the company's vehicle to come along. I just finished eating, she said, plopping down beside him casually. How about a bite? After I finish. Lin Qingsong quickly stuffed the buns into his mouth, washed them down with soy milk, and pulled out his phone. With a command to launch the operation, a day of filming commenced. Typically, once a manager brings models or actors to the set, they can disappear from the scene. As long as the models and production remained problem-free, no one would pay them any mind. While they were in the midst of their activities, the person who had purchased the camera approached him. Although the individual was a beautiful woman, Lin Qingsong didn't pay much attention, merely waiting for her to verify the camera, collecting payment swiftly, and bidding her farewell. His teammates were still waiting for him. By noon, Lin Qingsong and Yang Xiao, in perfect synchrony, put down their phones and walked over to the crew to collect their lunchboxes. In essence, managers of the filming set were known for being inept at everything except for eating. However, just as they finished their chicken legs from their lunchboxes, the slightly plump producer with a receding hairline approached them. Old Lin, Jiafeng said, smoothing his thinning hair and flashing a habitual smile. Do you have time this afternoon? What is up, brother phone? Indeed, something has come up, and I need to ask you and Old Yang for a favor. Jiafeng sighed. 2 prospects have canceled, so I want you and Old Yang to fill in. Huh? Both Lin Qingsong and Yang Xiao were momentarily taken aback, especially Lin Qingsong, who had planned to sneak out with Yang Xiao to watch a movie in the afternoon and pick up a gift card from Hema, pointing towards the distant, bustling stagehands. Feng Gu remarked. In the past, wasn't it always the stagehands who handled such situations? That was then, Jia Feng replied, shaking his head in exasperation. This time we were filming at a cinema, and frankly, only your looks and that setting seemed to match. A cinema setting? Lin Qingsong's expression shifted, curiosity peaking as he inquired. Feng Gu, you haven't rented the nearby Wanda cinema, have you? Indeed, Jia Feng nodded. With a limited budget, we secured the smallest hall 3. Typically, the standard fee for a location shoot is 580 per hour. Yet, Jia Feng not only added 100, but also limited the duration to merely half a day. Thus, his statement of not being shortchanged was indeed valid. Lin Qingsong and Yang Xiaoxiao exchanged glances, ultimately agreeing without hesitation. Earning this money felt like a windfall, and they were determined to seize the opportunity. After their agreement, Jia Feng wasted no time, leading them to make up while briefly outlining their roles. They were to portray a couple watching a movie, devoid of dialogue or choreographed actions. They would merely follow the director's cues. Lin Qingsong had encountered such last-minute filming requests before, so he remained composed throughout, while it was Yang Xiaoxiao's first experience, filling her with excitement during the makeup process. As the crew transitioned to prepare for the cinema shoot, a tinge of anxiety crept into her demeanor. Old Lin, what if I mess this up? She exclaimed, exhaling heavily. Aware of her concerns, but unable to suppress her nervousness, Lin Qingsong observed Hall 3 in the distance. His thoughts wandering, he wondered if that Hema card was still around. Over the past few days, he had grown fond of the thrill of discovering hidden gems. As the cinema staff opened the gates, Lin Qingsong seized the moment while the stagehands arranged the scene, making his way directly to row 1. Old Yang, let us sit down for a bit. They'll be setting up for a while. To avoid drawing undue attention to their actions, Lin Qingsong invited Yang Xiaoxiao to join him. Once seated, he glanced around and soon discovered a pristine Hema card wedged in the crevice of the left seat. Upon inspection, he noticed the coating had been scratched off. Hey, old Lin, where did you get that? Yang Xiaoxiao asked, bewildered. How had she missed seeing him pull something out while she was engrossed in her phone? I picked it up from the seat, Lin Qingsong replied, undeterred as he fetched his phone to enter the card number. This card must be useless. The coating is all scraped off, Yang Xiaoxiao remarked instinctively, recalling that the company occasionally distributed such cards as perks. Let us give it a try. It's not like we have anything to lose, Lin Qingsong responded, already entering the card number, followed by the second line of the password. Yang Xiaoxiao watched with curiosity as he successfully entered the final password and clicked to bind a gift card, just as they anticipated failure in the binding process. The screen unexpectedly displayed a message confirming success. Gazing at the 3 zeros on the Hema card, Yang Xiaoxiao murmured, wait, old Lin, did you just find $1,000? Who will be so foolish as to not redeem it after scratching off the coating? She momentarily forgot her nerves about the upcoming shoot, her mind consumed with one thought. Was old Lin some reincarnated deity of fortune? It seemed he was either discovering money or on the path to finding it. Looks like my luck is pretty good today, she mused. Old Lin, that is a bit disingenuous. When have you ever had bad luck? Yang Xiaoxiao shook her head in resignation. Before they could exchange more words, the director approached them. Ladies and gentlemen, your seats are here. Follow me. After they sat down, the director instructed, you are portraying a couple, so during the filming, please display a bit of intimacy. Observing their seating arrangement, he furrowed his brow and muttered, something is still missing. Popcorn, he suddenly exclaimed, turning to the props team. Props. Bring a portion of popcorn for these two. All right. Once the popcorn was in place, the director placed it between them and nodded in satisfaction, stating, during the shoot, you may feed each other popcorn. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaoxiao felt an unexpected flush of warmth. She realized she had never eaten anything fed to her by another man. Am I being too reserved? Lin Qingsong sensed the moment and suggested, if it comes down to it, you can feed me instead. As they observed the bustling crew, Yang Xiaoxiao suppressed her slight embarrassment, striving to maintain her composure. What is there to be shy about? Just wait for my performance. Lin Qingsong refrained from exposing her unease and instead smiled. Is that so? I shall look forward to your performance, Miss Yang. Hearing his teasing words, Yang Xiaoxiao felt less self-conscious and relaxed a bit, responding, then just watch how I shine. They exchanged a few more words, and the awkwardness within Yang Xiaoxiao gradually dissipated. After all, during their playful moments together, she would often initiate physical closeness with Lin Qingsong, though she had regarded him merely as a friend then. It indicated she was not averse to physical interaction with him. Over the years, while she had a rather carefree personality, she felt a unique freedom to express herself only in Lin Qingsong's presence. Meanwhile, other background actors arrived in droves. A few seasoned actors from the advertising industry, who were acquainted with both Lin Qingsong and Yang Xiaoxiao, greeted them warmly upon their arrival. "Mr. Lin, Ms. Yang, you two make a perfect couple. There's no discord in your pairing. Handsome guy, beautiful girl. Haha, yes. We mentioned before that with your looks, it would be a waste to merely be managers. You both are born stars." Although they understood that these comments were likely flattery, smiles involuntarily crept onto their faces. Lin Qingsong chuckled and shook his head, saying, "You folks are exaggerating. Old Yang and I are just helping out the producer while enjoying the excitement. Please don't spread these words around, or it might breed envy." He had no desire to truly pursue an acting career, which seemed exhausting. Being a manager was far more appealing, letting subordinates handle the dirty work while he reaped the rewards. After a while, all lighting, props, and camera equipment were set up. The director, holding a megaphone, stood at the forefront and declared, "This scene is quite simple. You will be watching a comedy film. For about 2 to 3 seconds, show expressions of joy, enriching your facial expressions slightly. And from there, feel free to improvise." As he called for the start, everyone settled into their expressions. To Lin Qingsong's surprise, Yang Xiaoxiao leaned her head directly on his shoulder, inhaling her fragrant scent. He momentarily found himself a loss. The director, witnessing this scene, chose not to call cut, as the first take was merely to help everyone acclimate and to observe any issues that arose. It was only when Yang Xiaoxiao offered him a piece of popcorn that he snapped back to reality. Taking a bite of the popcorn, Lin Qingsong chewed with a smile of contentment, effortlessly feeding Yang Xiaoxiao a piece as well. Resting her head on Lin Qingsong's shoulder, Yang Xiaoxiao felt less relaxed than she appeared. If she were to check her smartwatch, she would see her heart rate had soared beyond 100. Nonetheless, as she focused on the camera before her, she continued her performance in the style of an idol drama, feeling inexplicably delighted by her interaction with Lin Qingsong. "What is happening to me?" Yang Xiaoxiao pondered her own mindset while maintaining her on-screen chemistry with Lin Qingsong. As the first take concluded, the director approached Lin Qingsong and remarked, "You performed excellently overall, but you seemed a bit dazed in the initial moments. Please pay attention to that in the next take." Immediately following that, he praised Yang Xiaoxiao, saying, "This teacher, your performance is absolutely flawless. Just maintain this level for the remainder of the shoot." As the director moved to the back to adjust the positions of the other foreground elements, Yang Xiaoxiao, with a proud expression, remarked, "So, how about my acting? Not too shabby for future best actress, right? Your performance is outstanding." Lin Qingsong, ever the gracious friend, gave her a thumbs up. Flipping her hair casually, Yang Xiaoxiao feigned nonchalance and inquired, "By the way, old Lin, are you free this weekend? I've noticed several recent films that seem quite enjoyable." It was only after she spoke that she realized the implications of her words. Wasn't this a blatant invitation for a date? "Oh, Yang, spring has arrived, and you're also seeking companionship? You are crossing boundaries with old Lin. After all, we are merely friends." Despite her internal musings, she still gazed at Lin Qingsong with hopeful anticipation. "Sure, I have no plans for the weekend anyway." Lin Qingsong, not reading too much into it, smiled and nodded. "After the film, we could grab some hot pot. Eating alone is rather lonely." "Eating alone?" Yang Xiaoxiao keenly grasped the key phrase. Could it be that old Lin was still single? Given the complexities of the industry, one must tread carefully when discussing personal orientations. After finalizing their weekend plans, the filming resumed. Since the foreground did not require much acting, as long as everyone could perform normally without significant errors, they would swiftly move past this scene. Therefore, after filming a couple more takes, the director announced the end of this segment. With no scenes to shoot, the two retreated to the side to play games. Once filming concluded, Jia Feng approached them with a beaming smile. "Old Lin, your performance was commendable. Just trying to earn my keep." "Feng Gu," Lin Qingsong humbly replied, before adding, "By the way, how long do you think it will take to receive the loan this time? Your company hasn't settled the funds from the last project yet. And if this drags on any longer, my boss might have my head." "Ah, it's not that I want to delay it. The client hasn't settled their account with me yet." Upon hearing the mention of payment, the smile on Jia Feng's face instantly turned bitter. As he noticed Lin Qingsong was about to say something, he quickly interjected, "But rest assured, this time the client has agreed to let the finance department process the payment." As soon as the funds arrive, I will settle with you. He shook his phone as he spoke. Moreover, I'll settle the payment for your foreground with Lao Yang right away. Watching Jia Feng transfer the funds in front of them, Lin Qingsong could only shake his head with resignation. All right then, Feng Gu, please make sure to follow up with the previous client's payment. If this continues to drag on, it will be half a year, which is far too long. Don't worry, I'll be visiting their company in a couple of days. Jia Feng replied, his expression tightening. That guy keeps telling me that the brand company hasn't settled his account, but I've inquired and found out that KFC paid him ages ago. P.S. just trying to pull one over on me. Hearing about this convoluted debt situation, Lin Qingsong was at a loss for how to comment. The payment processes in their industry were notoriously chaotic. Ideally, the brand company would settle with the advertising agency right after completing the shoot. The advertising agency would then pay the production company, and finally, the production company would pay the actors. In simpler terms, actors are the last in line in this arrangement. Unless the production company or advertising agency is willing to front the costs, it often happens that these companies, more often than not, do not even front the funds. And even settled payments are diverted elsewhere. Payments that are due are consistently postponed. Clearly, the previous advertising agency had misallocated the funds, leaving Jia Feng's production company in a lurch. However, Lin Qingsong felt he could not comment on these matters too extensively. As in this industry, one must accept delayed payments if they wish to conduct business. Anyone who boldly declares that their company will not accept delayed payments can expect to face closure, as no business will seek them out. Chapter 14. The system needs an upgrade. He was not particularly surprised. Despite his repeated refusals, he could not resist He Shue's insistence. After changing into her loungewear, He Shue peeked from the kitchen and called out, "Just one last dish and we'll be ready to eat." Yu also popped her head out. "Lin Gu, if you're hungry, you can have some watermelon first." As she spoke, she brought out a plate of pre-cut watermelon. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Qingsong found himself at a loss for words. After changing into his own loungewear and sitting at the table to gaze at the 6 dishes laid out before him, he suddenly felt a sense of warmth. No matter how exquisite the meals outside may be, nothing compares to the comfort of home-cooked food. "Xiao Shui, this is quite extravagant. You're making me feel a bit embarrassed." He Shui, who had tied her hair up in a high ponytail for convenience, smiled shyly. "Lin Gu, it's not as extravagant as you say, just some home-cooked dishes. Stir-fried clams, braised abalone with pork, steamed yellow croaker, scrambled eggs with fragrant chives, sautéed green beans, and mapo tofu. Is this what you call home-cooked meals?" Lin Qingsong, savoring the delicious aromas wafting from the table, stated with conviction, "Xiao Shui, you must have spent quite a bit on these dishes. If you truly wish to cook for me in the future, I'll cover the monthly grocery expenses." No. How can I let you pay?" He Shui instinctively rejected the offer. In her view, Lin Qingsong was not merely forming a group. He had provided them with an opportunity for part-time work. How could she allow him to pay in such a situation? He had not fallen so low as to need to rely on a freshly graduated young woman. If He Shui were wealthy, it might be different, but clearly, she was not. In this context, he could not bear to take advantage of them. No. He quickly stood up to try to stop Lin Qingsong. "Lin Gu, don't leave." He Shui also stood up, saying, "Lin Gu, please don't go." She then looked at the tense expression on He Shue's face and smiled. "Moreover, the one cooking is a beautiful chef. Lin Gu, you flatter me. I'm just an ordinary person, hardly a beauty." He Shui quickly shook her head in humility. But one must not be overly modest. Lin Qingsong chose not to pursue the topic further. Instead, he pulled out his phone and said, "If you don't want to accept my money, then I'll just order groceries from Hema directly." After a moment of hesitation, He Shui finally spoke, "Then Lin Gu, if there is anything you wish to eat, you can buy it and let me know, and I will prepare it for you." "That's the spirit." Lin Qingsong nodded with a smile. With the matter settled, the 3 of them continued their meal. To Lin Qingsong's surprise, not only was He Shui beautiful, but her cooking was also delightful. During their conversation, he learned from He Yu that they came from a divorced family. Their parents had each established new families and completely neglected them, leaving the 2 sisters to live with their elderly grandmother. Being the elder sister, He Shui took on the responsibility of household chores, and her culinary skills were honed during that time. After finishing the meal, Lin Qingsong felt closer to the 2 sisters. Not only did he learn about their past, but he also discovered that He Yu was studying fashion design at a university in Suzhou and was performing quite well. After helping He Shui clear the table, he intended to assist with washing the dishes, but the two sisters promptly ushered him out of the kitchen. Feeling a bit aimless, Lin Qingsong decided to take a shower instead. Upon awakening from a deep slumber, Lin Qingsong sprang up from bed like a fish leaping from water. He poured himself a cup of warm water from the thermos and leisurely opened the system to check today's information. Daily Report 01, White at noon. Honor of Kings will experience service interruptions for 3 minutes, and the official will distribute 30 diamonds. What kind of useless information is this? Do I lack these 30 diamonds? Lin Qingsong was utterly bewildered by the first report. Daily Report 02. Why today, Kuaishou has updated its rules. Signing in 3 times a day will yield 100 coins. This information is even more useless. Lin Qingsong found himself at a loss for words. What could 100 coins even buy? Daily Report 03. Yang Xiaoxiao is experiencing insomnia due to the events of the day. What on earth is going on with Lao Yang? Is she actually experiencing insomnia? Could it be that she harbors feelings for me? As Lin Qingsong perused the intelligence report, he felt that his suspicions might hold some validity. Daily Intelligence 04. Producer Jia Feng, troubled by client's delayed payments, unexpectedly found himself at a bar, nearly inebriated, unaware that several individuals nearby had set their sights on him. What on earth? Jia Feng is being targeted? Lin Qingsong was taken aback. However, upon reflection, it seemed rather plausible. With his round face, slightly plump physique, and a scruffy beard, Feng certainly resembled Chengdu's Lin Xinru, a veritable heartthrob. As for whether Jia Feng was indeed the target, Lin Qingsong believed not. Otherwise, the report would not have mentioned his unanticipated visit to the bar. Remembering the care Feng had shown him over time, Lin Qingsong instinctively reached for his phone to call Jia Feng. Hello, Lao Lin. Why are you calling me so late? Is something wrong? What? The previously tipsy Jia Feng suddenly sobered up. He looked around and, indeed, noticed the absence of any females, while several patrons were casting flirtatious glances his way. Startled, he hurriedly made his escape. When approached by someone seeking his contact information, he quickened his pace even further. Upon reaching the exit, Jia Feng finally felt a weight lift off his shoulders and exclaimed into the phone, Lao Lin, you have saved my life. Without further ado, all the cases I handle from now on will be yours. Lin Qingsong offered only polite remarks before hanging up, casually placing his phone aside to continue reading the intelligence. Daily Intelligence 05. This morning, He expressed a desire for Lin Qingsong to become her brother-in-law. Although He Shui initially declined, she secretly felt a twinge of interest. Is Xiao Yu truly so generous? However, what does it mean that Xiao Shui is intrigued? Could it be that these two young ladies are simply starved for affection? Considering their family situations, Lin Qingsong felt a wave of sympathy. Some individuals are truly unworthy of the title of parent, merely knowing how to give birth without understanding the responsibilities of nurturing. Daily Intelligence 06. Blue at the Rennie Shuchong Road store. A batch of unrented storage lockers is set to be auctioned next Tuesday. Notably, locker number 087 contains 2 table tennis paddles, valued at 500 yuan. The day's intelligence felt rather lackluster, with this being the only noteworthy tidbit. Lin Qingsong made a note of it for future reference, pondering that it was time to enhance his system's level. After all, it would only require several tens of thousands of yuan. Chapter 15. Elena's Promise. Lao Yang. Do you have any plans today? If not, accompany me to Gugu's place for a stroll this afternoon. In the office, Lin Qingsong languidly rested his chin on the desk, speaking to Yang Xiaoxiao, who was yawning beside him. My luck has been quite favorable lately. I'm considering purchasing a watch as a reward for myself. After viewing a series of white intelligence reports late into the night, he had decided it was time to invest in an upgrade for his system. After much deliberation, he resolved to buy a watch. Not only is this item a good store of value, but it also significantly enhances one's demeanor. However, he had little prior knowledge about watches and ultimately decided to seek recommendations from a second-hand luxury goods shop owner. I have an afternoon tea appointment with Xiao Zhu this afternoon. Xiao Zhu? Is she the producer who posts photos of herself as Shiranui Mai on social media? Yes. She invited me last night, and since I had no plans for the afternoon, I agreed. Yang Xiaoxiao hesitated before adding, should I tell her I have something urgent? That's unnecessary. Lin Qingsong waved his hand. That producer is quite capable. I've heard she has secured several mobile brand projects this year. You should maintain that relationship well. Xiao Zhu is quite well known in the industry. The reasons for her notoriety are straightforward. She comes from a wealthy family and never delays payments for her projects. Even if her previous employer fails to settle the bill, she will cover the costs herself. Of course, that's just one aspect. There are whispers in the industry that she prefers to collaborate solely with women, which further adds to her reputation. Lin Qingsong had considered charming this generous producer with his appeal, but alas, they had only exchanged WeChat contacts and had never collaborated since. All right, I need to go to a shoot tomorrow. Lao Lin, if you're not in a hurry, let us visit Gugu's place together after the movie the day after tomorrow. No problem. You go ahead and keep busy. I don't have much to do anyway. I'll just take a look there for now, since it's not anything too important. We'll have the movie in hot pot the day after tomorrow, so there's no rush. Okay, Yang Xiaoxiao reluctantly nodded. I'll let Gugu know. Don't worry. She certainly won't let you down. Of course, I trust her implicitly. After all, she is the one you introduced me to. Lin Qingsong teased lightly. If she dares to let me down, I shall certainly come to you to complain. Absolutely. Yang Xiaoxiao nodded vigorously. If Gugu truly dares to let you down, I will definitely stand up for you. During lunch, a few people remaining in the office ordered hot pot together. Midway through their meal, Lin Qingsong unexpectedly received a call from Jiao Feng. There was progress regarding the outstanding payment. Early that morning, he had been waiting for the client who had delayed payment. By coincidence, this client was on the verge of receiving a major contract from a brand and, fearing complications, had indeed settled part of the outstanding amount. The purpose of Jiao Feng's call was to request Lin Qingsong's account details, assuring him that the funds would be transferred shortly. In addition to this news, he informed Lin Qingsong that there was a beer project about to kick off. This project not only required models, but also around 10 advertising actors. He planned to entrust both the models and actors to Lin Qingsong. After the call ended, Lin Qingsong realized he had somewhat misjudged the system. Although the previous two white intelligence reports were lackluster, the uncolored report proved to be quite valuable. Just the information from Jiao Feng alone was worth more than a blue or even a pink report. Regardless of whether Jiao Feng would truly assign all future cases to him, the beer project alone could earn him a 5-figure income. Not to mention the commissions from the models. Each advertising actor could bring in at least 1,000 yuan a day, and with 10 actors, that amounts to 10,000. Should they shoot for 2 or 3 days, the earnings would be even greater. Furthermore, a promotional video would surely require numerous extras, and he could earn a couple of hundred for each. Lin Qingsong couldn't help but smile as he contemplated this. As he prepared to leave the company in the afternoon, Yang Xiaoxiao caught up with him from behind. Lao Lin, I'll accompany you to Gugu's place. After all, the CAF where I'm meeting Xiao Zhu is not far from there. Once they were in the car, they quickly arrived at Gu's second-hand luxury goods store. Lin Qingsong had visited twice before and had yet to encounter a single customer in her shop. Welcome, ladies. Gu, donning a stylish dress, approached them in her high heels upon their entrance. So, Lao Lin, are you here to bolster my business once again? Gu. This time Lao Lin truly intends to support your business. Yang Xiaoxiao interjected eagerly. He is looking to buy a watch. As she glanced at her phone, realizing that her appointment with Xiao Zhu was imminent, she hastily added, Gu, be sure to recommend some watches to Lao Lin. I have to rush off now. Bye. Lao Lin. Bye, Gu. Watching Yang Xiaoxiao rush off, Gu shook her head in resignation. After all these years, she is still as impetuous as ever. Turning her attention to Lin Qingsong, she inquired, Lao Lin, Xiaoxiao mentioned you're in the market for a watch. What style are you considering? I'm looking for a sports model priced around 80,000 to 100,000 yuan. Lin Qingsong shared his thoughts. Gu promptly recommended, that's simple. Are you planning to purchase in-store, or would you prefer to buy directly from my shop? I have both in stock and like new watches available. I'll buy from you. I'm not considering secondhand for now. Very well, follow me. Gu led Lin Qingsong into the store while listing the brands like a menu. Rolex, Omega, Blancpain, Jaeger-LeCoultre, IWC. I have them all. Which brand do you fancy? Rolex. Lin Qingsong replied without a moment's hesitation. Perhaps due to the influence of Hong Kong and Taiwan dramas, many people from Huagua harbor a certain fondness for Rolex. I have 2 models. One from the Greenwich series priced at around 90,000, and the other the Yachtmaster 116655, which is a bit more expensive at approximately 110,000. Gu presented the 2 watches before Lin Qingsong. This Yachtmaster, Lin Qingsong was immediately captivated by the luxurious yet sporty watch. The 18-karat rose gold case, paired with a rubber strap, exuded a sense of understated elegance. So decisive? Aren't you going to consider others? Guwen was slightly surprised. No, let's just do the card swipe, Lin Qingsong said as he pulled out his bank card. For someone with a substantial income, hesitating over a watch that costs over 100,000 would seem rather lacking in sophistication. After contemplating the card in front of her, Guwen remarked, "Old Lin, we are friends after all. Xiao Xiao even came by to greet you. And since you're so quick about it, I'm not one to be stingy. You can take this watch for 100,000. Lin Qingsong was taken aback by the generous discount. However, he was not one to take advantage of others, so he also purchased a Gucci belt for an additional 10,000 with the discount. As the 11,000 was charged, Lin Qingsong looked toward the system with a hint of anticipation, curious about the information the upgrade might bestow upon him. Chapter 16. Competitors of the Legal Lolita. Today's Intelligence 01. Purple 5 days later, at stall 228 in the Chishan Road Flea Market. A vendor will sell a worn wooden cabinet containing a piece of Ngong Nyo Huang Wan from the early days of the founding of the nation. The market price for this item is 120,000. Wow. The new system is impressive, starting off with purple intelligence. Ngong Nyo Huang Wan, here I come. But can the system really predict the future now? 5 days ahead. It seems the system has significantly improved after the upgrade. Today's Intelligence 02. Chinan's friend arrived in whose city early for an art exhibition preparation and coincidentally purchased a camera she liked yesterday. Could this friend be the one who bought my camera yesterday? Lin Qingsong recalled the woman's appearance and realized that Nan had not exaggerated. She was indeed exceptionally striking, reminiscent of Guan Jilin. Earning that 10,000 from filming shouldn't be too difficult. It's hard to make someone so beautiful look unattractive. Today's Intelligence 03. Pink, the new art exhibition in whose city will soon be made public. The heartfelt painting Golden Rose by young artist in Shao has been overlooked by many, but a collector abroad is quite fond of her work. During the exhibition, the price of this painting will be 5,000 yuan, and the foreign collector is willing to pay 100,000 for it. Buying it for 5,000 and selling it for 100,000 yields a profit of 95,000. That's a deal worth pursuing. However, Lin Qingsong felt a bit puzzled looking at the information regarding the collector. Who is this foreign collector? How would I sell it without a name? But upon glancing at Intelligence 02, he recalled that Chinan's friend was in whose city for the art exhibition, which likely pertains to this new exhibition. He could ask this industry insider to find out which foreign collector appreciates in Zhao's work. Today's Intelligence 04. Another female model mocked Eilina, claiming her relationship with Lin Qingsong was mere bragging. In a spat, Eilina decided to prove her point by inviting Lin Qingsong to a bar that very night. The model apartment seems to be bustling with drama daily. And who is this female model? As Lin Qingsong pondered, his phone vibrated and Eilina's message appeared. Lin, are you free tonight? I want to experience the bars in whose city. Could you assist? There was no reason for hesitation. The Russian girl was being so proactive. It was a done deal. Lin Qingsong nodded in satisfaction. Today's Intelligence 05. He Shui was criticized by her supervisor today, fined 500, and was urged to improve her performance. Poor Xiao Shui is facing a streak of bad luck. She has to repay her sister's loan while also getting fined at work. Lin Qingsong thought for a moment and sent He Shui a message. Feeling despondent over her fine, He Shui was instantly warmed by Lin Qingsong's message, which lightened her mood considerably. After reviewing the intelligence, Lin Qingsong felt quite content. He also deduced something. After upgrading the system twice, each time the intelligence cap increased by a color, and each upgrade refreshed the intelligence. The first piece of intelligence from both upgrades had been at the cap of the system's color. This means that next time he upgrades, he might be able to access orange intelligence. Daily Intelligence System. Host, Lin Qingsong. Age, 26. System level. Level 3, daily random acquisition of white, green, blue, pink, and purple intelligence. Upgrade experience. 0100000. Gazing at the experience points needed for his next upgrade on the system panel, Lin Qingsong felt a surge of anticipation. 1 million. It might have been challenging before, but now, for him, 1 million is a piece of cake. Meanwhile, Guwen had finished processing the payment and asked Lin Qingsong, Old Lin, will you wear the watch now, or let us wear it right away? For Lin Qingsong, a watch is meant to be used. All right. Guwen smiled and extended her hand. Come here, I'll help you put it on. Once it was set, Lin Qingsong nodded in satisfaction and said, Goo. Since I made my purchase, I want tea linger. I'll have Lao Yang invite you for a meal sometime. Okay, I want tea keep you then. Guwen replied as she packed the watch box and added a leather strap as a gift. This is my present to you. Gu, you are truly beautiful inside and out. From now on, I'll only shop with you. Lin Qingsong chuckled as he picked up the bag, preparing to leave. After Guwen saw him off, she sat back in her chair within the store, crossing her legs while balancing her high heels, resting her chin on her hand, and murmured, Xiao Zhao's colleague is quite intriguing. She doesn't seem wealthy, yet she purchases things with such confidence. As someone who is not short on cash, her favorite pastime is to analyze others. And Lin Qingsong has become her recent subject of interest. In the evening, upon arriving at the model apartment's entrance, Eilina, dressed unlike her previous appearances, stood charmingly under the streetlight. The dim glow cast a soft aura around her, enhancing her ethereal beauty. Wow, Eilina, you look stunning today. Lin Qingsong exclaimed as he stepped out of the car, instinctively wrapping his arm around this legal Lolita. Dressed in a gothic Lolita style, Eilina did not resist. Instead, she brushed her hair back and gazed at Lin Qingsong, complimenting Lin, you look handsome today. At that moment, a sophisticated female model approached from a distance. Lin, Eilina mentioned you're going to the bar. Would you mind if I join? Upon seeing this model, Eilina's eyes widened in disbelief. Eva, what are you up to? Eva? Lin Qingsong was taken aback. This model was not from their company. How was she connected to Eilina? Moreover, could she be the one from the intelligence who aims to catch his attention? Lin, is that all right? Eva disregarded Eilina's protest and merely fixed her gaze on Lin Qingsong. Although she was not a top model on the international stage, her contract with the parent company of Lao Maozi and the company in whose city was set to expire, and she was preparing to jump to a more prestigious agency. Based on gathered intelligence, Lin Qingsong was not only the top seller at that agency, but also had a good relationship with its owner. As long as Lin Qingsong is secured, transitioning to Shining International will undoubtedly result in a remarkable surge in performance. Chapter 17, Regulars at the Bar. In the car, Eva and Eilina exchanged a glance, instinctively turning their heads aside. Meanwhile, Lin Qingsong sat in the front passenger seat, casually chatting with a ride-hailing driver. Naturally, he would not turn down an opportunity with another female model simply for Eilina's sake. Therefore, when Eva inquired about joining, Lin Qingsong readily acquiesced, although Eilina felt quite displeased. The upcoming Spring-Summer Shanghai Fashion Week in 2 months prompted her to suppress her discontent. At 10:30, the nightlife of Shanghai officially began to unfold. A throng of revelers from across the nation congregated outside the bar. As Lin Qingsong and the others exited the vehicle, they immediately drew considerable attention. Even in such a gathering of top-tier beauties, both Eilina and Eva stood out with their striking looks. Furthermore, their model backgrounds lent them a particularly commanding presence among the nightlife crowd. What truly captured the onlookers' attention was Lin Qingsong himself, as he was seen with a stunning woman on either arm. Who was this person, arriving in a ride-hailing vehicle and accompanied by 2 such beautiful foreign women? I wonder which card he possesses. I might get to know him later. Marketing. Are these 3 new recruits for your atmosphere team? Their looks and figures are simply extraordinary. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, a marketing manager donned in a gray mini-skirt and showcasing a bare shoulder emerged from the bar. Old Lin, hurry. We've reserved a spot for you. Du Qing greeted with a beaming smile. This woman was the bar's marketing manager and a former client of Lin Qingsong. Most bars, upon opening, seek to enhance the ambience by inviting attractive individuals to partake in the festivities, providing free food and drinks while also compensating them. This is colloquially referred to as the atmosphere team. During his time as a freelance agent, Lin Qingsong would often take on assignments from bars in search of atmosphere team members. Finding someone who met the aesthetic criteria allowed him to earn a commission of 1 to 200 yuan. It was easy to make 2 to 3,000 yuan in one night by recruiting 20 to 30 atmosphere team members. Du Qing was one of his longtime clients, frequently seeking his assistance in sourcing atmosphere teams. Even after transitioning to a foreign company, Lin Qingsong continued to engage in such assignments. Although the earnings were modest, this connection allowed him to enjoy drinks at most bars in Shanghai without incurring costs. On occasion, when he took models to bars, he could profit handsomely. Qingjie, I appreciate your kindness. Both of these ladies are top models in the company. They command 1 to 2,000 yuan for just an hour of shooting. Lin Qingsong remarked with a smile to Du Qing. If you don't secure a good spot for me later, don't be surprised if I head to another bar. Old Lin, don't say that. Whatever you want to do tonight, Qingjie is all ears. Du Qing playfully nudged Lin Qingsong's shoulder, her tone slightly flirtatious. Although it was already one of the nation's premier nightclubs, the need for an atmosphere team remained, albeit with stricter quality standards. Many ordinary agents failed to meet the requirements with their atmosphere team selections, while Lin Qingsong's team consisted solely of models, all of whom charged several hundred yuan for an hour of work and were predominantly foreigners. Of course, there were many other foreign agents in Shanghai, but most legitimate modeling agencies imposed strict regulations on their models' off-duty hours, forbidding them from visiting bars. This was considered a fundamental requirement. Lin Qingsong, however, could take models to bars after hours. This was partly due to his excellent performance, and partly because he seldom brought models to bars, typically doing so only to celebrate after a significant contract. For this reason, Qin would turn a blind eye, as long as no major incidents occurred. In this context, Lin Qingsong was regarded as a highly sought-after individual in Shanghai's marketing scene. Due to the crowd, Du Qing led the trio directly to the second floor via the elevator. Inside the dimly lit venue, colorful spotlights danced incessantly, and a decadent emlang of alcohol, perfume, and pheromones enveloped them. Numerous couples, already present, swayed their bodies to the rhythm of the music on the dance floor. At a booth close to the dance floor, many stood atop, wearing sunglasses and waving fans in sync with the music. In an instant, Lin Qingsong felt his dopamine levels surge, propelled by the thunderous music. "Follow me," Du Qing beckoned, guiding Lin Qingsong to a 5-person booth on the left side of the dance floor. "What do you think of this spot?" Normally, the minimum spend for this booth was 30,000 yuan. However, given Lin Qingsong's standing and the presence of exceptional models, he was granted special treatment. "This works, although I have a few less people here. Perhaps Qing Jie can send over a couple of full-time atmosphere team members to ensure the ambience is lively enough." Lin Qingsong was more than willing to assist, even considering Du Qing's perspective. The booths near the dance floor played a crucial role in energizing the bar's atmosphere. If his area lacked vibrancy, it would undoubtedly impact the bar's business. Du Qing smiled. "You always think ahead, old Lin. I'll send people over shortly. Also tonight, we have an abundance of champagne. I'll arrange for a champagne tower to impress." Once Du Qing departed, both Yailina and Eva, like two chicks, clung to Lin Qingsong's arms, one on each side. "Lin, this place looks quite expensive. Will we have to pay a lot of money? Perhaps we should consider another venue. I haven't brought much cash with me since arriving in Shanghai." Yailina glanced at Lin Qingsong awkwardly. Though she didn't understand Chinese, the opulence of the venue was evident. Given that it was her invitation for the evening, she certainly didn't want Lin Qingsong to bear the cost. However, being new in Shanghai and yet to start working, she only had some small change provided by the company and a modest allowance from her parents. Eva, too, expressed concern. Although she had worked in Shanghai for 2 years and earned some money, her spending habits were swift, with luxury items quickly depleting her funds. Just as Yailina was about to voice her worries, Lin Qingsong, wrapping his arms around them, spoke in a light-hearted tone. "Don't worry. Tonight, I won't let you spend a dime. The manager here is my friend, and she will treat us." Upon hearing this, both women exhaled in relief. Chapter 18. The Unyielding Online Lending Platform. Once the Champagne Tower was set up, Du Qing returned with 2 longtime atmosphere team members, both with stunning figures and exquisite makeup. "Old Lin, don't say I'm not taking care of you. Mimi and Xiao Wu are the 2 most beautiful in our atmosphere team." "Thank you so much, Qing Jie," Lin Qingsong replied gratefully. "I want to keep you. I have other matters to attend to. If you need anything, just let Mimi know." After Du Qing left, the generous Mimi smiled. "Lin Ge, we've heard tales of your exploits. I hope you will take good care of us tonight." Xiao Wu, with her slender and long legs, lifted a glass, rinsed it with mineral water, then added half a glass of champagne before placing it in front of Lin Qingsong. "Lin Ge, let us enjoy the night together." Lin Qingsong, feeling no need for hesitation, decided to embrace the evening's revelry. "All right, let us raise a glass together. Once we finish, we shall be friends." Although Yailina and Eva did not fully grasp his words, Mimi kindly poured a glass of wine for each of them. With a sip of champagne, the atmosphere at the booth instantly soared. Perhaps due to Du Qing's arrangements, both Mimi and Xiao Wu had commendable English skills, facilitating effortless communication among the 5. Without needing Mimi and Xiao Wu to lead, Eva and Yailina were already eager to engage in bar games. Just moments ago, The two of them decided to resolve their conflict in the unique manner characteristic of the fighting nation, by drinking. Around midnight, their games transitioned from boasting, counting to 15 or 20, and number 7 to a more exhilarating game known as Sucking Star Technique. In this game, Lin Qingsong had no disadvantage regardless of how he played. The rules were simple. The players formed a circle and used their mouths to suck on a playing card, passing it from one to another. If the card fell at someone's position, that person was to be penalized with a drink. Of course, if one had good lung capacity, they could skip over several players to pass the card to their desired recipient. Originally, the rivalry between Yelena and Eva had been intense. But after several rounds of the game, their conflict did not ease. Rather, it deepened. To ensure the other drank more, whenever the playing card was in their mouths, they would run to each other, insisting on passing it. The result was that the two slightly tipsy individuals gradually became oblivious to their prior animosity, even neglecting Lin Qingsong, as they embraced and indulged in each other's company. At the booth, Lin Qingsong held a glass, caressing Xiao Wu's thigh while lazily leaning against Mimi, enjoying the delightful scene before him. Lin Gu, why do these two seem to be vying for each other's favor? Xiao Wu, slightly inebriated and curious, inquired. I could directly send them to the Shanghai Fashion Week for a runway show. Lin Qingsong replied nonchalantly, a hint of laziness in his tone. Most Russians are not adept at hiding their thoughts. While accompanying Eva and Yelena to the restroom, the two had already mentioned this matter to him during their walk. He was unsure where they had heard that he could recommend individuals for the Fashion Week, but they were not mistaken. He indeed could recommend people, and to boast a little, he could even arrange a few selections. A designer who had invited him to several consecutive fashion weeks was a good friend of his, and they maintained a close relationship. Once he made a recommendation for models, the designer would surely accept. Upon hearing this, Mimi and Xiao Wu displayed expressions of admiration. As ordinary university students, attending the Fashion Week represented a gathering of the elite for them. Observing their reactions, Lin Qingsong realized that if he exerted even a little effort, these two would undoubtedly not escape his grasp that night. However, glancing at the two Russian models who were engrossed in each other, he decided not to provoke them further that evening. His stamina was not yet equipped to handle such a crowd, especially with two formidable women from the fighting nation. Just as he prepared to depart with them, his phone in his pocket began to vibrate incessantly. Xiao Shui. Upon seeing the caller, Lin Qingsong felt a twinge of confusion. He wondered why He Shui would call him at this moment. After asking Mimi to keep an eye on Eva and Yelena, he stepped into a relatively quiet restroom to answer the call. Xiao Shui, what's wrong? On the other end, He Shui spoke with a quivering voice. Lin Gu. Xiao Yu's debt inexplicably increased from 100,000 to 300,000. I don't know what to do or who to ask for help. What? Lin Qingsong's brows furrowed slightly. How could debt suddenly escalate? After probing further, he learned the details from He Shui. It appeared that earlier that evening, he received a text from the online loan platform stating that due to prolonged overdue payments, her loan, including interest, now amounted to 300,000. However, He Yu insisted that her repayment date had not yet arrived, as she had signed for the following month. When she called the loan platform, they outright denied her claims and urged her to repay the money promptly, or they would escalate to offline collection. It was unclear whether the loan platform had tracked He Yu's location through her phone, as they explicitly stated her whereabouts. After a series of threats, the two sisters were left in a state of panic, and He Shui inexplicably thought of Lin Qingsong. Once she poured out her troubles, He Shui gradually calmed down, feeling slightly embarrassed as she listened to Lin Qingsong's voice. Despite their relationship being merely that of co-tenants, she felt guilty for repeatedly troubling him. Yet, she couldn't help but relish the comforting feeling of having someone to assist her with her problems. Ultimately, she said nothing more, merely indicating that she would follow his lead. Departing from the restroom, Lin Qingsong did not linger. After greeting Du Qing, he took Yelena and Eva and left the bar. Lin, can you truly recommend us for the Fashion Week? On the way to the hotel, Eva's eyes gradually cleared, and she wrapped her arms around Lin Qingsong's waist, whispering in his ear. Yelena, too, turned her gaze toward him. While they had been entangled in their earlier game, they had reconciled. After all, they were not competitors in the same arena. If that was the case, why not collaborate for mutual benefit? I can recommend you to my friend, but I cannot predict what style of clothing she will design this year, so it all depends on your luck. Lin Qingsong was not one to guarantee such matters. Chapter 19. Exquisite Wild Tiger Whip Wine. Shanghai. Hotel. Upon awakening from his slumber, Lin Qingsong observed Yailina, and Eva is still peacefully asleep beside him, feeling quite pleased with his performance from the previous night in representing his country. They had continued their revelry until past 4 in the morning. To his surprise, the seemingly innocent Yailina exhibited a fierceness that surpassed the more mature-looking Eva. Leaning against the bed, he reached over Yailina to grasp a bottle of mineral water from the bedside table and took a sip, preparing to check the refreshed information for the day. The previous night's vigorous activities had left him no time to review it. With a mental nudge, the information rapidly appeared before him. Habitually, he began with the last piece of information. Upon seeing the last entry labeled Daily Information 010, his eyes widened in astonishment. This was the first time he had encountered 10 pieces of information. After collecting himself, he began to read from the beginning. Daily Information 01. In the garbage room next to Building 2 of Tianhai Community, there is a jar of abandoned liquor. It appears greasy on the outside, and the liquor inside is yellowed, with a large mass of black sediment at the bottom. However, it is actually a fine 80-year-old wild tiger whip wine, sealed with wax. And the sediment is authentic tiger whip. Sale is illegal. Wow, 80-year-old wild tiger whip wine? This must have belonged to some elderly person who passed away unexpectedly without clarifying matters with their family. Otherwise, they would never have discarded such a treasure. This could have been a tribute in ancient times. Daily Information 02. White hotel room cards can be taken away. There are buyers online specifically seeking them for show-off purposes, with prices ranging from dozens to hundreds. One can actually take this? And there are people who buy them just to show off? Lin Qingsong cast a puzzled glance at the room card on the bedside table. There certainly are many bored people in this world. Nevertheless, 5-star hotel room cards are generally designed quite attractively. He contemplated asking the front desk later if he could get a new card to take home. He had a slight collecting habit, gathering items like the 12 zodiac signs, 12 constellations, 56 ethnic groups, and over 200 countries. Adding a 5-star room card to his collection would not be a bad idea. Daily Information 03. White the Industrial and Commercial Banks Task Center is holding a summer activity. Merely browsing a web page grants a chance to enter a lottery. Click on the lottery at 8:15:48 to receive 66 yuan in WeChat discount. Just a few days ago, he had won a 50 yuan discount, which was quite convenient for direct deduction during a taxi ride using WeChat payment. Now that there was another lottery activity, he would certainly pay attention. Just a few clicks could yield 66 yuan for free. Why not take advantage of it? Daily Intelligence 04. Client Xiang Jia hopes her child can attend the nearby Yushan International Kindergarten. However, the principal believes that her family does not meet the admission standards. She is tirelessly reaching out to friends, seeking a way to persuade the principal. It is hard to believe that a woman like Xiang Jia, the owner of an advertising company, earning an annual income of 1 to 2 million, would be deemed unworthy. What extraordinary standards does Yushan International Kindergarten uphold? Lin Qingsong reflects on the aloof yet goddess-like demeanor of the principal, realizing that no matter how composed one appears, life will inevitably challenge one's facade. Daily Intelligence 05. Principal Ho, one of Yushan International Kindergarten, despite being 50 years old, remains infatuated with the male internet celebrity Haydn and is dedicated to fitness. Secretly, she has spent over $1 million on gifts for him, becoming his top supporter. They are planning to meet offline soon, but Haydn seems hesitant. Ho-won intends to spend another 50,000 this month in hopes of securing a meeting next month. Lin Qingsong ponders whether it is luck that favors the aloof principal or himself, as he learns of Xiang Jia's attempt to gain admission while simultaneously receiving leverage against the principal. Daily Intelligence 06. Yailina and Eva, having been captivated by Lin Qingsong the night before, are astounded by the prowess of men from Huagua, yet they refuse to concede and plan to regroup for another round. Lin Qingsong, with an aged bottle of Chunhu Bien liquor in hand, feels unfazed. Daily Intelligence 07. A well-known Wagyu buffet in the city, Yihao Beef, has been reported to use overnight meat in some locations, and certain branches have inadequate sanitation protocols, resulting in customers being hospitalized after dining there. Lin Qingsong recalls his recent visit to this establishment, initially impressed by their beef quality, now alarmed to learn of such issues and the lack of comprehensive sanitation. He resolves never to dine there again. Daily Intelligence 08. Shun Xingyu has heard that a new art exhibition in the city is opening and plans to find time to attend. He considers seizing the opportunity to encounter Shun Xingyu. hoping to forge a closer relationship that might lead to new clients. Daily Intelligence 09. Chao Wang, the department head at Happy Loan, is conducting a meeting with employees, emphasizing the need to exploit borrowers once their repayment capabilities are discovered. He cites EU as a prime example, suggesting that her timid nature makes her an easy target for coercion. It becomes clear that EU has fallen victim to the predatory practices of the platform, which appears to prey on the vulnerable. Daily Intelligence 10. Qin Yan, a partner at a law firm, is once again pressured by her parents to marry. This morning, she reached out to Qin Yan, who assured her that he would find a suitable model to pose as her boyfriend within the next few days. Lin Qingsong notes that Qin Yan, at just 31 or 32, is not particularly old, and many in the city remain unmarried at her age. He plans to discuss this with Qin Yan when they meet on Monday. After reviewing all the intelligence, Lin Qingsong receives news from Yishui, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Missing out on this Chun Hu Bien liquor would have been a significant regret, as he perceives its value to be extraordinary, potentially fetching millions from affluent buyers due to its rarity. His observations suggest that the most valuable intelligence does not always come from the most colorful sources. Sometimes, the mundane holds greater significance. Chapter 20. The married woman. By the time Lin Qingsong checked out of the hotel, it was already 2 in the afternoon. Fortunately, his membership privileges allowed for a late checkout, sparing him an additional day as charge. After spending time with Yelena and Eva, they had developed a camaraderie. Once checked out, he reassured them that he would send their model cards to his friends and provide a strong recommendation, as he is not one to act heartlessly, and he believes their chances are promising if their runway skills are up to par. On his way back to the community, he opened his phone to chat briefly with Yang Xiaoxiao, who had gone to the filming site early that morning and sent him photos, lamenting the poor quality of the box lunch. After their conversation, Lin Qingsong messaged Xiang Jia, inquiring whether she had any recent cases to discuss. Upon viewing her social media, he noted her post about seeking connections with someone from Yushan Kindergarten, prompting him to text, Jia Jia, I saw your post yesterday, asking if anyone knows someone from Yushan Kindergarten. Are you hoping to enroll? Xiao, hi there. Qingsong, do you have an acquaintance there? Is the principal's name Hoan? In a towering apartment in the city, a stunning woman dressed in loungewear lounges on her sofa, engrossed in her phone. Suddenly, she sits upright, muttering excitedly. Could it be that Qingsong knows the principal of Yushan Kindergarten? Yet, she quickly dismisses the notion, recognizing the exclusivity of the prestigious kindergarten. Only the affluent can attend. How could an ordinary foreign agent like Lin Qingsong possibly know the principal? Nevertheless, she dials his number with anticipation. Qingsong, how do you know the principal's name is Hoan? Do you know her? Qingsong, could you possibly introduce me to Principal Ho? Xiang Jia's tone is filled with conviction as she adds, rest assured, Jia Jia will not let you assist her without due compensation. After hanging up, Xiang Jia anxiously paced her home. No problem, Jia Jia. Lin Qingsong, though yet to meet Principal Ho, felt confident with the leverage he held and agreed without hesitation. Exhaling deeply, Xiang Jia felt a surge of optimism. If she could connect with the principal, her child's chances of admission would significantly increase. Qingsong, do you have time later? Jia Jia would like to treat you to dinner. Jia Jia, I have other commitments today. Let's arrange it for another time. As for Principal Ho, don't rush. She is likely quite busy. I will reach out to her today and inform you once I have a definitive time. Lin Qingsong knew he could not accept the dinner invitation without jeopardizing the situation. Very well, Qingsong. Please keep your focus on this matter for Jia Jia. Sighing, Xiang Jia lamented, it's absurd that they even consider whether parents are divorced when enrolling their children in kindergarten. What does that have to do with the child? Jia Jia, please don't worry. Wait for my news. Lin Qingsong had not anticipated that this situation would entwine with his own life. Originally, Xiang Jia had a husband, but through an inadvertent discovery, she found out he was unfaithful. As a strong-willed woman, she decisively divorced him and won custody of their child. Consequently, all her cases would be entrusted to Lin Qingsong, gradually strengthening their relationship. After ending the call, Lin Qingsong contemplated how to contact Ho Wan and ultimately decided to approach the internet celebrity Haydn, knowing that as her top supporter, she would likely send gifts during Haydn's live streams. As long as he could locate her Douyin account, he would be able to obtain her contact information. By sheer coincidence, upon opening Douyin, he stumbled across a popular internet celebrity named Hey Dan AI Jian Shun, and Lin Qingsong noticed he was currently live streaming. Observing the robust young man in the live stream, who was simultaneously performing back exercises while twirling a hula hoop, Lin Qingsong understood why Ho Wan, the director in her 50s, had become the top contributor. This young man's skills were certainly comparable to his own. Rather than continuing to follow Hey Dan's fitness channel, Lin Qingsong meticulously scanned the donation leaderboard and eventually identified a user whose handle included one. Upon discovering that her profile was located in whose city, Lin Qingsong felt a 90% certainty that she was indeed Ho Wan. He clicked on her avatar to initiate a private chat. Director Ho Wan, I trust you wouldn't want your donations to the streamer to be publicly known. Midway through typing, Lin Qingsong felt it inappropriate. Realizing that Ho Wan was a woman in her 50s, this phrase would be more fitting directed towards someone like Xiang Jia. After sending the message, Lin Qingsong chose to ignore his phone and resumed chatting with Yang Xiaoxiao. Director Ho, please do not be anxious. I merely wish to make your acquaintance. Following that, Lin Qingsong, without pretense, shared his Weixin account for her to add him. By the time he exited the vehicle, Ho Wan had already added Lin Qingsong on Weixin. Who are you? How did you know it was me? What do you want? Ho Wan was slightly apprehensive. Being a grandmother, she feared that her private identity might be exposed, making it difficult to face her family. Director Ho, I have a friend whose child wishes to enroll in your kindergarten. I wonder if you could make an exception. Lin Qingsong was straightforward in expressing his request, confident that Director Ho was not naive and would surely agree to such a simple proposition. Upon reading this message, Ho Wan instantly felt relieved. The request was exceedingly straightforward for her as a director. All right, I agree. Please send me the child's information, and I will arrange it. But you must ensure that my affairs remain confidential. No worries, Director Ho. I assure you I will keep this matter private. However, I hope you will heed my guidance regarding the child's enrollment. Lin Qingsong knew that securing this arrangement would not be a simple feat. Once Ho Wan's matters were settled, Lin Qingsong eagerly opened his front door, curious about the nature of the Hu Bianjiu. Chapter 21. Shan Xinyu's hobbies. Upon entering, Lin Qingsong was greeted by a tantalizing aroma wafting from the kitchen. He found He Shui wielding a spatula. Clad in an apron, addressing him, Brother Lin, the shrimp at the market today looked exceptionally fresh. I bought some to try my hand at making baked shrimp. You can sample it later. After a busy morning and half an afternoon, Lin Qingsong felt a pang of hunger. It was still too early for dinner. He smiled and inquired, Shui, would you like me to pick up some fruit from Hema later? What would you like? Anything will do, He Shui replied. Glancing at the dishes in the pot before hurrying, Brother Lin, I need to get back to cooking. Understood. Lin Qingsong nodded slightly, then turned to the sofa where He sat, wearing a troubled expression. Do you want any fruit? He, resembling a wilted eggplant, replied weakly, Brother Lin. I'm fine with anything. The mere thought of the astronomical figures from her online loan left her feeling as though the sky were collapsing, especially since the loan company had called her, threatening that she must repay the first installment promptly. If not, they would send collectors to her doorstep. I've already spoken with Shui about your situation. Have you reported it to the police? Lin Qingsong asked, using the funds from a Hema gift card he had found a few days prior to order several portions of fruit. Yes, he nodded, though worry still etched on her face. But they said that simple online loans without the ability to repay fall under civil disputes and R&T within their jurisdiction. They advised me to keep evidence and file a lawsuit against the platform. This revelation left Lin Qingsong momentarily stunned, but he quickly recalled what Qin Yin had mentioned during their legal education session at the company. Reporting to the police is typically applicable to criminal matters. If it does not involve such issues, it is of little use. This meant that only when the loan company actually sent collectors to confront He and their actions were deemed illegal could reporting be effective. With this in mind, he attempted to reassure her, You needn't worry too much. Since you have retained the collection messages sent by the loan platform, you can simply repay the normal debts. Additionally, you can pursue legal action against the platform as suggested by the police and have them send a lawyer's letter. He Shui, who had been busy cooking, tilted her head from the kitchen and chimed in, Brother Lin, don't worry. Once I finish cooking, I'll take you to find a lawyer. I've looked it up online. The interest rates on this platform are undoubtedly usurious. A lawyer? Lin Qingsong mused, recalling Qin Yin. She was a partner at a top law firm in whose city, and perhaps he could mention this matter to her to see her perspective. If she found the case intriguing, her assistants could likely handle it without her needing to intervene. However, he could not guarantee that Qin Yin would be interested, so he refrained from mentioning it to He and He Shui. Yes, he who attempted to muster her spirits. Brother Lin, rest assured, repaying debts is only proper. But they are extorting me. I will not yield. Subsequently, she did not wish Lin Qingsong to worry excessively about her. So she rose from the sofa and shifted the topic. Brother Lin, what was that item you asked me to take earlier? It seemed rather heavy. Following her movement, Lin Qingsong spotted the jar of Hu Bianjiao. Due to the passage of time, the outer layer of wax had completely oxidized, rendering the jar's mouth and body black, resembling mold. As for the bottle itself, it appeared to have acquired a peculiar greasy residue during storage. Through the jar, he could see the liquid inside was yellow, with a large mass of black sediment settled at the bottom. After inspecting the jar, Lin Qingsong understood why someone would have discarded it. He eagerly approached the jar, carefully observing the black sediment, and exclaimed in delight, "This is a treasure, an 80-year-old medicinal wine." He Shui and He Yu, being women, found it inappropriate to discuss something with such a name as Hu Bian. Furthermore, Lin Qingsong preferred to keep the existence of the Hu Bianjiao a secret. It would not only raise questions about whether others might covet it, but also lead to misunderstandings about his own capabilities needing enhancement from such tonic. After dinner, Lin Qingsong shared the fruits he had bought with the two sisters while simultaneously checking on a few cases for which he had previously sent out materials, hoping to see if any of the models had been confirmed. Having been awake for much of the previous night, he was eager to catch up on sleep that evening. Regrettably, there were currently no adversaries nearby. Otherwise, he would have been keen to test the potency of his enchanted weapons. Had he discovered this jar of wine earlier, he would not have turned down Mi and Xiao Wu the previous day. The following morning, Lin Qingsong awoke and instinctively opened the intelligence system. Perhaps due to a more relaxed mindset, he no longer felt compelled to vigilantly monitor the information at dawn as he had before. Daily Intelligence 01. At the junction of the Shaoqing River waters and the northern bank of the river, a wave of fish will surge at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Armed with a fishing rod, one can easily catch an abundance. Is this for real? Upon suddenly receiving this news, he felt a stir of excitement. Unfortunately, he had already made plans with Yang Xiaoxiao to watch a movie that afternoon. Otherwise, he would have certainly brought along his gear to experience the thrill of catching an abundance. Daily Intelligence 02. Yesterday, Shun Xingyu went fishing at the reservoir to unwind. But alas, as before, she failed to catch any fish. Upon reading this intelligence, Lin Qingsong felt an inexplicable sense of balance within himself. It seems that no matter how successful a person may be, there will always be areas in which they are not adept. However, Lin Qingsong was curious. If he could allow Shan Xingyu to experience a moment of overwhelming affection, what thoughts would cross her mind? Silently marking this message as important, he compiled all information related to Shun Xingyu, noting her fondness for fishing. Daily Intelligence 03. White yesterday afternoon, a taxi receipt contained a QR code. Scanning it could yield 20 yuan. Could a QR code on a receipt lead to a lottery? A flicker of doubt crossed Lin Qingsong's eyes. He realized he had never paid attention to such matters. Driven by curiosity, he rummaged through his bedside drawer for yesterday's taxi receipt. Upon scanning, a lottery page indeed appeared. After redeeming the 20 yuan he had won, Lin Qingsong continued to read the next piece of information, which was also the final entry for the day. Today's luck was not particularly remarkable, as the system had refreshed only 4 pieces of intelligence. Chapter 22 Lin Xiaowai Daily Intelligence 04. Pink at 6 o'clock in the morning. A 2-month-old stray Scottish fold cat will come to forage in the Greenbelt at the entrance of Building 2 in Tianhai Community. Scottish fold valued at 6,000 to 10,000. Upon seeing this information, Lin Qingsong's eyes brightened. He could indeed adopt this Scottish fold. Glancing at the time and noticing it was already past 5, he hurriedly freshened up and made his way to the Greenbelt at the entrance. Interestingly, the previous Tiger Whip liquor had also been found in Building 2. It seemed that this building was quite appealing to the system. Meow. Before long, a few adorable meows floated from afar. A small black and white kitten cautiously emerged from beneath a nearby car. Its ears folded forward atop its head, paired with its round, glimmering eyes. It was irresistibly cute, instantly capturing Lin Qingsong's heart. He carefully crouched down, tossing some codfish snacks he had brought from the kitchen to the side, while mimicking a cat's meow and gradually retreating. Perhaps the little cat was too hungry, or Lin Qingsong appeared non-threatening. Before he could retreat too far, the kitten darted forward, lowering its head to devour the codfish snacks hungrily. Taking advantage of the kitten's meal, Lin Qingsong examined it closely, noting its dirty fur and the distressing claw marks on its back. It was evident that the life of a stray was not easy. Meow, meow, meow. The kitten glanced up momentarily before diving back into its meal. After finishing the codfish snacks, it approached Lin Qingsong, taking small steps to enjoy a second piece. Watching the kitten devour its food, Lin Qingsong instinctively reached out to pet its fur. Perhaps it was simply too hungry to resist. The kitten was wholly engrossed in the delightful codfish snacks. Since you do not resist, I shall take that as your consent to come with me, Lin Qingsong thought, gently stroking the kitten's back while smiling. Meow, meow, meow. The kitten, sensing something, paused its meal and flopped onto the ground, exposing its belly. So obedient. Lin Qingsong reached out to gently rub its soft belly, chuckling, from now on, I shall call you Lin Xiaoguai. Meow. Lin Xiaoguai squinted its eyes in enjoyment of Lin Qingsong's caresses, emitting a soothing purr. Just then, a voice tinged with curiosity broke the moment. Lin Qingsong? Startled, Lin Xiaoguai sprang to its feet, while Lin Qingsong turned to see the source of the voice. His mind was momentarily blank. How could Shun Xingyu be in his neighborhood? As a prominent businesswoman, she should be residing in a spacious, luxurious penthouse or an elegant villa, rather than this modest, old housing complex. Wow, what an adorable kitten. As Lin Qingsong stepped aside, Shun Xingyu immediately spotted Lin Xiaoguai, who was gradually relaxing in his presence. Unable to contain herself, she asked, Is this your cat? Well, it wasn't before, but from this moment on, it is mine, he replied. Huh? Shun Xingyu looked puzzled, struggling to comprehend his words. Once Lin Qingsong clarified, she was filled with envy, exclaiming, You are so lucky to have found such a beautiful Scottish fold. Shun Xingyu loved cats and knew that such a specimen would command a price no less than 4 digits in the market. However, she was also uncertain whether Lin Qingsong's luck was truly good, as Scottish folds were often afflicted with congenital cartilage disease, necessitating frequent veterinary visits. While undeniably stunning, they were famously delicate and required careful nurturing. Haha, I have always been quite fortunate, Lin Qingsong replied, recalling the information regarding Shun Xingyu's interests. While petting the now relaxed Lin Xiaoguai, he added, When I went fishing before, I usually caught a lot. Catch a lot. Hearing this phrase, Shun Xingyu was instantly reminded of her own fruitless fishing trip the previous day. Unable to resist, she inquired, Mr. Lin, do you also enjoy fishing? Occasionally, I indulge in some wild fishing. I see. A sudden impulse surged within Shun Xingyu. She wanted to invite Lin Qingsong to go fishing together, hoping to share in his good fortune and experience the thrill of a bountiful catch. Yet, she was acutely aware that they were not well acquainted, making such an invitation feel rather awkward. Miss Shun, do you live here? Yes, my grandmother resides here, and I often come to stay when I have the time. Shun Xingyu replied candidly. Lin Qingsong instinctively glanced at the residential building behind her. What a remarkable place this building too seemed to be. First, the unexpected discovery of tiger whip liquor, followed by the emergence of Scottish fold, and now Shun Xingyu herself. By the way, it seems we are quite fated. You need not address me as Ms. Shun. If you do not mind, simply call me Yu Jia, and I shall call you Qingsong. Under normal circumstances, Shun Xingyu would not be so forward in establishing rapport with others. However, she perceived Lin Qingsong's luck to be exceptionally extraordinary, and associating with fortunate individuals could only prove beneficial. Moreover, she genuinely wished to invite Lin Qingsong to fish together, indulging in the thrill of a bountiful catch. Lin Qingsong, of course, did not decline, readily calling her Yu Jia. Then, noticing her athletic attire, he curiously asked, Yu Jia, are you going to exercise? Indeed. Would you like to join me? Sure, I was also planning to work out, but now that I have Xiaoguai, I intend to find a nearby pet store to get her vaccinated and dewormed first. Having decided to adopt, one must accept the responsibility. Cats can carry many infectious diseases and are often host to parasites. Without vaccinations and deworming, they can easily fall ill. The pet store at the community entrance is owned by my childhood friend, who lives in this neighborhood. I will call her shortly to have her open up. Shun Xingyu said, glancing at Lin Xiaoguai, who was comfortably nestled in Lin Qingsong's arms, praising, her name is Xiaoguai. Such a lovely name, and she looks incredibly well-behaved. Thank you, Yu Jia. Chapter 23 Old Yang, you were sneaking up on me. Not long after Shun Xingyu finished her call, A chubby young man strolled over from another building, yawning. Old you, it's early. You want me to open the door? Have you no compassion? But soon, his attention shifted to Lin Xiaoguai. Wow, brother, this cat is impressive. Its appearance is truly exceptional. Shun Xingyu shook her head in exasperation and introduced to Lin Qingsong. Qingsong, let me introduce you. This is Gao Xiaoxing, the owner of the Xingxing pet store at the entrance, and also my childhood friend. Gao Xiaoxing curiously glanced at Lin Qingsong, smiling as he extended his hand and said, Handsome? Just call me Gao Xing. That name is quite amusing. Lin Qingsong replied with a smile, extending his hand in return. I am Lin Qingsong, but friends usually call me Lao Lin. Of course, you can also call me Qingsong like Yujie does. Gao Xiaoxing shrugged. I won't compete with Lao Yu for that. I'll just call you Lao Lin. After the three of them arrived at the pet shop, Lin Qingsong set down Xiao Guai and asked Gao Xiaoxing to help with the deworming and bathing, while he went to the gym with Shen Xingyu to work out. The presence of Lin Xiaoguai provided them with common topics to discuss, which made their conversation increasingly engaging. Naturally, Lin Qingsong refrained from mentioning any promotional videos or work-related matters, focusing solely on shared interests. Besides the previously mentioned fishing, Lin Qingsong recalled from his last intel that Shen Xingyu was interested in visiting the emerging art exhibition in Hu City. He casually brought it up during their workout, expressing his admiration for the young artist and Xiao and mentioning his intention to look for suitable pieces at the exhibition. Having previously researched in Zhao's Golden Rose due to the mention in the intel, Lin Qingsong spoke about the art exhibition with an air of authority, which pleasantly surprised Shen Xingyu. She did not expect their interests to align so perfectly, sharing a passion for fishing, cats, and painting. After their workout, Lin Qingsong and Shen Xingyu not only agreed to attend the art exhibition together, but also planned a fishing trip for the following month, with the exact date yet to be determined. Lin Qingsong was uncertain when the intel system would refresh fishing conditions, and Shen Xingyu was unsure of her availability. Looking at the pile of cat litter, cat food, and various cat supplies on the table, Lin Qingsong was about to refuse when Gao Xiaoxing waved his hand and said, Don't decline. I have plenty of these, and they're not worth much. Just take them. With a mischievous grin, he added, If you really want to thank me, just tell me, are you Lao Yu's boyfriend? Gao Xiaoxing and Shen Xingyu had known each other since childhood, and he had never seen her so close to a stranger. Ahem, Gao Xing, your speculation is a bit far-fetched, Lin Qingsong replied, shaking his head in disbelief. I've only met Yujie a couple of times. How could we possibly be in a romantic relationship? Just a couple of times? Gao Xiaoxing handed Xiao Guai to Lin Qingsong, pondering aloud, that doesn't seem right. With Lao Yu's personality, would she really act this way after just a few meetings? However, he quickly dismissed the thought, packing up the items on the table into a bag and handing it to Lin Qingsong. Lao Lin, I see that Lao Yu's attitude towards you is different. If you two end up together, don't forget to tell me. Lin Qingsong accepted the bag, puzzled, and asked, Aren't you her childhood friend? Why don't you think about pursuing her yourself? Logically, if he had a childhood friend like Shen Xingyu, he would have already made his move. Would you pursue someone your mom constantly mentions? Gao Xiaoxing exclaimed, his face filled with indignation. Lin Qingsong shook his head, now somewhat understanding. Gao Xiaoxing yawned and waved his hand, saying, All right, I won't keep you. If Xiao Guai needs anything, just come find me. And don't forget, if you really end up with Lao Yu, you must tell me. I'll do my best, Lin Qingsong replied. Upon entering the community, the security guard greeted Lin Qingsong with a smile, saying, Brother Lin, you have so much stuff. Let me help you carry it home. Then I want to be polite. Lin Qingsong replied, feeling a bit sore from his workout and realizing that carrying cat litter and food was indeed a challenge. When Xiao Guai followed Lin Qingsong home, sisters He Shui and He Yu were instantly smitten by its cuteness. They were more attentive than Lin Qingsong himself. He Yu even offered her basin as a litter box for Lin Xiaoguai, promising Lin Qingsong that she would teach it to use the toilet. Although He Shui was busy cooking, she frequently came out to pet Xiao Guai, who, having endured hardships as a stray, was not averse to humans and thoroughly enjoyed their gentle touches. Naturally, as long as Lin Qingsong was present, it favored him the most. After lunch, Lin Qingsong spent time bonding with Xiao Guai while setting up its new home and litter box. After about an hour of interaction, he checked the time and decided to head out. Yang Xiaoxiao had already messaged him, booking tickets for a movie at 3 in the afternoon. Upon seeing the film title, Lin Qingsong was taken aback. It was a romance film. Getting out of the car, he spotted Yang Xiaoxiao waiting at the entrance of the mall. Why aren't you going in? I'm waiting for you, Yang Xiaoxiao replied, circling around Lin Qingsong before nodding in satisfaction. Wow, you're really handsome. Lin Qingsong returned the compliment. You're not bad yourself, quite beautiful. Is that the truth? Of course it is. Lin Qingsong assured her, patting his chest. All right, little Lin, enjoy, Yang Xiaoxiao said, pulling a piece of gum from her pocket for him. As they settled into their seats in the cinema, Lin Qingsong was surprised to find that they had the same seats as last time. Noticing his gaze, Yang Xiaoxiao shrugged and said, I specifically chose this spot. It's the best viewing position in the entire theater. You have good taste. Lin Qingsong praised, giving her a thumbs up. Lao Lin, feeling awkward? Hearing Yang Xiaoxiao's voice, Lin Qingsong was about to respond when he suddenly felt something wet on his face. Turning his head, he saw Yang Xiaoxiao blushing, saying, if it feels awkward, we can join them. Old Yang, that is not fair. You ambushed me. And what was the point of the gum if you kiss me? Chapter 24. Xiang Jia's provocative actions. In truth, she had not yet made up her mind about dating. Since high school, the relationships around Yang Xiaoxiao had not ended well, instilling a fear of love within her. The kiss with Lin Qingsong was influenced by the environment, but she also genuinely felt some affection for him. However, after that passionate kiss, the turbulent emotions in her heart gradually settled. More accurately, that kiss brought about a moment of introspection for Yang Xiaoxiao. Lin Qingsong was initially lamenting, wondering how he failed to control himself with such a good friend. What a wild accusation, he thought. To be honest, if he had not sensed the inexperience in Yang Xiaoxiao's kiss, he might have believed he had encountered a seasoned seductress. Ahem, Lao Lin, you're overthinking it. Yang Xiaoxiao feigned nonchalance, wrapping her arm around Lin Qingsong's shoulder. We're just friends. What's wrong with watching a movie and sharing a kiss? Lin Qingsong vaguely sensed that Yang Xiaoxiao had some reservations about romantic relationships, but he couldn't ask directly, so he went along with her. Old Yang, you put me in a tough spot. Even as friends, it takes 2 hot pots to resolve this. Yang Xiaoxiao sighed in relief, patting Lin Qingsong on the shoulder. 3 pots. We'll go eat after this. Can we move past this? Sure. With the matter clarified, their relationship returned to the camaraderie they previously shared. However, Lin Qingsong intended to find a moment to inquire with Gao Wen about whether Yang Xiaoxiao had been hurt in a past relationship, as her reluctance towards love was puzzling. After dinner that evening, Yang Xiaoxiao hastily jumped into the car. She realized that simply saying it was behind her wasn't enough. She needed to let it go in her heart for it to truly be behind her. As Lin Qingsong gazed at Yang Xiaoxiao's departing figure, he resolved to inquire with Gu Wen the following day about the circumstances surrounding her. Just as he was preparing to hail a taxi, a WeChat message from Xiang Jia arrived. Qingsong, do you have any news? She was eager to discern the nature of Lin Qingsong's relationship with Ho Wan and also requested his assistance in arranging a meeting with her. However, she believed that many matters were best discussed face-to-face. All right, Jia, please suggest a location. Lin Qingsong, already ignited with a simmering passion, found it impossible to decline the invitation from such a stunning married woman. Jingon Carry Center will suffice. Approximately half an hour later, upon arriving at the venue, Lin Qingsong unexpectedly spotted Xiang Jia's ex-husband in attendance. Of course, he had never met the man before. His recognition stemmed from a photograph he had inadvertently posted on his Moments. While Xiang Jia was scrolling through her Moments, she had seen her ex-husband and another individual, the company's accountant, emerging hand-in-hand from a hotel in the background. Consequently, Lin Qingsong was aware of Xiang Jia's ex-husband, but the latter remained oblivious to the role Lin Qingsong played in the dissolution of the marriage. As Lin Qingsong was about to relay this information to Xiang Jia via WeChat, he noticed she had already sent him a message. I'm at the entrance. Where are you? Lin Qingsong lifted his gaze towards the door and immediately spotted Xiang Jia, clad in a gray shirt that exuded an air of sophistication. He stood up and waved towards her. Upon seeing him, Xiang Jia smiled and waved back in acknowledgement. With her high-heeled shoes clicking against the floor, she made her way towards Lin Qingsong. Qingsong, it's been a while. Jia. Indeed it has been. After their exchange, Lin Qingsong tilted his head and asked, Can you guess who I just saw? Xiang Jia, initially engrossed in the drink menu, turned her curious gaze towards him. Who did you see? Your ex-husband. Upon hearing this, Xiang Jia's brow furrowed as she immediately scanned the room. Their ex-husband seemed to have noticed her as well, their eyes locking in an unexpected encounter. Without hesitation, Xiang Jia set aside the drink menu, moved to Lin Qingsong's side, and plopped down onto his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck and flashing a sweet smile. Qingsong, hold me. It is widely understood that ex-spouses rarely encounter one another amicably, especially considering Xiang Jia and her ex-husband had even gone to court over their divorce. At this moment, her mind was consumed with two thoughts: to infuriate him and to showcase how well she was faring post-divorce. Nestling into Lin Qingsong's embrace was the perfect strategy. Lin Qingsong, momentarily taken aback, soon found himself instinctively wrapping his arms around her. Their bodies pressed closely together, allowing them to feel each other's warmth. Xiang Jia whispered to him, "Qingsong, what was that scoundrel's expression?" He didn't seem to have much of an expression. Lin Qingsong spoke truthfully. He had no idea what her ex-husband was thinking, as the man appeared completely unfazed, casually holding another woman while sipping his drink. Upon hearing this, Xiang Jia's anger flared. Stealing a glance over her shoulder, she caught sight of her ex-husband still embracing the other woman, raising his glass as he departed. "Xiang Jia, it seems you still have feelings for me if you're resorting to such theatrics to provoke me." Her ex-husband approached their table, wearing a mocking smile directed at Xiang Jia, who was still nestled in Lin Qingsong's embrace. He clearly understood her well. In response to his taunt, Xiang Jia bit her lip and leaned in to kiss Lin Qingsong passionately. Chapter 25, An Unexpected Encounter. Xiang Jia was momentarily stunned, but upon catching sight of her ex-husband from the corner of her eye, she gathered her courage and deepened the kiss. Her ex-husband watched in disbelief, unable to form words as he witnessed Xiang Jia actively seeking Lin Qingsong's affection. "Xiang Jia, how dare you use my money to support a toy boy?" Xiang Jia paused, lifting her gaze to regard her ex-husband with a disdainful look. "What do you mean your money? We are divorced, remember? Besides, I am far superior to you, a scoundrel who cheated during our marriage." Her ex-husband seemed ready to retort, but the woman beside him, visibly displeased, tugged him away, saying, "You both are divorced. Why does it matter? Don't forget, I'm carrying your child." As her ex-husband was pulled further away, Lin Qingsong, with a cheeky tone, continued, "By the way, don't forget the alimony this month. Jia and I are off to honeymoon abroad, so we expect you to send the money." The woman at his side did not intervene, merely responding coldly, "Are you still hung up on that woman? If you are, I'll just go to the hospital and terminate the pregnancy. After all, he doesn't care." Her ex-husband, gritting his teeth as he glared at Lin Qingsong, who was grinning while holding Xiang Jia, finally stormed out of the establishment. He couldn't afford to confront him any longer. Once her ex-husband had exited, Lin Qingsong leaned back slightly and remarked, Jia, he has gone." Although Xiang Jia felt a surge of embarrassment, she was still a strong businesswoman. She lifted her head, a teasing smile playing on her lips. "Qingsong, I had no idea you were living at my place. And now you're even hitting him? Ahem, Jia. I did all of this to assist you. You can't possibly be angry, can you?" Lin Qingsong feigned a look of grievance. "You've helped me so much that you've even extended your tongue." Xiang Jia couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and irritation at the earlier situation. Unexpected, Jia. It was purely a reflex. Lin Qingsong admitted with a hint of embarrassment. He intended to, but it seemed his tongue had a mind of its own. "All right, I'm not upset with you." As Xiang Jia reflected on her ex-husband's furious face, she felt a sense of satisfaction. Moreover, since she had initiated the kiss, there was no way she could genuinely be upset. Her words were merely a means to alleviate her own awkwardness. While speaking, Xiang Jia realized she was still seated on Lin Qingsong's lap and quickly shifted off him, suggesting, "Shall we move to another place? Your earlier outburst has turned us into the monkeys of zoo." Noticing the curious stares from those around them, Lin Qingsong, despite his thick skin, preferred not to be the center of such attention. So he took Xiang Jia's hand and led her outside. "What are you doing?" Xiang Jia queried as she followed him, her tone laced with curiosity. "In case there are any acquaintances of your ex-husband nearby, Jia, I'm merely ensuring a proper conclusion." Lin Qingsong explained with a smile. Xiang Jia, feeling more at ease, held his hand with renewed confidence. Once outside, they walked in a comfortable silence, naturally making their way to the nearby hotel. In the dead of night, Lin Qingsong leaned against the headboard, sipping from a soft drink in the minibar while embracing Xiang Jia. Jia, when might you have time? I'd like to arrange a meeting with Director Ho." Xiang Jia appeared entirely rejuvenated. Even her manner of speaking had transformed. "Qingsong, you handle the arrangements. I've cleared my schedule recently." "All right, Let us meet for lunch tomorrow. I will have Director Ho treat us to a meal. If any issues arise, feel free to discuss them directly with her. Lin Qingsong's tone was incredibly casual, leaving Xiang Jia somewhat puzzled. In her perspective, Ho Wan held a significant position in whose city, and Lin Qingsong, as a model agent, could only invite her to dinner at most, not the other way around. Qingsong, what is your relationship with Director Ho that allows her to treat us to a meal? You can't possibly be some hidden wealthy heir, right? Xiang Jia playfully rolled onto Lin Qingsong, her delicate face filled with curiosity. Haha, Sister Jia, I am merely an ordinary model agent. How could I be a hidden rich heir? Lin Qingsong chuckled, observing the confusion on Xiang Jia's face. The reason Director Ho is treating me to dinner is that I possess some leverage over her. By the time dawn broke the next day, after calling the hotel front desk to request 2 breakfasts delivered to their room, Lin Qingsong sent a message to Niu Hao, informing him that he would not be going to the office for his morning meeting with clients due to feeling uncomfortably sticky. As he turned on the shower, allowing the warm water to cascade down his body, he opened the system to check the new intelligence refresh for the day. To his surprise, the first piece of information left him dumbfounded. Chapter 26. What a Good Samaritan. Daily Intelligence 01. Blue in the reed marshes of Huangpu, Jiangqiantan Park. There is a gold tooth from the Republic of China era. Click to highlight. A gold tooth? From the Republic of China era? This can be considered an antique. But unfortunately, he had no time to attend to it at the moment. Lin Qingsong never anticipated that the first piece of intelligence would be so audacious. He estimated that there were numerous valuable items in the Huangpu River. Regrettably, being alone, he lacked both the salvage equipment and the qualifications to retrieve anything. Even if related intelligence refreshed later, he would likely have to leave it unattended. Securing that gold tooth would be quite challenging. The railings built along Qianan Park by the river meant that if anyone attempted to climb over, security would likely arrive within 2 minutes. However, with some strategizing, he believed he could still manage to acquire it. This intelligence was noted as pending. Daily Intelligence 02. Pink at number 6 Tutong Road, an old Western-style house. The third pillar on the second-floor staircase is hollow, containing a gold bar. What does this intelligence even mean? Am I supposed to run into someone's home? What a waste of a pink intelligence. Lin Qingsong felt a pang in his heart. Nevertheless, he quickly marked this message as pending and committed the location of the old Western-style house at Tutong Road 6 to memory, as there might be an opportunity to visit it in the future. After all, in his profession, there could be occasions to shoot at old Western-style houses. Daily Intelligence 03. Qi Nan will be going to the company this afternoon. She has pondered and believes that her own company's people are more reliable, thus preparing to recommend Lin Qingsong to Qin Yin as a fake boyfriend. Go, 7th brother. Lin Qingsong had initially planned to offer himself, but unexpectedly, she approached him first. Upon glancing at the intelligence below and finding no further updates, he couldn't help but sigh. To be honest, although today's intelligence was sparse, the quality was quite good, featuring 1 blue and 1 pink. Unfortunately, the content of the first 2 pieces exceeded his capabilities. The first piece was slightly better. If he had enough daring and audacity, there was a possibility of acquiring the gold tooth. However, the second piece was rather challenging. He couldn't simply rush to the old Western-style house and express a desire to purchase a part of the staircase. They would either consider him a fool or promptly eject him. After emerging from the bathroom and having a light breakfast with Xiang Jia, Lin Qingsong sent a message to Ho Wan, asking her to book a restaurant for lunch. Around 11 in the morning, they were awakened by the alarm. Picking up his phone, Lin Qingsong saw several messages from Ho Wan, the last of which contained her location for a highly private neon cuisine restaurant. Upon meeting Ho Wan for the first time, Lin Qingsong couldn't help but reflect on the adage not to judge a book by its cover. Although she was in her 50s, she had aged gracefully. However, her features bore a striking resemblance to his former school principal, complete with black-framed glasses, exuding an air of sternness and harshness. TSK. Lin Qingsong quietly mused. How could such a person be interested in a dark-skinned athlete? At that moment, Ho Wan was also observing Lin Qingsong and Xiang Jia. One was tall and handsome, albeit with a somewhat jaded demeanor, presumably the one posing a threat to her. The other woman, fashionably attired and radiating vitality, resembled the refined mother she had encountered at kindergarten. She must be the child's parent. However, She was unsure of their relationship. Ultimately feeling threatened, Hoan took the initiative to speak. Please have a seat. May I ask what you would like to eat? After Lin Qingsong and Xiang Jia sat down, he cheerfully suggested, let us order one of each of the signature dishes from this restaurant. I hope this request is not too much, Director Ho. Of course, it is not excessive. Hoan, not sure on funds, took out her phone and ordered all the signature dishes as per Lin Qingsong's request. Then, she turned her attention to Lin Qingsong. May I inquire about the purpose of today's meeting? The matter is quite simple, Lin Qingsong replied, casually wrapping an arm around Xiang Jia. A friend's child wishes to attend your kindergarten, but due to some circumstances, she is divorced and does not meet your kindergarten's requirements. I wonder if Director Ho might be able to show some leniency. Although he could have easily arranged everything through his phone, he knew that accomplishing it in front of Xiang Jia would leave a stronger impression. Hoan had previously discussed this matter with Lin Qingsong, and upon hearing the conditions had not changed, she felt a sense of relief. There was certainly room for flexibility, as the child was exceptionally talented, allowing many requirements to be overlooked. Furthermore, this young lady's child could not only attend our kindergarten, but I could also waive all tuition fees and place him in the best international class. The principle guiding Hoan's work was that if a task was to be done, it must be done well. To her, a single admission slot was hardly a significant issue. Even if the slots were filled, securing an additional one with just a word was effortless. As long as Lin Qingsong kept his matters under wraps, or at least not publicize them anytime soon, she was more than willing to extend some additional benefits. Really? Xiang Jia was now exceedingly excited. She anticipated that this matter would be resolved so easily. Even the tuition fees were waived. Although she didn't particularly mind the annual fee of 300,000 to 400,000, who would refuse extra money? Indeed, it is true, Hoan affirmed confidently. Miss, you must have submitted the application materials for your child previously, right? Please provide me with the name, and I will arrange it now. You should receive the admission notification by this evening. As a director, she possessed this level of authority. Great. Xiang Jia did not hesitate and directly provided her child's name, even taking out her phone to ensure Hoan heard it correctly. Although the three of them shared a meal together, each had differing emotions. Lin Qingsong felt the most relaxed, while Hoan was both anxious and relieved. And Xiang Jia experienced the most complex feelings. She was unsure how to express her gratitude to Lin Qingsong, while also being curious about the leverage he held over Hoan, as well as how to interact with him in the future. Leaving the Neon Cuisine restaurant, Xiang Jia gazed at Hoan's silhouette, hesitating for a moment before addressing Lin Qingsong. Qingsong, I apologize, but I'm certain that I will not bear children again in this lifetime. Hence we must maintain our current relationship. Lin Qingsong unabashedly wrapped his arm around Xiang Jia. Sister Jia, I would never impose upon you. Chapter 27. The Pitiful Nyo. How actually, I have something I wish to discuss with you. Qi Nin had just received an urgent message from Qin Yan, prompting his hurried arrival at the office, only to find Lin Qingsong absent. What's the matter, Qi Ge? Hearing the busy signal, Lin Qingsong casually tightened his embrace around Xiang Jia's waist, smiling as he said, Sister Jia, it seems my boss needs me, so I want to be able to see you off. Additionally, he asked me to send his regards. Please attend to your duties first. Xiang Jia gently caressed Lin Qingsong's hand, her tone slightly intimate as she added, Once I resolve Xiaohai's enrollment matters, I shall take you to Sanya for a holiday. Shall we? With a playful wink, she continued, the child support should arrive in a few days. Clearly, she recalled Lin Qingsong's word from the previous night. Sister Jia, I'm always on standby, 24 hours a day. Lin Qingsong pretended to salute in jest. She was not a naive young girl, unlikely to make unreasonable demands of Lin Qingsong. Sister Jia, despite my numerous romantic entanglements, you remain the most special one. Lin Qingsong stated this without a hint of hesitation. Xiang Jia playfully pinched his nose, laughing as she replied, All right, stop lingering here. Aren't you supposed to head to the office? Shall I see you off? Sure. Settled comfortably in the passenger seat of the BMW, Lin Qingsong busily scrolled through his phone. As they neared the office, the production company responsible for Shen Xingyu's fitness brand finally sent over the list of models required for auditions. To Lin Qingsong's satisfaction, Elena was among them. He nodded appreciatively, recognizing that the production company was competent. After sending the audition details and pertinent notes to the company group chat, he soon received a message from Elena. Unfortunately, Lin Qingsong's moment of solitude had not yet passed. The photo held no allure for him. Sighing, he lamented his inherent kindness, worrying that Elena might not succeed in her auditions, contemplating whether he should offer her some guidance in the restroom. Upon arriving at the office, Xiang Jia fondly touched Lin Qingsong's abdominal muscles, her tone sweetly clingy as she said, "Qingsong, await my news." It was just past 2 in the afternoon, a prime time for a nap. Upon entering the office, Lin Qingsong spotted Niu Hao slumped over his desk, fast asleep. "Old Niu, you didn't go to the set last night, did you? Why you look so exhausted?" Lin Qingsong inquired, his curiosity piqued by Niu Hao's apparent fatigue. Logically, at this hour, Niu Hao should have been engaged in the gaming arena, not sleeping. "Don't mention it." Niu Hao wiped his mouth, which had nearly dribbled with saliva, his face etched with bitterness as he replied, "Qian Qian and I had quite the quarrel last night." Lin Qingsong understood that Qian Qian was Niu Hao's fiancée, prompting his inquisitiveness. What was the cause of the dispute? Recalling the events of the previous night, Niu Hao sighed helplessly. "It was over my little brother-in-law. He wants to buy a car, and Qian Qian's parents called her to ask for assistance. Consequently, Qian Qian threw a tantrum, insisting that if he didn't pay it back, she wouldn't help. She believes that as the eldest sister, she can't let her brother starve." As he spoke, Niu Hao sighed deeply again. "Let us not dwell on these unhappy matters, old Lin. Qi Ge is in the office, and she will be looking for you as soon as she arrives. I have no idea what it's regarding." Observing the distressed expression on Niu Hao's face, Lin Qingsong hesitated to speak, recognizing that his girlfriend was a classic example of a sister-in-law who indulged her brother. Yet, he ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts, having previously advised him without any effect. After all, they were merely colleagues with a good rapport. Excessive counsel could lead to a strained relationship. How pitiful. Watching Niu Hao in such a state, Lin Qingsong silently sighed to himself. Not overthinking the situation, he cheerfully greeted Yang Xiaoxiao and proceeded forward. "Are you so unfazed?" Yang Xiaoxiao silently critiqued him as she observed his demeanor. Unfortunately, Lin Qingsong was oblivious. Having already entered Qi Nan's office, pushing the door open, Lin Qingsong found Qi Nan semi-slumped in her office chair and casually asked, "Qi Ge, what do you need from me?" "Good news." Qi Nan did not mention the matter concerning Qi Yan, but instead produced a stack of project proposals and placed them on the desk. "Please review the materials." Chapter 28. Pretending to be a boyfriend before the desk, Lin Qingsong curiously examined the documents before him, noting that they comprised models from Henan. Setting aside their physiques, their appearances aligned well with domestic aesthetic ideals. After flipping through a few pages, he inquired, "Qi Ge, what are these?" Given the recent developments at the company, I feel we have reached a bottleneck. To advance further, we could either develop domestic models and promote them to international fashion weeks, or continue expanding our current operations by bringing in talent from the old Russian market. Qi Nan, shedding her usual inebriated demeanor, straightened up in her chair, exuding a sense of determination. However, she continued, dismissing her previous suggestions, "I believe neither of these options suits our current situation, so I was considering whether we could explore a different avenue." Pointing to the documents on the table, Qi Nan elaborated, "For what I understand, these Henan models not only align with mainland preferences, but are also cost-effective. So, are these your targets, Qi Ge?" Although Lin Qingsong was uncertain why Qi Nan shared this with him, he followed suit, remarking, "Not necessarily targets. These are part of the models sent by a modeling school in Henan. I would like your perspective as an agent. Do you think we could market them?" Qi Nan primarily had connections with the old Russian market. If they intended to introduce models from Henan, it would undoubtedly require significant effort to re-establish those connections. However, that was not the primary concern. What mattered most was whether these models could sell well in the mainland. After contemplating the fair-skinned Henan models before him, Lin Qingsong finally responded, "Qi Ge, these individuals can be marketed, but most of them won't fetch high prices. The majority of clients will likely be Taobao merchants from Suzhou and Hangzhou. In industry terms, these models are considered earthy beauties. While I wouldn't say they are unattractive, each possesses commendable features. Yet, they lack a certain refinement. They evoke a sense of ordinary beauty, nothing particularly striking." Qi Nan lightly tapped the desk with her slender fingers, nodding in acknowledgement. She shared the same sentiment, but recognized that this could still be a pathway for the company's growth. Although the Taobao merchants from Suzhou and Hangzhou might seem insignificant, they generated transactions worth hundreds of billions annually, yielding substantial profits. After gathering the materials, she smiled at Lin Qingsong and said, "Old Lin, there is no rush regarding this matter. I brought you here today for another reason." Qin Yan gestured toward a photo of herself and Qin Yan on the office wall. "What do you think of lawyer Qin Yan?" Having concluded the serious discussion, it was time to address a favor she wished to ask of him. "What do you mean?" Lin Qingsong feigned confusion, his expression aptly reflecting his puzzlement. "Do you find lawyer Qin Yan beautiful?" "Beautiful." Lin Qingsong was honest, nodding affirmatively. In his evaluation, Qin Yan scored a remarkable 95. Even without the advantages of her legal profession or those gold-rimmed glasses, she would still rank at least a 90. To put it in popular online terms, Qin Yan epitomized the archetype of an alluring, abstinent goddess. With a hint of temptation in her voice, Qin Yan asked, "Old Lin, would you like to be lawyer Qin's boyfriend?" "Goodness, what are you saying?" Qin Yan waved his hand in exasperation, stating, "I shan't beat around the bush any longer. Qin Yan's family is pressuring her to marry, so she has entrusted me to find a faux boyfriend to placate them." "Ah," Lin Qingsong interjected, extending his hand, "Seventh brother. It seems you have quite a few female friends. You want me to take photographs and pretend to be a boyfriend? Just tell me if you need my assistance." Qin El has mentioned that should I agree to help, any future legal troubles you encounter could be addressed at no cost. Qin Yan further enticed. "You must understand that Qin El is a partner at one of the top law firms in Hu City. Such an opportunity is rare and fleeting." Sighing, Lin Qingsong acquiesced. "All right, seventh brother, what kind of boyfriend am I to portray?" "That will depend on how you two negotiate," Qin Yan replied, relieved. She had genuinely feared that Lin Qingsong would refuse, and she had conjured this condition on a whim. After all, there are numerous interns under Qin Yan. Should any issues arise, they could easily be resolved by them. Upon leaving the office, Lin Qingsong noted that Niu Hao, who had been napping, was no longer at his desk. Curiously, he inquired of Yang Xiao. "Old Yang, where has he gone?" "He received a call and rushed out," she replied. Having already composed herself, turning to Lin Qingsong, she continued, "Old Lin, I'm moving next week. Do you have time to help?" "How can you say that?" Lin Qingsong exclaimed, playfully slapping Yang Xiao's shoulder. "Even if I have to crawl, I will assist you with your move." Although he was pleased to have received the answer he sought, Yang Xiao still felt something was amiss, but chose not to dwell on it. Instead, she gave Lin Qingsong a hearty pat on the shoulder, saying, "As a reward for your words, Sister Xiao will send you a red envelope." Upon seeing the 500 yuan red envelope transferred to his phone, Lin Qingsong inquired, "Has the Huzhou groundhog case concluded? Was the settlement that swift?" He recalled Yang Xiao mentioning that the client desired a grand image of the Huzhou lion, only to be ridiculed as the Huzhou groundhog due to budget constraints. "It has concluded," Yang Xiao affirmed, "but for now, only the preliminary payment has been settled. The fees for actors and models are still pending." "Then do remind them. Clients are notoriously slow in settling payments. Rest assured, I am monitoring the situation." That evening, upon arriving home, Lin Qingsong opened the door to find a large, fluffy ball of glutinous rice darting towards his feet, circling him incessantly. The two sisters from the He family, dressed in matching pajamas, followed from the living room. Nodding at them, Lin Qingsong bent down to embrace the kitten, saying, "Little darling, did you miss me?" Without the assistance of He Shui and the others, Lin Xiaowai would have likely faced hunger on her first day of adoption. After meowing a couple of times, Lin Xiaowai was finally set down by Lin Qingsong. "I know a lawyer who is a partner at a top firm in Hu City. I will inquire how to resolve your matters." Understanding the concerns of He Shui and the others, Lin Qingsong refrained from discussing their care for Lin Xiaowai, opting instead to share news about Qin Yan. Did she not mention that any legal queries could be directed to her? Then I shall not hold back. Within a beautifully appointed law office by the Bund, Qin Yan, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, displayed a rare look of exasperation as she spoke into the phone. After hanging up, she glanced at herself in the full-length mirror. Furrowing her brow, only a day remained. She wondered if Lin Qingsong would coordinate effectively with her. Chapter 29. A professional faux boyfriend? What is the situation in Qin lawyer's family that they are so adamant about marriage? Lin Qingsong felt a twinge of concern, pondering whether her family would directly bind him to Qin Yan for a wedding night. Daily Intelligence 02. Anan model Ruan Kailang is a freshman in the Chinese department at Anan University, deeply enamored with Huaxia culture. Upon learning that her modeling school submitted a batch of materials to a Huaxia company, she eagerly anticipates being selected. Note, Wan Keilang's parents are both high-ranking officials in Ainan, with her mother holding military connections. Wan Keilang? If collaboration with this model materializes, the connections with Ainan would be instantly established. After careful consideration, he deemed it a viable avenue. Daily Intelligence 03. Xiang Jia had a dream last night, repeatedly envisioning scenes with Lin Qingsong, necessitating a change of sleepwear midway. While contemplating whether to invite Lin Qingsong out again. Goodness, the energy of this young woman is quite remarkable. Lin Qingsong, massaging his slightly sore waist. Couldn't he help but glance at the bottle of Tiger Whip liquor on the floor. He should carry a small silver flask like Qinan, filled with a bit of Tiger Whip liquor for emergencies. Daily Intelligence 04. Blue at approximately 8:15. A new batch of bamboo shell fish will arrive at the fish stall in Hema Mall, containing a 20-gram gold nugget within its belly. Click to highlight. That sounds promising. There's a Wanda Plaza nearby, and Hema is situated beneath it. The gym he frequents is on the 3rd floor of Wanda. While working out, he could conveniently purchase that fish from Hema. A 20-gram gold nugget is worth at least 8,000 to 9,000. Daily Intelligence 05. Gao Xiaoxing encountered Shun Xingyu's grandmother yesterday, who mentioned that Shun Xingyu is involved with someone named Lin Qingsong, piquing her grandmother's curiosity about Lin Qingsong's identity. What is going on? After reading the last intelligence, Lin Qingsong felt speechless. Gao Xiaoxing was being rather exaggerated. He had only met Shun Xingyu twice, yet it had transformed into an affair in her words. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it, rising to wash up before heading to the gym. Building strength is essential, no matter how potent Tiger Whip liquor may be. It remains an external force. Fitness cannot be neglected. However, mere minutes into his workout, he unexpectedly ran into Shun Xingyu at the gym. To his surprise, a faint blush appeared on her fair cheeks upon spotting him. "Good morning, Yu Jia," Lin Qingsong greeted warmly, recalling her grandmother's gossip the previous night. Shun Xingyu felt a wave of exasperation. She knew her childhood friend Gao Xiaoxing had a penchant for embellishing stories. She regretted not warning him sooner. Her grandmother had even insisted on meeting Lin Qingsong upon learning he lived in the same community, her face beaming with delight. Sighing inwardly, Shun Xingyu perked up, addressing Lin Qingsong. "Good morning, Qingsong. Do you have plans after your workout?" Avoiding conflict altogether, Shun Xingyu recognized that being secretive would only exacerbate misunderstandings with her family. It was better to introduce Lin Qingsong to her grandmother and clarify their relationship. There's an audition at your company this morning. I need to be there." Lin Qingsong replied, gazing at Shun Xingyu with confusion. "What is the matter, Yu Jia? There's an audition for our company, and I need to be there," Shun Xingyu explained. Although she was the boss, she was unaware of the audition details, as she only needed to see the results, not the process. "I can handle this. If you wish, I can inform Manager Zhuang, and you needn't accompany me. Anything you need can be communicated through her." Shun Xingyu was known for her decisiveness. "All right, I'll inform the company to have colleagues cover it." Lin Qingsong agreed, then curiously asked Shun Xingyu, "But Yu Jia, why did you seek me out?" "It's nothing significant." Shun Xingyu replied, casually while putting on her gloves, "My grandmother wishes to meet you." Lin Qingsong immediately recalled the last piece of intelligence. Shun Xingyu's grandmother was remarkably proactive. She had just conceived the idea yesterday, and today she had already sent Shun Xingyu to find him. Carrying a pair of 20-kilogram dumbbells, Lin Qingsong ceased his exercise, his face a picture of confusion as he inquired, "Sister Yu, your grandmother wishes to see me?" He continued, "You know Gao Xiaoxing, right? He mentioned to my grandmother yesterday that you and I are in a romantic relationship, and she immediately expressed a desire to meet you." "Romantic relationship?" Lin Qingsong was taken aback once more. Hadn't Gao Xiaoxing indicated in his report that he was merely flirting with Shun Xingyu? How had it transformed into a relationship in Shun Xingyu's grandmother's words? Observing Lin Qingsong's bewilderment, Shun Xingyu let out a helpless sigh. "Qingsong, I never anticipated Gao Xiaoxing would be so gossipy, so I need you to meet my grandmother and clarify the situation." "All right." Lin Qingsong nodded in acknowledgement. He did not overthink it. Clarifying was straightforward. Despite Shun Xingyu's wealth and beauty, embodying the ideal partner in the eyes of many men, he believed that as long as he continued to develop his abilities, he would not fall short of anyone. Thus, There was no need to cling to that title. After their workout, as Shun Xingyu and Lin Qingsong descended the stairs, a new idea struck her. Since a misunderstanding had arisen, why not exploit it? She had devoted herself entirely to her career since graduation, leaving no time for romance, which had led her family to arrange blind dates for her. The reason she had been staying at her grandmother's house was to evade those matchmaking attempts. If Lin Qingsong became her boyfriend, wouldn't she be able to dodge those bothersome blind dates? With this thought, she shared her idea with Lin Qingsong. Upon hearing her proposal, Lin Qingsong couldn't help but exclaim, "Sister, you want me to pretend to be your boyfriend?" The thought of having to pose as a boyfriend at Qin Yan's house later that evening left him speechless. Was it a trend nowadays to seek fake boyfriends to appease family members? "Qingsong, please." Shun Xingyu's face displayed a rare hint of pleading. "I promise not to disturb you too much, as long as you occasionally join my family for a meal." She even promised, "I know several friends with filming plans. I can recommend you to them." Having reached this point, Lin Qingsong found himself with no further objections. However, as he observed Shun Xingyu resting her hand on his arm, stating that she needed to acclimate, he felt that the role of a fake boyfriend might be rather enjoyable. Chapter 30. 20-kilogram golden fish. As Shun Xingyu watched Lin Qingsong stride towards the supermarket, she tugged at him, saying, "There's no need to buy anything. Our home has everything." Once a commitment is made, it must be honored. Otherwise, one should refrain from making promises. Although he was currently a faux boyfriend, in Shun Xingyu's grandmother's eyes, he was a genuine partner. Under such circumstances, it would be quite inappropriate for him to arrive empty-handed on his first visit. "Fine, I will pay for it later," Shun Xingyu declared, wrapping her arm around Lin Qingsong's, clearly pleased by her own words. "That won't do." Lin Qingsong firmly shook his head in refusal. On one hand, he was not accustomed to allowing a woman to pay. On the other hand, if Shun Xingyu were to foot the bill, he would claim the golden fish that emerged from the bamboo shoot. Moreover, purchasing a few items wouldn't break the bank, just some milk, cake, and fruit. Despite Shun Xingyu's insistence on paying, Lin Qingsong stood his ground with a solid rationale. "Sister, I must be treated to a meal at your home. If I go empty-handed, wouldn't that be taking advantage?" He added, "If you truly feel uncomfortable, you can treat me to lunch at the art exhibition." Seeing this, Shun Xingyu relented, her impression of Lin Qingsong growing increasingly favorable. As they passed the fish stall, she curiously asked Lin Qingsong, "Qingsong, is this fish delicious? I've never had it before. I didn't realize you could cook." Shun Xingyu remarked in surprise. She had assumed that young people like herself only ordered takeout. No matter how it turns out, cooking at home is far cleaner. Don't you think it's a pleasure to prepare your own meals? Lin Qingsong replied with a smile. Shun Xingyu, slightly embarrassed, gazed ahead. "I wouldn't know. I can't cook." During her school years, she had focused solely on her studies, and after graduation, her attention had shifted entirely to making money. Cooking was viewed as a waste of time by both her and her parents. As they approached the entrance of their community with an armful of groceries, Gao Xiaoxing, stretching and preparing to open his shop, was taken aback. Rubbing his eyes to ensure he wasn't dreaming, he confirmed that Shun Xingyu was indeed walking hand in hand with Lin Qingsong into the community. "What on earth is happening?" Gao Xiaoxing questioned, utterly bewildered, even doubting his own sanity. He hurriedly dashed to their side, stammering, "You two, what is this? Old Shen, what's going on?" Overwhelmed with astonishment, he could hardly articulate his thoughts. Lin Qingsong glanced at Shun Xingyu before confidently stating, "What else could it be? Sister, you and I are together." "Huh?" Gao Xiaoxing was instantly struck dumb by this revelation, unable to restrain himself from exclaiming, "Old Lin, didn't you just tell me that you two barely know each other?" "You know that." Shun Xingyu was rendered speechless. Her childhood friend had a tendency to gossip excessively. Knowing they had only recently met, he had gone to her grandmother to spread tales of romance. However, this twist of fate provided her with a convenient excuse to evade blind dates. Love is often like this. Shun Xingyu deliberately recited a cliché line from a romantic drama to Gao Xiaoxing. Once love arrives, there is no escaping it. "What? Old Shun, how have you become like this?" Gao Xiaoxing was even more perplexed upon hearing this, questioning whether she had been possessed by someone else. "What do you mean by like this?" Shun Xingyu ceased her teasing, pulling Lin Qingsong along. "Come on, Qingsong, Grandma is waiting for us at home." "This is remarkable," Gao Xiaoxing exclaimed, pondering for a moment before expressing his admiration for Lin Qingsong. He realized that Shun Xingyu could not have changed so drastically without Lin Qingsong's influence. In just a day or two, This fellow had successfully captured the heart of his childhood friend, indicating a depth of skill that warranted friendship. Given his long-standing pursuit of the goddess he could never attain, Gao Xiaoxing quickly prioritized Lin Qingsong in his contacts. As Shen Xingyu took a few steps, she discreetly glanced back at Gao Xiaoxing, and upon seeing his astonished expression, she couldn't help but chuckle. Haha, Qingsong, did you see how surprised he is? It's too amusing. Having never engaged in any mischief throughout her life, she felt a twinge of anxiety about lying, especially regarding a significant matter such as a romantic relationship. However, teasing Gao Xiaoxing and observing his reaction eased her tension. Sister Yu, do you think Gao Xiaoxing truly believes it? Lin Qingsong turned to glance at Gao Xiaoxing, curiosity evident in his voice. He should believe it. Shen Xingyu reflected, recognizing that there were no evident flaws in their facade, asserting confidently, he definitely believes it. That's good. Let's hope we can convince Grandma as well. With that, the two arrived at the foot of Building 2, gazing at the building favored by the system. Lin Qingsong's eyes sparkled with curiosity. He wondered if it would reveal any further information in the future. Don't worry, my grandmother is very kind, Shen Xingyu said, noticing his moment of hesitation, mistakenly thinking he was nervous. Indeed, the old lady is quite amiable. At that moment, a robust voice suddenly emanated from the other side, and soon after, an elderly lady with silver hair approached, wielding a small hoe. Young man, who might you be? The old lady, gripping the hoe, appraised Lin Qingsong from head to toe before turning to Shen Xingyu and inquiring, Xiao Yuer, won't you make an introduction? Grandma, this is Lin Qingsong, whom you mentioned yesterday. Shen Xingyu, beaming with joy, grasped Lin Qingsong's arm and continued, Qingsong, this is my grandmother. Hello, Grandma. My name is Lin Qingsong. You may call me Xiao Lin or Qingsong. Lin Qingsong replied amiably, unperturbed by the situation. Good, the old lady said, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction as she regarded the tall Lin Qingsong. Qingsong, let us ascend and converse. Chapter 31. The 20,000 yuan jade pendant in the living room. Shen Xingyu was preoccupied with her phone, occasionally glancing toward the kitchen. Although separated by a glass door, the unbroken smile on her grandmother's face indicated that Lin Qingsong had won her favor, somewhat to her surprise. Xingyu, where's my old mirror? Shen Xingyu raised her head in confusion, noticing her grandmother had opened the glass door to the kitchen, raising her hand high to scrutinize something under the bright lights. From her vantage point, it appeared to be a golden object. Sister Yu, I think I found a golden nugget in the fish's belly. Lin Qingsong exclaimed as he emerged from the kitchen, his face filled with astonishment. Xingyu, come take a look. After observing for a while, her grandmother, still unable to see clearly, exclaimed in surprise, with what Qingsong just said, it really does resemble gold. In her long life, she had never witnessed someone extracting something from a fish's belly. Shen Xingyu casually handed her grandmother's old mirror to her, then with curiosity, approached the scene. Ignoring the fishy odor from the golden nugget, she examined it closely and finally nodded in affirmation. Grandma, Qingsong, this is indeed gold. It even bears the mark of 999 pure gold. As she spoke, Shen Xingyu returned the small gold nugget to Lin Qingsong. According to national regulations, every piece of gold and platinum jewelry must have its purity indicated on the reverse, and this golden nugget was no exception. Shen Xingyu discovered the mark in an inconspicuous spot. Although somewhat blurred, it was still recognizable. Goodness, her grandmother gasped, her expression one of shock as she looked at Lin Qingsong. Qingsong, your luck is truly extraordinary. You've even found gold in a fish's belly. Besides the hidden books of the Chun Sheng and Wu Guang uprising, this was her first encounter with something so precious as gold emerging from a fish's belly. It's not my luck. I've bought fish for years without ever finding anything. The first fish I bought at your home yields gold, which shows your luck is remarkable. Lin Qingsong humbly insisted, chuckling as he handed the golden nugget back to Shen Xingyu's grandmother, saying, thus, the truly fortunate one is you, and this nugget should belong to you. Ha ha ha. Once one reaches a certain age, their resistance to flattery diminishes. Although aware that Lin Qingsong was indirectly complimenting her, Shen Xingyu's grandmother couldn't help but beam with delight. Gazing at the golden nugget in her hand, she pondered for a moment before addressing Shen Xingyu. Xingyu, stay here with Qingsong. I will step into the room for a moment. As she walked to the kitchen sink to wash her hands, she instructed Lin Qingsong, Qingsong, please wait for me here. Watching her grandmother's retreating figure, Shun Xingyu felt puzzled about her intentions. Yet, it mattered little. Her curiosity led her to ask Lin Qingsong, what is the story behind this golden nugget? Could it truly have come from that bamboo shoot fish you bought? This seemed quite beyond the realm of reason. Indeed, Lin Qingsong nodded. When I was gutting the fish, I immediately spotted the nugget inside. At first, I thought it was a large fish roe, but upon squeezing it, I realized something was amiss. Wow, your luck is simply astounding, Shun Xingyu thought. In their first meeting, she witnessed him striking gold. In their second, he found a valuable Scottish fold cat. And now in their third encounter, he had extracted gold from a fish's belly. What a lucky charm he was. Sister you, could it be that my good fortune stems entirely from you? After all, every time we meet, I encounter something fortunate, Lin Qingsong playfully remarked. However, Shun Xingyu appeared to take his words to heart, falling into deep contemplation. Influenced by her devout mother, she had always harbored some superstitions, often engaging in worship. Now, hearing Lin Qingsong's words, she genuinely pondered whether their encounters invoked some mysterious reaction. With this thought, Shun Xingyu involuntarily associated all the recent fortunate events with the times she had met Lin Qingsong. Ultimately, she concluded that her luck had indeed improved since their acquaintance. With this realization, her gaze toward Lin Qingsong transformed entirely. He was no longer merely a model agent. He was a veritable, portable, good fortune charm. Qingsong, why not come and take a position at my company? Shun Xingyu couldn't help but extend an invitation to Lin Qingsong. She was willing to offer him a salary just to bask in a fraction of his luck. What? Lin Qingsong was taken aback by her sudden leap in logic, unable to comprehend how his earlier remark related to taking a position at Shun Xingyu's company. Your luck is so remarkable. I want my company to benefit from it too. I'll appoint you as a consultant. Shun Xingyu candidly stated, you needn't do anything. Just drop by my office for tea and conversation. Sister you can't be serious. Lin Qingsong replied, bewildered, feeling as though he was being offered a life of ease. Of course, I'm serious. Shun Xingyu shook her head, her expression earnest. This request, in her view, was not unreasonable. She recalled a female entrepreneur in the Shanghai market who had purchased millions in insurance simply because a master had said, this person brings good fortune. Compared to that situation, her request was quite modest. What are you two discussing? Shun Xingyu's grandmother emerged from the bedroom, curiosity evident on her face. Nothing much. Without lingering on that topic, Shun Xingyu turned her attention back to her grandmother, asking, Grandma, where did you go? Though she had only spent half a day with Lin Qingsong, Shun Xingyu's grandmother felt an undeniable affinity towards him. Thus, upon hearing Lin Qingsong's intention to gift the golden nugget to her, she decided to present him with a guanine statue valued at over 200,000. Chapter 32. The auction of the storage locker under the insistence of Shun Xingyu and her grandmother. Lin Qingsong reluctantly exchanged the golden nugget for a jade pendant worth over 200,000. By the time he left Shun Xingyu's grandmother's home after lunch, the pendant was securely resting around his neck. Sister you, how about I return this pendant to you? Lin Qingsong suggested as they reached the ground floor, attempting to remove the pendant from around his neck. No, Grandma said you should keep it, Shun Xingyu interjected, pressing his hand down. Otherwise, wouldn't it be awkward when we meet again? Still acting? Lin Qingsong had thought this was merely a fleeting affair, unaware that there would be further developments. I can't say for sure, Shun Xingyu admitted, uncertain of her grandmother's next move. Given the current circumstances, it was clear that Lin Qingsong had made a splendid impression on her grandmother. Otherwise, she wouldn't have accepted the golden nugget, nor would she have bestowed the jade pendant. All right then, I'll try to make time when the occasion arises. Lin Qingsong nodded in agreement, touching the pendant resting against his neck. Even if it were not for the jade pendant, he would still carve out time solely for the sake of that advisory position. He had just finalized an agreement with Shun Xingyu. Starting next month, he would hold the title of consultant at her company, with the luxury of not needing to visit the office, receiving a monthly net salary of 888 yuan. Before he could step out, Qin Yan's call came through, requesting a meeting at 2 o'clock. Glancing at the time, he noticed he still had ample time. He took a look at the intelligence that had just appeared on his system. Daily Intelligence 06, blue at any Chuzajingxi road store. A batch of unrenewed storage lockers will be auctioned next Tuesday, among which locker number 087 contains 2 table tennis paddles valued at 500 yuan. This was something he had set up a few days prior. By appending a task to the intelligence, he could establish a reminder for himself at a designated time. According to his investigation, the auction at Chuji would formally commence at 1 o'clock this afternoon. The domestic auction scene differs from that abroad. Many overseas prefer not to purchase property, leading to a thriving warehouse rental industry, with daily auctions giving rise to a profession known as warehouse treasure hunters. Conversely, in the domestic market, most affluent individuals choose to settle down and invest in property, making the growth of the storage rental sector quite challenging. Even the names of storage companies have shifted to reflect a more general term. Most individuals only rent a small locker for their belongings, and at most a large locker of about 5 square meters. Even so, in the city of Hu, only a few storage companies manage to survive. In this context, storage auctions are utterly irregular, with many companies neglecting to conduct any auctions at all. The owner of Chuji is a foreigner who has persistently sought to introduce the warehouse culture from abroad, which is why he consistently organizes such storage auctions. Unfortunately, according to Lin Qingsong's investigations, each auction typically draws only a handful of participants, and he speculated that the owner might soon lose faith in spreading warehouse culture in Huaxia. However, this had little bearing on him. He would not engage in such gambling-like activities without reliable intelligence, for who could ascertain the contents of the warehouse purchased with money? If it turned out to be worthless junk, he would still have to expend effort to clear it out. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, when Lin Qingsong arrived at the basement hosting Chuji, the auction had already commenced. A middle-aged Caucasian man, adorned with a small red cap and holding a megaphone, introduced himself. "Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Mike, the owner of this company and your auctioneer for today. I trust that those present are familiar with the auction rules. Of course, there may be newcomers, so I will briefly outline the regulations. Do not touch the items. Each locker is allotted 1 minute for inspection per person. The highest bidder wins. Once you secure a bid, you will gain ownership of the locker for 24 hours, regardless of the contents. You must clear out the locker within 24 hours. Following Mike's instructions, the 7 or 8 participants nodded in understanding. Those attending the auction either had been influenced by short videos showcasing treasure hunting in foreign warehouses or were seasoned participants who had attended several auctions before. Hence, they grasped the basic rules. As the first locker was opened, Lin Qingsong cast a casual glance and then shook his head in resignation. What was there to see? The locker was quite small, filled to the brim with 4 sealed cardboard boxes. Unless one possessed X-ray vision, it was impossible to deduce what lay within. Noticing the disinterest from the audience, Mike reluctantly declared, "Clearly, this locker lacks anything of interest, so let's start the bidding at 50 yuan. Is there anyone willing to bid?" 50, I'll bid, a short man piped up, and no one else offered counter. After Mike called out 50 thrice, he gestured for the man to scan his payment code. Once the payment was confirmed, he handed over the key to the locker. After auctioning off a few more lockers, Lin Qingsong remained silent. However, one locker showcased a dazzling array of shoes, sparking a frenzy among the attendees, and ultimately, an elderly gentleman secured it for 50,000 yuan. If he was not mistaken, several pairs were limited editions. Yet, Lin Qingsong suspected these shoes might be replicas. After all, who would store prized footwear in a warehouse instead of at home? But that remained mere speculation. If the shoes were genuine, 50,000 yuan could easily multiply several times over, and that elderly man was certainly taking a gamble. Once the locker auction concluded, the crowd moved to another locker. Mike opened it, and everyone shook their heads in disappointment. This locker was similar to the first, the only difference being that it contained 2 opaque plastic bags instead of 4 cardboard boxes. All right, let us skip the pleasantries. This locker is also starting at 50 yuan. Is there anyone willing to bid? After several calls, no one responded. The first locker's contents, which the short man had opened, revealed nothing of value beyond some old clothing. With that previous experience in mind, the participants were much more cautious. Lin Qingsong observed that no one was interested in bidding before finally speaking up. "I'll buy it, just to see what's inside." Mike nodded and called out 53 times before finally handing Lin Qingsong the key to the locker. With efficiency, Lin Qingsong scanned the payment code. His curiosity piqued as he approached the locker to open the plastic bags. He was genuinely intrigued about the contents. The moment he tore open the bags, he suddenly understood why so many Westerners were drawn to participate in such storage auctions. Aside from the potential for profit, there existed a thrill in peering into the private lives of others. Chapter 33. Directly to the hotel? How straightforward. Gazing into the plastic bags, he discovered a plethora of tennis racket grips and several brand new tennis balls. Lin Qingsong felt indifferent. He had no particular fondness for tennis, although these grips and balls could indeed prove useful. Among the contents, he also found 2 brand new, unopened ping-pong paddles alongside an unopened pack of ping-pong balls. It seemed the owner of this locker was a sports enthusiast, engaged in both tennis and ping-pong. Since he had opened the bags without any cover, Mike did not rush the others to the next locker, instead watching with keen anticipation. Observing others open lockers was, after all, a part of the auction's allure. It was akin to watching others gamble. Though it did not concern him directly, it was still quite enjoyable. If someone struck gold, one could cheer for them and bask in their fortune. If they lost, it provided a satisfying moment for one's darker impulses. Additionally, some individuals preferred to collect items from those who open lockers rather than opening lockers themselves. At that moment, an elderly man pointed to the bag filled with grips and tennis balls, asking, "Young man, are you selling the contents of that bag? How about 50 yuan for everything?" He too was a tennis enthusiast, instantly recognizing that the grips and balls were not cheap. If purchased normally, the price would certainly be doubled. Lin Qingsong, uncertain about the value of these items, took out one of the open tennis balls to scan it. Suddenly, the elderly man's expression shifted dramatically, and he forced a calm facade as he said, "There are 5 tennis balls in total, along with no more than 20 grips. Even if bought outside, it would only cost me a little over 100 yuan. You would be better off selling it to me. This way, you save the trouble of selling, and I save the hassle of buying." However, Lin Qingsong, being astute, immediately recalled his previous experience purchasing Red Bull. There was certainly something amiss with the elderly man's sudden price hike. Nevertheless, the result from the mobile scan revealed that the tennis balls were indeed priced at 10 yuan each, and the grip scanned at 5 yuan each, aligning with the elderly man's statement. Could it be that he truly wanted to save some trouble? After casting a dubious glance at the old man, Lin Qingsong carefully examined the tennis balls and grip tape in the cabinet. To his surprise, he noticed a signature inscribed on one of the tennis balls. Initially overlooked due to his unfamiliarity with the sport, he realized its significance after inspecting the remaining identical balls. Observing him pick up the ball, the old man could not help but sigh inwardly. "Old man, you seem interested in this ball. Is it valuable?" Lin Qingsong inquired, holding the ball closely to scrutinize the signature. But alas, its scrawl was too illegible for him to decipher. Not only he, but the other onlookers also gathered around, eager to discern what was peculiar about the tennis ball. "Ah, since you've discovered it, I suppose this opportunity has slipped through my fingers," the old man lamented. "The signature on this ball likely belongs to Zheng Qingwen, the leading female tennis player in the country, with a market value ranging from 500 to 2,000 yuan. If this ball were signed at the Olympics or a Grand Slam event, it could fetch between 3,000 to 8,000. He was not a professional auctioneer, but simply a local resident strolling by to broaden his horizons. Upon realizing that he had missed his chance, he did not keep it to himself. Hearing this, Lin Qingsong raised an eyebrow, deducing that the information provided by the system did not encompass the most valuable items. One might discover treasures far surpassing those indicated by mere intel if one searched diligently. Having opened the cabinet he desired, Lin Qingsong casually handed the remaining tennis balls and grip tape to the old man. After confirming that no one was interested in purchasing the ping-pong balls, he departed. At a CAF by the Bund, Qin Yin donned a simple dark suit paired with a white blouse and high-waisted, wide-leg trousers, exuding an air of elegance and cleanliness. Holding a cup of coffee, she furrowed her brow, lost in thought. As a lawyer specializing in divorce cases at the Blue Sky law firm, she had long lost faith in marriage and resolutely decided to remain childless. However, her parents had a different perspective. After retiring, they relentlessly urged her to marry. While they did not force her into blind dates, they frequently called to express their sentiments. Her mother, more persistent, often brought soup to her home and stayed to chat, frequently lamenting how joyful it was for other elderly women to enjoy family life with their grandchildren. Consequently, Qin Yin found herself increasingly unsettled, especially since she had recently heard that her firm advocated for marriage, prompting her mother to intensify her pressure. In desperation, Qin Yin concocted a story about having a long-term boyfriend, planning to introduce him to her parents, and sought assistance from her friend Qinan. "I wonder how long this ruse will hold up," she sighed. Just then, she heard the sound of wind chimes at the entrance. Looking up, a sun-kissed young man entered the CAF. "Lawyer Qin, Am I late? Lin Qingsong greeted with a smile. Qin Yin nodded inwardly, observing him in a well-fitted shirt layered over a white base paired with washed straight-leg jeans, radiating a blend of youthful vigor and maturity. My friend is quite reliable. However, her expression shifted to one of confusion upon noticing the plastic bag he carried. No bag, just a plastic bag? What is this about? With curiosity, Qin Yin rose, the corners of her lips, adorned with a subtle red lipstick, curling into a smile. You must be Lin Qingsong. Let us sit and talk. Seventh brother mentioned that you need a fake boyfriend. Lin Qingsong placed the plastic bag on the table and spoke plainly. So when shall we meet your family? What role do you need me to play? Upon glancing at the contents of the bag, Qin Yin noted the ping-pong balls and racket, but dismissed any concern. In a tone of appreciation, she replied, it seems Mr. Lin prefers direct conversations, which is efficient. To be succinct, I hope you can accompany me to meet my parents tonight. I've told them you're my long-term secret boyfriend of 3 years, so we can act somewhat intimately, including holding hands and hugging, but I would prefer to avoid anything beyond that. As she spoke, Qin Yin retrieved a stack of documents and a bundle of cash from her bag. Mr. Lin, here is some of my information. I hope you remember it. Additionally, this 50,000 yuan is for your acting and confidentiality fee. If it's convenient, I've booked a room at the Waldorf nearby, where we can rehearse what will unfold tonight. We're heading straight to the hotel. How forward? Lin Qingsong was momentarily taken aback by the documents and money before him, still processing Qin Yin's request. After exiting the CAF, Qin Yin shifted into practical mode, awkwardly draping her arm around Lin Qingsong's. Her demeanor transformed from aloof to an awkward smile. Lawyer Qin, may I ask, have you ever been in a relationship? Lin Qingsong inquired, noticing the considerable distance between them despite her arm around him, causing his lips to twitch. Am I prickly or something? No, why do you ask? Qin Yin tilted her head, puzzled by his question. What a coincidence. I've had quite a number of relationships. Perhaps you should take my advice. What is wrong with me? She frowned, accustomed to such inquiries. Indeed, there is a significant issue. Lin Qingsong gestured to the space between them and indicated the couples passing by. At the very least, we need to be closer. As he draped his arm over her shoulder and gently pulled her nearer, they immediately stood side by side, taken aback by the sudden closeness. Qin Yin initially hesitated to respond, but upon observing the normal interactions of couples around them, she composed herself and said, Well done, Mr. Lin. I'm not very savvy in this area, so I'll rely on you during the rehearsal. Throughout her life, she had never been interested in love, perceiving it as a waste of time. Now, overwhelmed by her family's pressure to marry, she sought a temporary solution, never realizing the intricacies of couple dynamics. Lin Qingsong, detecting a hint of amusement in her words, found her naivety amusing. Although her tone was calm, he could feel the tension in her muscles pressed against him. Upon reaching the hotel, Lin Qingsong was bemused to see Qin Yin pull out a script-like document detailing various scenarios they might encounter at her home and how they should respond. It even specified their physical interactions. Of course, I'm serious, Qin Yin declared earnestly. I've seen many idol dramas that depict it this way, and the comments always say it's sweet. A love novice. Lin Qingsong suddenly grasped the true meaning behind those words. He now understood why the hefty stack of scripts contained such suffocating scenarios, as they were all copied from the idol dramas this distinguished lawyer had presumably watched, likely from old Taiwanese dramas. If you trust me, I'll train you over the next 4 hours, and I guarantee that by the end, we will appear as a normal couple. Qin Yin, acknowledging her shortcomings, hesitated briefly, but ultimately nodded in agreement. In the next 4 hours, Lin Qingsong devoted himself to imparting all his knowledge. He even took the time to craft a brief romantic tale for the two individuals. As Qin Yin recorded this story, Lin Qingsong swiftly perused the materials provided by her. It must be said that Qin Yin was indeed remarkable. From a young age, she had always been the exemplary child, ranking first in her grade since the first year of elementary school, a record she maintained through high school. She gained admission to the prestigious Zhengfa University, which had consistently ranked first in the law department for several years. The materials also describe how she had been pursued by many suitors throughout her life, but she steadfastly refused their advances in favor of her studies. After graduating as a divorce lawyer, her reluctance towards romance only intensified. Lin Qingsong stroked his chin, observing Qin Yin, who sat beside him during the desensitization training, and remarked, I say, Qin Liu, you have been single for so long, and suddenly you have a boyfriend. Will your parents believe it? They will believe it, Qin Yin replied with a glimmer of determination in her eyes. If not, we will execute the plan. How bold Qin Yin was. According to their agreement, if her parents believed the story, all would be well. If they did not, Qin Yin was prepared to convince them, even at the cost of her first kiss. Though she was not fond of dating, she still possessed the aesthetic sensibilities of a normal woman. Lin Qingsong fit her ideals rather well, and she even contemplated the possibility of turning their act into reality, as long as it did not culminate in marriage. As the 4 hours came to an end, Lin Qingsong's training session officially concluded. Qin Yin took a deep breath, allowing a surge of oxygen to invigorate her mind. Qingsong, let us depart. Certainly, Yin Yin. The first lesson of the training emphasized that the affectionate terms used between long-term couples must be somewhat endearing, yet they should not exhibit any signs of awkwardness. Lin Qingsong gazed at Qin Yin, whose face radiated a sweet smile, and could not help but admire her as a true scholar. She absorbed knowledge with remarkable speed, adeptly adjusting her expressions and words in just 4 hours. By the way, Qingsong, did you not mention that you should bring a gift when meeting my parents for the first time? Qin Yin observed Lin Qingsong, who was still holding the bag he carried. I see that bag contains a new table tennis racket. Is it expensive? If it is not overly cheap, I can gift it to them. My father is a physical education teacher and enjoys playing sports in his spare time. I could transfer the amount to you now. Is that so? Lin Qingsong suddenly recalled something and rummaged through his bag to retrieve a tennis ball. Does your father enjoy playing tennis? Qin Qingwen, outside a certain Hi-Pi restaurant in Shanghai, Qin's mother, sporting an extravagant hairstyle, tugged at Qin's father and exclaimed, Old Qin, could that be our Yin Yin? She truly has a boyfriend. Qin's father looked ahead, observing his daughter nestled sweetly against a man, his brow furrowing involuntarily. He had often heard friends joke about how a pig might root through cabbage, referring to their daughter as a daughter slave. But now he understood the truth behind those words. Yin Yin. Without further ado, Qin's mother released her grip on Qin's father's arm and hurried towards the couple, sizing up Lin Qingsong with satisfaction. What is your name, young man? You seem quite impressive. Hello, Andy. Lin Qingsong beamed at her with a radiant smile. My name is Lin Qingsong. You can simply call me Qingsong. Excellent. Qingsong is a wonderful name. Qin's mother replied with a smile, growing increasingly fond of her prospective son-in-law. Upon entering the restaurant's private room, Lin Qingsong cast a glance at Qin's father, who remained silent. He then cheerfully pulled out the table tennis racket and the signed tennis ball from the luxurious bag that Qin Yin had just purchased for him. One should never strike a smiling face. Despite his initial reservations about Lin Qingsong's relationship with his daughter, Qin's father found his mood lifting as he beheld the thoughtful gifts. At least Lin Qingsong had not forgotten the origins of the cabbage he was consuming. After the meal, Qin's father's attitude towards Lin Qingsong had improved even more than that of Qin's mother. There was no denying it. Qin Yin had divulged too many of her parents' preferences, and Lin Qingsong had effortlessly won them over with minimal effort. Standing at the entrance of the restaurant, Qin's father patted Lin Qingsong on the shoulder with satisfaction. Young Lin, the next time you come to our home, I will have your aunt prepare something delicious for you. I am not boasting. Your aunt's cooking is as good as any restaurant. Qin's mother chimed in, indeed. Young Lin, next time, let Yin Yin bring you home, and I will prepare a feast. Observing her parents' enthusiasm, Qin Yin's expression grew complex. Was her faux boyfriend's performance a tad too impressive? How had she lost her parents' favor in the span of a single meal? Conversely, Lin Qingsong remained untroubled, dutifully assuring them that he would certainly visit again. Qin's father, with a beaming smile, carried the bag containing the signed tennis ball and 2 table tennis rackets. Embracing Qin's mother as they walked ahead without waiting for Qin Yin's response. Watching her parents' retreating figures, Qin Yin could not help but feel a twinge of annoyance. For some reason, hearing Lin Qingsong change how he addressed her left her feeling somewhat disoriented. Yet, she did not show it, maintaining her usual tone as she said, Mr. Lin, your performance was impeccable, but as you heard my parents, I wonder when you might have time to visit my home? Lin Qingsong, unperturbed, responded with a smile. Qin Liu, we can be considered friends now, can't we? The title Mr. Lin feels rather stiff. Why not call me Qingsong? Or like my friends, you can refer to me as Lao Lin? Qin Yin retorted. Then why do you still call me Qin Liu? It sounds pleasing and cool. Lin Qingsong exclaimed. Give her a thumbs up. Qin Liu has a nice ring to it. Then, as if realizing something, he added, Could it be that you wish for me to call you Yin Yin? That would not be an issue, but I feel Qin Liu is far more melodious. Suit yourself. Qin Yin raised an eyebrow, and the flicker of irritation within her dissipated. Then, Lao Lin, when might you be available next? Just as Qin Yin thought their conversation had concluded, Lin Qingsong recalled the matters concerning He Shui, and he used online loan situation and quickly interjected, by the way, Qin Delusher, I have a favor to ask of you. Qin Yin regarded Lin Qingsong, who had changed his address to her once more, and inquired, what is it? I have a friend who took out an online loan, but just as she was preparing to repay it, the platform claimed that she owed more than she originally did. Lin Qingsong succinctly summarized He Yu's predicament. After asking a few questions, Qin Yin finally spoke. So, your friend has screenshots from when she borrowed the money, as well as the collection messages from the online loan platform, which include specific amounts. Indeed, she has been quite cautious and saved everything on her phone. This is quite a simple matter. It is clearly a case of usury, Qin Yin replied with an unusually relaxed tone. Have her bring these documents to my firm tomorrow. Although my primary focus is on divorce litigation, even my interns could win such a straightforward case with their eyes closed. Not long after parting ways with Qin Yin, Lin Qingsong received a message from Manager Zhuang of the Tianqing Fitness Equipment Marketing Department. The results of the audition they conducted that day had been finalized. The upcoming shoot required 4 models, 2 male and 2 female. Besides the previously recommended Elena, 3 additional models had been selected. The shoot was scheduled for the following Friday, and the location was set at the headquarters of Tianqing Fitness Equipment Company, which housed an entire floor dedicated to their fitness apparatus. After sharing this news in the company group chat, he unsurprisingly received a flurry of praise. Savoring the compliments, Lin Qingsong nodded in satisfaction. Upon returning home, he found He Yu engrossed in playing with a cat and casually remarked, Xiao Yu, do you remember the lawyer I mentioned before? Of course. Later, I will provide you with an address. Tomorrow, take those materials and find her. She will assist you in resolving this matter. Upon hearing this, you could not help but exclaim, Brother Lin, is this for real? Won't this be quite troublesome? Indeed, Lin Qingsong replied with a smile. This matter may seem complicated for us, but for a professional, it is rather simple. She is part of one of the top 10 law firms in the Shanghai market. And even on a national scale, resolving this issue would be a walk in the park. He Shui, who was cuddling a cat with He Yu, spoke in an admiring tone, Brother Lin, you are truly impressive to know someone like her. He nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. Brother Lin, you are remarkable. It was merely a stroke of luck that I met her, Lin Qingsong modestly replied, sending He Yu the address of the Blue Sky law firm, along with Qin Yan's name. He then added, by the way, you need not worry about the legal fees. She has offered her services for free. This could also be considered one of the perks of his role as her fake boyfriend. Although Qin Yan had stated that her legal services would not incur a fee, it was evident that his portrayal of a boyfriend had been exceedingly successful. Moreover, given the simplicity of the case, Qin Yan generously decided to waive her fees. The 2 sisters, He Shui and He Yu, were at a loss for how to express their gratitude to Lin Qingsong. Just as they were about to speak, Lin Qingsong anticipated their reaction and said directly, No need for thanks. This is merely a casual mention for me. With that, he affectionately petted Lin Xiaowai before heading to the bathroom for a shower. After playing the role of a boyfriend twice in one day and earning a valuable jade pendant along with 50,000 yuan in cash, he felt quite exhausted. He Yu gazed at the bathroom door, her eyes flickering, and finally spoke, Sister, Brother Lin is truly a good person. Indeed, He Shui nodded in agreement, her mind wandering elsewhere. The 2 sisters, each lost in their thoughts, lapsed into silence. In the middle of the night, within the bedroom of the He sisters, He Yu listened to her sister's steady breathing and slowly opened her eyes. She heard the creaking of the floorboards and could not resist turning to glance at her sister. The next moment, she was taken aback. Xiao Yu, what are you doing? She saw her sister, whom she thought was asleep, gazing intently at her. I'm just going to the bathroom, he replied nervously. I hope you're just going to the bathroom. He Shui sighed before continuing. Xiao Yu, you want to find Brother Lin, don't you? No way. How could that be? No. He Yu denied emphatically, though her face betrayed her growing panic. Enough. You've never been good at lying. He Shui sat up, stroking her sister's head. You need not concern yourself with this matter. I will repay Brother Lin. Just focus on your studies and enjoy your university life. Sister, He Yu frowned. What are you planning to do? With a hint of complexity in her voice, He Shui replied, Brother Lin is quite unfaithful in matters of the heart. Just this year, several girls have approached him. Initially, when she first moved in with Lin Qingsong. Being around such an outstanding man was undeniably tempting for He Shui. However, as she gradually learned about his extensive romantic history, her enthusiasm waned. "So what?" He remarked, caressing the blanket on her bed. "A man as exceptional as Brother Lin will undoubtedly attract many women, even among our classmates. Some date multiple times a year." "Sister." He was about to say more, but upon seeing her sister's serious expression, she could only weakly nod. "All right, I understand." The following day, Lin Qingsong was unaware of the events that transpired the previous night. Upon waking, he did not immediately rise, but instead remained in bed, opening the system to check today's intelligence. This was advice from an experienced traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Lin Qingsong found it scientifically sound. Taking a moment to linger in bed not only improved one's mood, but could also significantly reduce the risk of cardiovascular diseases. Daily Intelligence 01. Shunxing U.S. mother has learned about her daughter's romantic involvement and is eager to meet the fortunate young man named Lin Qingsong. He thought. This role as a fake boyfriend seems to be continuing. Moreover, the fact that his mother was so eager to meet him because of his good fortune puzzled Lin Qingsong. Daily Intelligence 02. Gao Xiaoxing believes Lin Qingsong is quite capable and wishes to apprentice under him to learn martial arts to pursue his longtime crush. How delightful! But my capabilities stem from mere luck. Lin Qingsong was taken aback that Gao Xiaoxing wanted to learn from him and shook his head in disbelief. What could he possibly teach him? How to impersonate a boyfriend. Daily Intelligence 03. Qin Yan spent the night dreaming of various idol dramas she had recently binge-watched, with herself as the protagonist and Lin Qingsong as the male lead. Upon waking, she was perplexed as to why she dreamed of this. Lin Qingsong was filled with questions. He had not expected the seemingly aloof Qin Yu to have such dreams. However, he did not dwell too much on this information. After all, it was normal for them to dream of their performance from the previous day. Daily Intelligence 04. Yailina was overjoyed to receive news of passing her audition and could not help but boast to her friends back home, many of whom were eager for her assistance since they had not been selected for the modeling opportunity in Huaxia. Lin Qingsong understood Yailina's excitement well. As the saying goes, returning in glory is a joy worth experiencing. The struggles faced while striving for success are all for the thrill of showing off. Daily Intelligence 05. In the early morning, He planned to sneak into Lin Qingsong's room to express her gratitude in the simplest way, but was stopped by her sister. "No way. Xiaoyu, you are playing a dangerous game?" Seeing this piece of information, Lin Qingsong could not help but sit up in bed. He had not anticipated that his casual gestures would leave such a significant impact on Hiyu. Simultaneously, he felt relieved that He Shui had intervened. Had Hiyu truly knocked on his door in the dead of night, he would have faced an unsavory decision. However, to be honest, Lin Qingsong did not harbor any significant feelings for Hiyu. Even if he did, it would be more inclined toward her sister, He Shui. Daily Intelligence 06. Blue in the number 3 fitting room of the Uniqlo flagship store on Yushi Road. There is a lost pair of gold earrings from Zhou Dafu hidden in the gap behind the mirror. Sigh. The recent intelligence had indeed lost its value. Although there was no price listed, Lin Qingsong estimated that the earrings could fetch only a few hundred yuan. After all, they were merely earrings and would not be worth much. Upon finishing reading the intelligence, Lin Qingsong's eyes widened. This deal must be secured. If He Chang was willing to use and sign models, he could find them for 2,000 yuan. 10 models over 3 months would yield a profit of approximately 900,000 yuan. This profit could well allow him to purchase a house back in his hometown. Lin Qingsong gazed at the words He Chang advertising, his mind racing as he realized he had not previously collaborated with them. However, that was inconsequential. The advertising industry in Shanghai was not vast. If he did not know them, Xiang Jia certainly would, and he could arrange for her to make an introduction. The primary issue was that he did not own a company. This project was not a trivial matter. He Chang advertising would likely require a formal contract, and billing would certainly be conducted through official channels. With that in mind, Lin Qingsong no longer hesitated and decided to contact someone today to purchase a legitimate tax-paying shell company. Previously, he refrained from establishing a company solely due to the insignificance of the cases he undertook. However, given the current circumstances, the formation of a company has become imperative. Aside from a necessity of signing contracts, the financial stakes involved are considerably higher than before. Failing to establish a company and opting for public accounts would be a quintessential case of tax evasion. After closing the system, Lin Qingsong felt immense satisfaction with today's intel. Although there was only one piece of valuable information, and much of it seemed rather trivial, the profit derived from the final piece was substantial enough. Chapter 37. Yu Jia. Do you enjoy foot massages? After reviewing the intelligence, Lin Qingsong promptly prepared to head to the gym after freshening up. As he stepped outside, he keenly noticed He Shui, who was having breakfast, stealing glances at him. Nonetheless, Lin Qingsong chose not to dwell on it, grabbing his water bottle and the bananas he had previously purchased before leaving. Upon exiting the community, Lin Qingsong was surprised to find the door of the Xingxing pet shop wide open, with the owner, Gao Xiaoxing, sitting at the entrance, playing with a dog. Lin Gu, Gao Xiaoxing, who had been observing the entrance, brightened upon seeing Lin Qingsong and stood up to greet him from afar. Exercising so early again? This morning, he had forewent sleeping in just to wait for Lin Qingsong. Seeing the chubby Gao Xiaoxing, Lin Qingsong smiled and remarked, Gao Xing, you're open for business so early today? Oh, I'm not actually open for business. Gao Xiaoxing waved his hand dismissively. Then, with eyes sparkling, he continued, Lin Gu, could you teach me how to pursue a romantic relationship? He had been pondering that if he could take Lin Qingsong as his mentor, perhaps he could marry his goddess this year. Not all. Lin Qingsong recalled the intel he had seen yesterday and felt a tinge of helplessness. Women cannot simply be pursued. They must be attracted. There is a saying, if you bloom, the breeze will come. If one is exceptional enough, the right person will naturally be drawn in. The intel indicated that Gao Xiaoxing had long been unable to win over his goddess, which suggested he held her in high regard while belittling himself. Yet, women are primarily attracted to strength. How could someone who belittles himself possibly attract someone who seeks strength? Lin Qingsong could share this wisdom with Gao Xiaoxing, but their acquaintance was not particularly close. While he might accept it, there was a risk of creating discord if he did not. Gao Xiaoxing, taken aback, did not expect Lin Qingsong to be so resolute. With a pained expression, he pleaded, Lin Gu, please. I've been pursuing Xiao Li for nearly 3 or 4 years, but she only acknowledges me when she breaks up with her boyfriend. The rest of the time, she ignores me completely. You must help me. Lin Qingsong scrutinized Gao Xiaoxing for a moment, feeling a flicker of admiration. He was no ordinary infatuated admirer. He had transformed into a veritable warrior in love. What kind of woman could be revered as a goddess if she only acknowledges him during breakups? Gao Xing, tell me honestly, have you ever been in a relationship before? Lin Qingsong inquired, intrigued by Gao Xiaoxing's unique situation. No, Gao Xiaoxing shook his head. I never thought about it until I met Xiao Li after graduation. Oh, who is this Xiao Li? Lin Qingsong's interest was piqued, but recalling his upcoming workout, he waved his gym gloves and added, do you have a membership at Jinyao Gym? If so, we can chat while you work out. No, but I can get one right now. Gao Xiaoxing, sensing a glimmer of hope from Lin Qingsong, eagerly offered to obtain a membership on the spot. Watching Gao Xiaoxing swiftly close the shop door, Lin Qingsong nodded in satisfaction. As long as one has the initiative, change becomes relatively straightforward. Approaching the gym, after hearing Gao Xiaoxing's description of his goddess, Lin Qingsong provided him with a prescription for success. Huh? Gao Xiaoxing was momentarily puzzled and looked at him questioningly. Lin Gu, why is that? Let me finish. Lin Qingsong continued without explanation. Once you visited the massage parlor of your choice and received services from all the female technicians there, then switch to another shop. After you've rotated through 3 different establishments, come back to me, and I will explain why. Lin Gu, I'm asking you to teach me how to pursue women. Gao Xiaoxing's face was a canvas of confusion. What did foot massages have to do with pursuing women? After you've switched between 3 shops, come back to me, and I will surely teach you. Lin Qingsong insisted with a serious expression. Given that Gao Xiaoxing had never been in a relationship, and Xiao Li was an experienced player, he would need to first enhance his physical fitness and then practice his social skills at the massage parlor. Eventually, whether he gained insight about Xiao Li or built the confidence to engage with her, it would be an improvement over his current state. It was even possible that his newfound physique might attract good fortune. Just as Gao Xiaoxing was half convinced, Shan Xingyu approached from a distance and halted in surprise upon seeing the 2 of them together. Gao Qingsong, what's going on here? In her memory, Gao Xiaoxing and the gym were entirely unrelated, and their connection seemed unusually close. Gao Xiaoxing quickly replied, Old you, I see that Lin Gu has a great physique. So I want to exercise and lose weight. Lin Ye, losing weight. Gao Xiaoxing, have you lost your mind? Shun Xingyu was even more baffled, wondering when Gao Xiaoxing had started calling Lin Qingsong Linge and why he suddenly wanted to lose weight. Old you, don't say that. I'm also someone who wants to improve. Gao Xiaoxing shot a look of disbelief at his childhood friend. All right, Shun Xingyu eyed the two skeptically. It's getting late. Let us head inside. While Gao Xiaoxing was occupied with his membership, Shun Xingyu discreetly pulled Lin Qingsong aside, her curiosity getting the better of her. Qingsong, what exactly is Gao Xing up to? Yu Jia, do you know that Gao Xing has feelings for a girl named Xiao Li? Lin Qingsong countered. If Shun Xingyu was unaware, he would refrain from elaborating. I know, Shun Xingyu sighed. I'm not speaking ill of anyone behind their back. But it's clear that Xiao Li is not suited for Gao Xing. He enjoys playing video games at night, while she spends her evenings at nightclubs. Do you really think they can be together? Yet he remains fixated on being with her. Gao Xing has asked me to help him win over Xiao Li. Lin Qingsong replied with a smile. So, I prescribed him a regimen, gym workouts paired with visits to massage parlors. Huh? Shun Xingyu's eyes widened in disbelief, her delicate features etched with confusion. Chapter 38. The Land of Opportunity, what does that even mean? I can understand the gym as a means for Gao Xing to lose weight and enhance his charm, but what is the deal with the massage parlor? However, she was astute. After a moment's contemplation, she suddenly understood and turned to Lin Qingsong, exclaiming, I get it. The gym enhances Gao Xing's allure, while the massage parlor, with its female technicians, provides an opportunity for casual conversation. Qingsong, your approach is brilliant. Shun Xingyu didn't harbor any negative thoughts about Lin Qingsong's mention of the massage parlor. Instead, admiration shone on her face. This perspective had never crossed her mind before. Once the three finished their workout, Shun Xingyu recalled her mother's words from the previous day and decided to schedule another meeting with Lin Qingsong. Of course, this time, she would offer compensation for his role as her pretend boyfriend, which she estimated would be a valuable piece of jade bracelet, as her mother owned a bracelet shop and preferred to gift them. Certainly, Shun Xingyu remarked that this was merely a portion of the remuneration. She had a designer friend who had established a clothing brand and was currently in search of models. If Lin Qingsong expressed interest, she could recommend him, allowing the models to come through him. Additionally, she had several friends who owned companies and were planning to shoot a promotional video for their business in the latter half of the year. Once their projects commenced, she would promptly recommend Lin Qingsong to them. Lin Qingsong felt an inexplicable sense that he might truly possess the potential to live off others' fortunes. With Shun Xingyu and Jiang Jia assisting him in his career, he had also received a direct monetary gift of 50,000 from Qinyan. Watching Shun Xingyu depart, Gao Xiaoxing emerged from the gym, having just been approached by a female personal trainer. Thanks to his loyalty to Xiao Li, he had managed to decline the advances of the attractive trainer. You have no idea, Gao Xiaoxing said, still shaken. If it weren't for my loyalty to Xiao Li, I might have actually signed up for those classes. That female trainer spoke so sweetly and charmingly. Lin Qingsong chuckled and patted his shoulder, saying, come on, just think about it. A girl initiated a conversation with you. Doesn't that make you feel good? But she was trying to get me to buy classes. Gao Xiaoxing instinctively replied. Regardless of her intentions, when she approached you, did it not excite you? Aside from childhood friends like Shun Xingyu, the only other person who had approached him for a chat since graduating from university was Xiao Li, whom he had met at a bar with friends. This kid still has a chance, he thought. Today, he had an important task to attend to. 5 days prior, he had received intel regarding a purple item, and today was the time to act. Today's Intel 01, purple, 5 days later. The vendor at booth 228 in the Qishan Road Flea Market will sell a dilapidated wooden cabinet that conceals a historical in Gongniu Huang Wan, valued at 120,000 in the market. After finishing his shower, Lin Qingsong dried his hair while reviewing the intel he had just extracted. After estimating the time, he decided to first retrieve the gold earrings from Uniqlo before heading to the Qishan Road Flea Market. According to his inquiries, this flea market was on the verge of closure, leading to increasingly delayed opening hours. What used to be 5 o'clock had shifted to 6, 7, 8, and now 9:30. Even if he arrived early, he would just be waiting at the door. Thus, it was better to secure the earrings first to time his visit perfectly. Yushi Road is a well-known commercial street in Hu City, receiving thousands of visitors daily. Even though today was a weekday, the street remained bustling with people. upon alighting from his vehicle and standing before the grand entrance of a Uniqlo flagship store. Lin Qingsong felt a surge of accomplishment as he gazed at the large model photographs hanging outside. All the models featured inside were those he had provided, and he had earned approximately $30,000 from this project alone. Unfortunately, Uniqlo's chosen advertising company preferred collaborating with a variety of agencies, resulting in only a single cooperation. Otherwise, based on Uniqlo's frequent updates, he could earn $30,000 every quarter, totaling $120,000 a year. With a sense of nostalgia, Lin Qingsong stepped inside. He casually picked up a shopping bag and filled it with several white basic tops he frequently wore. Such quality essential garments were worth stocking up on. After selecting his clothing, he proceeded to the fitting room corridor. Due to the early hour, the area was deserted. Of course, Lin Qingsong was aware that there were cameras overhead, but that was of little concern as there were no cameras inside the fitting rooms. Glancing at the fitting room marked with the number 3, he pushed open the door and entered. He placed a shopping bag on a nearby bench and lowered his gaze to the mirror ahead. After examining himself for a while, he finally noticed a somewhat dull gold earring behind the mirror. Its post was bent and resting against the black backing, nearly undetectable without close scrutiny. Weighing it in his hand, Lin Qingsong estimated it to be about 5 grams, worth a little over $1,000 if melted down. Nonetheless, it was a good find, as it was essentially free. Satisfied, he tucked the earring into his pocket and exited the fitting room with his shopping bag. After completing his purchase at the nearby counter, he glanced at the bill of over $500 with serene composure. It was merely half the price of the gold earring, which was acceptable. Carrying his clothes, Lin Qingsong hailed a cab to the Chishan Road flea market, eager to uncover a hidden gem. After about an hour, he arrived at his destination. Observing the market's dilapidated iron gates, Lin Qingsong shook his head in resignation. In this day and age, as people's living standards rise, such treasure-hunting havens would likely continue to decline. Even those seeking second-hand items would prefer browsing online platforms like Huangyu. Perhaps due to the market just opening, there were not many customers inside apart from the vendors. Look at what I've got. Don't listen to their boasts. Check this out. It's a shrimp by Chi Bai Sure. It's worth a fortune. Many vendors, seeing Lin Qingsong's youthful appearance, eagerly attempted to lure him in, but the items they peddled were rather lackluster. Chapter 39. The frenzied young matron Lin Qingsong navigated through the vendors, engaging with them while meandering toward the stall displaying various pieces of furniture. After spotting the cabinet highlighted by the system, he inquired, "Boss, how much for these second-hand furniture items?" The furniture had been collected from the countryside, with any valuable wood long since picked over, leaving only the most ordinary wooden pieces. This tiny cabinet is 300? Lin Qingsong pointed to a cabinet beside the target piece. I already told you. The large ones are 500, and the small ones are 300, the stout vendor replied impatiently after glancing at Lin Qingsong, then returned to scrolling through short videos. Damn it, I can't stand you good-looking types, he thought. Hey, miss, could you show a bit more courtesy? I'm a customer here, and if I buy 2 cabinets, can you give me a discount? Lin Qingsong said, somewhat exasperated by the vendor's surly demeanor. If you buy 2, I can knock off 100, no matter the size. Upon hearing the compliment, the vendor's mood lightened slightly, and her tone softened. All right then, I'll take both. Lin Qingsong recalled the lessons learned from previous experiences with Red Bull and the storage cabinet. It was wise to buy extras of nearby items, as they might yield pleasant surprises. After all, it was not too expensive. The total for the 2 small cabinets was only 500, which, combined with the clothes he had just purchased, was easily covered by the gold earrings he had found earlier. 500, paid through Weixing or Zifubo, the vendor chirped, her demeanor noticeably brighter. After completing the payment via Weixing, Lin Qingsong looked at the 2 cabinets with some concern. Although they were small in the context of cabinets, together they reached about his height, making it impossible for him to transport them alone. However, he had a plan. He picked up his phone and called Jiang Jia. This young matron owned an impressive Mercedes, with a trunk spacious enough to accommodate both cabinets. Moreover, he indeed needed to speak with Jiang Jia today, seeking her assistance in introducing him to the owner of He Chung Advertising. The call connected shortly after ringing. Sister, I found 2 cabinets at the flea market on Chishan Road. Could you come pick me up? Sure. Send me your location, Jiang Jia replied without further inquiries. About 20 minutes later, she arrived, dressed in a light pink satin dress that cinched at her waist, accentuating her figure, and wearing high heels that clicked lightly as she approached Lin Qingsong with curiosity. "Qingsong, what is this?" Jiang Jia asked, glancing at the cabinets before him, her expression a mixture of surprise and confusion at his sudden interest in such items. "I have a client who enjoys collecting these antiques. I thought to cater to his tastes," Lin Qingsong casually explained, then borrowed a cart from the vendor to load the cabinets for transport. The irritable older sister gazed at the alluringly slender figure and exquisitely refined features of Xiang Jia, who exuded an undeniable femininity. In that moment, her anger dissipated, and she proactively offered to find someone to assist with the cart. She felt that Xiang Jia represented the aspiration she yearned for in the future. After placing the items in the trunk, Lin Qingsong finally let out a sigh of relief and, seated in the passenger seat, turned to Xiang Jia and said, "Jia Jia? There shouldn't be any more complications regarding Shanghai, right?" "Yes, yes," Xiang Jia replied, driving with a joyful smile. "Director Ho contacted me again yesterday and mentioned that Shanghai has been transferred to the international class, where the educational environment will be even better." "Oh, Director Ho is quite attentive," Lin Qingsong mused, sensing that this Director Ho might also reach out to that internet celebrity known as Hey Dan, possibly to stifle any dissent. "Indeed, all of this is thanks to you, Qingsong," Xiang Jia said, turning her head to express her gratitude with a glance at Lin Qingsong. She then bit her lip and asked, "Qingsong, do you have any plans later?" "None," faced with Xiang Jia's almost entrancing gaze. Lin Qingsong could hardly claim he had any obligations. Even if he did, he would have to postpone them, otherwise all his efforts would be in vain. In the afternoon, on a large bed, holding a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice, Xiang Jia cheerfully remarked, "I had Shanghai's grandpa go pick him up." The intensity of a woman in her prime can indeed be somewhat terrifying. If you were to add the word longing to that, it would be beyond mere terror. Lin Qingsong regretted not bringing along some Hu Bianjiu for support. However, he soon felt regret dissipate, as Xiang Jia had thoughtfully ordered him some beef delicacies and expressed her willingness to assist him tomorrow as well. Nevertheless, amidst the camaraderie, Lin Qingsong did not forget the essential matters at hand. During their meal break, Xiang Jia shared the contact details of He Cheng, the advertising company's owner. She even facilitated matters regarding the purchase of a handbag company. "Jia Jia, I actually aspire to establish my own career," Lin Qingsong began, but his words were swiftly silenced. "What is mine is yours," Xiang Jia declared affectionately. "If you want to pursue a career, I can certainly lend a hand." Gazing into Xiang Jia's eyes, Lin Qingsong could not help but feel a surge of emotion. Curse this charm of mine. At midnight, Lin Qingsong, lying on his bed, took a moment to peruse the intelligence for the following day. Daily Intelligence 01. Yailina boasted to her friends yesterday that someone is coming to Shanghai to become a wild model, and she has requested their assistance. What exactly has Yailina been bragging about? Lin Qingsong pondered, but before he could delve deeper, Xiang Jia incessantly interrupted his thoughts, compelling him to set this matter aside and continue to the next piece of intelligence. After all, he would soon see Yailina, and if it concerned him, she would surely mention it. Daily Intelligence 02. Pink at the hillside filming location, in the model room number 04, there is a decorative second-hand safe, within which lies a stash of assorted dollar bills. Before he could fully comprehend the specifics of this intel, the mere mention of the word pink lifted Lin Qingsong's spirits. This indicated the intelligence held substantial value. After scrutinizing the details, he let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it wasn't akin to the gold bars hidden in the old foreign residence, which he could see but not obtain. This time, the items were both visible and accessible to him. The hillside filming location mentioned in the intelligence was where he was set to work the following day. Although finding items in model rooms was uncommon, it was hardly an anomaly in their industry. It was akin to a model purchasing clothes provided by a stylist during a shoot. Generally, few would decline. Chapter 40. Off-season shooting in the early morning. The sun had yet to unleash its full power, yet the ground temperature had already risen to 27 or 28 degrees Celsius. Lin Qingsong, glancing at the slumbering Xiang Jia beside him, playfully pinched her nose and said, "Jia Jia, I'm off to the filming location. You can continue sleeping." After reviewing the intelligence yesterday, his excitement had led him to engage in protracted discussions with Xiang Jia, as he anticipated the opportunity to make up for missed connections at the filming site. Xiang Jia, struggling to open her eyes, suggested, "Qingsong, eat some breakfast before you go. We have eggs and milk at home. Let me heat some up for you." Lin Qingsong gently tousled her hair and declined. No need. You look quite tired. Just keep sleeping. The crew will provide breakfast. All right then. You might as well drive my car instead of hailing a cab, Xiang Jia replied, feeling utterly exhausted. The two cabinets are still in the car, and having a vehicle will make it easier for you to deliver gifts. Lin Qingsong had no objection to this. He had contemplated retrieving the Ngong Niu Huang Wan from the cabinets before placing them at Xiang Jia's. After a moment of affectionate banter, Lin Qingsong felt refreshed enough to head to the bathroom. Xiang Jia, suppressing her throat discomfort, coughed lightly and said, "Cough, cough, Qingsong. You don't need to rush to return the car. I'm not particularly fond of driving this large vehicle anyway." This large vehicle was purchased by her ex-husband, and after their divorce, it had come into her possession. She usually preferred to drive her own BMW. Fine, Lin Qingsong agreed, suddenly recalling something he had mentioned to her ex-husband, and couldn't he help but chuckle. Jia, if your ex-husband knew, he would probably blow a gasket. Why bring him up for no reason? Xiang Jia rolled her eyes in exasperation, taking a few sips of water to alleviate her discomfort. At 6 o'clock, they set off, and Lin Qingsong arrived at the hillside filming location by 8:30. Gazing through the glass, he observed the 3 large characters spelling hillside at the entrance, and he couldn't help but feel exasperated. In their circle, this place was commonly referred to as the half-life filming location, implying that shooting there could take half your life. However, who could resist the allure of the exquisitely cheap model rooms, as long as one could endure the travel time? The hillside was considered the most cost-effective filming location in all of Shanghai. Gently applying the brakes, Lin Qingsong lowered the window and called out to the guardhouse. "Xiao Dao, open the gate." "Wow, Songge, it seems you've taken off since we last met." A young man in his 20s, wearing a slightly askew security cap, emerged from the guardhouse, his face alight with envy. "Taken off? I merely borrowed a friend's car." Lin Qingsong nonchalantly tossed over a pack of Yushi cigarettes from the passenger seat. To be friends with someone who drives a luxury car and even borrows it, that is quite an achievement, Songge. Xiao Dao accepted the cigarettes eagerly, lavishing praise as he diligently opened the gate. "This is hardly an achievement." Lin Qingsong glanced at Xiao Dao. "Compared to your uncle, I'm just a small-time agent." "Ah, my mom said yes, just making a fuss." "Making a fuss? And he can manage this filming location?" Lin Qingsong chuckled as he drove Xiao Dao. "I say you should quit being a security guard and let your uncle set you up in the entertainment industry. Don't belittle me, Songge." Xiao Dao waved his hand dismissively. "I've come to terms with it. I'm just suited to take it easy." "All right then, no more chit-chat. I'll head in first," Lin Qingsong said, winding up the window and steering towards Building 2 of the filming location. He hadn't initially realized that Xiao Dao was the nephew of the filming location's owner. He often liked to hang out in the guardhouse for its air conditioning and excellent computer setup. Once he learned of Xiao Dao's family connection, it became clear why the guardhouse was so well appointed. This also gave him the confidence to purchase that second-hand safe. As a friend of the owner's nephew, acquiring a second-hand item was hardly a challenge. Upon arriving at the base of Building 2, Lin Qingsong smoothly parked in the front spot. Just as he stepped out of the car and had yet to close the door, a familiar voice called out. "So this car belongs to you, Qingsong? I thought it might belong to some other star from a different filming location." Jia Feng habitually ran his fingers through his thinning hair, speaking with a tone of curiosity. "Qingsong, when did you purchase this car? It certainly does not come cheap. It must be said that this vehicle, dubbed the exclusive chariot of scoundrel, indeed possesses an alluring charm. Regardless of gender, anyone who lays eyes upon it is compelled to gaze for a few moments. Where could I possibly afford such a thing?" "This is a friend's car, merely borrowed for a few days," replied Fengge. Lin Qingsong realized that driving such an ostentatious vehicle was somewhat inappropriate for his current situation. It was indeed a bit too conspicuous. Better to return it to Xiang Jia once he was done, to avoid having to explain himself upon encountering acquaintances. "Wow, your friend is quite generous," Jia Feng praised, giving a thumbs up. The saying "a car and a wife are not to be lent" resonates with many. "Fengge, what about breakfast?" "I rushed over here this morning, and I'm practically starving." Lin Qingsong, wishing to divert the conversation from the car, inquired, "By the way, have the models from our company arrived?" "I haven't seen the company vehicle. The catering has already been taken inside. It's getting hotter outside, and we can't leave the food out," Jia Feng said as he led Lin Qingsong inside. "Additionally, your company's vehicle just dropped off the models and left, as they needed to take someone else to another filming location." Upon reaching the second floor via the elevator, Lin Qingsong and Jia Feng made their way to the model room they would be shooting in today. Observing the vacant 04 model room, Lin Qingsong's gaze briefly flickered over the prominently highlighted safe. Its simple design and outdated appearance were quite fitting for the room's decor from the early 2000s. One could only wonder where the individual who purchased this safe had acquired it. Today's breakfast is decent. Meat buns and black rice porridge, Jia Feng remarked as he collected a breakfast box. He then received a message indicating that the advertising company's personnel had arrived with clients downstairs. Qingsong, feel free to explore. I need to head downstairs to greet them. No problem, Feng Gu, Lin Qingsong replied, heading to the nearby makeup room with his breakfast in hand. A fair-skinned model, Anna, was sitting in front of the mirror, idly waiting for her makeup artist to finish. Upon hearing the door open, she smiled upon recognizing Lin Qingsong. Lin, good morning. Good morning, Anna, Lin Qingsong greeted, admiring Anna's exquisitely crafted features reminiscent of a Barbie doll. After their exchange, a costume designer handed Anna a thick down jacket. Anna put this on. Just watching Anna accept the down jacket ignited a warmth within Lin Qingsong. Chapter 41. Anna's Indulgent Meal. The fashion industry typically prepares for the next season's clothing 6 months in advance. Promotional materials for winter clothing are only shot during the summer to ensure production, logistics, and shelving are completed in time for the autumn and winter sale season. Today, however, Anna was required to wear a heavy down jacket while shooting in 30-degree weather. The morning was somewhat manageable as they could shoot in an air-conditioned room, but by the afternoon, when outdoor shooting commenced, the models would suffer greatly. They not only had to don down jackets in sweltering heat, but also had to convey the essence of winter on camera. Lin, I hope this crew has some of that miraculous Huaxia Xiaohe water, Anna said while trying on the down jacket. Don't worry, I've got you covered, Lin Qingsong assured, retrieving a box of Huaxiang Zheng Qi Shui from his pocket. It must be acknowledged that this remedy is potent. Once, Anna fainted while shooting in a down jacket during the summer, and after Lin Qingsong administered some Huaxiang Zheng Qi Shui, she became completely enamored with the alcohol-infused potion. In her words, as long as she consumed this miraculous Huaxia Xiaohe water, she could endure shooting in a down jacket regardless of the unbearable heat. He had previously informed Jia Feng of this, and while picking up breakfast, he had also collected a box of Huaxiang Zheng Qi Shui from the crew. As the shooting commenced, Anna posed in the heavy down jacket within the snow-themed model room, striking various poses while a snow machine sprinkled white flakes from above. Feng Gu, it's far too noisy. I'm going to step outside for a bit. Go ahead, I'll call you if anything comes up. After leaving the snow-themed model room, Lin Qingsong wandered to the 04 model room, capturing a photograph of the old safe. He then made his way to the security booth to find Xiao Dao. Pulling out his phone, he presented the photo and straightforwardly stated, Xiao Dao, I wish to purchase this safe. Could you speak to the set manager on my behalf? What? Xiao Dao glanced at the photo, his expression one of confusion as he looked at Lin Qingsong. Brother Song, what do you want with this? Oh, I have a client, Lin Qingsong replied, introducing an unnamed client. He enjoys collecting various safes, and when I spotted this one, I thought it would make a nice gift for him. Oh, okay, let me ask Uncle He, Xiao Dao said without further inquiry, pulling out his phone to call the set manager. Uncle He, my friend wants to buy an old safe from the set. The one from the model room? Lin Qingsong whispered, it should be in the 04 model room, the one with the early 2000s decor. After repeating Lin Qingsong's words over the phone, Xiao Dao exchanged a few more comments before hanging up. All set, Xiao Dao announced, shaking his phone. Uncle He said the safe isn't worth much. There are spares in the warehouse. You can just take it. He spoke with a hint of pride, clearly pleased to have been of assistance. No, let's not make a freebie. I want to pay for it. Lin Qingsong firmly rejected. Xiao Dao, please call Uncle He again and tell him I insist on paying. All right. Although somewhat puzzled, Xiao Dao dialed again. After a brief conversation, he turned to Lin Qingsong. Brother Song, Uncle He said that the most valuable parts of this old safe are the lock and the brass. However, this safe's lock is broken and can't be closed. If you really want to buy it, just offer the price of the brass scrap. Around $50 should suffice. Lin Qingsong nodded in agreement, as long as it wasn't a freebie. After Xiao Dao helped Lin Qingsong load the safe into the car, he was taken aback upon seeing another cabinet inside. Wait a minute, Xiao Dao pointed at the old cabinet in the trunk. Brother Song, are these also gifts for your client? Lin Qingsong nodded, of course. All of these are for my client. Impressive, Brother Song. It's only natural for you to have a high volume of business. Who else could be so attentive to their clients? Xiao Dao remarked, giving the thumbs up. Once the safe was secured, Lin Qingsong was in no rush to dismantle it. He accompanied Xiao Dao to the security booth, enjoying the air conditioning and watching a movie until lunchtime arrived. Qingsong, we need to change locations soon. Will the model be riding in your car, or should we arrange something? Jia Feng inquired while eating his lunch. She'll be in my car. Just send me the address later, Lin Qingsong replied, gesturing towards Anna, who was changing her hairstyle. She's our top model, so make sure she's well taken care of. Sure, I'll send you the address shortly, Jia Feng nodded, returning to his meal. In a certain parking lot, inside a black Mercedes-Benz, Lin Qingsong reclined the driver's seat, letting his mind drift. Lin, could you get me some water? Just as he pondered the philosophical questions of life, Anna's voice broke through. Despite her exquisitely delicate features, her throat seemed to harbor a phlegm, giving her speech a heavy tone. After handing her a bottle of mineral water, Lin Qingsong finally spoke. Anna, I can't help but feel you've become even more formidable lately. Have you been secretly honing your skills? Lin, I've been practicing intermittent fasting recently. Only consuming a banana each day. To stave off hunger, I have to eat it slowly. Oh, I see. Lin Qingsong could not help but frown and said, had I known earlier, I would not have allowed you to consume so much protein. Let us consider this a cheap meal. Anna, with a cheerful smile, raised an eyebrow and replied, it is a pity that time is insufficient. Otherwise, I would have wished for seconds during this indulgent feast. Observing the crew's vehicles gradually appearing ahead, Lin Qingsong finally opened the door to let Anna out. Jia Feng, watching Anna enter the makeup van, turned to Lin Qingsong and inquired, did your company star not give you a hard time? You seemed quite jovial while conversing with her. Jia Feng, unfamiliar with English, could not comprehend the dialogue between Lin Qingsong and Anna. He expressed his skepticism, saying, forget it, it does not concern me. As long as you ensure she completes this project successfully. Rest assured, Anna will certainly cooperate well. Lin Qingsong replied with unwavering confidence. After all, having contributed such substantial protein, it would be a waste if Anna were to be negligent. Chapter 42. The filming continued until 8 in the evening. During the shoot, Anna could no longer endure and took a bottle of Huaxiang Zhongqi water from Lin Qingsong, gulping it down to relieve her discomfort. After greeting the security guard of the community, Lin Qingsong parked the car in the property's reserved parking space. The spacious trunk and back seat were identical. Lin Qingsong proceeded to the back seat, reclined the chair, and discovered a cabinet stored in the trunk. After pulling out a drawer from the cabinet, he observed the empty cavity and, following the system's highlighted instructions, reached inside. After some exploration, he felt a clasp and, applying a bit of force, managed to pull out another small drawer. Inside lay a delicate box, quietly resting, with a faded yellowed paper beneath it, bearing the heading Guangyuan. According to Lin Qingsong's recent inquiries, 2 pharmacies were renowned for their authentic and Gong Niu Huang Wan, Guangyuan and Tongrentang. Established during the Ming Dynasty in the Jiajing era, Guangyuan was the original pharmacy to produce in Gong Niu Huang Wan, while Tongrentang was listed among the other pharmacies. Upon opening the ornate box and seeing the pill meticulously wrapped in beeswax, Lin Qingsong could not help but smile. This was indeed a treasure. Although the intelligence indicated a market price of 120,000, rarity bestows value. This particular Gong Niu Huang Wan from the early years of the nation's establishment was likely scarce globally. It could be auctioned for a price that might easily double. However, he quickly extinguished that thought. Currently, he was not in dire need of funds. This rare medicine was something to be cherished, as it could indeed save a life in critical times. As for those who disparaged traditional Chinese medicine, Lin Qingsong chose not to engage. When faced with life-threatening circumstances, even the most unorthodox remedies could become necessary. After securely storing the delicate box and the yellowed paper, he glanced at the safe filled with US dollars. After all, the system had not specified how many bills were within. Upon leaving the vehicle, Lin Qingsong borrowed a small cart from the security guard, placed the safe atop it, and prepared to push it away. As for the remaining 2 old cabinets, he intended to have someone assess their value. If they were deemed worthless, he could take them to the company as mere decor. After all, they were antique furniture, embodying a unique beauty distinct from Western styles. Upon arriving home, Lin Qingsong was surprised to find that his used belongings had already been removed. While cleaning, He Shui assisted in lifting the safe and remarked, "Did you resolve everything so quickly? That is quite fortunate." Lin Qingsong paid little heed, casually responding as his thoughts remained focused on the safe. He was not the type to take advantage of others, nor would he hold any expectations that He Shui and He Yu would feel compelled to reciprocate for his handling of their affairs. As the saying goes, droughts claim the thirsty, and floods claim the wet. Lin Qingsong belonged to the latter category. Had it not been for his diligent exercise and innate talent, he might have truly found himself overwhelmed. Once inside his room, Lin Qingsong opened the safe and began to explore its interior. Unfortunately, after considerable effort, he could not locate any mechanism. He noticed the system's highlight indicating the bottom of the safe. Utilizing a flathead screwdriver he retrieved from his home, he carefully pried along the bottom. With a significant effort, he soon succeeded in dislodging the bottom panel, which had partitioned off a portion of the safe's interior. As the panel was removed, a stack of $10 bills was revealed to the air. Setting down the screwdriver, Lin Qingsong counted the bills, determining there to be 1,000, roughly equivalent to 60 or 70,000 yuan. The issuance dates on the currency suggested these bills had been placed there in the early 2000s, a substantial sum at that time. It was unclear where the crew at the hillside filming location had acquired this safe. Although the dominance of the dollar had gradually waned, it remained relatively robust, making it a prudent reserve for emergencies. One could never predict when it might prove useful, particularly since he was not desperately in need of money at present. After repositioning the safe to serve as a nightstand beside his bed, Lin Qingsong noticed he was quite sweaty from all the commotion. Observing the sweet smile of a young girl and the implication within her words urging him to seek her out, Lin Qingsong could not help but chuckle and shake his head. Was this akin to a moth drawn to a flame? He did not believe He was oblivious to the fact that he was spending nights away with other women. Sending such invitations under these circumstances seemed to invite trouble. He was no paragon of virtue. If a moth wished to seek the flame, then let it do so. He adhered to 4 principles when interacting with women: do not initiate, do not refuse, do not promise, and do not assume responsibility. Far away in Chuan province, upon hearing Lin Qingsong's voice, He could not suppress a slight smile. "Hey, Lin Gu, I will be waiting for you in Suzhou." The following day, upon awakening, Lin Qingsong habitually opened the system to check the latest intelligence. Daily Intelligence 01. As one thinks by day, so one dreams by night. After conversing with Lin Qingsong, He secretly indulged in some comic reading, brimming with excitement until she gradually fell asleep in her drowsy state. She dreamed of herself with Lin Qingsong before awakening and promptly rushing to the bathroom to cool off. Upon reading this report, Lin Qingsong found himself at a loss for words. It seemed he had not spoken much with He Yu. How could she be so excited? Had his charm truly ascended? Moreover, why was she sneaking glances at comics? Chapter 43. The peculiar Yang Xiao since the day he extracted in Gongyo Huang Yuan and a stack of US dollars. The subsequent days brought him little more than trivial gossip about those around him and some inconsequential white intelligence. Lin Qingsong occasionally found the topics mentioned in the intelligence too distant from his reality, rendering them unworthy of his time. After all, he had experienced earning 50,000 a day. Trifling matters involving a few dozen yuan were hardly worth his attention. After Lin Qingsong enlisted Jiang Ji's assistance in resolving matters with the handbag company, he also briefed Qi Nan on the situation. Qi Nan displayed indifference. After all, conducting private deals was a well-known, unwritten rule within the industry. Regarding He-Chung advertising, the responsible party indicated that they would need to review the cosmetics project internally and would contact Lin Qingsong once the process was complete. Conversely, on Monday, Qi Nan informed Lin Qingsong that her friend had nearly finished her busy schedule and would likely commence work as an escort by Friday. The next day, in the office, Lin Qingsong stretched and turned to Yang Xiao beside him, saying, "Old Yang, aren't you moving today? Let's leave early." Last week, Yang Xiao informed him of her plans to move, and today he specifically mentioned it to Qi Nan, requesting to borrow the company's wooling. "Do you need any assistance?" Niu Hao cheerfully inquired. "No need," Yang Xiao replied with a smile, gesturing towards Lin Qingsong beside her. "Old Lin is more than sufficient. Besides, I don't have too many belongings." "All right then," Niu Hao said, lowering his head to continue his game. However, the next moment, his phone rang, and upon glancing at the caller ID, a look of confusion crossed his face. "Qian, what is going on? Is he coming to Hu City?" Where'll he stay? As Niu Hao spoke, Lin Qingsong and Yang Xiaoxiao had already exited the office. Once outside, Yang Xiaoxiao couldn't help but gossip with Lin Qingsong. Old Lin, could it be that Niu Hao's brother-in-law is coming to Hu City? She had heard that Niu Hao lent a substantial sum of money to that prospective brother-in-law a few days ago. They're not even married yet, and he has already extracted so much from his brother-in-law. If they truly marry, Niu Hao might be drained dry. I wonder what he is thinking. Although Yang Xiaoxiao was a woman, she couldn't tolerate the person named Qian. She simply couldn't fathom why Niu Hao would keep someone like her around. Who knows? Perhaps this is true love? Lin Qingsong had previously advised Niu Hao, but the latter was unwilling to listen. Since then, he had refrained from interfering in Niu Hao's affairs. Each individual must navigate their own path. If one does not seek salvation, even heaven cannot intervene. Lin Qingsong had come to this realization. When it came to flattery, Gao Xiaoxing would be overshadowed by Niu Hao, as he merely pursued time without success. However, Niu Hao was quite different. He was essentially bleeding himself dry to support his girlfriend's family. Thankfully, their industry was lucrative. Otherwise, Niu Hao would indeed be in dire straits. After leaving the company, Lin Qingsong drove the Wuling, and he and Yang Xiaoxiao shared laughter all the way to her rented apartment. After about an hour of effort, they finally managed to pack all of Yang Xiaoxiao's belongings. Looking at the scattered items in the car, Lin Qingsong couldn't help but remark, "Old Yang, you have quite a lot of stuff. Some of it should really be thrown away. Luckily, I'm driving a Wuling, otherwise we wouldn't fit everything." Yang Xiaoxiao, a bit embarrassed, responded, "I've already discarded quite a bit." She then picked up a piece of paper and, looking at Lin Qingsong, changed the subject. "Old Lin, you're sweating so much. Wipe your chin. I'm driving. Let us talk later," he replied. "Let me help you with that," Yang Xiaoxiao said as she leaned towards the driver's seat, reaching for a tissue to wipe the sweat from Lin Qingsong's face. It was hot in summer, and after moving a pile of items, Lin Qingsong was already soaked. The white undershirt clung to his body, accentuating his muscles. Men enjoy gazing at women, and women too appreciate a good-looking man. Especially with such a subtle allure, it becomes even more enticing. As Yang Xiaoxiao continued to wipe, her eyes gradually fixated on Lin Qingsong, her mouth unconsciously swallowing. For some reason, Lin Qingsong's physique was entirely different from that of muscle-bound models. She felt no attraction towards those models, almost disgusted, but Lin Qingsong's muscles sparked an impulse to touch. Thankfully, a red light ahead prompted Lin Qingsong to brake, bringing her back to reality. Touching her flushed face, Yang Xiaoxiao felt a whirlwind of emotions. Once they arrived, after moving in, Lin Qingsong sensed something unusual about Yang Xiaoxiao. However, he couldn't quite pinpoint what was off. "Old Yang, do you have something on your mind?" Lin Qingsong inquired while seated on her bed, sipping a drink he had just purchased. "Oh, what could I possibly be thinking?" Yang Xiaoxiao replied with a carefree demeanor. "Maybe I'm just exhausted." She then teased Lin Qingsong. "Old Lin, are you tired? Should I give you a massage?" "Well, since you mentioned it, I certainly could use one," Lin Qingsong replied without hesitation, lying down on Yang Xiaoxiao's bed. A muffled voice emerged from beneath the covers. "All right, I'll really give you a massage, huh?" Without any pretense, Yang Xiaoxiao extended her hands and began to massage Lin Qingsong. They often visited massage parlors and were familiar with common techniques, leading Lin Qingsong to discover that Yang Xiaoxiao was quite adept. Yang Xiaoxiao opened her mouth to say something, but ultimately only advised him to drive carefully on the way home. Once back, Lin Qingsong lay in bed, pondering the peculiarities surrounding Yang Xiaoxiao. He had previously inquired with Gu Wan, who claimed that Yang Xiaoxiao had no issues. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. After some contemplation, he dozed off, and upon waking, he instinctively opened the system to check for updates. Initially, he thought today's information would be similar to previous days, lacking any significance. To his surprise, the first piece of information resolved his doubts. Chapter 44. Shun Xingyu and Lin Qingsong meet Qin Yan and her parents. Daily Information 01. Yang Xiaoxiao has been diagnosed as a stone girl since the age of 16 due to abdominal pain, resulting in a high probability of being unable to conceive in the future. Consequently, she has never dated nor dared to engage in romantic relationships. No wonder. Lin Qingsong finally understood why Yang Xiaoxiao behaved so strangely. It was not due to emotional wounds, but rather physical trauma that prevented her from embracing love. With this understanding, he He became curious about whether Yang Xiaoxiao had continued to seek medical advice. Given the advancements in modern medicine, many previously insurmountable issues might now have simple solutions. Daily Information 02. Qin Yin's parents are eager for Lin Qingsong to join them for dinner, but Qin Yin seems hesitant. My dear Qin Yin, what are you hesitating for? It's not as if you're not paying. Recalling the substantial daily wage of 50,000, Lin Qingsong hoped Qin Yin would promptly reach out to him. Daily Information 03. Blue, a new promotion from Zhaoshang Bank states that if your account balance reaches 10 million, you can receive the latest Apple phone for free in your personal center. System, do you even comprehend what you're saying? A balance of 10 million for a free latest Apple phone. If I already have 10 million, do I really need this phone? After reviewing today's updates, Lin Qingsong realized that the system might be slacking off. Just a few days ago, valuable information was abundant, but now many updates seem to lack substance. Take today's fourth piece of information, for instance. A discarded hairpin was found in the second trash bin of the Disney Carousel project, with someone offering 30 yuan for it. Disney tickets cost 300 to 400. Why would I rummage through a trash can for a hairpin worth 30 or 40 yuan? Isn't that just ridiculous? Nevertheless, Lin Qingsong didn't feel overly anxious. What is meant for me will come, and what is not meant for me will not. He thought. The system updates its information daily, and even if it only provides one useful piece of information each day, he would still benefit. Although he had already arranged to attend an art exhibition with Shen Xingyu, the exhibition wouldn't commence until 9:30, leaving his morning workout unaffected. After freshening up, Lin Qingsong tidied up Lin Xiaoguai's fur and prepared to leave with his water bottle. Meeting Shen Xingyu at the community entrance, the two made their way straight to the gym for leg day. Let us call it a day. If we continue, we might not have the energy to enjoy the exhibition, Shen Xingyu said, wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead. Meanwhile, at the Qin household, old Qin stopped dawdling. Our daughter rarely has time to go out with us, and you're still taking your time. Qin Mu urged her husband, who was still in the bathroom. I know. Qin Yin sat on the sofa, engrossed in her phone. In order to create a vibrant atmosphere on the opening day, the new art exhibition in the vibrant metropolis of Mo do not only released a limited number of tickets to the public, but also provided several tickets to various enterprises in the city. As a premier law firm in Mo do, Lan Tian Law Firm naturally received a considerable number of tickets. Once Qin Fu finished using the restroom, he glanced at the signed tennis ball by Zhang Qingwen on the treasure cabinet and turned to Qin Yin, saying, Yin, don't you have tickets as well? Why not check if Shaolin is available to join us? Qin Mu nodded in agreement, adding, yes indeed, why not give Shaolin a call? After all, it seems you have only dined with Lin Qingsong once. Observing her parents, even though Qin Yin maintained her aloof demeanor, she couldn't help but internally scoff. Suppressing her desire to voice her thoughts, she reluctantly replied, Mom and Dad, today is Wednesday. He has work to attend to. Oh, all right then. Just wait until the weekend to invite Shaolin. Since you still have tickets, Qin Fu responded. Qin Yin nodded dismissively. Okay, I understand. Let's hurry, or we'll be caught in the morning rush. When Qin Yan's car arrived at the exhibition's parking area, Lin Qingsong and Shen Xingyu had already reached the entrance of the art exhibition. A massive sign-in banner welcomed those holding invited tickets to register. Since Shen Xingyu possessed an invited ticket, she and Lin Qingsong signed in and were promptly escorted to the designated seating area. Prior to the official commencement of the exhibition at 9:30, a brief opening ceremony took place. Seated, Lin Qingsong surveyed the surrounding attendees while engaging in conversation with Shen Xingyu. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar silhouette amidst the crowd, but it quickly vanished behind a wave of people. What's wrong? Shen Xingyu noticed Lin Qingsong's abrupt pause and inquired curiously. It's nothing. I thought I saw someone I knew. Lin Qingsong replied uncertainly. Oh. Shen Xingyu nodded slightly before resuming their previous discussion. Your decision to purchase the company is quite commendable. It makes it much easier for me to recommend you to others. Reaching out in the company's name is far superior to doing so individually. As their conversation unfolded, the opening ceremony gradually came to a close. Let us go inside and take a look, Lin Qingsong suggested, clutching the exhibition map. After locating in Zhao's exhibition area, he guided Shen Xingyu directly there. Purchasing the golden rose would yield a profit exceeding 90,000 yuan upon resale. Furthermore, the intel indicated that a foreign collector had a keen interest in Zhao's work, particularly the painting Golden Rose, which was priced at 5,000 yuan during the exhibition, with the collector willing to pay 100,000 yuan for it. The emphasis, however, lay not in the parentheses but rather in the statement. A foreign collector greatly admires her paintings. This implied that Lin Qingsong need not limit himself to just the Golden Rose, but could acquire several of Zhao's works, as the collector appreciated her artistry beyond just that single piece. As he hurried along, Qin Yan also caught sight of Lin Qingsong and Shun Xingyu. Her eyes widened in surprise, and she instinctively glanced at her parents. If they were to see Lin Qingsong with another woman at the exhibition, her pretense of having a boyfriend would be compromised. Upon realizing her parents were oblivious to Lin Qingsong's presence, Qin Yan breathed a sigh of relief. She quickly interjected, "Mom and Dad, it seems rather crowded here. Why don't we explore another area for now and come back when it's less busy?" "Oh no, I actually prefer the crowds," Qin Fu remarked as he moved forward. Upon noticing that her father was heading in the direction Lin Qingsong had just taken, Qin Yan couldn't help but tug her mother in the opposite direction, exclaiming, "Mom and Dad, let us check out that area instead. I have a fondness for that artist's work." Qin Mu cast a skeptical glance at the artwork as she regarded Qin Yan. "You like that artist's work?" Chapter 45. Is she your girlfriend? Gazing at the painting her daughter pointed out, Qin Fu couldn't help but twitch his lips. "Yin Yan, have you been under too much stress lately? What on earth is depicted here? It's quite unsettling." Hearing their remarks, Qin Yan realized that she had inadvertently pointed to a Cthulhu-inspired piece brimming with madness. She could only muster the courage to say, "I don't particularly like this painting. Rather, I was fond of this artist previously, but I didn't expect her to create such works." After hastily concocting an excuse, Qin Yan quickly led her parents away, simultaneously sending a message to Lin Qingsong. "Old Lin, I think I just saw you. Did you come to the exhibition alone?" As Lin Qingsong approached in Zhao's booth, he paused upon seeing the message from Qin Yan, momentarily stunned. So, the person he had seen earlier was indeed Qin Yan. He wondered why she looked so familiar. After turning a corner, they arrived at Zhao's display. "Is this your target?" Shun Xingyu inquired, admiring the golden rose hanging on the wall. "It certainly possesses an aura." However, she noted the surrounding emptiness and shook her head in resignation. It seems that even at a new art exhibition, people gravitate toward those artists who have already gained some fame. In my opinion, this artist, and Xiao, has a talent that rivals those renowned figures. That is quite advantageous. I want to have to compete with others, Lin Qingsong replied with a smile, moving closer to the golden rose. Noticing the contact information beside the plaque, he took out his phone to reach out. Most exhibitions typically provide contact details next to the artwork, which may not belong to the artist directly, but rather to an agent or the event organizer. Once the call connected, Lin Qingsong succinctly expressed his needs, and the person on the other end promptly stated they were nearby and would arrive shortly. "Qingsong, this artist is quite intriguing, aside from the golden rose. There are also silver roses and iron roses. It seems she has created a series," Shun Xingyu remarked, glancing at the other paintings with a smile. "Oh," Shun Xingyu asked, slightly surprised, "Qingsong, do you hold this artist in such high regard?" "Absolutely," Lin Qingsong affirmed, once Zhao's agent arrives. "I plan to inquire about the possibility of purchasing all of her paintings." He assessed the display, noting that there were only 5 pieces in total, with the golden rose being the most valuable at just 5,000 yuan. Thus, the total price for all 5 would not exceed 20,000 yuan. "Sir, I apologize for keeping you waiting." At that moment, a woman dressed in a fitted blazer, paired with a yellow camisole and coffee-colored trousers, approached in black stilettos. After introducing herself, she continued, "I am Si Ruoxuan, the senior agent from Nahue Gallery, and also Zhao's agent. May I inquire your name?" "Lin Qingsong." "Hello, Mr. Lin. May I ask which painting of Zhao's you wish to purchase?" Si Ruoxuan inquired with a composed demeanor. "All of them." The smile that had adorned Si Ruoxuan's face faltered slightly upon hearing this. However, she quickly regained her composure. Such requests, while rare, had occurred a few times during her 2 to 3 years in the profession. "Mr. Lin, although Xiao is not widely recognized in the art world, her foundational skills are solid, and her brushwork is captivating. Therefore, the price of each painting is not particularly low." Lin Qingsong nodded slightly. "I understand. So, what would be the total cost for these paintings?" 20,000. It must be said that the system's information was mostly accurate, as Si Ruoxuan's quoted price aligned perfectly with Lin Qingsong's estimation. "Very well. Where shall we sign the contract?" Gestured invitingly behind her, say, "Mr. Lin, please follow me. Additionally, I hope you can understand that these paintings will only be removed after the exhibition concludes and transported to your designated location. No problem, Lin Qingsong replied, turning to Shun Xingyu beside him and asking, Sister Yu, would you like to join us, or would you prefer to explore on your own? Let's go together. Shun Xingyu responded nonchalantly. This shouldn't take too long, right? It won't, replied with a smile. We are using the standard contract provided by the exhibition, and they also offer free legal advice, so the signing process will be quite swift. Upon arriving at the designated signing room, Lin Qingsong found the efficiency indeed impressive. It took him merely about 10 minutes from payment to contract signing. As they exited the signing room, glanced at Shun Xingyu and cheerfully asked Lin Qingsong, Mr. Lin, would it be convenient to add me on WeChat? Should you have any subsequent needs, you can reach out to me. Additionally, I will inform you in advance if Xiao has any new works. Of course, after adding her on WeChat, he suddenly heard the voices of Qin Yan and her parents approaching. Almost immediately, Qin Yan's figure appeared before him. The moment she saw Lin Qingsong, she froze in shock. She had intended to visit the signing room to avoid Lin Qingsong, yet he seemed to be everywhere. Observing Qin Yan's stunned expression, Lin Qingsong couldn't help but chuckle. Although being the source of amusement was not ideal, his desire to pretend to be Qin Yan's boyfriend was precisely to witness her usually icy demeanor display different emotions. Mom and Dad, I just remembered that another painting I saw earlier was quite good. Why don't you come with me to take a look? Watching Qin Yan desperately trying to prevent her father and mother from approaching, Lin Qingsong heard hurried footsteps outside the door just minutes after they sat down. Qin Yan stood at the entrance, calming herself before pushing the door open and addressing Lin Qingsong. Old Lin, is this lady your girlfriend? Hearing Qin Yan's words, Shun Xingyu raised an eyebrow. Qingsong, who is this? Lin Qingsong remained composed. Qinel, this is Shun Xingyu, our company's major client. Upon hearing this, Qin Yan inwardly sighed in relief, realizing that Shun Xingyu was merely a client and not Lin Qingsong's girlfriend. Hello, Miss Shun. Ido, Kined. They greeted each other before Qin Yan turned to Shun Xingyu with an apologetic expression. Miss Shun, may I borrow old Lin for a few minutes? Of course. Shun Xingyu replied generously with a nod. It's no trouble at all. You may proceed. As she spoke, she casually picked up a bottle of mineral water from the table. Qin Yan approached Lin Qingsong and softly said, Old Lin, could you please take Miss Shun away from here? Or perhaps you both can stay in the signing room a little longer. I came here with my parents today, and they originally intended to invite you to join us, but I made excuses about your work. If they see you here unexpectedly, I fear it will be hard to explain. At that moment, Qin Yan's usual icy goddess image was replaced by a look of helplessness. Lin Qingsong, rather than making things difficult, expressed understanding. All right, I will inform Sister Yu. Thank you, thank you. Qin Yan clasped her hands in gratitude. May I explain our relationship to Sister Yu? Lin Qingsong suddenly remembered to ask. Qin Yan sighed. Go ahead, just ask her to keep it a secret. After acknowledging her request, Lin Qingsong approached Shun Xingyu to convey the situation. Upon realizing that Qin Yan had also sought Lin Qingsong to play the role of a fake boyfriend, she was taken aback. What was this situation? However, she did not press Qin Yan, indicating that she would remain in the signing room for a while longer, waiting for Qin Yan and her parents to depart before exiting. Observing Qin Yan's retreating figure, Shun Xingyu teased Lin Qingsong. Qingsong, are you juggling two boats now? She then turned to Miss. Would you mind if we linger here a bit longer? Who had been eavesdropping, nodded affirmatively. Of course not. Just let me know when you wish to leave. After approximately 10 minutes, Lin Qingsong received a message from Qin Yan, informing him that she had left with her parents. Let us go, Sister Yu. Qin El has been taken care of. After exiting the signing room, they did not linger long. Once Shun Xingyu purchased a painting she liked, they departed together. Qingsong, are you free this afternoon? I have a designer friend looking for a model, she inquired as they got into the car. If you are available, I can take you to her company now. Since encountering Qin Yan, Shun Xingyu felt a sense of urgency. What if that lawyer named Qin Yan were to develop genuine feelings for Lin Qingsong? That would be difficult to explain to her grandmother. However, Lin Qingsong shook his head. I'm sorry, Sister Yu, but I have an appointment with someone else this afternoon. Perhaps we can reschedule? He had nearly finalized the project with Huqing Advertising, and they were to meet today to discuss specific requirements. Xiang Jia will be picking him up to meet the founder of Huqing. Shun Xingyu, unable to press further, nodded in understanding. After she drove away, Lin Qingsong stood at the entrance of the exhibition, waiting for Xiang Jia, when he suddenly heard his voice behind him. "Mr. Lin." What a coincidence. Lin Qingsong turned to see, now dressed in a different outfit. "Miss, what brings you here?" "It's noon, and I'm planning to go out for lunch," she replied, then invited Lin Qingsong. "Why don't we go together?" "Never mind. I have an appointment," Lin Qingsong said as Xiang Jia's car approached from distance. Inside the car, Xiang Jia smiled at Lin Qingsong. "Qingsong, your luck with women remains as remarkable as ever. That stunning beauty by the roadside looks quite appealing. No one can compare to you, Jia." Lin Qingsong retorted playfully. "Are you complimenting yourself?" he added with a grin, giving Xiang Jia's cheek a gentle pinch. Xiang Jia realized that she was becoming increasingly defenseless in front of Lin Qingsong. After a few playful remarks and a pinch, she felt her composure melting away. "Stop teasing me. Focus on driving," she said softly, prompting Lin Qingsong to release her. "You better listen to me tonight," he whispered in her ear, to which Xiang Jia rolled her eyes. "You really know how to think." Huching Advertising, while a small advertising firm in the market, boasted a talented founder deeply entrenched in the cosmetics industry, having produced several blockbuster advertisements, ensuring a steady volume of business. Xiang Jia had collaborated with them several times and enjoyed a pleasant rapport with their founder, which is why she could recommend Lin Qingsong. "Good Jia. This is the model agent I mentioned." Xiang Jia introduced Lin Qingsong to a woman in her 40s at a restaurant. "You must be Xiao Lin," Gu Fei said, her demeanor warm and welcoming. "I've heard about you from Jia Jia. Since she trusts you, I also feel at ease in trusting this case to you." "Thank you for your trust, Gu Jia." During the meal, Lin Qingsong refrained from making a show of himself, understanding that the key to this case lay in the personal relationship between Xiang Jia and Gu Fei. As long as he proceeded methodically, the case would unfold smoothly. After finishing their meal, Gu Fei did not linger, leading Xiang Jia and Lin Qingsong directly to their company to sign the contract. That evening, Lin Qingsong expressed his gratitude to Xiang Jia through his actions. On Thursday, after submitting the latest batch of models to Huching, he closed his laptop and directed his gaze forward. The day after receiving the case, he had presented approximately 30 foreign models to Huching, who promptly provided feedback. He recently selected a new batch of models based on Huching's feedback and only sent them out now. Today marks the day of her company's promotional film shoot. Initially, such tasks only required the presence of the marketing department, but after some contemplation, she decided to accompany them to observe. Chapter 47. Foreign models, domestic models, wild models. Naturally, she would not intervene. Lin Qingsong admired the figure of Yailina, who was exercising on the gym equipment, and spoke in a relaxed tone. "The project I'm currently working on is not aligned with the company's direction. The company pursues a high-end route, charging models by the hour, while my private projects follow a mid to low-end approach, compensating models on a daily basis. Do you not worry that your company might introduce daily rate models to others for profit?" Shun Xingyu inquired, curiosity lacing her tone. Although she was the owner of a company, her age was similar to Lin Qingsong's. In her role, she had to maintain a stern image to uphold the dignity of her position. However, internally, she shared the same interests as other girls her age, reveling in the excitement of gossip and the entertainment industry, even maintaining a secret social media account dedicated to such pursuits. The modeling industry Lin Qingsong inhabited, while distinct from television and film stardom, was equally captivating to her. Furthermore, their relationship was somewhat complex. They were not particularly close, having interacted for less than half a month. Yet they had met each other's parents and pretended to be a couple. Thus, Shen Xingyu felt inclined to shed some of her usual pretense in Lin Qingsong's presence. The models hired on a daily basis are commonly referred to as wild models within the industry. Most projects requiring professional models would avoid collaborating with wild models, particularly foreign ones. Domestic wild models, however, often lead more comfortable lives than contracted models. Lin Qingsong's statement piqued Shun Xingyu's curiosity further. "I can somewhat understand the reluctance towards foreign wild models due to potential communication issues without an agency. But why are domestic contracted models sometimes less favorable than wild models?" Observing Shun Xingyu's eager expression, Lin Qingsong was somewhat surprised by her inquisitiveness. Nevertheless, this was not a secret matter, and with nothing pressing at hand, he decided to elucidate. Foreign wild models face the additional challenge of lacking work visas, often relying on tourist or student visas, and some may even be undocumented. If no one investigates, it remains manageable, but if scrutiny arises, it leads to complications. Of course, This is just one reason. Without an agency, no one would be accountable for their mistakes. What if they arrive late? What if they fail to cooperate on-site or decide to leave? Shen Xingyu nodded slightly. I see. It primarily revolves around risk. But why do domestic wild models sometimes enjoy better conditions than contracted ones? Rarely do people inquire about such matters, and after sipping water, Lin Qingsong explained. First, wild model is not a derogatory term. It simply describes someone without an agent or agency. Domestic wild models do not need to worry about visa issues. Furthermore, it's not that wild models are inherently better. Rather, contracted models face limitations. Many agencies bind models to strict contracts, prohibiting them from engaging in activities outside of agency arrangements. In such cases, if the agency encounters problems, the model is left without support. Additionally, domestic wild models sometimes accumulate resources and can act as their own agents, earning commissions in the process, thus increasing their income. At this point, Lin Qingsong paused before continuing. Moreover, our industry suffers from significant payment delays. Yet there exists an unspoken rule. The more substantial the payment, the slower the settlement. Wild models, being inexpensive, often receive immediate payment on site, allowing many domestic wild models to thrive as long as they have extensive connections and remain in the industry for a considerable period. Shen Xingyu expressed her astonishment. I had no idea your industry had so many intricacies. Certainly, this industry can be further subdivided into categories such as editorial models, runway models, and specialized models like lingerie models, hand models, leg models, foot models, fitting models, and so forth. Are you referring to auditions? Shen Xingyu inquired, a hint of surprise in her voice. Can I attend? Although she had been invited to Fashion Week by brands in the past, she had only attended as a spectator, finding it rather dull. Therefore, after one visit, she never returned. Now that Lin Qingsong invited her to observe the auditions for Fashion Week, her curiosity was reignited. This was evidently more engaging than watching a meticulously staged show. Of course, you can attend, Lin Qingsong remarked, appraising Shen Xingyu with a smile. If you have the desire, I could even arrange for you to step in as a model, allowing you to experience the runway firsthand. He was not jesting. Shen Xingyu's physical attributes surpassed those of most models, especially her long legs, which were simply extraordinary. While I may pass on the runway experience, I am quite interested in attending the auditions if possible. Although Shen Xingyu felt a flicker of excitement. As every young girl dreams of walking the runway as a distinguished model, she was now an adult and the owner of a company. If discovered, it could not only tarnish her reputation, but also affect her company's image. Lin Qingsong noticed her hesitation and took note, then smilingly assured Shen Xingyu. That's fine. The Fashion Week auditions will last several months, and I will inform you in advance. With Shen Xingyu, the esteemed owner, present, many decisions were made swiftly. Consequently, the filming progressed at an astonishing pace. By around 8 in the evening, the entire promotional film, along with several still photographs, had been successfully completed. Not only did they not exceed the time limit, but they even finished slightly ahead of the schedule outlined in the script. Qingsong, please inform your finance department to monitor the bank account at 9 o'clock next Monday morning, Shen Xingyu called out, halting Lin Qingsong as he prepared to leave. I will ensure that someone arranges for immediate payment to you. Raising an eyebrow, she added, how about that? I sent my payment prompt? Lin Qingsong, while appreciative, responded with a hint of resignation. I have a contract with the production company, so even if you wish to expedite payment, it must first go to them before they settle with me. No matter how swift your payment is, if they delay, it will be of no use. Chapter 48. Our prestige resolves Yelena's concerns. Shen Xingyu felt a bit awkward and opened her mouth. Then turned to the marketing manager nearby. Manager Zhuang, please have someone from the production company come over. Once the production company representative arrived, she explained the payment situation, emphasizing that once they receive funds from her company, they must settle with Lin Qingsong's company immediately. Faced with such an unexpected boon, the representatives from the production company readily assured her that they would prioritize the payment. Qingsong, is this acceptable? Shen Xingyu, you're something else. Lin Qingsong gave her a thumbs up. After Shen Xingyu departed, a nearby production representative expressed admiration. Brother, you have truly helped me out immensely. I thought the payment for this project would take months, but now it appears we can receive it by Monday. Rest assured, once the payment arrives on Monday, I will transfer it to you immediately. He then raised an eyebrow at Lin Qingsong. Additionally, I will certainly show my appreciation. We have each other's contact information after all. Brother, that's unnecessary, Lin Qingsong remarked, pleasantly surprised by this unexpected turn of events. Oh, it is merely a token of goodwill. We are all navigating the circle together, and we must look out for one another in the future. The short-statured producer, smiling broadly, remarked, if in the future, my brother still has such connections, do remember to take care of your elder brother. Lin Qingsong gazed at the producer, named Ho Tiansheng, and replied, Brother Ho, you are indeed a senior. It would be more fitting for you to look after this younger brother. Well said, well said, Ho Tiansheng responded with a grin. I happen to have a small project in mind, but I wonder if you might be interested. Although he was unaware of the relationship between Lin Qingsong and Shun Xingyu, he felt compelled to express his gratitude for the swift settlement this time. Thus, collaborating with Lin Qingsong on a project could be seen as a way to repay his kindness. What do you have in mind, Brother Ho? Lin Qingsong had merely spoken casually, yet he was surprised that Ho Tiansheng genuinely had a project to offer. The renowned brand, Valentino, required 2 foot models. With a budget that was not particularly high, approximately 4,000 yuan per person for a total of 4 hours of shooting. While the brand was prestigious, the project itself was relatively minor. Ho Tiansheng believed it was just right to repay a favor with such a task. For 1,000 per person for 4 hours? Lin Qingsong pondered. This project was indeed feasible. He could easily subcontract it for 2,000 yuan, making a profit of 4,000 yuan by simply passing it on to 2 individuals. If he were to be a little ruthless, he might even find someone for a mere 1,000. After all, this was a shoot for a major brand like Valentino, which would undoubtedly elevate the model status. Then I shall express my gratitude for your consideration, Brother Ho. Lin Qingsong replied with refreshing candor. Such a project was too advantageous to pass up. I will send you the details via Weixin. The shooting is likely to take place next month. After finishing his words, Ho Tiansheng excused himself to attend to other matters. Once he left, Lin Qingsong felt an unusual excitement. Let us go. Without hesitation, Lin Qingsong sent a message to the modeling agency and then took her to a nearby hotel. It was a mystery where such strength came from in Elena's petite frame. Around midnight, Lin Qingsong finally had a moment to sip some water. Oh, what is it? I have a few friends back home who wish to come to Huaxia to model, but they were not selected by our company, and thus no agency has taken them on. Do you have any solutions? Remembering her boastful claims in front of her friends back home, she felt a wave of regret. It was one thing to flaunt her earnings, but quite another to boast about knowing influential figures in the industry. Now, her friends were seeking her assistance. If she refused, wouldn't that shatter her image? After much contemplation, Elena felt compelled to seek Lin Qingsong's help. Oh, Lin Qingsong instantly recalled the information regarding Elena's boasting in front of her friends. He was in a good mood and did not refuse but inquired, what do they look like, and what is their professional level? Though he had painted a grim picture of foreign models when explaining to Shun Xingyu earlier, the reality was that foreign models were still quite sought after in Huaxia. Most companies were not particularly concerned about work visas. They cared about 3 things: whether the model was a foreigner, if they met the aesthetic requirements, and if the price was reasonable. As long as the price was low enough, these foreign models could secure numerous jobs. If Elena's friends were attractive and possessed decent skills, he could certainly help recommend them to other foreign modeling agencies in the city. He still had some connections in that regard. Naturally, he would expect to take a cut from those models. Upon realizing that Lin Qingsong did not refuse, Elena's spirits lifted considerably. She climbed to the side, picked up her phone, and opened her photo album. As Lin Qingsong viewed the images on Elena's phone, he could not help but acknowledge the validity of the saying, birds of a feather flock together. Elena's friends were not inferior in appearance. However, the distinction lay in the fact that Elena's beauty exuded a certain high-class aura typical of the modeling industry, while her friends were merely conventionally attractive, referred to in industry terms as earthy beauties. While they were indeed beautiful, they were the kind of beauty that one would easily forget after a glance. Consequently, it would be challenging for these individuals to secure contracts with modeling agencies. After discussing this matter with Elena, Lin Qingsong anticipated her disappointment, but smiled as he added, have you heard of freelance models? They could come to Huaxia as freelance models. Although they may not earn as much as you do, it is certainly better than staying in their home country. Elena was indeed aware of freelance models, but in her country, such individuals often faced difficulties finding work and sometimes descended into undesirable professions. After voicing her concerns, Lin Qingsong chuckled lightly. You need not worry about that. As long as they do not pick and choose projects, I guarantee they will receive daily work. With their looks, even if I sent them to a bar as ambience creators, they would earn more than they would in their home country. Therefore, this was not mere boastfulness. Once Elena realized that Lin Qingsong had swiftly resolved her troubling dilemma, her excitement soared. Reluctantly, Lin Qingsong found himself once again caught up in his tasks. The droughts and floods continued. Gazing at the hotel room's decor, Lin Qingsong couldn't help but sigh. Damn it, why did I forget to bring the Hu Qian liquor again? Chapter 49. Foreigners are truly unreliable. In the dead of night, Lin Qingsong lay in bed, panting as he casually chatted with Elena. He provided proof that even without Hu Qian liquor, the petite girl could still be easily managed. When he asked Elena to get him some water, Lin Qingsong began reviewing the day's intelligence. Daily Intelligence 01. Producer Wang Zhou from Tanyu Production Company is temporarily on a business trip from Kyoto to Hu City for a shoot and requires a foreign model. He is posting messages in a group called Hu City Model Low Price Prohibition Activity Group, inquiring if there are any agents from foreign companies. However, this group has been inactive for over 6 months, with most members lurking and ignoring him. Upon reading this intelligence, Lin Qingsong felt intrigued. He picked up his phone and searched for the group Hu City Model Low Price Prohibition Activity Group. Upon opening it, he noticed someone had posted a message just 10 minutes prior. Is there any agent from a foreign modeling company in the group? Since he was the only foreign agent in the group, the rest were primarily freelance models securing their own work. Lin Qingsong clicked on the person's profile, chose to add them as a friend, and sent a message. I am an agent from a foreign modeling company. How may I assist you? After completing this task, he put his phone down and resumed his squats while continuing to check the intelligence below. Daily Intelligence 02. Shun Xingyu has a Weibo account under the name Yu just loves eating melons. She follows many gossip accounts in the entertainment industry with this account, specifically to keep up with the latest news. No way. System, are you serious? Shun Xingyu is so bored that she created a separate account just to follow gossip, and the name of the account is So. Lin Qingsong couldn't help but smirk at the name Yu just loves eating melons. Wasn't this a blatant attempt at cuteness? However, he recalled that when discussing the modeling industry with Shun Xingyu yesterday, she had seemed unusually curious. Driven by curiosity, Lin Qingsong searched for the account on Weibo and quickly found Yu just loves eating melons. Upon opening it, he realized that not only was this account used by Shun Xingyu to follow gossip, but it also served as her personal outlet. The account contained numerous daily musings. For instance, in the early hours, Shun Xingyu had posted an update on her Weibo. The model interview seemed quite intriguing, and I felt an irresistible urge to attend. Upon reading this line, Lin Qingsong could not help but envision Shun Xingyu's aloof visage, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. He had not anticipated such a facet of Shun Xingyu. Daily Intelligence 03. After much hesitation, Qin Yan ultimately resolved to contact Lin Qingsong on Monday, requesting him to once again assume the role of her faux boyfriend and join her for dinner at her residence. Was Qin Lu correct in this matter? One must hire when the need arises, and one should never seek to economize. Upon perusing this intelligence, Lin Qingsong nodded in satisfaction. Another 50,000 was in the offing. Daily Intelligence 04. Gao Xiaoxing had recently been incessantly conversing with the technicians at a bathhouse, inadvertently neglecting his goddess, Shaoli, which left her feeling somewhat disconcerted and even a tad vexed. Upon reading this, Lin Qingsong couldn't help but chuckle. His Wolfpack rescue plan had succeeded halfway. With Gao Xiaoxing's agreeable disposition, those technicians would undoubtedly seek him out daily for the sake of their performance metrics. Daily Intelligence 05. Qin Yan had recently commissioned several portable silver liquor flasks and was eagerly showcasing them to everyone he encountered. The mere mention of silver flasks brightened Lin Qingsong's day. Given his rapport with Qin Yan, acquiring a flask from her would be a trivial matter. With a bit of Tiger Whip liquor in tow, he would feel invincible. Daily Intelligence 06. Si Ruoxuan, the agent from the High Gallery, was pleasantly surprised to discover that her pseudonymous artwork, attributed to Xiao, had garnered appreciation. Wait a moment. Lin Qingsong was taken aback, and Xiao was none other than Si Ruoxuan herself. Yet, he quickly realized that this bore no significance to him. The identity of the artist was inconsequential, as long as the artwork sold. After perusing all the intelligence for the day, Lin Qingsong discovered that Wang Zhou, the producer from Kyoto who had relocated to Shanghai, had approved his friend request. Hello, brother. You're affiliated with a modeling agency, correct? Indeed, I am an agent at a modeling agency. Do you have any requirements regarding models? Otherwise, it would be impossible to rest peacefully. By the time Elena finished her shower, Lin Qingsong had nearly concluded his discussion with Wang Zhou. The Tanyu Film Company was a burgeoning entity in the film industry, having developed a decent reputation in Kyoto with several film and television projects under its belt. However, the competition in the film industry was exceedingly fierce, prompting the company to consider expanding into the advertising sector. Unfortunately, this endeavor required shooting entirely in Shanghai, necessitating travel for their personnel. Unfamiliar with the area and lacking knowledge of the modeling industry, Wang Zhou had been deceived by a foreign wild model just the day prior. With a shoot scheduled for this afternoon, the foreign model he had arranged abruptly vanished in the early hours of the morning. Learning from this experience, Wang Zhou refrained from seeking out wild models again and instead reached out to numerous modeling agencies in Shanghai. With no other options, he cast a wide net, posting on social media and in various group chats, hoping that night owls would respond. Lin Qingsong could only empathize, acknowledging that such antics were typical of foreigners. He subsequently forwarded a list of available models from his agency to Wang Zhou for him to select. Time was indeed of the essence. Within approximately 10 minutes, Wang Zhou had made his choice. As luck would have it, he selected Anna, the very model who had indulged in a lavish meal at Lin Qingsong's expense. Lin, are you sure this person is available? We can't have another instance of being unable to reach her this afternoon. Rest assured, Brother Zhou, we are a legitimate agency, and the models will certainly be present. After concluding his conversation with Wang Zhou, Lin Qingsong did not linger any longer, opting instead to freshen up before heading to bed. Tomorrow, he was to meet with Qinan's friend at the Bund. Originally, he was supposed to accompany her yesterday, but due to the Shun Xingyu case, Qinan had postponed it until today. Chapter 50, Zhang Runan. Awakening from slumber, Lin Qingsong gazed at Elena beside him, unable to suppress the urge to reach out. Yet, he was acutely aware of his own limitations. Initiating anything would undoubtedly consume his morning. He had a multitude of tasks to attend to, leaving little time for distractions. After taking a sip of water from the bedside, he rose and stood before the window, gazing at the towering skyscrapers, performing several sets of squats to invigorate himself. Lin, aren't you going to sleep a bit longer? Elena, awakened by his movements, inquired with evident confusion. No, I must depart shortly. You can rest here, Lin Qingsong replied, shaking his head. Just remember to check out by noon. Elena, having lost considerable moisture the previous night, felt parched. After taking a few sips from the nearby mineral water, she continued, Lin, what about my friends? Fear not. Just have them come directly. This is Shanghai. Surely it can accommodate a few models? Lin Qingsong gestured towards the high-rises outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. Once they arrive, as long as they are not too picky, I can easily assign them a few jobs. In truth, after seeing Elena's friends, Lin Qingsong had already devised a plan. Once these individuals arrived in Shanghai, he could easily sign them to short-term contracts and send them directly to Heecheng. After all, Heecheng's requirements were not for professional models. They simply sought one criterion, attractiveness. Beyond that, there were no additional stipulations. Consequently, this endeavor, devoid of technical complexity, was perfectly suited for these newcomers to the modeling scene. Elena, in her excitement, couldn't help but perform a set of morning exercises for Lin Qingsong. Sighing, he observed her brushing her teeth in the bathroom and lamented his inability to refuse. This, of course, led to further delays. Nevertheless, he remained in high spirits. He was scheduled to meet Qinan's friend at the Bund at 9 o'clock. It was now nearly 8:30, and regardless of how close the hotel was to the Bund, it was time to set out. Leaving Elena to rest in the room, Lin Qingsong made his way to the Bund. At the Bund, Si Ruoxuan, clad in a white shirt and brown skirt, held a camera, intermittently capturing images of her surroundings. Occasionally, she would set it down and use the Canon hanging around her neck to take more shots. As the clock tower chimed nearby, she furrowed her brow slightly. It was already 9 o'clock, and her escort had yet to arrive. However, in the next instant, she heard a voice filled with surprise. Miss C? Turning around, Si Ruoxuan was equally astonished. Mr. Lin? Miss C, are you a friend of Chigo? Lin Qingsong had just reached the previously agreed-upon location, only to find Si Ruoxuan was the only one present. Mr. Lin, you're the escort arranged by Chigo? Si Ruoxuan's question coincided with Lin Qingsong's words. Well, it seems we have not mistaken our identities. Lin Qingsong shrugged, addressing the astonished Si Ruoxuan. Miss C, why does your number differ from the one you provided me earlier? I initially gave you my work number. This is my personal number, Si Ruoxuan replied, looking at Lin Qingsong incredulously. Moreover, isn't your number different as well? With a hint of embarrassment, Lin Qingsong responded, we switched numbers. I had given you my personal number earlier, and I called you from my work number. The two exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. Mr. Lin, who would have thought we would share such a fortuitous connection? Si Ruoxuan smiled, handing her camera to Lin Qingsong. I would appreciate your assistance in capturing more photos. In fact, our connection extends beyond these two instances, Lin Qingsong observed, recognizing the camera in her hands. Isn't that the one you acquired in Shanghai a few days ago? How did you know? S eyes widened in astonishment, her face reflecting sheer surprise. This is precisely what I sold, Lin Qingsong remarked, then added with a hint of confusion. However, I distinctly remember that the person who collected this camera was not you. The one you encountered must have been my assistant. Caught off guard by the turn of events, holding the camera aside, Mr. Lin, it seems we are indeed fated to cross paths. Since we are so fated, please refrain from calling me Mr. Lin. It feels rather distant, Lin Qingsong replied. With a twinkling smile, suggested, shall I address you as Qingsong, just like that enchanting lady from the other day? Although Lin Qingsong noticed her inquisitive gaze. He chose not to clarify his relationship with Shun Xingyu and Qin Yan. Instead, he pointed towards a nearby bund and said, Xian Xian, shall we commence our day tour of the city? Noticing his reluctance to elaborate, opted not to press further. Happily agreeing and following Lin Qingsong as they explored the city together. As the afternoon unfolded, they captured numerous photographs, but just as they prepared to visit another attraction, filled with curiosity, inquired, I have often heard Chi talk about photography, yet I have never witnessed it myself. Would you be so kind as to show me? Lin Qingsong glanced at the time, considered, and nodded certainly. I happen to have a project I am working on. If you're interested, I can take you along. Since Yang Xiao was also scheduled to be on set today, he initially intended to have Lao Nyo accompany Anna to shoot with Wang Zhou. However, given its interest, it seemed unnecessary to bother anyone else. After making a quick call to Nyo Hao and confirming the location with Anna, he led to the filming site provided by Wang Zhou. The advertisement being filmed was for a milk tea brand, featuring not only Anna, but also the brand ambassador, Zhang Runan. The focus of the advertisement was primarily on Zhang Runan, requiring Anna's appearance only briefly. Qingsong, I can't believe this project includes Zhang Runan. While worked in an art gallery and had encountered numerous affluent individuals, including celebrities purchasing art, this was her first time witnessing a star in the midst of an advertisement shoot. What? Are you a fan of Zhang Runan? Lin Qingsong asked with a smile. Not exactly, but isn't it quite fascinating to see? Replied. Her curiosity piqued as she observed the crew members applying protective coverings over their phone cameras to prevent unauthorized filming. Lin Qingsong, unfazed by such details, soon found Wang Zhou and cheerfully remarked, Brother Zhou, when will Zhang Runan arrive? Is there any chance I could take a picture with her? No problem. I'll inform her manager when the time comes. Wang Zhou casually agreed. For him, it was merely a matter of a few words, especially since their company had collaborated with Zhang Runan multiple times. By the way, Lin, please remind the model that she will be needed in about 20 minutes. She should familiarize herself with the script, Wang Zhou added, casting a curious glance at. Is this the Miss C from the High Gallery? Given the nature of the filming location, outsiders were typically not allowed, and Wang Zhou was particularly strict due to the presence of a celebrity. Lin Qingsong had previously informed him that he had a friend from an art gallery interested in filming promotional material for his artists, hoping to facilitate a discussion between her and Wang Zhou for potential future collaborations. The Nahai Gallery's headquarters was located in Kyoto, and Wang Zhou, being well acquainted with the Kyoto circle, had heard of the gallery's esteemed reputation. Thus, he readily agreed. Brother Zhou, I apologize for the intrusion, said with a smile. Oh, there's no need for apologies. Wang Zhou replied with a smile of his own. A friend of Lin is a friend of mine. Feel free to look around, and just let me know if you need anything. Once he departed, filled with curiosity, trailed behind Lin Qingsong, observing her surroundings. Upon reaching the makeup room, she remarked, somewhat bemused, it doesn't seem as glamorous as I had imagined. That's quite normal, Lin Qingsong chuckled. To the public, the creative process of artists appears rather grand. Yet the reality is often less glamorous than one might envision. contemplated this, recalling how she would often carelessly wipe paint on herself while working, leaving her studio in a perpetual state of chaos. Upon entering the makeup room, Anna, glancing curiously at standing behind Lin Qingsong, inquired, "Lin, who is this?" "A friend of mine," Lin Qingsong introduced with a smile. "Anna, our company star model." "Hello, Anna, I am," she replied. "Hello," Anna responded in somewhat halting Mandarin. "I am Anna." After their introductions, Anna excitedly told Lin Qingsong, "I just received a call from my parent company. They have connected me with a luxury brand, and I have the opportunity to walk in Paris Fashion Week." Like many foreign models in Shanghai, Anna had a parent company abroad. Her reasons for coming to Huaxia were twofold: to earn money and to gain experience. After all, the Shanghai Fashion Week ranked among the most prestigious globally. Competing with Tokyo, it often vied for the title of the fifth largest fashion week alongside the Big Four: Paris, Milan, London, and New York. In recent years, Shanghai Fashion Week had consistently held the fifth position and was making strides to challenge the top four. Many foreign models aim to participate in Shanghai Fashion Week, viewing even a chance to walk for mid-tier brands as a significant achievement. Anna was fortunate, as during her second year in Huaxia, she walked for a show featuring a cutting-edge designer. Although it was a new brand, she gained valuable experience. In her third year, with the support of her parent company and domestic agent Qinan, she secured a spot in a show for a second-tier brand. This year marked her fourth, and originally, Qinan had been discussing with Lin Qingsong about arranging for Anna to connect with a first-tier luxury brand. Unexpectedly, her parent company came through, securing her a spot at Paris Fashion Week, and not just any show, but one for a first-tier luxury brand. Lin Qingsong gave her a thumbs-up. "Congratulations. Once you complete this show, your career will undoubtedly ascend to greater heights. Lin, will you accompany me?" Anna bit her lip as she gazed at Lin Qingsong. "Even though my parent company will provide me with a manager, I believe you would be the most suitable choice. Of course, if you desire my presence." "I am more than willing," Lin Qingsong replied. Though he had attended Shanghai Fashion Week several times, he had never been to Paris Fashion Week. If the opportunity arose, he would relish the chance to experience it, especially since it was the most coveted event among domestic celebrities, who flocked to walk the red carpet each year. While many claimed to have received invitations from brands, the reality was that a significant number purchased tickets, often standing without assigned seats to watch the entire show. As he pondered this, Lin Qingsong became curious about whether the system would continue to update information about Shanghai while he was traveling elsewhere, or if it would adapt to his current location. Meanwhile, overhearing their conversation wore a look of astonishment. She had initially thought Lin Qingsong was merely an ordinary model agent, unaware that one of his models was capable of participating in Paris Fashion Week. Though this model was associated with her friend's company, Anna's ability to decline her parent company's assigned manager in favor of inviting Lin Qingsong to accompany her to the Fashion Week was a testament to Lin Qingsong's allure. As a fellow agent, Si Ruo Xian understood the challenges inherent in the profession. After Lin Qingsong and Anna exchanged a few pleasantries, he turned to Si Ruo Xian and inquired, Xian, I recall you mentioning that you visited Paris. Do you have any hotel recommendations?" "Indeed, I do. The Pullman Paris is not only conveniently located near the airport, but it is also in close proximity to the Louvre and the Palais Garnier. Additionally, the famous Champs Elysees is right next door." As a devoted admirer of Monet, Si Ruo Xian had visited Paris countless times and was quite familiar with the area. After a moment's reflection, she added, "However, the Mandarin Oriental Paris is also quite suitable, particularly since you'll be attending Paris Fashion Week. And it is located right by Place Vendôme, where the events will be held." "What are you two discussing? What is this Fashion Week about?" Just then, Wang Zhou entered with two young women. Although the makeup room door was not fully closed, it was ajar, allowing Lin Qingsong and Si Ruo Xian's conversation to drift outside, though it was only partially audible. Wang Zhou and the two girls caught only the mention of Fashion Week. Chapter 52. The Proactive Agent and Her Charisma in Front of the Makeup Room. Wang Zhou, along with Zhang Ruonan and her manager, were momentarily taken aback. Being seasoned professionals in the entertainment industry, they were acutely aware of how significantly Paris Fashion Week could elevate a star's status. Many celebrities go to great lengths to contact various media outlets and brand PRs to secure a chance to make an appearance on the Fashion Week red carpet. After all, a mere appearance there could not only enhance their fashion credibility, but also land them on the media headlines. According to Zhang Ruonan and her manager's plans, They anticipated needing another 2 to 3 years to gradually accumulate resources and connections in the fashion industry before they could attend Paris Fashion Week. Otherwise, if they rushed without a suitable opportunity, even if they made the headlines, they would likely be ridiculed online. Walking the runway at Paris Fashion Week? Wang Zhou exclaimed in surprise as he glanced at Anna, then turned to Lin Qingsong and asked, "Lin, you can't be serious, can you?" "Brother Zhou, there's nothing to joke about," Lin Qingsong replied with a smile. Just now, Anna received a call from her overseas company, arranging for her to walk in a show for a top luxury brand. The specific brand is still under wraps. She may only find out once she arrives there. Given Anna's situation, it was evident that her parent company had orchestrated this opportunity. Otherwise, the standard procedure would involve interviews, and some more challenging brands might require multiple rounds. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ruanan's manager raised an eyebrow, suddenly struck by an idea. "Old Wang, this is what you meant by a model agent, right?" She smiled and extended her hand toward Lin Qingsong, saying, "Hello, I'm Zhang Yi, Nan's manager." Lin Qingsong. He introduced himself courteously, adding, "Hello, Sister Zhang." Zhang Ruanan, not overthinking the situation, smiled sweetly and said, "Hello, Brother Lin. There's no need to call me Sister Zhang. Just call me Ruanan." "Hello, Ruanan. I must say, I quite admire that photo shoot you did for Fashion Bazaar a couple of years ago. It looked quite striking," Lin Qingsong remarked sincerely. He had indeed seen her photos, which, although featured in an internal spread, were quite impactful. "Really?" Zhang Ruanan's smile widened. "I actually liked that one quite a bit, too." "Ah, it seems introductions are unnecessary," Wang Zhou observed as the three engaged in conversation. He shrugged with a hint of resignation and said, "I'll go attend to other matters. Sister Zhang, you can take charge here." Once he left, Zhang Yi cheerfully suggested to Lin Qingsong, "Since we crossed paths, why not take a group photo with Miss C and Anna, as well as Nan? If she could secure a friendship with Anna and Lin Qingsong, then Nan could seamlessly accompany them to Paris for the red carpet. By presenting it as simply accompanying friends to a show, public opinion would likely be favorable. This would be a splendid opportunity. Of course, this required careful management. For instance, starting today, they should gradually release photos of Zhang Ruanan and Anna on social media. This way, when they arrived in Paris, it wouldn't feel out of place for Nan to claim she was accompanying Anna. As for Si Ruaxian's identity, she had learned from Wang Zhou that she was an agent from a high-end gallery. Such a connection was indeed worth cultivating. When Nan shared photos from the gallery, it would help establish her image as an artistic young woman. Zhang Yi had not anticipated that a casual favor for Wang Zhou would lead to such valuable connections. One of the girls was a foreigner, unfamiliar with Zhang Ruan, while the other was accustomed to the presence of celebrities and was indifferent to whether or not to take a photo. Observing the two young women, Lin Qingsong found Zhang Yi's enthusiastic demeanor somewhat puzzling. "How about you? What do you think?" Lin Qingsong did not arrange for the two to pose separately. "Together is fine. Lin, I'm good with that." "Sister Zhang, that would be appreciated." Upon Lin Qingsong's agreement, Zhang Yi cheerfully took out her phone and said, "If you don't mind, I could take a photo with my phone." "Sounds good." After the four posed for a photo, Zhang Ruanan took individual photos with each of them. Looking at the pictures on her phone, Zhang Yi felt quite satisfied. She then smiled at Lin Qingsong and said, "Qingsong, could you scan my WeChat so I can send you the photos?" She had already discerned that while Si Ruaxian remained a bit aloof, Anna seemed to gravitate toward Lin Qingsong. This indicated that as long as she could secure Lin Qingsong's approval, claiming to be a friend of Anna's in Paris would pose little problem. Fortunately, while Lin Qingsong was reviewing the photos, Zhang Yi casually asked, "Qingsong, may I post these photos on Nan's Weibo?" "I have no objections, and Anna's should be fine as well." But Lin Qingsong glanced at Si Ruaxian and asked, "What about you, Xian?" This type of social interaction was quite common. In the past, when Lin Qingsong had taken photos with certain celebrities due to his striking looks, apart from male stars who were less inclined to share, most female stars were quite willing. He even had several private contacts for female stars who had shared photos after their friends prompted them to do so. Si Ruaxian nodded nonchalantly. "I have no issues with that. It might even attract some clients to purchase paintings from me." Zhang Yi nodded in understanding. "Miss C, if you have a Weibo account, I can include you in the posts." "That sounds good, thank you." Si Ruaxian indeed possessed a Weibo account, where she occasionally shared daily musings and had garnered around 30,000 followers. The quality of these followers was commendable, as she would typically receive inquiries about purchasing art every month or so. For this reason, she was more than willing to increase her follower count. Once Anna's makeup was complete, the photo shoot resumed. Having previously interacted, Zhang Ruonan and Anna exhibited a remarkable synergy during the shoot, resulting in a smooth process. After leaving the set, Si Ruo Xian teasingly remarked, "I say, Qingsong, does Miss Zhang have her eyes on you?" Lin Qingsong looked at her in disbelief. Xian, we've only spent one day together. How could you possibly conclude that she has feelings for me? With your charm, it's only natural that she might be interested. What about you? After spending a day together, Xian, have you taken a liking to me? Neither of them was particularly sensitive, and after a full day of interaction, such playful banter and teasing were taken in stride. Upon hearing his words, Si Ruo Xian was not offended. Instead, she smiled and said, "Well, you may not believe it, but..." Chapter 53. A pragmatic woman, Si Ruo Xian hesitated, noticing that Lin Qingsong was not pressing her for more details. Instead, he crossed his arms and smiled at her, prompting her to curiously ask, "Aren't you even a little curious? If you were genuinely interested, how could you bring up this topic?" Lin Qingsong, a seasoned veteran of the battlefield, mused that if he lacked even this modicum of insight, he would have long since fallen prey to some unscrupulous woman, relegated to the status of a mere private plumber. "Haha, indeed." Si Ruoxuan nodded slightly, then cheerfully remarked, "I won't tease you any longer. I simply have no interest in men. I have 2 or 3 sisters waiting for me in Jingdu. Where would I find the time to develop feelings for you?" Lin Qingsong found no oddity in her words, for the eccentricities of those in the arts are numerous and varied. He knew of one individual who, prior to painting, would prepare a lavish meal for himself, then uncork a bottle of white wine, dining and drinking while painting. By the time the wine was consumed and he was tipsy, the painting was nearly complete. In contrast, Si Ruoxuan, who merely preferred the company of women, could be considered quite normal. "Wait a minute, Ruoxuan, your words suggest you are the one taking the initiative. How did you come to know Qi Ge?" Lin Qingsong suddenly pondered. Qinan was also a woman who preferred women and was the more assertive one. Logically, Si Ruoxuan and Qi Nen should not share such a close relationship. Si Ruoxuan raised an eyebrow. "We are both proactive. With someone like Qi Ge, who could resist?" "Impressive." Lin Qingsong gave her a thumbs up. After all, she is an artist. Even a straightforward same-sex attraction can be transformed into a mutual affection. "Well then, our day has been quite sufficient," Si Ruoxuan said, lifting her wrist to check the time before pulling out her phone. "I've transferred your payment. Xiao Linzi, you're free to leave." Lin Qingsong was momentarily taken aback by the 30,000 yuan she sent over. Previously, Cheaton had mentioned 1,000 yuan for every half-day. Even if he had spent the entire day with Si Ruoxuan, it should have amounted to 20,000. Why the extra 10,000? As if sensing his thoughts, Si Ruoxuan timely interjected, "Today you open my eyes and even have me take a photo with Zhang Ruonan. Consider the extra 10,000 as a fee for enlightening me." She was, after all, the agent of a high-end gallery, earning a salary that, while not quite $1 million, was not far off. Given how enjoyable her time with Lin Qingsong had been, she willingly offered the additional amount. "Then I shall graciously accept your generosity, Ruoxuan." Lin Qingsong replied without hesitation, smiling as he accepted the payment. He then glanced at the setting sun and suggested, "It's getting late. Shall we find a place to dine together? My treat. Is Anna joining us?" Si Ruoxuan looked at Anna, who stood beside Lin Qingsong with her stunningly long legs. Recently, many brands have begun to prepare for the Shanghai Fashion Week, evident in the increasing number of internal shows. Lin Qingsong alone had managed to secure a double-digit number of brand runway events for his company, and someone like Anna, a prized asset, would certainly not miss such a grand occasion. Today's shoot was the last advertisement she had taken on before dedicating all her time to runway work. At most, she would accept a few casual invites for easy photo shoots during her spare time. "In that case, I won't join," Si Ruoxuan said without a hint of hesitation. Lin Qingsong, bewildered, replied, "All right, Ruoxuan, that seems a bit too pragmatic. Haha, when you come to Jingdu, I shall treat you to a meal. But for today, if Anna isn't going, I might as well meet a previous acquaintance." After saying farewell to Anna, Si Ruoxuan left with an air of nonchalance. Observing her retreating figure, Anna curiously inquired, "Lin, is Miss C similar to Qi Ge?" Although her proficiency in Huaxia was limited after years of study, she could manage to grasp the gist of the conversation. There are some distinctions, Lin Qingsong pondered. There was indeed some difference. At the very least, Chigo was purely the assertive one, unlike Si Ruoxuan, who was more versatile. All right, Anna shrugged casually. I suppose I'll need to be cautious if I encounter her again. Watching Lin Xiaowai, who had been well fed by He Shui, Lin Qingsong approached to pet him a couple of times before heading to the refrigerator for a glass of milk for dinner. He had not eaten anything yet. Not yet. I'll just have some milk later. Upon hearing Lin Qingsong's words, He Shui emerged from the room and said, while milk provides sufficient nutrition after a long day out, a warm meal would certainly be more comforting. What would you like to eat, Brother Lin? I can prepare it for you. You will be showering, and by the time you finish, I should be nearly done. Lin Qingsong hesitated, but before he could respond, he saw He Shui already donning an apron in the kitchen. Brother Lin, please don't be polite. All right, I see there's some leftover rice in the fridge. Let's keep it simple. Could you make me some fried rice with eggs? Certainly. Brother Lin, this rice was cooked fresh for dinner, just right for making fried rice after freezing. I'll also prepare a melon soup. By the time you finish your shower, it should be ready. After He Shui finished speaking, she busied herself in the kitchen. Watching her diligent figure, Lin Qingsong felt an inexplicable warmth in his heart. Having someone cook for him upon returning home was quite a delightful experience. After showering, he looked at the golden fried rice and steaming melon soup on the table and remarked to He Shui, who was sitting beside him while holding Lin Xiaowai, Xiaoxue. Anyone who marries you would truly be fortunate. He Shui, modestly brushing off the compliment while petting the cat, replied, Brother Lin, you are being overly generous. I merely threw something together. No flattery, this fried rice is on par with that of a restaurant chef. Perhaps exhausted from a day of exploring with Si Ruoxuan, Lin Qingsong took a bite of the fried rice, savoring the flavor of the eggs combined with the salty soy sauce and the delightful texture of the rice. All perfectly balanced. During the meal, Lin Qingsong and He Shui engaged in light conversation, during which he learned that the educational institution where He Shui worked had been struggling recently. They were currently reducing costs and had even slashed base salaries by several hundred yuan. Consequently, He Shui was utilizing her spare time to explore potential opportunities. You needn't worry about it. I'll ask a friend. If they're in need of someone, I'll directly recommend you. With your experience, finding a job later will be much easier. Given his relationship with Jiafeng, securing a position would be a breeze. He Shui was at a loss for words. She initially wanted to express her gratitude to Lin Qingsong, but found herself receiving help instead. She felt increasingly indebted to him. Chapter 54. Is the Hu Bian wine really that potent? Upon returning to his room, Lin Qingsong gazed at the Hu Bian wine beside him, unable to contain his curiosity any longer. He had yet to sample it. With a relatively free day ahead, and having recovered somewhat from his earlier exertions, he thought it would be a good time to taste it. Resolute, Lin Qingsong carefully opened the bottle of Hu Bian wine. Instantly, a rich aroma wafted through the air. Upon closer inspection, he detected a faint hint of traditional Chinese medicine, yet it was not unpleasant. Rather, it complemented the wine's fragrance, making it even more enticing. Even though Lin Qingsong had never been fond of alcohol, the aroma made his mouth water. He opened a drawer, retrieved a spare straw from a previous bubble tea order, and gently inserted it into the wine jar. He then pressed his thumb over the top of the straw, and the wine was held in place by the pressure. Pulling out the straw, Lin Qingsong placed it in his mouth and released his grip, allowing the liquid to flow slowly into his mouth. A wave of bold flavor surged through his palate, and as he swallowed, the smooth yet commanding liquid coursed down his throat into his stomach. How exhilarating! The taste of this aged Hu Bian wine was simply exceptional. Before he could fully appreciate it, an inexplicable warmth surged through him. After an hour or two, Lin Qingsong clapped his hands, concluding his final set of push-ups. He truly had not anticipated that this Hu Bian wine would possess such potency. Simultaneously, he was grateful he had not indulged in it casually elsewhere, for that would surely have led to an embarrassing situation. Observing the quietly resting Hu Bian Jiao, Lin Qingsong could not help but label it as a potent elixir that spoke little but wielded immense power. This remarkable concoction was indeed extraordinary. He felt compelled to procure a flask from Qinan, ensuring that this liquor accompanied him wherever he went. With it in hand, not only could he face one adversary, but he felt emboldened to take on 10. As he glanced at the time and realized it was nearly midnight, Lin Qingsong resolved to forego sleep. After a quick shower to wash away the sweat, he reclined with his eyes closed, awaiting the system refresh. It was not a desire to stay awake that kept him up, but rather the overwhelming potency of Hu Bianjiu. Sleep eluded him. When midnight arrived, Lin Qingsong accessed the system to review the day's intelligence. Daily Intelligence 01. Zhang Yi advised Zhang Runin to engage more with Anna whenever possible. It would be beneficial if she could share some Weibo posts featuring Anna, ideally establishing a close friendship before Paris Fashion Week begins. Becoming close friends before Paris Fashion Week? What was Zhang Yi plotting? Did he intend to accompany Anna to the Fashion Week, attempting to bask in the limelight? Lin Qingsong understood the entertainment industry's penchant for red carpet appearances and, after a moment of contemplation, grasped Zhang Yi's intentions. It was indeed a clever strategy. Under the guise of supporting a friend, he could seize a moment in the spotlight, garnering both prestige and substance. While such maneuvers were not commonplace, they had been attempted by predecessors. Overall, the benefits outweighed the drawbacks. If he could indeed secure a spot on the red carpet, it would undoubtedly benefit Zhang Runin. Should Anna continue to participate in the Fashion Week, Zhang Runin could also ride on her coattails, further solidifying their connection. Lin Qingsong could not help but admire Zhang Yi's astuteness. A single investment could yield lifelong rewards. However, he held no strong aversion to this plan, as Zhang Runin was not an ordinary individual. While she sought to capitalize on Anna's popularity, Anna could equally benefit from Zhang Runin's rising fame. It was a mutually advantageous arrangement. Moreover, as Anna's manager, it was essential for Zhang Runin to navigate through him to build a rapport with Anna. Chuckling at the memory of Si Ruoxuan's resolute rejection of his advances and reflecting on her failed attempts to connect with other girls, Lin Qingsong felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. Yet, upon observing Si Ruoxuan's actions, he was left speechless. This young lady, possessing a delicate beauty, seemed overly prone to romantic fantasies. She was intent on securing Anna's companionship and even participating in the Paris fashion show. Such aspirations were misguided. Once in Paris, Anna would surely share a room with him, leaving no opportunity for her. Lin Qingsong, Daily Intelligence 03. Coach requires 10 runway models for a sudden show tomorrow. The interviewer has shifted preferences, seeking models with a more powerful presence. If they excel, there's a high possibility of being invited to participate in the Shanghai Fashion Week. Coach urgently needs 10 runway models tomorrow, with a preference for those who exude strength. This information is indeed valuable. Even without the potential for participating in Coach's Shanghai Fashion Week, simply being part of the new collection launch is a significant opportunity. The crux of this intelligence lies in the interviewer's changed preferences, favoring models with a more robust presence. The rest is inconsequential, as the Shanghai market is relatively small, and the owners of foreign modeling agencies are generally well acquainted. They have agreed to compete fairly, collaborating when necessary. Each agency's agents seek clients based on their abilities, prioritizing their own models until they are unable to do so, at which point they can share opportunities within a unified group to allow others to audition. If other agencies succeed, the commission fee, often referred to as the agency fee, is split evenly. Though Lin Qingsong was aware of Coach's urgent need for models, not knowing the interviewer's preferences would have rendered that information less useful. However, understanding the emphasis on a powerful presence during auditions changes everything, allowing the models to showcase their strengths. The models under his management are professionals, perfectly capable of delivering on this requirement. Daily Intelligence 04. Wang Zhou considers Lin Qingsong to be quite a commendable manager and has decided to reach out for future modeling needs. Currently, Wang Zhou is preparing to shoot an urban idol drama in Shanghai, with most of the main cast already finalized, yet some scenes remain unassigned. He is contemplating whether Lin Qingsong could take on this aspect. What is there to contemplate? Of course, it is feasible. While my primary role is as a modeling agent, this task can certainly be delegated to other team leaders. Lin Qingsong had previously dined with such team leaders and learned that a well-funded urban drama could yield substantial earnings from crowd scenes and minor roles, potentially over 100,000 per month. Silently, Lin Qingsong took out his phone, opened Wang Zhou's contact, and inquired, "Brother Zhou, have you arrived in Kyoto?" This further enhanced Wang Zhou's impression of Lin Qingsong. Not only did he possess high-quality modeling resources, but even his circle of friends comprised high-end gallery agents. Moreover, he demonstrated genuine concern for others. Regardless of whether Lin Qingsong's caring attitude was motivated by a desire to foster good relations, the mere act of consideration was pleasant. particularly since Wang Zhou frequently operated in Kyoto and only occasionally ventured to Shanghai. He rarely provided Lin Qingsong with substantial projects. Yet, Lin Qingsong still took the time to check in on him, which was exceedingly gratifying. Reflecting on the idol drama he was set to shoot in Shanghai, Wang Zhou followed up with, "Lin, do you have resources for crowd scenes and extras?" If possible, he hoped to collaborate with Lin Qingsong. On one hand, he had few familiar faces in Shanghai, and leveraging existing relationships was a common practice in the entertainment industry. Having collaborated in the past meant avoiding the adjustment period. On the other hand, the drama primarily revolves around the male lead, a business elite, and the female lead, a fashion designer, as they evolve from rivalry to mutual growth, ultimately achieving success in both career and love. Due to the female lead's profession, the drama will necessitate models and related scenes. In such circumstances, they certainly require a consultant to design the needed settings. If they collaborated with Lin Qingsong, that consultant could also serve as a dual role, saving the effort of seeking new talent. Seeing this, Lin Qingsong raised an eyebrow. This brother was quite forthright. "Brother Zhou, I have resources in this area. If you need them, the company is preparing to shoot an idol drama in Shanghai, which may require such personnel. If you have resources in this regard, I can speak with the company and propose that you oversee the crowd scenes and extras." Wow, are all the people from Kyoto this straightforward? Lin Qingsong had anticipated some back-and-forth negotiation, yet Wang Zhou was refreshingly direct. What was there to hesitate about? He promptly replied, "Brother Zhou, I have all the necessary resources, and we can meet to discuss the specifics of the operation. To make money, one must also be willing to spend. If he could secure this project, he could earn a substantial income each month without sharing too much of the profits." It was essential to negotiate face-to-face for matters that could not be put to paper. Satisfied, Lin Qingsong closed his phone, and although he felt no fatigue, he closed his eyes and eventually seized a fleeting moment of drowsiness, drifting into a restful sleep. The next day, Lin Qingsong arrived at the gym, brimming with vitality. The effect of Hu Bianjiu was indeed remarkable. Waking early, he felt no hint of fatigue and was filled with boundless energy. His workout even surpassed his usual limits. As he stepped out of the gym, Lin Qingsong suddenly received a voice call from Qi Nan. "Oh Lin, are you awake? We have an urgent matter." Upon hearing Qi Nan's voice on the other end, Lin Qingsong surmised that the news from Coach must have been released. As expected, Qi Nan continued just now. "We received word that there was a mishap during Coach's new product launch at MGM. They urgently need 10 models, and the interview will take place at MGM's West Hall." Lin Qingsong wiped the sweat from his forehead and inquired, "Do you need me to lead?" "Yes. All the veteran agents at the company are on set, except for you, and the only new recruit is struggling to manage the models during the interview." Qi Nan explained with a hint of exasperation. "I understand that today is your day off, but this opportunity is invaluable. It has been hinted that if these models perform exceptionally well, they may be invited to walk in Coach's show at the Shanghai Fashion Week." Although Qi Nan did not wish to disturb Lin Qingsong's holiday, the only available agents were either the new recruit or Lin Qingsong himself. "All right, I'll contact Lao Qiu shortly." After Lin Qingsong agreed, he refrained from asking Qi Nan to compensate him for his day off, as he often took breaks for himself when there was nothing pressing. After all, leading a model interview was within his expertise. Upon arriving at the location, he immediately spotted the company's wooling van. As he walked towards it, a familiar van passed him, slowing down as it did. The passenger window rolled down, revealing a cheerful man with purple hair and piercings, who exclaimed, "Old Lin, are you here to rescue someone?" Lin Qingsong frowned at the man, named Kair, who was an agent from another foreign company and openly expressed his sexual orientation. "What do you mean by rescue? Clarify yourself." Kair chuckled. "Your little agent is waiting for you to save him. You'll see when you get there." With that, he stifled a laugh and added, "I can't chat any longer. I'll see you at MGM." Confused by Kair's remarks, Lin Qingsong hurried towards his company's van. Approaching it, he noticed several models standing before the van, animatedly discussing something with a young man in his early 20s. "I want to go to Family Mart." "Family Mart? I'm hungry." "Yes, a break. We need a break." "You're so unprofessional. I need to call the model manager." The tall models disregarded the young man, engrossed in their own chatter. Observing this scene, Lin Qingsong furrowed his brow and approached them, saying in a measured tone, "Big Nose, Baldy, Old Orange, and Ben, why are you all causing trouble here again?" apart from the models clamoring to go to Family Mart. The other 4 were seasoned veterans who had been with the company for 5 or 6 years, relying on old clients. They could easily meet most of their performance targets each month, and naturally, they would take advantage of any opportunity to slack off. It was clear they were once again instigating trouble. With Lin Qingsong's words, the atmosphere instantly quieted. The named models exchanged glances before swiftly boarding the van, their earlier defiance vanishing without a trace. The young man looked relieved, exclaiming, "Brother Lin, you're here. Xieji, what is going on?" Lin Qingsong frowned at him. His English was not particularly strong, and the heavy accents of the others made communication feel like a game of charades. They had been at a standstill for several minutes, and had Lin Qingsong not arrived, Xieji might have resorted to calling for help. Realizing he wouldn't glean much from Xieji, Lin Qingsong turned to the nearby model who was still reluctant to board the van, asking, "Can you explain what just happened?" "Lin, I'm not trying to cause trouble." The model, a young Slovak barely 18, shrugged helplessly. "I rushed out this morning without breakfast and wanted to stop by Family Mart to grab something to eat. But he wouldn't let me go, just kept talking." This reasoning seemed quite reasonable, as there was a Family Mart conveniently located on the way, and buying something wouldn't take long. Lin Qingsong turned to Xieji. "Why wouldn't you let him go to Family Mart? It's really not a big deal." "Hey Lin, this new agent doesn't understand English, does he?" At that moment, a short-haired female model poked her head out from the van, smiling brightly. "He must have misunderstood." She laughed. Yes, this agent clearly doesn't know English." Another model, with a prominent nose and an electronic cigarette in hand, chimed in with a grin. "Ha ha ha, Lin, this is too funny. Our agent doesn't even speak English." A robust male model in the passenger seat joined the laughter. Although some models could speak Huaxiao language, none stepped forward to defend Xieji, clearly reveling in the spectacle. Such behavior could not be tolerated. Regardless of Xieji's English proficiency, he was still an agent representing the company. Hearing this, the models fell silent and quietly settled into the van. This was a coach show, and most of them had never participated in an event of such caliber. Even the Slovak model who had been clamoring to go to Family Mart swiftly hopped into the van. Observing this, Lin Qingsong turned to the new recruit, Xieji. "Is your English not very good?" When he first joined the company, he had been taken in by the beauty of the models. But now it was clear that Xieji had been misled. Xieji was bewildered. He hadn't anticipated the models would act in such a manner. Don't the old hands care about their jobs? He wondered, noting that the newer models were sitting obediently in the van. Lin Qingsong gestured toward the back seat where several new models sat. "All right, let us get in the van. We have interviews to attend." Once inside, Lin Qingsong curiously asked Xieji, "What did the company say when they recruited you? Normally, your English should be quite lacking for you to get in." It was surprising he was blunt. It was evident that Xieji didn't simply struggle with English. He was entirely unacquainted with it. A random first-grade student would likely have a larger vocabulary than Xieji. It was astonishing that the company had hired him. Xieji scratched his head. "They didn't say much, just asked me if I spoke English. I said yes, and they hire me. Didn't they ask you to say a few words?" "No." Lin Qingsong was bewildered. Who had conducted the interview? However, he quickly recalled that the company's hiring criteria emphasized the ability to converse fluently with models, and it was evident that Xieji did not meet that requirement. "Didn't you see the job listing? It clearly stated fluent conversation." "I did, but I thought I'd give it a try," Xieji replied, pulling out his phone to show the translation app. "I figured if I got hired, I could just use this to get by." Impressive. Lin Qingsong marveled. Was this the new way of doing things? Getting hired first and learning later? Xieji put away his phone, shaking his head in resignation. "But I realized that using a phone translator is inadequate. You need to communicate with the models on site. If something goes wrong, it's still my responsibility. So, I'm planning to resign and return to my original profession." Having been with the company for about a week, he had experienced enough and felt that he was more adept at his previous work. "What was your original profession?" Lin Qingsong inquired. As they idled in the car, Lin Qingsong, filled with curiosity, struck up a conversation with Xieji. Although Xieji had been in town for several days, his time at the company was markedly limited, primarily due to the necessity for newcomers to escort models on frequent interviews, rendering this their first encounter. Lin found himself quite intrigued by this newcomer. Despite only having been in the industry for 2 to 3 years, Xieji boasted a remarkable portfolio of clients and resources. outshining many veterans who had navigated the industry for over a decade. One of his secrets lay in pursuing positions within advertising and production companies, regardless of the role. As long as he gained entry, once inside the company, he would naturally convert colleagues into valuable client resources. Even after parting ways, they would remain familiar faces, facilitating smoother communication for private matters, thus avoiding any embarrassing predicaments. This time, Siege had come to the foreign company with a similar intention. However, unlike before, he was not seeking clients, but rather resources. Lin Qingsong raised an eyebrow, surprised to discover that Siege's original expertise lay in talent management. Yet he maintained a composed demeanor and inquired, "Do you frequently work in Hongdian or Shanghai?" He had previously learned that while Hongdian had its merits, the competition in Shanghai was less fierce, attracting more generous clients. Siege commented, "Although there are fewer projects in Shanghai compared to Hongdian, the remuneration is significantly higher. Earning the same amount each month is simply less demanding in Shanghai." Lin Qingsong nodded, slightly in agreement, acknowledging the truth in his statement. Hongdian primarily focused on film and television, whereas Shanghai leaned towards advertising, making the latter undeniably more relaxed. "Brother Lin," Siege ventured, "I've heard you're the top-performing agent in the company. May I ask you a question?" Siege, having joined the foreign company with hopes of meeting international models, found himself at a loss when navigating their dynamics. Reflecting on his previous experiences, he concluded that professionals should engage in specialized tasks, and this project would require collaboration. The individual before him, Lin Qingsong, seemed an excellent candidate. Not only was he adept in his craft, but he also commanded a strong presence when interacting with models. "Please go ahead," Lin encouraged. Siege glanced at several female models seated nearby and asked, "If a client wishes for a model to participate in a beauty pageant out of town, what would the company typically charge?" Lin Qingsong looked at him with a hint of confusion, uncertain why Siege posed such a question, but he explained, "It's quite simple. It depends on whether it's a minor competition or an official international event. For minor competitions, we charge the standard runway rate. For official events, we typically do not participate unless directly involved in the finals." He continued, "The company rents models domestically to generate profit. While participating in official events may enhance a model's visibility, they do not offer additional compensation aside from prizes. The time consumed in auditions and preliminary selections often renders it unprofitable. On the other hand, minor competitions allow the company to demand payment directly. A day's work translates to a day's pay." Siege contemplated this, realizing it aligned closely with his own thoughts. Yet the company's models were prohibitively expensive. Should he require their services, the budget would certainly be strained, potentially leading to losses. With that in mind, he glanced at the driver and chose to shift the conversation, sharing amusing anecdotes from his time managing talents. He recounted tales of how impressive the crowd in Shanghai was, including one individual who arrived at the set in a sports car and another who, after a reprimand from the director, retaliated physically, instilling fear in the director to the point of avoiding future shoots in Shanghai altogether. Upon arriving at the MGM hotel parking lot, Lin Qingsong noticed several vans from other foreign agencies parked nearby, with more approaching in the distance. Just then, a familiar voice called from behind, prompting him to turn. Before he could discern the identity of the person, he was enveloped in a tight embrace that nearly left him breathless. "Eva," he recognized immediately through his keen sense of recognition. "Lin, it's been days. How have you been?" The speaker was none other than Eva, who had once fought alongside Eilina. Since their last outing at the bar, Eva had been eager to deepen her connection with Lin Qingsong. Serendipitously, their paths crossed today. Once Eva released him, Lin finally inhaled fresh air, remarking, "Eva, your greeting method is rather unique. But you seem to enjoy it," she replied playfully, puffing out her chest before casting a flirtatious glance. "Lin, do you have time tonight? I could take a leave from the company." Although Lin had previously promised to recommend her to a designer friend and had sent her portfolio, he understood the importance of maintaining her visibility before him, ensuring she remained competitive with Eilina. "Then I'll request leave," Eva stated candidly. Siege watched in astonishment, wondering if agents truly enjoyed such privileges. Meanwhile, other female models in the company chastised Eva for overstepping her bounds. The seasoned model who had previously been reprimanded by Lin Qingsong sidled up to him, playfully challenging Eva. "Hey, Eva, didn't you hear Lin say he might not be available tonight?" Should you consult your own agent? Unfortunately for her, this taunt had no effect on Eva. Hey Lin, the short-haired model exclaimed in discontent. You can't be serious about pursuing this slacker, can you? Another model with flowing waves chimed in. What if one of us gets an interview? Shouldn't we celebrate at the bar tonight? It's your tradition. Chapter 58. The foreign version of the Hainan feast. All right, everyone, calm down. Lin Qingsong interjected, extricating his arm from the short-haired model's grasp before continuing. As long as one of you secures an interview, it will be the same as always tonight. I won't be going anywhere, and I'll help you request leave from the company. Let us hit the bar. He feared that if he were embraced any tighter, his arm would bruise. Each of these models was all bones, devoid of flesh, while the short-haired model had a strikingly exquisite face. It was Eva's curvaceous figure that truly aligned with his aesthetic preferences. Lin, we had an agreement, Eva exclaimed. It's been ages since I've had a drink. Let us make it a night to remember. The chorus of drink, drink, drink erupted from the eager models, prompting a smile to break on Lin Qingsong's face. Many of them, despite having several years of experience, were still quite young, the majority around 16 or 17, with the eldest just in their early 20s. It was a spirited age, and once one understood their personalities, communication flowed easily. The only downside was their exuberance. With a resigned glance at the newcomer who had arrived alongside Eilina, Lin wiped the drool from his face and sighed. All right, everyone, let us settle down. How will you prepare for the interview if you're so excited? The models recognized the importance of preparation before an interview and refrained from further pursuit of the topic. As they walked alongside Lin Qingsong towards the hotel, they each began to adjust their demeanor in their own ways. At that moment, Xieji observed his surroundings before approaching Lin Qingsong and quietly asked, Brother Lin, do you happen to have any connections to find some female models to participate in a beauty pageant in Hainan, preferably at a more economical rate? I have a case at hand. A sailing company wishes to host a global Miss Sailing beauty pageant in Hainan. The sponsorship and naming rights have been secured, and now they are merely in need of contestants. However, the number of international applicants has been disappointingly low, prompting them to seek a contingent of foreign participants. This client was initially encountered during an exhibition while working as an on-site executor, and after a prolonged period of no communication, this connection has led to a significant opportunity. The organizers have indicated a requirement for approximately 10 female and 10 male models, who will stay in Hainan for 5 days, with all accommodations and meals covered, including a stay at a 5-star hotel. Naturally, the expenses are substantial. In Xieji's view, the costs are quite high, at a rate of 5,000 yuan per person per day. With great confidence, he asserted his ability to manage this task. Yet upon applying to the foreign modeling agency, he soon realized that the situation was somewhat skewed. The hourly rates for these models could soar into the thousands, with 5,000 yuan merely sufficient for 5 hours of photo shoots. Even if the runway fees were slightly lower, an 8-hour day would still cost 6,000 yuan. This meant that he would earn nothing and would need to cover additional costs to hire agency models, which was simply untenable. Initially, Xieji had hoped to recruit freelance models, but the organizers directly stated that this was a formal competition that would invite local leaders, necessitating that each model possess a work visa. In such circumstances, he found himself truly at a loss. Lin Qingsong had already anticipated this issue during their car ride, and, thus, was unfazed, calmly stating, money, numbers, and requirements. 5,000 yuan per day, accommodations in a 5-star hotel, all expenses covered, 10 male and 10 female models. But they must have runway experience. The requirement is clear. A work visa is mandatory. Upon hearing this, Xieji comprehended that he had indeed approached the right person. Is that all? Linga, do you have connections? He inquired. Will they provide certificates, and how many media outlets will be involved? Where will they report? Lin Qingsong aimed not only to profit from the model fees, but also to seize additional opportunities if suitable. Such makeshift beauty contests had become commonplace in the country, and he had previously managed similar projects, systematically sourcing participants for a fee. However, this time was different. His resources were plentiful, allowing him to collaborate with various international agencies and models. He intended to secure the full model fees while also profiting from the models or foreign agencies. Xieji scratched his head and pulled out his phone to show Lin Qingsong his chat history with the client. Lingu, please take a look at what he sent. It's my first time dealing with this, and I didn't expect it to be so complicated. After glancing at Xieji, Lin Qingsong curiously remarked, You don't want to profit from the price difference? Lin Qingsong, I am completely in the dark about this. How could I profit from a price difference? Xia Ji shook his head. If you're willing, I can hand over the client to you right now, and you can communicate with him directly. Lin Qingsong was taken aback by Xia Ji's astuteness. After reviewing the messages on the phone, he suddenly stated, "There's a drama set to be filmed in whose city for 3 months. I can secure all the extras and prospects from him." Lin Qingsong. Xia Ji's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you suggesting that I can hand the project over to you? But how much will I earn a month? Brother, I'm not aware of their budget, but based on my past experiences, a city drama can easily yield profits of 100 to 200,000 yuan a month. Xia Ji had never handled such a significant case before and couldn't help but lick his lips, saying, "If you trust me, I'll only take 10,000 yuan a month. I won't take a single cent from the excess profits." Lin Qingsong raised a finger. "I'll take 150,000 a month. Any additional earnings, regardless of how much or how little, belong to you. I want to interfere with whether you find people yourself or delegate to other team leaders, but I have one demand. The project must be executed flawlessly. Rest assured." Xia Ji, surprised by this unexpected opportunity, patted his chest in assurance. "In every project I undertake, there has never been one that was executed beautifully. Good? Remember this. As long as the execution is splendid, further projects will inevitably follow," Lin Qingsong emphasized, pointing at the client on Xia Ji's phone. "You push this person to me. I'll handle the communication from there." After reviewing the chat between Xia Ji and the client, Lin Qingsong noticed that there was no mention of certificates, trophies, or titles, nor any details regarding the media involved, which was unacceptable. Although these elements may seem trivial, they are crucial props. While waiting for the client to confirm, Lin Qingsong, accompanied by his team of models, had already arrived at the lobby of the MGM Hotel. Several staff members from Coach were distributing small cards with white backgrounds and black lettering to the models on site. These cards served as both identification numbers and temporary names for the models. During the runway show, the judges would remember the numbers, calling participants by them. Chapter 59, What is Power? This is power. The previously tranquil hotel lobby transformed into a lively scene with the arrival of several foreign modeling agencies. However, Coach had anticipated this situation and had already communicated with the hotel staff. Furthermore, the models were exceptionally appealing, so the hotel personnel did not raise any issues. They only provided quiet explanations to guests checking in or out. Lin Qingsong casually approached a sofa in the lobby with his team of models. After seating them, he began to explain that he had acquaintances at Coach and could discreetly inquire about the judges' preferences. Upon hearing this, the models became instantly excited. Yet, before they could express their thoughts, Lin Qingsong raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Keep it low-key. The notion of having connections was entirely fabricated. He had no acquaintances within Coach, a luxury brand with which he had never collaborated. As for the preferences of the judges, the intel was crystal clear, a sense of power. Upon mentioning this crucial aspect, all the models nodded in understanding. Lin Qingsong refrained from elaborating further, as they were all professionals in the realm of runway shows. Meanwhile, Xia Ji was bewildered by Lin Qingsong's maneuvering. Is this what it means to be a big shot? To even gather insider information prior to an audition? This was Coach, after all. Although not among the most renowned luxury brands, it is still a well-known name in the realm of affordable luxury. He resolved to firmly latch onto this influential figure. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Qingsong was engaged in a cheerful conversation with Gao Xiaoxing. It must be noted that this gentleman was indeed talented. His fervent desire to pursue his goddess had led him to obediently follow Lin Qingsong's advice, frequently visiting massage parlors. Consequently, he often neglected his phone, as the therapist would frequently engage him in conversation. As a result, his goddess, Xiao Li, felt somewhat neglected. In an unexpected twist, Xiao Li, realizing Gao Xiaoxing's lack of attention, began to seek him out, even proactively suggesting meetings and meals. Gao Xiaoxing confided in Lin Qingsong about his dilemma, whether to accept the therapist's invitation for a massage or to dine with the girl. After all, he had previously made arrangements with the therapist, while Xiao Li's invitation was a last-minute proposition. Observing this, Lin Qingsong recognized that his strategy was yielding results. Otherwise, with Gao Xiaoxing's personality, he would never have hesitated or found himself in such a quandary. He advised Gao Xiaoxing to inform Xiao Li that he had a prior engagement with his fitness coach and would only be available for dinner once he completed his workout. After casually guiding Gao Xiaoxing on how to interact with his goddess, Lin Qingsong noticed the staff from coach approaching them. "How many are you? Follow me to line up." 13, Lin Qingsong replied, turning to the models behind him and encouraging everyone, "Get energized. Let us go." Upon reaching the end of the queue, a man with purple hair and a well-groomed appearance approached. "Lao Lin." The interview process this time is quite different from before. All the models who have previously collaborated with KCH have been eliminated, including our very own IL. His expression revealed indignation as he continued. "IL has worked with KCH twice already. It's baffling that she has also been dismissed. I truly wonder what the new designer is thinking." "Oh, Ki Ru, do elaborate." Lin Qingsong replied with growing interest. This designer brought out a new handbag, placed it on the table, and instructed the models to walk based on their initial feelings. After they finished, he declared it unsuitable. Just then, another agent approached, wearing a puzzled expression. What initial feeling could the models have? Don't they walk according to the requirements? This designer. He sighed and turned to Lin Qingsong, saying, "Lao Lin, I can only wish you good luck. It seems we are fated to be excluded from KCH today." Ki Ru, the purple-haired man, echoed the sentiment with a sigh. "Lao Lin, don't hold too much hope. Consider it merely a formality." After they departed, several models who understood who 11 spoke in hushed tones to the others who did not comprehend, their expressions transforming into surprise directed at Lin Qingsong. While the others were unsure of what the initial feeling entailed, they understood it to signify a sense of strength. They were eager to witness how their professionalism would captivate the discerning designer. As time passed, one model after another confidently entered the Exin Hall, only to leave with looks of dejection. This time, due to the tight schedule, the interview results were announced on the spot. Those who qualified would stay, while the others would depart. So far, not a single individual had been retained. Aside from the stubborn designer, the other interviewers began to grow impatient. If this continued, they would certainly lack sufficient models for the afternoon's new product showcase. Just as a few were preparing to persuade the designer to reconsider, another model entered the room. This short-haired female model took a glance at the handbag presented by the staff and listened to the introduction. "I understand," she stated to the staff, and upon receiving a slight nod from the designer, she declared, "We can begin." With that, the short-haired model placed her hands on her hips, her shoulders broadening, instantly transforming her aura into one of confidence and dominance. With every step, her movements were crisp and imbued with a powerful presence. The designer, who had been resolute in his criteria, pointed at the commanding female model and exclaimed, "Do you see? There are still those who comprehend my design language. This sense of strength perfectly aligns with my design." After standing and glancing at the model's number badge, he announced, "Number 87, you are accepted." Upon hearing this, the short-haired model did not conclude her runway walk, but rather, with professional integrity, completed it before graciously thanking the designer. "If it's convenient, you may proceed to the makeup room now." Another interviewer gestured to an assistant nearby. "Inform her agent that her time this afternoon belongs to us." At the entrance, Lin Qingsong, waiting for the bald model to emerge, observed as the tightly shut door was suddenly opened. A staff member from KCH stepped out, announcing, "Which agency does the model who just went in belong to?" "She has been accepted." Chapter 60. You are a genius. The esteem of KCH's chief. Lin Qingsong felt a surge of relief. When he handed out the number badges, he had hoped to secure a spot, thus allowing the short-haired model, who excelled in this regard, to go first. It seemed his strategy had proven correct. After witnessing a series of models that did not meet his expectations, the designer was bound to be captivated by one whose image and essence resonated with his vision. Without waiting for the commotion among the queued models to settle, the second model, brimming with confidence, began her interview. After Lin Qingsong discussed the day's showcase with the assistant, the second model, named BN, was also selected. Although the designer felt a flicker of joy, he couldn't shake an uneasy feeling. How could it be so fortuitous that two consecutive candidates had aligned with his vision? As the third model commenced a runway walk, he could no longer contain himself and called for a halt. "How did you discern that my design embodies a sense of strength?" The model, affectionately dubbed Big Nose by Lin Qingsong, did not display any panic. Rather, she wore a relaxed smile as she replied, "It's LN." He recognized it. Upon hearing the interview rules, Lin Qingsong had instructed the models to assert that they were guided to embody a sense of strength. Naturally, They were to maintain uniformity in their statements, attributing the insight to their own perception of the design's power rather than any insider knowledge. Curious, the designer inquired, "Lin? Who is he? Is he also a model? May I meet him?" "Ha ha ha. PT, we are still in the midst of interviews, right? Perhaps we should finalize today as selections first?" Another interviewer interjected, unable to conceal his exasperation at the designer's wandering thoughts. "You all continue. Where is this Lin? I wish to speak with him," the designer insisted, his tone direct. PT, a quintessential Italian, was laid back and rather carefree. Even as KCH's designer, with his debut showcase looming that afternoon, he would abandon his commitments for matters of interest. The other interviewers exchanged glances, each reflecting a shared sense of helplessness. However, they recognized that failing to meet PT's whims would likely lead to further complications. Thus, they opted to allow him his indulgences, hoping to expedite the remaining interviews. "He is my agent, waiting outside," Big Nose declared, glancing eagerly at them. "How did my interview go? Am I in, or must I walk again?" PT disregarded their conversation and strode towards the exit. One of the interviewers glanced at Big Nose and pondered aloud, pending. "Wait outside for further notification. There may be a second round." "Very well," Big Nose responded resignedly, following PT out of the XN hall. Upon exiting, she enthusiastically remarked, "Lin, this gentleman is a KCH interviewer. He wishes to meet you." "Oh." Lin Qingsong, who had been laughing with another model, turned at the sound of her voice, surprised by this unexpected turn of events. He had anticipated being summoned inside, but did not expect the designer to come out to greet him. "Lin, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am PT." "Hello, PT," Lin Qingsong replied, glancing at the agitated line of models and their eager agents. "Shall we head to the hotel lobby? I hear their coffee is quite delightful." "Absolutely." PT shrugged. "The coffee here is indeed exceptional. I particularly enjoy their green label geisha, renowned for its authenticity. Sourced from the Emerald Estate in Panama. Having resided in this hotel for nearly half a month, PT was well acquainted with the staff. After being escorted to his favorite spot, the waiter cheerfully inquired, "Still the green label geisha?" "Indeed, 2 cups of green label geisha." Once the waiter departed, PT eagerly asked, "Lin, how did you perceive that my handbag design possesses a sense of strength?" "Intuition." Lin Qingsong, lacking any design expertise, could only lean into the abstraction. "Precisely." Upon hearing this, Peter nodded and said, "You are absolutely right. My design aims to evoke a sense of power, intangible yet palpable." "What? Is it even possible?" Lin Qingsong was taken aback, not expecting his casual remark to receive such affirmation. However, he was aware that in such situations, verbosity often leads to mistakes. Peter was the quintessential artistic figure, and Lin simply needed to echo his sentiments. Before the coffee arrived, Peter had already regarded Lin Qingsong as a confidant. "Lin, why don't you come work as my assistant at Coach? Your talents should not be squandered in the role of a mere agent." Had Lin truly been a design prodigy, he might have readily accepted the offer. Although Coach may not belong to the elite echelon of luxury brands, it is still a globally renowned name in the accessible luxury sector, a coveted realm for many designers. Yet, Lin considered himself a fraud. He would likely be exposed within moments. It was wiser to maintain his friendship with Peter, allowing him to recommend models to Peter instead. After finishing his coffee, Lin looked at Peter, who wore a face of regret, and replied, "Peter, I am certainly not considering a job change at this moment. However, should an opportunity arise in the future, we can continue our discussions on aesthetics, just as we are today." Lin Qingsong smiled as he stood up and spoke. "All right. I hope one day you come to that realization." Peter shrugged helplessly. Upon arriving at the interview venue, Lin Qingsong discovered that among the 13 models he had, aside from the initially confirmed Crew Cut and Ben, 5 others had made it to the second round. Peter patted his chest, assuring Lin that he would do his utmost to help them secure selections. Nevertheless, that was not the crux of the matter. Lin received a promise from Peter that if the Crew Cut performed well today, he would advocate for an opportunity to represent Coach at the Who City Fashion Week. Chapter 61. The Power of Connections. "Lin, you have such impressive connections. The designer from Coach specifically sought you out?" "Lin, you are truly remarkable. You perceived exactly what the designer desired at first glance." "Lin, since we've shared a moment of intimacy, do lend a hand to your brothers next time such an opportunity arises." After Peter exited, The interviewer promptly disseminated the requirements for the model selection. Consequently, the candidates learned that the criteria for this interview differed from previous ones. They needed to exhibit a sufficient sense of power. Despite a wave of grievances regarding Coach's failure to clarify expectations sooner, the specific guidelines significantly accelerated the interview process. Additionally, these agents and models were not naive. They noted that many candidates before them had not advanced. Lin Qingsong's entrance resulted in 2 models being shortlisted, and the Coach designer even approached Lin for a private conversation. Following the revelation of the interview requirements, it became evident that Lin Qingsong's influence was substantial. Importantly, someone had gleaned from the models that Lin had discerned the inherent strength within the designs from the outset, thus facilitating their smooth interviews. "When did I ever share a foot bath with you?" Lin Qingsong remained unfazed. The mere fact that the Coach designer sought him out was enough to earn him admiration. He playfully grasped the agent who had mentioned the foot bath, saying, "Since you brought it up, I expect a foot bath in return." Of course, of course." The agent chuckled before swiftly changing the subject. "Lin, how about bringing that designer along for the foot bath? We'll treat you to the 3rd floor. Am I even the type to ascend to the 3rd floor?" Lin Qingsong scoffed, feeling overwhelmed with his own evening commitments, let alone having the energy to venture upward. Observing the throng surrounding him, inquiring about Peter and the upcoming Coach arrangements for her City Fashion Week, he could only chuckle. Others may have been oblivious, but Lin was acutely aware that although Peter had engaged him in a lengthy discussion, it predominantly revolved around art and design. Nothing was mentioned regarding the Fashion Week arrangements. Of course, this was not due to Peter's desire to keep secrets, but rather because he simply had no knowledge of them. To be precise, Peter had not shown any interest in such matters. His sole responsibility was to sit in the interviewer's seat and assign scores. In the afternoon, as the 10 female and 10 male models were finalized, the once bustling hotel lobby swiftly fell silent. Aside from the crew cut and the male model named Ben, only the Slovak youth among the 5 advancing to the 2nd round was selected. This male model, named Jacques, was an avid enthusiast of extreme sports, which, despite his shorter stature, endowed him with a notably robust presence. After Siege led the unsuccessful models to continue auditions throughout her city, Lin Qingsong remained to observe the Coach new product launch show. After recording the runway walks of the crew cut, Jacques and Ben, he began to feel a sense of ennui. To the average individual, such an event might still seem intriguing, even prestigious, given that it was a luxury brand's new product launch. Yet for Lin, it had become somewhat tiresome. Pulling out his phone, he noticed that several people had liked the video he had recently posted on his social media. Although he found the runway dull, it did not diminish the event's prestige. Thus, he promptly recorded a video to share on his platform. Such displays could elevate his online presence while subtly impressing potential clients. "My models have collaborated with Coach. If you have any projects, do send them my way." This casual act of self-promotion was far more effective than the dry and desperate pleas for work that he could never bring himself to make. "I have foreign models available. Reach out if you have any projects. If any friends are in need of models, please recommend me." Lin Qingsong would never utter such words, regardless of how desperate he might be for work. Securing projects was akin to courting. Those obtained through desperation were never as fulfilling as those attracted naturally. Working through the weekend, thankfully Coach's new show was splendid. Otherwise, I might have truly been overwhelmed. The cover features a 15-second video with the Coach logo. Likes: Jiajia, Chigu, Yujia, Shui Er, Xiaoyu, Lao Yang, Anan, Xin Xian, Eva, Anna, Elena, Yin Yin, Mimi, Xiao Wu, Qingjia, Chung Xiang, Yindu Lu Yuan. Comments: Chigu, Lin, aim to secure a spot for Coach at the fashion show. The company will celebrate your success. Mimi Lin, you actually participated in the Coach show. How impressive. Jiajia, the new Coach collection looks quite good. Elena, crying. I barely had a shoot and ended up missing the Coach show. Chung Xiang, Lin, send me a silent video. I want to post it on my social media to show off. Seeing hundreds of likes and dozens of comments within just a few minutes, Lin Qingsong couldn't help but chuckle. As a mere mortal, he believed that no amount of high-profile shows could match the exhilaration brought by this moment of social media engagement. Remembering his promise to the models, Lin sent a message to Chi Nan, bring me along. All right. Not only did she approve of taking models to the bar that night, but she also planned to join them. Lin was not overly surprised. He had long understood his boss's character. Despite being in his 30s, he still enjoyed revelry and drinking. After replying, Lin sent another message to Du Qing. Qingjie, is there a private booth available tonight? I'm taking the models out for some fun. Yes, how many people? About a dozen or 20, I suppose. Lin was uncertain of the other model schedules, so he could only estimate. Qingjie is generous. Lin Qingsong, upon noticing the red envelope, graciously accepted it without hesitation. He jested, noting that the models under his command were not only stunning, but also playful, outshining even the Atmosphere Group. What was wrong with accepting a little benefit? After the unveiling of Coach S' new collection, Lin Qingsong cautiously inquired about Peter S' plans for the evening. Upon learning that Peter had none, he promptly extended an invitation. To his delight, Peter readily accepted. Even more astonishing was Peter S' revelation that he had several designer friends currently in the city who could also be invited. Among them was a designer from the Valentino women's line. It could be said that Peter significantly aided Lin Qingsong in expanding his connections. Chapter 62. Entrapped by under-the-table deals. In a bar, amidst the deafening music, at a booth on the edge of the stage, Vivian, a designer at Valentino in her 30s, held a glass of iced champagne, swaying to the rhythm while leaning towards Lin Qingsong's ear, saying, "The shoot you mentioned is likely organized by the online mall. I'm not entirely certain. However, the women's line I oversee also requires several models for promotional photography. Originally, this was the responsibility of the mall, but..." She glanced at the female models indulging in drinks, her tone suggestive as she added, "If I find models that satisfy me, I would not hesitate to recommend them directly." Satisfied models? Hearing this, Lin Qingsong felt a wave of speechlessness. "You are in charge of the women's line, selecting female models. What are you looking at me for? And could you refrain from your wandering hands?" Yet, gazing at Vivian, who bore a striking resemblance to Elizabeth Olsen, Lin Qingsong earnestly replied, "Vivian, I happen to believe there are quite a few suitable models here. Their portfolios are on my phone. Shall I find a quiet place to show you?" Vivian set down her glass, her eyes shimmering with interest. "Is that so? Then I shall take a good look." As he departed, Lin Qingsong observed the female models frolicking in the booth, suddenly feeling a profound sense of greatness. For the company, for them, he was willing to sacrifice himself. Passing by Qin An, Lin Qingsong unexpectedly heard her softly say, "Hey Lao Lin, make sure to shoot a video for me later." "Seventh brother, I have sacrificed myself for the company, and you still want me to film a video? TSK, this is AO May we're talking about. Don't pretend you don't know that your previous computer wallpaper was the Scarlet Witch." Ahem, snap, snap, snap. Half an hour later, in a restroom stall, Lin Qingsong pulled out a tissue to wipe the water off his phone camera. Snap, snap, snap. What else there to take pictures of? It's all wet. Nevertheless, his expression remained relaxed. Although he had recently developed a fascination for the Black Widow, it did not diminish A.O. May's standing in his heart. "Lin, you have reshaped my perception of Huaxia men," Vivian remarked while retouching her makeup. She realized she had fallen into stereotypes. Huaxia men could indeed be quite manly. Perhaps there was a misunderstanding. Besides Huaxia, there were also the Koreans and Japanese who contributed to this misconception. Ahem, Baldy, I am a serious person. Please do not misunderstand. Lin Qingsong glanced at her slender figure, his expression instantly turning serious. The girl with the buzz cut recognized that Lin Qingsong did not favor her type. Pouting as she said, "Lin, saying that will hurt people. Let it be. I fear that once you leave, Yaelina will be heartbroken." Lin Qingsong was well aware that the buzz-cut girl, like Si Ruoxuan, preferred mutual affection. She seldom showed any interest in him, and today she was undoubtedly eyeing Yaelina, which prompted her to speak up. Upon realizing her intentions had been uncovered, the buzz-cut girl, undeterred, cheerfully gossiped. "So, how is that A.O. May? I saw Seventh Brother talking to you. Did he ask you to film a video? Let me see it someday." "Sure, then let me touch your head." Lin Qingsong looked at the buzz-cut girl, whose scalp had turned red from drinking too much. "No way, don't even think about it." She firmly rejected, as this was her bottom line. How could her head be touched by anyone? Lin Qingsong picked up the glass on the table, taking a sip before casually stating, I had already discussed the Valentino women S-line shoot with that A.O. May." Before he could finish, he felt someone take his hand and place on the soft, warm, fuzzy top of her head. The buzz-cut girl smiled ingratiatingly. "Lin, don't you think I'm quite suitable for Valentino?" After petting her head a few times, Lin Qingsong finally smiled and replied, "Indeed, you are suitable, which is why I recommended you to her." Although the buzz-cut girl was a bit thin, her features were exquisite amidst the crowd of models. Vivian candidly remarked that the buzz-cut girl could be considered for a spot, while Lin Qingsong would recommend the remaining candidates for her selection. Once Lin Qingsong finished interacting with the buzz-cut girl, Yelena, looking forlorn, finally spoke. "What about me, Lin? You can forget it." Lin Qingsong mercilessly rejected her. "You belong to the sweet category, which doesn't suit their brand." The next day, in the hotel, facing Yelena, who still wore a pitiful expression, Lin Qingsong helplessly said, "All right, go ahead and give it a try, but I can't guarantee you will be selected." Sigh. Men can be soft-hearted at times. Watching the ecstatic Yelena, Lin Qingsong comfortably reclined on the bed, reviewing the intelligence for the day. He had been utterly exhausted last night, and coupled with the alcohol, his mind was still hazy, leaving him no time to check the system. Daily Intelligence 01. Last night, Zhang Yi recognized several luxury brand designers from the video posted by Lin Qingsong on Moments and subsequently reminded Zhang Runin to seize this connection in the fashion industry. Upon seeing this intelligence, Lin Qingsong could not help but feel speechless. He had become a connection in the fashion industry. However, considering the video he filmed, it was indeed easy to misunderstand. Watching Coach S' new collection during the day and drinking with a group of luxury brand designers at night, it was clear he appeared to be a veteran in the fashion scene. He wondered how Zhang Runin would leverage this relationship. It seemed she had not made any moves since that day. Daily Intelligence 02. Pink Room 307 at the Jinjiang Hotel features a replica of an ancient painting from the Republic of China period, within which lies a hidden cache of 20 sample coins of the Xiantong Tongbao. It's not easy. Finally, some valuable intelligence has emerged. Seeing this, Lin Qingsong could not contain his excitement. The pink intelligence is valued between 10,000 to 100,000. He wondered what was so special about these Xiantong Tongbao coins that made 20 of them worth such a sum. The Xiantong era wasn't too far removed from the present. How could these coins be valuable? Shouldn't such items appreciate with age? Curiosity piqued. Lin Qingsong picked up his phone to examine the sample Xiantong Tongbao coins mentioned in the intelligence. After a moment of observation, he finally understood. It turned out that Xiantong was the last era of the Qing dynasty, during which the country had largely ceased minting coins. Only one mint, the Baoquan Bureau, produced a type of Xiantong Tongbao, small coin, weighing 1 xian. Moreover, these sample coins were distinct from the ordinary versions. They were custom coins specifically supplied to the inner court. Consequently, they were exceptionally rare in circulation, with each sample Xiantong Tongbao estimated to be worth around 1 to 2,000. Chapter 63. Extorted by the hotel. Lin, my friends should arrive in the city in about 3 days, Yelena said, sipping water while gazing at Lin Qingsong with anticipation. What about the signing you mentioned? That was quite fast. Lin Qingsong smiled and said, Rest assured, I will certainly keep my promise. Once they arrive, as long as they do not mind the modest remuneration, I will undoubtedly have tasks for them. Ever since he submitted a batch of documents to Huqing, there had been little response, nor any indication of potential candidates. However, this was rather convenient. When Yiliana's friend arrived, he could easily submit their profiles as well. After all, Xiang Jia had mentioned that there was no need for excessive concern regarding Huqing. Their silence was due to minor issues arising in a city related to the project. Huqing's boss, Gu Fei, along with representatives from a brand, were currently en route to resolve the matter. Thus, the modeling situation had to be temporarily set aside, likely taking several days to rectify. Upon hearing Lin Qingsong's words, Yiliana initially smiled, but her expression soon darkened as she recalled the message her teacher had sent the previous night. Ever since she relayed Lin Qingsong's words to her friends, they had been showering her with compliments in their group chat, while boasting about their opportunity to earn substantial money in Huaxia. The news quickly reached the teachers at the local modeling school, who contacted her, praising her abilities. They even hinted that some of their students were eager to come to Hu City and sought her assistance in facilitating their arrival. However, Yiliana was acutely aware of her limitations. Lin Qingsong's willingness to allow her friends to come was perhaps due to their small number and the fact that they had not signed with an agency, thus avoiding additional costs. Even their airfare was collectively funded by her friends. In contrast, the students mentioned by her teacher had mostly signed contracts with local agencies. If they wished to come to Huaxia, Lin Qingsong would not only have to cover their accommodation and travel expenses, but also pay a considerable leasing fee to the local agencies. Given the authority of their modeling school in the area, she was uncertain how to decline her teacher's request. Furthermore, with a younger sister still undergoing training at the academy, she feared that refusing might lead to her sister being bullied. After much contemplation, she mustered the courage to discuss the matter with Lin Qingsong. Lin, what should I do? Have I made a mistake by boasting? Observing the conflicted expression on the young girl's face, Lin Qingsong was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the situation would become increasingly complex. However, he did not dismiss Yuliana's concerns, recognizing that her fears were evident. Nonetheless, resolving this issue should not be overly complicated. In fact, it could be advantageous for him. Yuliana, what is the standing of your modeling school? How many models do you have? Lin Qingsong inquired with genuine interest. The scale is quite large, Yuliana replied, nodding slightly. Please provide me with your teacher's contact information, and you need not worry about the rest. The Sonya beauty pageant required models, and the Russian modeling school was keen on marketing their students. Yuliana's vanity had led to this predicament, and with Lin Qingsong's involvement, a well-executed plan could yield benefits for all parties involved. It was indeed a win-win situation. Yuliana was elated and exclaimed, Lin, if you find any of my friends appealing, just let me know, and I will handle it. Unsure of how to repay Lin Qingsong, her mind only conjured this straightforward method of gratitude. All right, but you are using your friends to handle your own matters, Lin Qingsong teased, smiling. If you wish to repay me, simply fulfill what I asked of you last night. Yuliana's face flushed with embarrassment. That is rather painful. It's nothing, just a moment. Lin Qingsong jested. Wait until I am free. Yuliana, unable to resist, timidly said. Otherwise, I might not be able to work. All right. It was Monday, and all models without assignments needed to take transportation to interviews. Lin Qingsong dropped Yuliana off at the modeling apartment building, and, after the company's van took them for their interviews, he hailed a taxi to the Jinjiang Hotel. While inquiring about the Xiantong Tongbao, he also checked the reservation status of the Jinjiang Hotel online. This garden-style establishment, in operation since 1982, had hosted over 300 heads of state from more than 100 countries and had not succumbed to the passage of time, but rather thrived. Its rich history attracted numerous tourists. Fortunately, there were no full bookings today, prompting Lin Qingsong to take a chance, hoping to secure room 307. Upon arrival, a hat-wearing bellboy hurried over to open the car door. Good day, sir. One must admit, this old-fashioned hotel still provided commendable service. Lin Qingsong smiled and said, I would like to book a room, if available. Yes, sir, the bellboy replied politely while leading the way. However, if it is convenient for you, you could actually book through your mobile phone for a better rate. As they reached the front desk, the bellboy informed the receptionist, Linda, this gentleman wishes to check in. Afterward, he respectfully added, Sir, if you have no other requests, I shall take my leave. Thank you for your service, Lin Qingsong said with a smile, pulling a 50 yuan bill folded into a triangle from his pocket to give to the bellboy. A model had informed him that it was best to fold tips into a triangle to avoid bills scattering and being regarded as trash. Over time, it had become customary. The bellboy, surprised by the tip, exclaimed, Thank you, sir. Please, wait a moment. After Lin Qingsong spoke, he turned to the eager receptionist and asked, May I inquire if room 307 is currently occupied? I would like to check into that room. His generous demeanor prompted the receptionist to expedite her actions. Within a minute, she had completed her inquiries and, with a beaming smile, said, Sir, it is quite fortunate that room 307 has just become available. However, since the previous guest checked out not long ago, if you are willing, I can have the housekeeping staff clean it right away. Excellent. After settling the room fee, Lin Qingsong also tipped the receptionist 50 yuan. He then stepped aside, slightly avoiding the camera, and beckoned to the bellboy. May I ask you a question? If I find the room's decor appealing, can I purchase it directly from you? The bellboy was about to respond when the receptionist interjected. Sir, we do not offer that service at our hotel. Indeed, we do not have such a service, the bellboy added. However, Linda, if this gentleman damages something in the room, once we settle the compensation, he is free to take it with him. Chapter 64. You're sending me something? How wonderful. The bellboy's remark left the receptionist perplexed. The guest had not even entered the room yet. How could he have damaged anything? However, Lin Qingsong quickly grasped the situation and gave the bellboy an approving glance. Exactly. If I were to damage something in the hotel, after compensating, I would willingly take it with me. Only then did Linda comprehend the bellboy's implication. The hotel had a protocol for such matters, as it was entirely normal for guests to compensate for damages. Yet in most cases, items could simply be repaired. So hotels typically only charge for repair costs. Lin Qingsong's suggestion of taking items with him was indeed quite rare. She hesitated slightly and asked, "Sir, what item do you intend to damage?" "A decorative painting," Lin Qingsong fabricated story. "I have a friend staying at your hotel who has taken a liking to that painting, but he is too shy to ask, so he requested my assistance." Upon hearing this, Linda let out a sigh of relief. After all, it was merely a decorative painting, and the hotel had plenty in storage, if one was lost. A similar one could easily be found. The bellboy, standing beside her, interjected, "Sir, rest assured that this matter is entirely manageable. The cleaning of the room will take some time. Would you like me to show you to a nearby seating area in the meantime? Just take me directly." Lin Qingsong replied, "I'll grab my things and leave. You can take your time cleaning the room. I shall return to stay the night later." He still had to make a trip to the company shortly. "Very well." The bellboy nodded in agreement, then turned to the front desk, saying, "Linda, I will escort the gentleman upstairs now. Please prepare the damage report." Linda acknowledged his request and rummaged through a drawer, retrieving a damage report while simultaneously checking the price of the decorative painting in room 307. Upon discovering that there was only a single antique-style painting from the Republic era, valued at over 10,000, her eyes widened in disbelief. "Sir, wait a moment. Are you referring to that painting worth over 10,000? "Yes. Is there a problem?" Lin Qingsong glanced back at her, then handed 2 triangular stacks of red bills to the bellboy, saying, "One for you and one for her." "Not an issue." Linda glanced at the red bill and ultimately decided to seize the opportunity for some extra earnings. She was not engaging in any illicit activity. She was merely adhering to company policy. If a guest damaged something without restoring its value, compensating for it, and allowing the guest to take it was permissible. Upon entering the room, Lin Qingsong surveyed the chaotic scene and couldn't he help but shake his head. Goodness, were this couple even more reckless than he was? Yet, this was of no concern to him. Following the system's guidance, he walked into the bedroom and immediately noticed a landscape painting hanging nearby. "Sir, may I assist you in taking it down?" The observant bellboy offered his help. "I'll handle it myself." Although Lin Qingsong knew that the painting had been hanging there unnoticed for so long, he preferred to take it down himself, as it was better to be cautious. He carefully removed it, blowing off the dust, and gently rolled it up along the axis. Upon reaching the ground floor, he casually presented his bank card to Linda for a charge of 12,000, then accepted 2 copies of the damage report before contentedly leaving the hotel with the bag. The bag was a laundry bag that Lin Qingsong had specifically requested from the bellboy, designed to be soft enough to prevent any harm to the painting. After all, it was worth 12,000, and it deserved to be treated with care. Carrying the painting, Lin Qingsong hailed a taxi to the company. It was Monday, and Sheenan would undoubtedly be in the office. He intended to present this painting to her for her appraisal. Despite her seemingly stern appearance with her buzz cut, she was an accomplished artist with a rich lineage in painting. She had even studied abroad in Russia, starting her journey in art before ultimately establishing a modeling agency. He was no connoisseur and lacked the skill or time to maintain a painting. Currently, he rented a place, making it a waste to have such a painting at home. If he could sell it through Qinan, that would be ideal. Arriving at the company entrance, Lin Qingsong had yet to open the door when he saw Yang Xiao exiting with a bright smile. "Old Yang, what is the occasion? Found some money?" Lin Qingsong teased curiously. "Found money? Do you think my luck is like yours?" Yang Xiao replied with a cheerful demeanor. "Xiao Zhu has just landed a new project and called me to discuss it at her office. That's excellent news. Xiao Zhu's projects are always well-funded, and she particularly enjoys those that require travel, allowing her to combine work with leisure." Although Lin Qingsong had never collaborated with the producer named Xiao Zhu, her reputation was well known in the industry. Indeed, Yang Xiao playfully patted Lin Qingsong on the shoulder, teasing, "This time, Xiao Zhu's project is in Sanya. How about it? Old Lin, are you envious?" "Not just envious. I'm a bit jealous." Lin Qingsong thought about his potential trip to Sanya next month, wearing a subtly proud smile. "All right, you should hurry. Don't be late." "All right, enough chatting. Let us have lunch together tomorrow." Yang Xiao complained. "I hardly see you around the office lately. It's hard to even arrange a meal." "Absolutely. Tomorrow we'll eat together." After scheduling lunch with her, Lin Qingsong greeted Niu Hao and proceeded directly to Qinan's office. Upon entering, he found Qi Nin carefully polishing a beautifully crafted flask. In addition to the one she was holding, there were 3 others on the table. Clearly the portable silver flasks mentioned in the information. Old Lin, you arrived just in time. Qi Nan's face broke into a proud smile upon seeing him. What do you think of this flask? I had it custom made by a silversmith. Wonderful. Brother Qi, you designed these flasks yourself, didn't you? Lin Qingsong expressed his approval, picking up one flask that featured exquisite engravings, appearing both elegant and tasteful. Of course. Qi Nin shook the flask in her hand. I created all the designs, and they were crafted according to my specifications. They are indeed superior to what is available in the market. They are certainly superior, Lin Qingsong remarked. You didn't invite me over just to show me the flasks, did you? If so, I want to decline. With a grin, he reached for one flask to place in his pocket. He had planned to invite Xiang Jia out that evening, and with a flask, he could bring along some Hubian wine. Hey, not so fast. Chapter 65. The silver flask acquired watching Lin Qingsong take the flask. Qi Nin was momentarily bewildered. I merely intended to showcase it. Why did you take it? What's wrong, Brother Qi? Is there something else? Lin Qingsong inquired, already slipping the flask into his pants pocket. It fit perfectly in his pocket, and the feel was delightful. I have a moderate interest in drinking, primarily because I recently acquired something exceptional, Lin Qingsong replied with a smile. What is this exceptional thing? Qi Nin asked, intrigued. Is it some fine wine? Indeed. Lin Qingsong did not hold back. A jar of 80-year-old wild Hubian wine. Wow. Qi Nin's eyes widened in disbelief as she repeated, 80-year-old Hubian wine? Are you certain? Having consumed various wines over the years, she had encountered medicinal wines and even tasted those infused with venomous snakes. In her seasoned experience, the type of wine mattered less than its age. After all, tigers were not protected species abroad, and she had tried everything from tiger bones to tiger whips. But 80-year-old wine was a true rarity, considering the timeline. That era was during the Republic of China, making it a miracle for such wine to have survived to this day. The only way to access aged wine now was through Matai's limited edition, which was made from the vintage that participated in the 1915 Panama International Exposition. The price and availability of such wine were beyond imagination. Of course, I have already tasted it. The flavor is simply divine. Qi Nin couldn't help but swallow hard, even changing her tone to one of softness. Qingsong, Brother Qi has always treated you well. Could you possibly? Brother Qi, I won't take your flask without giving something in return. Lin Qingsong picked up another flask from the table and shook it playfully. One flask for one flask of wine. What does that sound? Fair deal, right? Excited, Qi Nin approached Lin Qingsong, wrapping her arms around his neck, saying, Good brother, good brother. It's wonderful that Brother Qi thought of you first in good times. Brother Qi, we are all friends. No need to be so enthusiastic, Lin Qingsong remarked, feeling a bit helpless at her exuberance. He felt that women with crew cuts all share a common issue. They tend to be too slender. Qi Nin, with hardly any flesh on his body, could distinctly feel her bones when embraced. In contrast, those like Yang Xiao and Xiang Jia, who possess a touch of plumpness, are far more comfortable to hold. You rascal. Qi Nin, in a moment of playful exasperation, lightly punched his chest. What's wrong? Can't I embrace you, Chiga? Of course. Lin Qingsong hurriedly interjected, changing the subject. What is it that you need from me today, Chiga? Previously, he had mentioned that the company had reached a bottleneck in its development. As Qi Nin shifted to serious matters, she became more earnest. Regarding Nan, after much contemplation, I realized it does not align with our company's current high-end direction. Therefore, I believe the most prudent course of action is to expand our existing portfolio, continuing to recruit talent from the old Russia. I have decided to fly back there in a few days, leaving the company temporarily in your capable hands. She was aware that she was not an exceptionally wise leader. The company's success was largely attributable to serendipity. Consequently, she opted to remain within her comfort zone. Although this exhibited a degree of path dependence, familiarity would minimize potential losses. Chiga, I will certainly keep an eye on the company, but I do not believe that further expansion of our current portfolio is a wise choice. Lin Qingsong furrowed his brows slightly. While the foreign market in Huaxia was becoming increasingly vibrant, the clientele capable of affording high-price models was rather limited. With over a dozen companies in the Shanghai market specializing in high-end foreign models, theirs was merely one of many. This implied that the market for high-end foreign models in Shanghai was becoming somewhat saturated. even if they were to recruit additional models. It would not significantly benefit the company's growth. In fact, an excess of models could become a burden, as the number of clients would not necessarily increase in tandem with the number of models. Currently, the market for high-end foreign models in Shanghai had transformed into a stock market. Without sufficient clientele, maintaining a steady number of models was the optimal strategy. Despite Lin Qingsong's prior knowledge of this reality, he mused that, if he were in Qinan's position, he would not hesitate to inherit the family gallery instead. Have you considered domestic models? Lin Qingsong, recalling the increasing presence of domestic models at the 4 major fashion weeks in recent years, could not help but suggest, we could pursue a route involving long tongue, nurturing domestic models and then facilitating their development abroad, positioning ourselves as a reliable parent company. With the rapid rise of national strength, Huaxia's influence on the international stage had grown, benefiting various industries, the modeling industry being one of the most evident. The frequency of Huaxia faces at the 4 major fashion weeks had notably increased compared to previous years. But we lack the experience, Qinan remarked, scratching her head in resignation. I have thought of this approach as well, but Long Tongue essentially has a monopoly in this area, and we lack the resources to compete with them. As she spoke, she could not help but take a sip from the wine jug in her hand. Let us take it slow, Lin Qingsong replied, somewhat exasperated. In recent years, institutions like Beifu, Donghua, XINC Lu, and Jiangnan University have expanded their enrollments. Many graduates aspire to become models. Even if we cannot compete with them, we cannot walk away empty-handed. Moreover, our clients do not exclusively require foreign models. When they seek domestic models, we could conveniently recommend our own. After a few sips of wine, Qinan's mind felt a bit clearer. She turned to Lin Qingsong and said, Old Lin, don't celebrities often establish studios and collaborate with talent agencies? Why don't you create a studio to work with the company? Your studio could handle domestic models, while I continue to search for good models from the old Russia. This way, we would essentially be walking on 2 legs. Lin Qingsong was momentarily taken aback by the idea of establishing a studio in partnership with the company. But he quickly realized that Qinan had indeed conceived a brilliant plan. Establishing his own studio could lead to mutual success. If it failed, it would not significantly impact the company's main operations. He could even leverage the studio's reputation to formalize his private work. After all, he had been in the industry for quite some time, and his name carried weight. This would facilitate communication with clients. For instance, in the recent Hainan Beauty Contest case, presenting himself under the banner of the shining international brand would undoubtedly be more effective than appearing solo. After discussing this matter, Lin Qingsong produced an ancient-style painting he had recently acquired. Chiga, I also have something to discuss with you. This is a painting I recently found. Could you take a look and see what you think? If you have any channels, I would appreciate your help in selling it. Having set her mind at ease, Qinan returned to her relaxed demeanor. Upon hearing Lin Qingsong's request, she nodded easily. All right, let me have a look. If it's not too pricey, I'll buy it directly. Although she had no desire to inherit the family business and become a gallery owner, her exposure to art and calligraphy from a young age had honed her appreciation skills. As Lin Qingsong slowly unfurled the scroll, Qinan raised an eyebrow, leaning in closer for a better look. Wow, old Lin, where did you get this painting? How much did it cost? It's a decorative painting from a hotel. I think it looks quite good. It's said to be an ancient-style painting from the Republic era, roughly around 12,000. A hotel decorative painting? 12,000? Qinan's voice became slightly distorted with disbelief. You've struck gold, and not just a little. As she spoke, she instinctively reached to touch the slightly dusty painting but restrained herself, remembering that her hands were not clean. I am 80% sure this is an ancient-style painting by the renowned female painter Pan Su from the Republic era, although I am unsure why it lacks a signature. Its essence is profound, truly living up to Zhang de Qian's description of almost rivaling the Tang dynasty. Lin Qingsong was momentarily stunned. However, recalling his prior experiences, he found this revelation rather plausible. He was no stranger to the notion that the information provided by the system often only scratched the surface, and there could very well be items of greater value surrounding him. Is this Pan Su really that impressive? How much could this painting be worth? He could not help but inquire, his practical nature leaning more toward monetary gains. This painting could fetch at least 500,000. Lin Qingsong's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, he had struck gold. Not quite. Qinan shrugged, having examined the painting thoroughly without discovering any signature. While I am 80% certain based on the brushwork that it is a piece by Pan Su, the absence of a signature, combined with its condition as a decorative piece, which has not been properly maintained, would lead me to estimate its value at around 100,000 at most. That is still quite good. Lin Qingsong remained composed, not allowing his expectations to skew his mindset. However, as he tapped on the painting's scroll, he sensed something was amiss. There could be something hidden inside. Qi Nan, having heard tales of hidden treasures from her elders since childhood, recalled that one common method of discovering hidden treasures involved finding something concealed within a painting scroll. She never imagined that the tale she had heard would come to life. After confirming her suspicion by tapping the scroll again, she looked at Lin Qingsong with a peculiar expression. Old Lin, there is probably something valuable hidden in this scroll. What luck you have. Not only did you find a Pan Su painting, but there may also be hidden treasures inside. Lin Qingsong was taken aback. He had not expected that the contents of the scroll would be so easily revealed. However, he quickly recognized that it might not be the ease of discovery, but rather Qi Nan's exceptional perceptiveness. Otherwise, if the hidden coins within the scroll were that easily detectable, they would not still be hanging in the hotel as mere decorative art. They would have been taken long ago. Lin Qingsong observed with keen interest Qi Nan, who was engrossed in examining the scroll. It appeared that the art gallery of Qi Nan's family was no ordinary establishment. He surmised that her family might also be involved in the antique and fine art sector. Otherwise, she would not have been able to identify issues with the scroll so effortlessly. Old Lin, shall we dismantle this scroll? Qi Nan asked, her face alight with excitement as she gazed at the scroll in her hands. Although she had no desire to inherit the family business, the prospect of uncovering hidden treasures within the scroll intrigued her greatly. Yes, Lin Qingsong had initially intended to search online for tutorials on how to safely detach the scroll without damaging the painting itself. However, with the expertise of Qi Nan at hand, he felt relieved of that burden. Upon receiving Lin Qingsong's affirmative response, Qi Nan examined the top of the scroll, realizing it was not one of those that could be rotated or pried off. She opened a cabinet beside her desk and retrieved a set of tools. Old Lin, you're fortunate to have crossed paths with me. Otherwise, most people wouldn't dare to dismantle a scroll and extract its contents, she remarked, eyeing her tools with a hint of pride. Lin Qingsong gazed at the extensive array of tools bemused. Seven brother, didn't you say you had no desire to inherit the family business? Why do you keep such professional tools, even in your office? Perhaps sensing his thoughts, Qi Nan shrugged and replied, I enjoy restoring paintings rather than creating them, and the art gallery is not my passion. As she spoke, she carefully began the dismantling process with her professional techniques. After approximately half an hour, the scroll was finally disassembled. Qi Nan nodded with satisfaction and said, So, what do you think, old Lin? Am I not quite skilled? Seven brother, your technique is exceptional. Lin Qingsong felt a wave of relief that he had not attempted this alone, for he surely would have ruined the painting. After examining the disassembled scroll for a while, Qi Nan eventually found a seam and split it into two, exclaiming in surprise, Wow, old Lin, your luck is truly remarkable. This is a rare specimen of the Xiantong Tongbao. However, she soon wore a puzzled expression, questioning why someone would hide such an item within a painting, as even a large sample of the Xiantong Tongbao was merely worth 1,000 or so yuan. Isn't this akin to buying a box just to get the pearl inside? Hearing Qi Nan's critique, Lin Qingsong offered some understanding. Seven brother, considering that Pan Su only gained fame later, this painting might have been just an ordinary piece back then. Qi Nan nodded slightly, acknowledging the possibility. Looking at the 12 coins before her, she smiled and asked, So, old Lin, shall we sell these coins? If so, I can make a purchase. Let the painting be sold. I shall keep the coins for my own enjoyment. Lin Qingsong decided he would retain the coins for himself. After carefully packaging the coins, Lin Qingsong was about to leave the office when he heard Qi Nan's voice from behind. Old Lin, did you manage to shoot the video I asked you about yesterday? If you did, please send it to me for reviewing. I say, Seven brother. If you're that curious, I can arrange to have her come out again another day, and you can watch the live show from the cabinet. Dude, if you dare to arrange that, I shall certainly be there, Qi Nan declared without a hint of modesty. Impressive. Lin Qingsong raised his thumb in exasperation, then took out his phone, saying, Forget sending it. You may as well watch it directly. Qi Nan did not hesitate, taking the phone to view the video while offering her commentary. Women can truly be more audacious than men when it comes to flirtation. At that moment, Lin Qingsong reminisced about those young girls who would blush at the slightest jest. As the video neared its end, Qinan, still unsatisfied, remarked, TSK, this way Wei-in. I must challenge her to a duel. Such delicate, fragile female intellectuals are truly captivating. Shall I accompany you to Valentino next time? Lin Qingsong suggested with a smile. Since Wei Weian has lived in France since childhood, she might just be interested in such things. Old Lin, you truly are a good friend. After returning the phone to Lin Qingsong, Qinan playfully patted his shoulder and asked, what type of girl do you fancy? Dominant, lowly, contrasting personalities, or Sundara? Seven Brother can help you set up. You rascal. Qinan shot a glance at Lin Qingsong, only to nod in agreement. You know, there might actually be some truth to that, but let's not pursue it, even if she was resolute. She could not deny that Lin Qingsong's sunny and handsome demeanor had undeniable charm. As Lin Qingsong put his phone away, a thought struck him. By the way, Seven Brother, I previously mentioned that He Chung needed 10 foreigners for a cosmetics project. Coincidentally, Ayalina has friends who wish to develop in Huaxia, all of whom are uncontracted models. They will arrive in a few days. Could you lend me Lao Nio to assist with a work visa? Furthermore, should this project also be integrated into the studio you mentioned? Although it seemed relatively minor, there was still some profit to be made. Qinan waved her hand dismissively. Old Lin, such small projects are yours to handle. The studio's focus is primarily on domestic models. As for Lao Nio, just ensure it doesn't interfere with company business. And you can speak to him directly. After a pause, she continued, Old Lin, please do not think that my suggestion to open a studio implies anything else. My stance remains unchanged. I do not interfere with your private projects as long as performance meets standards and does not harm company interests. The practice of agents conducting private projects is an open secret in the industry, one that no company could or would seek to prevent. After all, the quality of models in a company is paramount. Not just any model could be used. The low-end market for foreign models is something that high-end companies willingly relinquish. Prolonged use of low-quality models often leads to issues such as mismatched products, surprise price increases on-site, or even the use of models under competing contracts without their knowledge. Moreover, the lower the market tier, the more trivial issues arise, and these companies lack the time and energy to waste on such matters. It is far more prudent to cultivate talent slowly, waiting for these lower-tier markets to produce excellent clients before reaping the rewards. Understood. Lin Qingsong nodded slightly, then added, Seven Brother, from the 15th to the 20th of this month is graduation season. The schools will be thoroughly cleaned out of good candidates. Therefore, if the studio aims to sign individuals, it might be better to wait until September, when classes resume, to seek new talent. All right, I entrust this aspect to you completely. If you need any support, do not hesitate to ask. Qinan nodded slightly. Upon leaving the office, Lin Qingsong had just settled down when Niu Hao slid his chair over and said, Old Lin, how about we grab a drink after work tonight? Since Yang Jia had just messaged him, stating she would have to work late and would not arrive at the hotel until around 9. Lin Qingsong accepted Niu Hao's invitation without hesitation. As the end of the workday approached, Qin Yin finally sent a message. During dinner, Lin Qingsong noticed that Niu Hao's smile had noticeably broadened. He could not help but comment, Old Niu, how strict is your partner that you seem this cheerful after just one day apart? Upon hearing this, Niu Hao's smile inexplicably vanished. He realized his mindset was somewhat off, yet he instinctively defended himself, saying, Not at all. Old Lin, you exaggerate. I'm simply happy to have the rare opportunity to drink with you. Fine. Lin Qingsong shook his head in bemusement. Niu Hao had always struggled with relationships. Despite acquiring wealth from a demolition project, he never displayed it, resulting in a continued lack of romantic prospects. It was only after he met his girlfriend, who discovered his financial background, that she showered him with affection, leading to his swift capture. On the other hand, Niu Hao's family is rather traditional, unlike himself who is somewhat carefree, stubbornly believing that engaging in a romantic relationship without the intention of marriage is akin to being a scoundrel. Consequently, he has often found himself envious of models, yet has never taken any action. After suppressing his thoughts, Lin Yang raised a toast with Niu Hao and brought up the matter of assisting with work visas. Niu Hao patted his chest in assurance, claiming that there would be no issues regarding this matter. He was quite familiar with the process, having handled the work visas for the company's models himself. Lin Qingsong felt quite reassured by his guarantee. Chapter 68. The Resurrection Potion and the Antique Wine Flask. After departing from the restaurant, Lin Qingsong glanced at the time and decided to take a detour to his home. The wine flask in his possession needed to be utilized. The Hubian wine would serve no purpose if not consumed. Only at the right moment could it transform into a supreme remedy. After filling the flask with wine and securing his copper wallet in the safe, Lin Qingsong changed into a fresh set of clothes, casually tossing his dirty garments into the laundry basket as he prepared to head out. "Brother Lin, how about I help you wash those clothes you just changed out of? Otherwise, they might start to smell," suggested he Shui, who was watching television in the living room. The room had accumulated several sets of discarded clothes, and indeed, there was a bit of an odor. He decided that he would refrain from gallivanting tomorrow and instead tidy up the room thoroughly. "It's fine, Brother Lin. I have nothing to do at home anyway. Once your clothes are washed, I can hang them on the balcony to dry, and you can collect them later," he Shui replied as she prepared to stand up. She had always wished to repay Lin Qingsong, but aside from caring for the cat, she was unsure of what else she could do. Even cooking had ceased during these days when Lin Qingsong was not home. Now that she finally had an opportunity to reciprocate, she was unwilling to let it slip away. After declining her offer a few times, Lin Qingsong, seeing her persistence, could only nod and say, "All right, I will go get them for you." Upon returning to his room and glancing at the laundry basket, he felt relieved that he had the habit of not wearing underwear. Otherwise, it might have been rather embarrassing. He had to admit that the old Chinese medicine practitioner was quite astute, advocating for a blend of Eastern and Western philosophies, suggesting that going commando was beneficial for one's health. When he pressed for more details, the old practitioner could only mumble about reducing sensitivity, liberating one's nature, and dissipating heat, phrases that were rather blush-inducing. After handing the laundry basket to He Shui, Lin Qingsong affectionately ruffled the fur of the clingy Lin Xiao Guai before heading straight out. Upon arriving at the hotel and observing the newly arranged decorative paintings, he could not help but capture a photograph to send to Qinan. Although he understood that the chance of finding a hidden gem was slim, one could never be too certain. Finding a hidden gem isn't as easy as it seems. This is merely an ordinary decorative painting from the Republican era, worth only a few thousand yuan. Lin Qingsong grimaced at Qinan's response, realizing that this hotel had little to offer compared to their own community's building number 2. With both the Hubian wine and Lin Xiao Guai in mind, he decided to wait for the evening's intel. Casually tossing his phone aside, he walked to the bathroom to fill the large bathtub with water. Once it was brimming with bubbles, he tore open a packet of rose petals and sprinkled them into the water. Women, after all, always appreciate a touch of surprise. As he was preparing everything, Lin Qingsong had just opened a bottle of sparkling wine when a knock echoed at the door. "Jia Jia, you look stunning today," he exclaimed upon opening the door. Embracing Xiang Jia, who was dressed in a sharp business outfit, launching into his flattery. Once Xiang Jia was drawn into the bathroom, her heart melted at the sight of the bubble-filled tub adorned with rose petals. "What's happening? What's happening? What's happening?" Around 4 in the morning, Xiang Jia, resembling a soft-bodied creature, gazed at Lin Qingsong with a puzzled expression. "Qingsong, what have you been drinking? It can't be some kind of drug, can it?" She then expressed concern. "You don't have to go to such lengths. I believe simply being together quietly is wonderful." Lin Qingsong, hearing her words, felt both speechless and touched. "Sister Jia, I have no need for medication." He leaned against the headboard, pulling Xiang Jia close. "What I just drank was 80-year-old Hubian wine." "What?" Unsurprisingly, Xiang Jia was taken aback by the mention of the 80-year-old Hubian wine. Nevertheless, true to its reputation, the Hubian wine revived her energy significantly. Witnessing her eagerness to engage once more, Lin Qingsong could hardly refuse. At 5 in the morning, as he watched Xiang Jia guzzling water by the bedside, Lin Qingsong remained remarkably calm. However, his demeanor shifted dramatically upon seeing the first piece of intel that had refreshed that day. "What? No way. What sort of absurdity is Niu Hao's girlfriend? And what kind of family does she come from?" This was beyond the usual troubles. Niu Hao's situation was clearly more complicated than anticipated. There was no time to hesitate. He resolved to take decisive action to assist his diligent colleague. However, this matter was different from Gao Xiaoxing's. Healing Niu Hao would require a suitable opportunity. Upon encountering this intel, Lin Qingsong was momentarily at a loss for words. He felt a pang of guilt for having his brother Qi help him sell a painting. But was it excessive to have 4 good sisters? During his peak, he had only 2 close friends, yet she had somehow managed to double that number? As he absorbed this information, Lin Qingsong was left in a state of disbelief. No, system, this intel about the wine flask has come at an inopportune moment. I just acquired one from Qi. Furthermore, why is the information about a wine flask so valuable? Does this item possess such worth? Or is it merely the Sheffield that is exceptional? Chapter 69. The wine flask in hand, the beauty pageant. At 2 in the afternoon, he inquired, "Brother, what do you have for sale?" After reviewing the intel, he and Xiang Jia had rested until noon before leaving the hotel. Since Xiang Jia had a meeting with a client in the afternoon, they hastily grabbed a bite to eat before she rushed off in her car. Lin Qingsong hailed a cab and made his way to Dinglu Road. "All right, the books are all here. Take your time to peruse them, and if anything catches your eye, just let me know. They are 50 cents per pound." It seemed that local residents often came to trade items, and the man was not disappointed. After casually mentioning the price, he returned to his tasks. Lin Qingsong squatted in front of a cardboard box, pretending to sift through the books while keeping an eye on his target as highlighted by the system. Next to the cardboard box filled with old books were several cabinets and chairs, creating a chaotic scene. On one of the cabinets lay the silver flask produced in Sheffield in 1912, carelessly placed there, with the hope of finding a hidden treasure. Lin Qingsong rummaged through the old books, but soon realized that there was nothing of value. The box was filled with nothing but pirated novels. "Boss, why are all these books just novels? Don't you have anything older?" The man in the vest shook his head in dismay. "Brother, what interesting items could I possibly have? Aside from old books, there's either waste paper, plastic bottles, or old furniture." However, upon noticing the wine flask in Lin Qingsong's hands, he suddenly recalled something and added, "You're interested in that? I have one made of either aluminum or stainless steel. Do you want it? Let me see." Noticing Lin Qingsong's interest, the man walked into the pile of furniture, retrieving the flask with a bemused expression. "What do you think? If you want it, just give me 50 yuan. He revealed that he had discovered it yesterday when he found it among waste paper sold by an elderly woman. Damn! The flask was filled with water to weigh it down. Upon receiving the silver flask, Lin Qingsong did not scrutinize it too meticulously. He merely cast a cursory glance before exclaiming, "My friend, this new one I purchased only cost me around 30 yuan, and it's made of 304 stainless steel. Your old one priced at 50 seems a bit steep." Without further negotiation, Lin Qingsong opted not to press the matter, for he feared that a clever maneuver might leave him empty-handed. After parting with 25 yuan, he departed leisurely, flask in hand. Once he exited the street, he carefully examined the flask. According to online descriptions, silver flasks produced in Sheffield typically exhibit a distinctive feature. The upper half of the bottle is often enveloped in the skin of a caiman. However, this particular flask was devoid of any such covering. Nevertheless, the 4 silver hallmarks on its body would allow a connoisseur to ascertain its authenticity at a glance. These included the early crown stamp from the British Assay Office, the lion passant, date letters, and, most crucially, the artisan's name. As he traced the curved surface of the flask, the thought of its value, estimated at 20 to 30,000 yuan, made Lin Qingsong involuntarily smile. There's an English saying, "Drunkards boast of their bottles, while gentlemen use flasks." Though he was not particularly fond of the so-called gentlemanly culture, he certainly relished in the art of pretension. Long before luxury brands like Armani graced the streets, this flask had already served as a status symbol among the nobility of its time. In the modern era, who among the wine enthusiasts would decline such a historically rich silver flask? To a select crowd, a person drinking from this flask would be as captivating as a firefly in the night. However, before indulging, he resolved to clean the flask thoroughly. While it is generally advised not to remove the patina from antique silver for the sake of preservation, as it can diminish value, Lin Qingsong was not a collector. He intended to use it daily and thus sought to cleanse it meticulously. After some contemplation, he hailed a taxi to Guwon. Being the owner of a second-hand luxury goods store, she would surely possess the means to ensure the flask was spotless inside and out. In the cab, Lin Qingsong suddenly noticed a message from someone named Chong Fei from the yacht club. "Bro, I've discussed the matter you mentioned earlier, and everything could be arranged. By the way, are you certain the models coming are signed with a legitimate agency?" Upon reading this message, Lin Qingsong could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. He had heard that people from Sanya had rather unconventional working hours, and he had come to experience this firsthand over the past few days. After connecting with this person via Siege, he had found them to be elusive until nearly 1 or 2 in the afternoon. They've been dragging their feet on adding certificates, trophies, and titles, which had surprisingly taken this long. Rest assured, they're indeed legitimate models signed with an agency, flown in directly from abroad. If you're willing to pay extra, I could even arrange for them to do some local promotional shoots for you. Since gaining the admiration of a model named Lin Qingsong, who is eager to develop her career in Huaxia and comes from a family of high officials in Annam, he had obtained her contact information from Qinan. Upon learning about the beauty pageant, he immediately reached out to her. It must be said that Lin Qingsong genuinely adores Huaxia. Not only had she registered for WeChat, but she had also become quite proficient in the Huaxia language. Brother Lin, the company has approved my participation in the contest, but will they really send me an invitation? Lin Qingsong was not surprised by Lin Qingsong's inquiry, given her background. It was unlikely that the agency would hinder her. Moreover, participating in a Huaxia beauty pageant would serve as a significant enhancement to any model from Annam. Their agency would not only refrain from obstructing her, but would likely seek to contact him as well, hoping to facilitate the participation of other models. Regardless of the outcome, they could proudly declare that their models had participated in an international beauty pageant, thereby elevating both the model's market value and the agency's reputation. Chapter 70. Even the Russians have their wise ones. Since your agency has consented to your participation, rest assured, the contest will undoubtedly extend an invitation. As for the fees, I can assure you of 1 top 3, 2 top 10s, and 5 top 30s. Furthermore, I can provide various titles for the remaining participants, ensuring no one leaves empty-handed. Upon reading this message, Lin Qingsong could not suppress his smile. The prospect of securing 1 top 3, 2 top 10s, and 5 top 30s was exhilarating. If executed properly, this endeavor could yield him a substantial profit, potentially enough for a Mercedes-Benz. Charging 5,000 yuan per person over 3 days for 20 individuals could result in a remarkable 300,000 yuan. Adding the 10,000 yuan for the top 3 to be sold to the agency, another 100,000 for the 2 top 10s, and 50,000 for the 5 top 30s would culminate in a total of 250,000 yuan, including the 300,000 from the participation fees. He would see an influx of 550,000 yuan. Should he charge an additional 2,000 per person, that would bring in another 40,000, totaling 590,000. Purchasing a mid-range Mercedes-Benz would be more than feasible, and if necessary, he could easily supplement with a bit more to acquire a high-end model. His only responsibility would be assisting the models with their visa applications, but with know-how involved, that task would be straightforward. Financially, everything was in order, but the execution had to be flawless. Additionally, when could he expect the model's photos? Rest assured regarding media coverage, I will provide you with a general outline. After reviewing the documents he received, Lin Qingsong felt a wave of relief wash over him. It seemed that this sailing company had invested considerable resources into hosting the beauty pageant, employing numerous outlets from print media to television and the internet to promote it. After slightly organizing the contents of the document, Lin Qingsong forwarded it to Lin Qingsong and an individual with a Russian nickname, noting that this was the media contact for the contest invitation. That sounds good, but different placements come with different fees. 30,000 for the top 3, 15,000 for the top 10, and 11,000 for the top 30. Currently, I have 1 top 3 slot, 2 top 10 slots, and 5 top 30 slots. The person in charge over there calculated briefly and found the prices to be reasonable. If the competition was indeed as large as stated, securing all slots would not be a loss. After all, one could always recoup the expenses, especially if winning could be used as a selling point for recruitment at their academy. In fact, the funding might not even need to come from the academy. They could subtly inform the selected models that the school had resources to guarantee awards. Perhaps the academy could even profit from this. No, perhaps I could profit from this. No one at the academy was aware of this arrangement, and only he knew about the potential for guaranteed placements. As long as he could facilitate this and the academy entrusted him with the responsibility, he would have full control over negotiations with the models. Thinking of the slightly balding, red-nosed individual in charge, he could not help but feel a rush of excitement. As for whether models would be willing to pay for their rankings, he had no concerns. Excluding those who were compelled by financial necessity to study modeling, the school still had plenty of wealthy students. They would undoubtedly be willing to invest a trivial amount of money for the chance to win. He could even approach models already signed with agencies and have their respective economic companies cover the costs. A novice model and one who has achieved recognition in an international beauty pageant represent 2 entirely different concepts. Even in a strip club, the latter would command a significantly higher price than the former. He was confident that the models would know how to make the right choices. The sole issue at hand lies with a certain individual named Lin Qingsong. If he were willing to maintain confidentiality on behalf of himself and the other individuals involved with the school, the plan could proceed seamlessly. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, the astute leader promptly dialed a WeChat call. Matters such as these should not be relegated to written correspondence. Direct communication is far preferable. It was not until the vehicle came to a halt outside Gu Wen shop that Lin Qingsong ended the call. He had not anticipated that the person on the other end, an individual named Ivanov, would be even more ruthless than himself. Not only did he intend to profit from the difference between him and the model, but he also sought to sell various miscellaneous titles that were to be awarded to participants. Surprisingly, Lin felt a twinge of satisfaction. After all, the motivation behind actions tied to personal gain differs greatly from those that do not. On the other end of the line, Ivanov had even asserted that he would personally lead the team to participate, underscoring his commitment to ensuring the success of his plan. If there were no profit to be made, it was unlikely he would take such a hands-on approach. Moreover, he indicated that he would enlist the assistance of the school's professional photographer to capture the event. Setting this matter aside, just as Lin Qingsong approached the entrance, he spotted Gu when approaching him with a smile. Perhaps due to her idle schedule, she had dressed differently today. Hanging from her ears were two oversized hoop earrings, while her upper body was clad in a sports bra, complemented by a white striped shirt tied at the waist, revealing her fair midriff. Below, she wore a simple pair of light denim jeans, exuding a youthful and alluring aura. Haha, is old Lin here to take care of my business today? Gu Wen's cheerful laughter prompted Lin Qingsong to respond with a smile. Gu, I'm afraid I'm here to seek your assistance today. Oh, what do you need help with? Gu Wen inquired, her interest piqued. I found an 18th century silver flask and was hoping you could help me clean it. Lin Qingsong replied as he retrieved it from his pocket. Gu Wen initially assumed Lin was inquiring about Yang Xiao, but was taken aback to learn he merely needed help cleaning an item. However, upon seeing the mark on the flask, she was struck dumb. Isn't this the Sheffield mark? Old Lin, where did you unearth this treasure? Are you sure you want to clean it? This is an antique. Gu Wen, as a proprietor of a second-hand luxury goods store, possessed considerable knowledge of the luxury market. The establishment, founded by James Dixon and Sons, Sheffield, was among the luxury brands of 18th to 19th century Europe. Although she had never seen the actual item, she recognized the Sheffield mark and its renowned products. Listening to the sound of the ultrasonic cleaning machine and observing the grime emerging from the flask's tiny crevices, transforming the pure water into murky gray, Lin Qingsong felt an inexplicable sense of relief akin to watching videos of hoof trimming or carpet cleaning. After approximately 3 minutes, Gu Wen retrieved the flask, drained the dirty water, refilled the machine with clean water, and added a bit of her own neutral detergent. Observing her deft movements, Lin Qingsong suggested, Gu, your technique is impressive. Why not film a short video? This has great potential to become a viral sensation. Forget it. There are all sorts of people online. I don't want anyone showing up at my shop causing trouble, Gu Wen replied, shaking her head in disbelief. She did not lack for money. Running a small shop catering to acquaintances suited her just fine. Once the ultrasonic cleaning was complete, Gu Wen picked up a clean cloth to wipe the flask, admiring the renewed luster. Truly a masterpiece. Even after all these years, it remains timeless. After speaking, she gently caressed the upper half of the flask, lamenting, the most distinctive feature of this brand's flask is the short snout crocodile leather. If this leather were in good condition, it could fetch at least 30 to 40,000. Without it, it might only sell for over 10,000. Wow, the difference is that substantial? Lin Qingsong expressed mild surprise, having believed the leather cover to be of little significance. Of course, Gu Wen pointed out the bags displayed in her shop's rear. The bags are made from ordinary crocodile skin, which costs nearly 4,000 per centimeter, while the original leather for your flask was crafted from short snout crocodile skin. Far more valuable. After all, there are only 2 species of short snout crocodiles in the world, one of which is the Yangtze crocodile found here. Can you imagine the price? Lin Qingsong maintained a positive outlook, having acquired the flask for a mere 25 yuan. Under such circumstances, what more could he desire? It doesn't matter. I'm using it for myself. Who cares how much it's worth? Besides, I just saw a picture of the one with leather online, and I actually prefer the current leather-free version. Hearing his carefree tone, Guwen raised an eyebrow, her charming eyes glimmering with amusement. You have quite the attitude. I have numerous items made of gold in this shop, and am familiar with several goldsmiths. If I ever receive any gold, I could easily sell it to them. Your business is quite expansive. If I ever come into possession of gold, I could certainly sell it to you. Lin Qingsong, finding himself with idle time, casually engaged in conversation with Gu when while perusing her recent acquisitions. Bring it over, and I'll offer you the highest price. Guwen waved her hand dismissively. As they conversed, Yang Xiaoxiao emerged from a rideshare vehicle, her expression one of exasperation before she even entered the shop. Old Lin, I can't believe it. Does every director from Kyoto have such a volatile temper? Can't they communicate properly without resorting to throwing water bottles at extras? Now look, one of the extras ended up in the hospital, and the entire crew is stuck on set being questioned by the police. We can't even have our lunch. Having already heard about the incident during the afternoon, Lin Qingsong was not particularly surprised by her words. He merely shook his head in disbelief. Wasn't there a Kyoto director who got beaten by extras when he came to Shanghai a couple of years ago? I thought the reputation of Shanghai's extras had spread to Kyoto directors. It seems some still refused to believe it. He even questioned whether this director was new to the industry, as such ignorance was astonishing. Uninformed about the news, Guwen leaned in with interest. Xiao, which extras are so bold as to strike a director? Sitting beside Lin Qingsong, Yang Xiaoxiao shook her head in resignation. They may be called extras, but they're actually just a group of rich boys bringing their girlfriends to experience life on set. That director is notorious in Kyoto for his explosive temper. He threw a half-consumed water bottle at them. Well, that escalated quickly. Seeing his girlfriend hit, one of the wealthy boys rushed in to confront the director, and the others joined in the fray. As she recounted the events, Yang Xiaoxiao couldn't help but shake her head. Those people were quite ruthless. They grabbed nearby equipment to throw. According to the damage assessors, the losses exceeded $1 million, with the most expensive piece of equipment, a Steadicam, priced at $400,000 to $500,000. Truly, the wealthy of Shanghai are something else. Upon hearing the financial repercussions of the incident, Lin Qingsong felt a wave of reflection. He understood that from this day forward, the reputation of Shanghai's extras would only rise, and yet another Kyoto director would find themselves blacklisted in Shanghai. After chatting for a while about the latest gossip, Guwen closed the shop door and posted an update on her social media, indicating her absence from the store. Subsequently, she joined Lin Qingsong and Yang Xiaoxiao for dinner. The trio dined until around 8 or 9 in the evening before heading to a bar for drinks. As the sole man among them, Lin Qingsong reveled in the envious glances cast upon him by passers-by. At midnight, observing the two still dancing in the club, he sipped his drink and opened the system to review the day's intelligence. Daily Intelligence 01. Lin Qingsong, founder of the Husher Shangyun Medical Clinic, has been studying traditional Chinese medicine since childhood. Approaching 65 years of age, he remains in excellent health. Despite his daughter's objections, he often sneaks out to bars at midnight to play the drums. Is this reasonable? 65 years old. An elderly traditional Chinese doctor who enjoys drumming and sneaks off to bars at night? No, I recognize every word. Yet when they're combined, the characters feel so unfamiliar. Chapter 72. I need to discuss something with you suddenly. The bar's lights dimmed significantly, followed by a spotlight illuminating the stage. 5 masked musicians, each holding an instrument, began to move in unison, and the music reverberated through the venue once again. Old Lin, I can't believe the masked band is performing in this establishment tonight. We struck gold, Guwen exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. Yang Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement. It seems our luck is truly exceptional today. This band is notoriously difficult to book and often cancels, but their performance is undeniably fantastic. As the music played, Lin Qingsong watched the drummer among the masked performers and couldn't suppress his astonishment. Could this be the 65-year-old traditional Chinese doctor, Lin Qingsong? The vigor with which he played the drums rivaled that of much younger musicians. Lin Qingsong began to understand the band's reputation for canceling gigs. After all, Lin Qingsong had to sneak out. If he were caught, he might indeed have to cancel. Casting another glance at the energetic drummer, Lin Qingsong resolved to seek out Dr. Lin Qingsong when time permitted, not for any other reason, but to ensure that he too could maintain such vitality in his later years. Daily Intelligence 02. Fashion designer Vivian of Valentino recently discussed Lin Qingsong with friends. A fellow designer from Louboutin dismissed the notion as impossible. to which Vivian merely teased her about her lack of experience with high-quality items. Consequently, the designer named Lisa promptly booked a flight to Hushur. Upon reading this intelligence, Lin Qingsong was taken aback. What does Vivian mean by that? And what does this Lisa intend to do? While Louboutin is a premier luxury brand adored by countless Hollywood starlets, my brief encounter with Vivian does not imply that I am someone who is easily swayed. After all, if one is not beautiful, what purpose does their arrival serve? Daily Intelligence 03. White today 1,500 credit card users logged into HuFA Bank. By entering the secret code 2022 on the Points Paradise page, they could redeem a 100 yuan phone voucher, limited to 200 pieces. A 100 yuan phone voucher. This seems rather insignificant. After noting this information, Lin Qingsong chose to disregard it. Daily Intelligence 05. Blue at Chu Mingji's script-killing establishment. A genuine Yuan Dadao silver dollar was discovered among the coins used in the Republic-themed script. Seeing yet another colored intelligence update, Lin Qingsong couldn't help but feel perplexed. What luck today? 3 consecutive pieces of colored intelligence. Though 2 were blue and 1 white, together they amounted to nearly 10,000 yuan. Yet, he was completely unaware of the market value of the Yuan Dadao. After reviewing all the intelligence, Lin Qingsong focused intently on the music. The masked band proved to be quite talented, especially the female lead, whose voice possessed remarkable clarity. Upon leaving the bar, Gu turned to the now heavily intoxicated Yang Xiaoxiao and said, "Xiaoxiao, given your state, you might as well stay with me tonight." She hadn't anticipated that Yang Xiaoxiao would drink so much, and by the time she realized it, it was too late. Gu glanced at the two of them in disbelief. Based on their behavior tonight, it seemed that Yang Xiaoxiao might genuinely have feelings for Lin Qingsong. If that were the case, she would lend a helping hand. They were all adults. It would be inappropriate to intervene forcefully. Rather, it would be wise to remain vigilant. In her haze, Yang Xiaoxiao, barely comprehending, mumbled, "Gu, what do you mean by bringing an umbrella? I don't see any rain." Guwen's face flushed crimson as she quickly covered Yang Xiaoxiao's mouth, awkwardly glancing at Lin Qingsong. Initially, she assumed Yang Xiaoxiao was feigning drunkenness, prompting her warning. To her surprise, Yang Xiaoxiao was genuinely intoxicated and had inadvertently echoed her own words. Quickly adjusting her response, Guwen said, "I meant to say that the weather forecast predicts rain tomorrow, so I was reminding you to bring an umbrella." Lin Qingsong stood by, equally bemused, and nodded in agreement. Yes, if it rains tomorrow, you should definitely take an umbrella." At first, he too believed Yang Xiaoxiao was play-acting, but after this exchange, he realized she might genuinely be drunk. After exchanging pleasantries, he turned to Guwen and suggested, "Gu, you should come with us, or if you have time, perhaps you could stay at old Yang S' place to help look after her." Although Yang Xiaoxiao was in such a state, he could easily take advantage of her. However, he was not one to succumb to base impulses. Such actions held no value. Upon hearing this, Guwen cast another look at Lin Qingsong, surprised by his principled nature. He had been tirelessly working throughout the past few nights. Perhaps it was time to grant himself a respite. On the journey back, Lin Qingsong sat in the passenger seat, leaning against the window, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he glanced at his phone. He hadn't anticipated that Zhang Runin would contact him so late. Chapter 74, Dining with 3, the enthusiastic Russian sister Linda Gu. "Do you have time this Saturday afternoon? A friend of mine needs a model for some promotional photos. I'll arrange a meal for you all to meet." In the passenger seat, Lin Qingsong read the message from Zhang Runin, a playful smile curling at the corners of his lips. A few days prior, he had seen intelligence suggesting that Zhang had been instructed to reach out to him. He never expected her to do so only now. It seemed she had been inquiring about whether he knew anyone in need of a model before finally contacting him. "Sure, I happen to be free this week. Shall we meet at the Shangshangqian on Huaihai Road this Saturday afternoon? It's a place owned by a friend of mine, and it offers a good level of discretion." Upon reading this, Lin Qingsong instantly deduced who Zhang Runin's friend was. Of course, he refrained from commenting on the veracity of this assumption. The friend seeking a model was likely Xue Ziqian, who had established the clothing brand Dangerous Individuals. As a model agent, Lin Qingsong was well acquainted with brands and who's sure that could afford 4 models, and this brand was among them. Indeed, Ling Dajie. Have you collaborated with them before? In the Jiangjing suite of the Yurong Zhuang, Zhang Runin was initially enjoying a relaxing bath in a white tub. Upon reading this message, she felt a surge of nervousness and sprang to her feet. Due to the considerable range of motion, the bubbles in the bathtub continuously swirled, revealing her elegantly elongated and alabaster neck. This was indeed the most suitable target within her circle of friends. If this brand had already collaborated with Lin Qingsong, then her efforts would have been in vain. However, in the next moment, she sighed in relief. Although they had not collaborated before, she had heard of them, and if a partnership could truly be established, it would be a splendid opportunity. Lin Qingsong himself had not anticipated such a surprising gain. The perilous entity consistently launched new products each month. If he could forge a collaboration with the founder, Xue Ziqian, it would essentially guarantee him a project every month. Brother Lin, let us meet on Saturday, without fail. After sending the message, Zhang Runin finally felt a sense of ease. Placing her phone beside the bathtub and closing her eyes to indulge in the bubble bath. This evening, not only had Yang Xiaoxiao indulged in excessive drinking, but he and Gu Wen had also consumed a fair amount. Upon reaching the entrance of the residential complex, Lin Qingsong chose not to have the car drive him in, opting instead to alight and take a stroll to sober up. Approaching with curiosity, when he discerned the source of the glimmer, he couldn't help but rub his eyes. There lay an exceedingly charming golden bead, quietly resting on the ground. Bending down to pick it up, he instinctively squeezed it, discovering that the small golden bead was surprisingly soft. Lin Qingsong couldn't help but glance at the adjacent building number 2. Wasn't this building a treasure refresh point? Were he to find this bead elsewhere, he certainly would not have assumed it was made of gold. However, finding it near building number 2, coupled with its soft texture, gave him a 99% certainty that this was indeed a small golden bead crafted entirely from gold. Clutching this 1-gram golden bead, Lin Qingsong resolved to buy a property in building number 2 whenever the opportunity arose. In his mind, that place was no longer an ordinary building, but a veritable land of feng shui. Although, according to current gold prices, 1 gram of gold is merely worth a few hundred yuan. The joy of finding money still allowed Lin Qingsong to dream sweetly through the night. Upon entering the bathroom, he discovered He Shui was also freshening up, prompting him to smile and say, "Xiao Shui, didn't you mention you were free this weekend for the shoot? How about it? Do you have time?" Hearing Lin Qingsong's words, He Shui, while brushing her teeth, couldn't help but emerge with her toothbrush in hand, exclaiming, "Yes, yes, yes. Brother Lin, I have time." Recently, her company's performance had been poor, and there had been incessant talk of salary cuts and reduced performance metrics. If she could carve a path in the realm of filming, it would alleviate her stress significantly. Her savings were already meager, and after helping He Yu repay all the debts, most of her spending was now charged to her credit card. "As long as you're free, I'll send you a contact, and you can reach out to him," Lin Qingsong said, forwarding Jia Feng's WeChat to He Shui. He asked the producer for this film, "Just call him Brother Feng when you get there. If there are any issues on set, you could discuss it with him." Jia Feng was quite reliable. Just last night, he had organized the details of a project without any delay, promptly sending out all actor requirements. Since this project required actors rather than models, Lin Qingsong deducted 500 yuan from each actor and promptly forwarded the actor requirements to Xie. In this matter, Xie was the professional. Simultaneously, he informed Jia Feng that he intended to earmark a female lead. Although every actor in the project needed client approval, Jia Feng still had the authority to finalize a lead. "Brother Lin, don't worry. I will do my best and not embarrass you on set," He Shui said excitedly. She had never imagined that one day she would participate in an advertisement, albeit as a minor role. There is no need to be overly anxious. Lin Qingsong waved his hand dismissively. "It's merely a small advertisement for KFC." KFC. He Shui grew even more exhilarated, gripping her toothbrush. "Brother Lin, am I really going to shoot an advertisement for KFC?" Although many viewed KFC as junk food, it could not overshadow its status as a behemoth in the fast food industry. To He Shui, landing her first advertisement with such a prominent brand felt utterly surreal. When she first entered the industry, she had observed that Jia Feng frequently secured projects with KFC, leading her to believe that his network was particularly impressive. It was only after Jia Feng personally explained the matter that her illusions about certain brands were dispelled. Since Xiao Guai joined the household, Lin Qingsong had not spent as much time with him as He Shui had. Most of the time spent feeding and cleaning up after the cat had been managed by He Shui. However, he found solace in the fact that Xiao Guai remained quite attached to him. After resting at home for a while, at 9 o'clock, Lin Qingsong called for a car to the company. He had already informed Nan that he would be using the company's slightly more upscale coaster. By around 11, Elena's friends were scheduled to arrive at Hongqiao Airport in Shanghai. As the sole proprietor, Lin Qingsong had to personally greet them. Of course, he had enlisted a strong driver to assist him. Brother Song, won't your boss be angry since you've privately started a company and are managing these models? Asked Xiao Dao, the security guard at the filming location, who was now dressed casually and serving as the driver, looking puzzled. Ever since Lin Qingsong had shown him the photos of the models, he had eagerly offered to help once they arrived. Lin Qingsong adjusted his sunglasses, revealing a pair of cheerful eyes, and replied, "Why would he be angry? Didn't I tell you that this vehicle and the accommodations for the models are all sponsored by our boss?" Since these models would accompany He Cheng's staff to travel across China the following month, he had initially planned to find a place for short-term rentals. However, Nan had mentioned that the company's leasing contract for the apartments was for 3 years, and leaving some rooms vacant would simply be wasteful. So it was entirely feasible for the models to stay temporarily. It must be said that encountering a wealthy second-generation boss like Nan was indeed a comfortable experience. Naturally, Lin Qingsong would have been even happier if she had not revealed a mischievous demeanor after discussing this matter. Xiao Dao couldn't help but raise a finger, saying, "Brother Song, it's all thanks to you. Just doing a project, yet you've started a company, and the boss is providing all sorts of sponsorships. A shell company, indeed." Lin Qingsong humbly responded, then added, "However, I genuinely plan to establish a studio solely dedicated to domestic models. What do you think? Would you like to join me?" "What do you mean?" Xiao Dao asked, confused. "Brother Song, aren't you leaving your current company?" "I'm still with this company, but it's akin to opening a new department focused on domestic models," Lin Qingsong clarified. "Let me think about it. Mainly, I'm not familiar with your industry," Xiao Dao admitted. After years of being a laid-back security guard at the filming location, he felt somewhat intrigued by Lin Qingsong's proposal. "This job doesn't require you to know anything," Lin Qingsong chuckled. "As long as you can communicate normally with people, that is sufficient." Initially, he had planned to bring Xie on board, but felt it would be a waste of resources. After all, the studio was just starting, and most of the work involved taking models to interviews in Shanghai. Xiao Dao was the ideal candidate. Having spent so many years as a security guard at the filming location, he was quite familiar with the industry and had connections with several individuals in the field. If he were to accompany models to interviews, he could dive right in without needing training. Furthermore, with his uncle's influence, he could potentially bring in some business as well. The fact that Xiao Dao has been lying low in the security room for so many years is sufficient proof that he harbors little ambition. Indeed, as stillness prompts movement, Xiao Dao pondered while touching the steering wheel. "Songgu, doesn't your studio open later?" He decided to discuss this matter with his uncle, as he would need his approval even if he resigned. "All right, there's no rush on this." Lin Qingsong nodded and then shifted the conversation to another topic. "By the way, do you have time this evening? I'm heading to the bar to welcome these models. Would you like to join?" "Absolutely," Xiao Dao eagerly responded. He had never shared drinks with so many foreigners before, let alone with several top-tier female models, both in looks and physique. Ileana, seated beside Lin Qingsong, inquired with a hint of curiosity, "Lin, what are you two discussing?" He was asking if your friends are even more beautiful than their photos, Lin Qingsong casually remarked. Then pinched her chin and added, "After we pick them up, make sure to take the lead and explain our customs to them." He had not only brought Xiao Dao from the film set as a reinforcement, but had also temporarily borrowed Ileana from the company. Most of the models were her friends, and having her around would facilitate communication. "Rest assured," Ileana replied earnestly, "I will convey everything clearly." She was not concerned about them being unruly. Without her, many would likely end up at nightclubs or strip clubs, with some potentially leaving the modeling industry altogether. After all, in a country where handsome men and beautiful women abound, a modeling career, which requires little skill and is reliant on youth, can be quite challenging. As she knew, in the domestic market, merely selecting a model for a standard magazine cover could yield thousands of applications in a single night. At Hongqiao International Airport, Gate 1, Xiao Dao held up a large sign with a welcoming message written in Russian by Ileana. Simultaneously, Ileana was on her phone, video calling the models who had just disembarked, relaying Lin Qingsong's instructions on how they should proceed. Moments later, a cacophony erupted at the exit. Then, a sharp female voice pierced through the noise. In the next moment, a statuesque female model appeared before Lin Qingsong, first handing her luggage to a companion. With her long, pristine legs swiftly striding in sky-high heels, she raced to Ileana, excitedly embracing her while speaking in Russian. Ileana reciprocated the enthusiasm, rapidly exchanging words. The continuous rapid-fire sounds of their conversation made Lin Qingsong feel slightly dizzy. He understood a smattering of Russian, but only just enough to be overwhelmed. Before he could fully process the scene, an even more bewildering event unfolded. After pausing momentarily, Ileana turned to Lin Qingsong and spoke a few words to a girl in a revealing top. Once Ileana nodded, the girl dashed towards Lin Qingsong, awkwardly greeting, "Hello, boss." Upon hearing that, Lin Qingsong felt enveloped by an overwhelming sense of joy, momentarily breathless. Chapter 75, A Night at the Bar. The cycle of unspoken rules at the airport exit. Xiao Dao stood in stunned silence, watching the spectacle unfold. The strikingly statuesque girl embraced Lin Qingsong, and several other models approached, awkwardly declaring, "Hello, boss." Struggling to maintain composure amidst the happiness, Lin Qingsong glanced at the other travelers at the exit. Even his thick skin was beginning to feel the pressure. This situation was not impossible to navigate, nor could it be stealthily approached. However, such displays could certainly be managed privately, inside the car, in the office, in the backstage makeup room, or in some secluded corner of the filming set. In such a public setting, they risked trending on social media. After extricating himself from the embrace, Lin Qingsong intended to say something, yet upon seeing fellow travelers begin to take photos, he could only utter a brief, "Follow me." He then led the group of stunning models toward the parking lot. Under the envious gazes of Xiao Dao and the surrounding male travelers. "Songge, do agents really get treated this well?" Xiao Dao's voice carried a hint of regret. Had he known being an agent was so enjoyable, he would have agreed without hesitation. So, feeling tempted, Lin Qingsong smiled at the girl, clinging to his arm. "How about starting as a foreign agent with us, for some practice?" "On second thought, I'd better pass." Xiao Dao decisively shook his head. "With my poor English, I'd only embarrass myself. I'll wait until your national model studio opens up." The examples were right before him, and he yearned for the chance to indulge. Even if he couldn't partake, experiencing the thrill would suffice. Upon reaching the garage, the group began to board the large van, fortunate that it was spacious enough to accommodate everyone. "Boss, my name is Jessica, and I look forward to your guidance." As everyone settled in, the statuesque girl was the first to speak up. Prior to arriving in whose city, they had researched extensively about Huaxia online, even learning a bit of Mandarin to present their best selves to Lin Qingsong. After Jessica introduced herself, the others followed suit, each introducing themselves in their broken Mandarin. There were 8 models in total, 3 men and 5 women. Although Ileana had mentioned a few others who wished to join, they were unable to afford the airfare. Once all introductions were complete, Lin Qingsong said little, simply retrieving a stack of contracts and a bundle of cash from his black backpack. "This is the agency contract, and this is your weekly allowance." He handed the backpack to Jessica, instructing, "From now on, everyone should place their passports in here. I will take care of them." Although this may have appeared somewhat dubious, it was the standard procedure for any foreign agency receiving models, given the unreliability of some individuals. Rumor had it that a foreign agency in whose city had booked a batch of models, paying for their tickets and deposits, only to encounter numerous issues. Due to such incidents, Huaxia's agencies had adopted a unified policy to collect passports upon receiving foreign models. Ileana had already informed them of this, and thus no one voiced any objections as they willingly dropped their passports into the black bag. Once the bag was filled with the 8 models' passports, Lin Qingsong distributed the contracts for them to sign. It must be said that having a mature company as a backing was advantageous. The contract template was provided by Qin An and even printed within the company. The registered office address was also that of the company. Since these individuals were all foreigners, Lin Qingsong thoughtfully had the contracts printed in duplicate, one in Chinese and one in Russian. However, while his actions fostered a sense of acknowledgement among them, not a single person bothered to read the specific contents. They merely picked up their pens and began signing. If Qin Yan, the esteemed lawyer, were present, she would likely shake her head in disbelief at this scene. These individuals seemed unperturbed by the notion that they might be signing away their freedom. "Boss, we will be relying on you from here on out." Jessica, possibly having studied some Chinese, remarked to Lin Qingsong after signing the contract. "Rest assured," he replied, collecting all the contracts before shaking the bundle of cash in his hand. "This is your allowance for the week. I believe cash offers a sense of ceremony for our first meeting. Once you have your bank card set up, I will transfer your allowances directly to your accounts. According to the regulations of the Shanghai market, a foreign model typically receives approximately 1,000 yuan in pocket money per week. Some companies may offer slightly more, while others may provide a bit less, but it generally falls within that range. Consequently, Lin Qingsong withdrew 10,000 yuan in cash in advance. Upon receiving 10 crisp red bills, the smiles on the faces of these foreigners became even more radiant. To be honest, since their arrival, they had been quite anxious. However, clutching the 10 red notes in their hands, their hearts suddenly felt at ease. Once all the pocket money had been distributed, Lin Qingsong shook the remaining 2,000 yuan and cheerfully declared, "I prefer lively gatherings, and seeing that you are all quite young, I assume you are in the prime of your revelry. Therefore, after a simple dinner tonight, we shall head straight to the finest bar in Shanghai. Whoever is the last one to get drunk will keep this money." The welcome party was simply marvelous. "Boss, we love you. Hooray." When these models introduce themselves, they not only share their names, but also reveal their ages. They all appear to be around 16 or 17, with the eldest, Jessica, being only 18. As Lin Qingsong had mentioned, they were indeed in the prime of their party-loving years, and the prospect of visiting a bar thrilled them immensely. Moreover, if one could withstand the night until the last to fall drunk, they would also receive 2 weeks' worth of pocket money. Could there be anything more delightful than that? Once the commotion subsided slightly, Lin Qingsong raised an eyebrow and asked, "I trust none of you will intentionally drink less?" "Boss, we are Russians. Alcohol flows through our veins. No one will drink less. We will only complain if there isn't enough." A girl with an innocent demeanor, a Russian, suddenly chimed in. "Boss, I think you only need to worry about one thing tonight, whether we have enough alcohol." Jessica said with a beaming smile, "Everyone here can certainly hold their liquor." Seeing the atmosphere gradually brighten, Lin Qingsong nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, at any time, money serves as the best social lubricant. Suddenly, the driver, Xiao Dao, interjected, "Brother Song, may I join in on this activity? Not to boast, but I've been raised on alcohol." "Of course," Lin Qingsong replied nonchalantly, "if you get drunk, I'll simply book a room to toss you in." "All right," Xiao Dao grinned, "Brother Song, tonight you shall witness how I compete with these foreigners." Since the business hours of the operating hall are relatively early, Lin Qingsong did not take the models to drop off their luggage, but instead had Xiao Dao drive them directly to the cooperative operating hall to obtain phone cards. On the way, as Lin Qingsong glanced at the time and saw it was 3 o'clock, he also took the opportunity to stop by FA Bank to access the Points Paradise, entering a series of benefit codes, 2022. Upon seeing a 100 yuan phone credit voucher pop up, he nodded in satisfaction. No wonder there are so-called sheep-shearing parties online. Engaging in such activities can indeed become addictive. However, Lin Qingsong had also observed these so-called sheep-shearing groups, where most of the rewards were merely 1 or 2 yuan, far from the thrill he sought. As the message confirming the phone credit arrived, a notification from Wei Yin also appeared. Lin Qingsong raised an eyebrow, curiously opening it to find a photo. It featured him standing at the airport exit with several models. "Wei Yin, are you also at the airport?" Lin Qingsong inquired, puzzled. He soon received another photo from Wei Yin, showing her alongside a Brazilian girl with a sun-kissed complexion. It must be said, Brazil certainly produces a plethora of supermodels. The Brazilian girl, with her tawny skin, stood beside the alabaster-skinned Wei Yin, not only holding her own, but appearing even more alluring. The strength emanating from the photograph was palpable. If Peter were to see her photo, he would likely forego auditions and instantly appoint her as his runway model. "Lin, this was taken by my friend Lisa. Do you have time tonight?" Wei Yin's message followed the photo. "Lisa thinks you are quite charming and wants to meet." Lin Qingsong was taken aback. Wait, have designers become this beautiful now? He had previously thought to himself that he would never yield. Lisa was a designer for Lu Boating. If he could cultivate a good relationship, it could potentially pave a path for the models in his company. For the sake of his models, he was willing to make a small sacrifice. As night fell, a satiated Lin Qingsong led the group of models straight to the bar. It must be said, this establishment was indeed the hottest bar in Huaxia. The interior DCOR left the newly arrived models astounded. "Old Lin, I've reserved your usual spot." Du Qing greeted with a bright smile. "Sister Qing, we're familiar enough that there's no need for such formality. Just ensure the drinks are plentiful." Lin Qingsong, said with a hint of resignation as he noticed Du Qing had transferred another 10,000 yuan to him. All right, the rules of money attracting people must still be upheld. Du Qing waved her hand and called out to the models who had already begun to dance. So, your company has brought in another batch of models? Old Lin, have you started your own company? You're taking off. Du Qing exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. Is this your solo venture now? Not quite. Lin Qingsong shrugged. I'm still with the company. After all, their models are not in the same league. And our boss currently does not wish to change paths. Well, that's impressive, Du Qing replied, suddenly recalling something, her face alight with amusement. Old Lin, since these models are from your company, please take good care of me. I assure you the drinks will be abundant, and we can negotiate the finances. While these models may not conform to the high-fashion aesthetic, their rustic beauty was particularly suited for the bar scene. In Du Qing's opinion, they were even better than the models Lin Qingsong had brought previously. I'm indifferent, but most of them will be following the brand to various locations for events next month. While Lin Qingsong and Du Qing were engaged in casual conversation, the fair-skinned Wei Yin and the sun-kissed Lisa entered from outside. Sister Qing, we'll chat later. My benefactor has arrived. Upon seeing the two, Lin Qingsong immediately bid farewell to Du Qing and approached them with a smile. He had a premonition that tonight he might need the assistance of some tiger whip cocktails. All right, I'll arrange for a waiter to be at your side. If you need anything, just let him know. Du Qing waved her hand and went to greet other guests. Upon seeing Lin Qingsong approaching, Wei Yin immediately embraced him with a French kiss. It must be said, after experiencing so many, Lin Qingsong felt that the French wet kiss was best savored with a French woman for authenticity. Wow! Once the enthusiastic French girl ceased her affectionate display, Lisa, standing nearby, smiled and said, Wei Yin, aren't you going to introduce me to this handsome Huaxia man? Lisa, a passionate samba girl and also a designer for Lu boating. Lin Qingsong, a remarkably gifted Huaxia man and a professional foreign agent. Wei Yin cheerfully introduced them, wrapping her arms around Lin Qingsong's waist. The exuberant samba girl did not hesitate to greet Lin Qingsong with a kiss on the cheek, then teasingly asked, Lin, what does Wei Yin mean by remarkably gifted? Lisa, please don't scare our dear Lin, Wei Yin said, exasperated, noticing her friend's mischievous gaze. Haha, just kidding. Lin, I hope you're not upset, Lisa said with a smile as she wrapped her arm around Lin Qingsong's other arm. Xiao Dao gazed in astonishment at Lin Qingsong, who approached them with two foreign women on either arm. How could it be that in the blink of an eye, Songge had found two more international guests? Moreover, they did not appear to be models. Once Lin Qingsong settled down and introduced Lisa and Vivian to everyone, Xiao Dao was even more bewildered. It turned out that both foreign women were designers for luxury brands. Did this mean they were both clients of Songge? Even more exhilarated than Xiao Dao were the 8 newly arrived models. The 3 male models were somewhat at ease, as the 2 foreign women were designers for female luxury brands. However, the remaining 5 female models were in a different league entirely, whether it was Valentino or Louboutin. Both brands were renowned in the realm of women's footwear. If this were Russia, these aspiring models wouldn't just be thrilled to meet the designers. Even securing a project related to these brands would be a source of immense pride among their peers. At that moment, both male and female models felt they had aligned themselves with the right boss. On their very first day in Huaxia, they found themselves drinking alongside 2 designers from prestigious brands. If they were to share this with friends back home, none would believe it. Seeing the excitement among the models, Vivian graciously remarked to Lin Qingsong, Lin, if they wish to take pictures, I am more than willing to oblige. Lisa nodded in agreement. Lin Qingsong understood that once these models had their photos taken, they would be just as eager to boast about it to their families as Elena had been. However, this would not only have no adverse effects on him, but indeed would benefit him, as it would indirectly elevate the reputation of his company by leveraging the fame of Vivian and Lisa. After the models finished their photo session with Vivian and Lisa, the drinking festivities formally commenced. Lin Qingsong was left speechless as Xiao Dao, who claimed to have been drinking since childhood, was already sprawled on the booth, incapacitated before the second round of drinks was even finished, as one after another of the Russian guests succumbed to inebriation. Lin Qingsong was surprised to see that the last one standing was not any of the male models or the ever-energetic Jessica, but rather the Russian girl who claimed that alcohol flowed through her veins. Hey boss, my family owns a brewery, said the girl with light brown hair and an innocent appearance, her eyes slightly glazed but her speech remarkably clear. "Should I give you a bonus right now?" Lin Qingsong, feeling a bit lightheaded, called for Du Qing and then turned to the girl named Ava, stating that he couldn't manage the pile of unconscious people alone and needed Du Qing's help to arrange for their transport back to the hotel. "Boss, can I keep this money with you?" Ava said, her gaze hazy as she ran her fingers through her hair and glanced at Vivian and Lisa, who were resting beside Lin Qingsong. "I'll come find you when I need it." "Need it?" Lin Qingsong was uncertain whether he was just drunk or if Ava's words carried an ambiguous tone. He felt there was something off about her statement. Yet, upon observing Ava's sweet demeanor, he ultimately dismissed it as his own intoxication. When Du Qing arrived and saw the models sprawled across the booth, she commented, "Old Lin. Same as always?" She had grown accustomed to such scenes, knowing that these foreigners truly drank to excess. "Yes, my hotel is already booked." "Qingjia, could you arrange for someone to help drive?" Lin Qingsong nodded and then turned to Vivian and Lisa, who were clinging to his arms, asking Vivian, "Where are you staying? I can arrange for someone to take you." Vivian, awakened from her stupor, glanced at Lisa and was bemused. She knew her friend could hold her liquor and had consumed as much as Vivian had. There was no way she would be drunk. However, Vivian did not expose this and instead slurred, "Lin, we don't trust anyone else to take us. You must personally take us." Having not had her fill the last time, she was determined to indulge this time. Lin Qingsong did not refuse. He woke Elena and instructed her to ensure the other models were taken care of in the morning before he headed out with Du Qing and the Atmosphere crew to escort the remaining guests to the hotel. Having hosted models for drinks multiple times, he had established a strategic partnership with a nearby Four Seasons hotel. Whenever he brought guests to book rooms there, they received a 50% discount, along with complimentary breakfast. At 3 in the morning, the two intoxicated women finally came to their senses. Taking advantage of the intermission, Lin Qingsong retrieved a flask from his pocket and took a swig of Hu Bien liquor, feeling revitalized once more. The samba dancer was indeed fierce. When morning arrived at 7, he glanced at his watch and couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. "Wow, what a record!" Lisa, lying in bed, suddenly exclaimed, "Lin, you are the greatest man in the world," before drifting back into a stupor. "This one do." Lin Qingsong observed the two of them and, satisfied, made his way to the bathtub filled with warm water. After a long night, it was time for a bath and some rest. With half-closed eyes, he gazed at the river outside the window and opened the refreshed intelligence system to check today's updates. Daily Intelligence 01. Xue Ziqian was somewhat curious as to why Zhang Runin would assist a model agent named Lin Qingsong. But upon witnessing Lin Qingsong leaving with Vivian and Lisa last night, he suddenly understood why. Was Xue Ziqian also present last night? Nevertheless, this was not a significant concern. Although he was unsure what Xue Ziqian had suddenly comprehended, it certainly wouldn't be anything negative. Much like the models sharing their photos with Lisa and Vivian. Not pursuing this line of intelligence further, Lin Qingsong naturally turned his attention to the next entry. Daily Intelligence 02. Pink beneath a bench outside the Immigration Management Bureau, a scratch-off lottery ticket is stuck, which could yield 50,000 upon scratching. Initially hesitating over whether to redeem the lottery ticket he spotted, Lin Qingsong felt torn. If he didn't redeem it, he would remain restless. Yet if he did, what if he actually won, and then the lottery center bore a grudge against him? However, upon realizing it was a scratch-off ticket, he breathed a sigh of relief. Even if he won, it would be inconsequential, as long as it was a type of lottery like the double color ball that could easily lead to insider dealings. Chapter 77. The soft rice is quite appealing. Daily Intelligence 03. While Zhang was getting up to use the restroom, she scrolled through the top few friends' posts and immediately saw a video posted by Lin Qingsong. She promptly began searching through her database, particularly focusing on Vivian's social circle, and eventually found detailed information about Lisa. Upon discovering that she was a designer for Louboutin, Zhang became considerably more alert. Zhang Runin, this agent, seems to be overly dedicated. Lin Qingsong had no idea that a video he casually shared would lead this agent to work overtime for so long. However, he was curious about what exactly was in Zhang Yi's database. After finishing all the intelligence, Lin Qingsong stretched widely, squinting his eyes and soaking in the tub for a while longer before finally resting. Around 1 in the afternoon, Lin Qingsong awoke and first contacted Elena. Learning that the models were already up and that Neo How was helping with the photo shoot. He then set down his phone, glancing at the two women still slumbering beside him. He picked up the phone on the bedside table and ordered 3 lunchboxes from the hotel before heading to the bathroom to freshen up and prepare to rise. Lin, you should be free later, right? If possible, I have now informed the representatives from MN to bring some clothes for you to try on. Upon exiting the bathroom, Lin heard LS's inquisitive voice. Beside her, WIWIN glanced at the shredded garments on the floor with a hint of exasperation and remarked, LS, even if LN has something to attend to, he can't possibly leave. Is it my fault then? LS shot a silent glance at her friend. She was genuinely not intoxicated, hence her touch was notably gentle. Unlike WIWIN, whose rough handling had resulted in most of the clothes being torn apart. All right, it's my fault. After saying this, WIWIN looked at Lin Qingsong's well-defined muscles and couldn't resist licking her lips, adding, but I can't take all the blame. That's true. LS nodded in agreement after following her gaze, earnestly stating, LN, you must bear some responsibility as well. Lin Qingsong's expression was filled with confusion. What? Is having a good physique a crime? However, WIWIN had a point. Even if he had matters to attend to today, he had no way of leaving and could only wait for the MN representative to arrive with the clothes. LS's call didn't take more than 10 minutes before a knock echoed at the door. One must admit, the attentiveness of luxury brands towards affluent clients is indeed meticulous. Lin Qingsong had never encountered such a devoted MN sales representative before. Usually, when he went shopping for clothes, the service was polite yet unremarkable. However, today's sales representative was so eager that he even assisted in zipping up Ellen's pants. He found himself relishing this experience, observing the nonchalant demeanor of WIWIN and LS. Lin Qingsong suddenly understood why many men resort to living off women. When one is dependent, it suffices to keep a single person happy. In contrast, striving for success requires pleasing countless individuals. If he weren't so committed to his own aspirations, experiencing this lavish service a few times might lead him to surrender. Yet, with the system in place, it would be foolish to rely on others. Meanwhile, WIWIN and LS were assisting Lin Qingsong in selecting an outfit tailored to their respective tastes. The ensemble was priced at approximately 30,000 yuan, and after LS promptly settled the 100,000 yuan bill, Lin Qingsong could not resist activating his information system, glancing at the various data to stabilize his resolve. It's merely 100,000 yuan. I can easily win 50,000 from a lottery ticket later. Suppressing his distractions, Lin Qingsong dined with them before departing the room. Standing at the hotel entrance, he hailed a ride-sharing service, heading straight for the Municipal Exit Entry Administration Bureau. To avoid any delays, he aimed to secure that lottery ticket swiftly, as it indeed represented 50,000 yuan. After arriving at the Municipal Exit Entry Administration Bureau, Lin Qingsong followed the system's guidance to a bench where the lottery ticket was affixed. Lowering his gaze to the pristine bench, he detected a faint scent of fresh paint emanating from it. A corner of the scratch-off lottery ticket was stuck to the paint, fluttering in the breeze. It was not very conspicuous due to the surrounding plants. Bending down to retrieve it, Lin Qingsong pulled out the room key card he had just obtained from the hotel front desk and meticulously scratched off the coating. Ever since witnessing someone purchase a room key card, he had developed a habit of collecting them. After gingerly removing all the coating, he examined the winning information and nodded in satisfaction. Although he would still need to redeem the ticket at the Lottery Management Center, the amount was so trivial that it was unlikely anyone would pay attention. Once he secured the ticket, Lin Qingsong did not rush to redeem it, but instead waited at the entrance of the Exit Entry Administration Bureau for NIHO and the others to emerge. Boss, within a moment of lighting a cigarette, he heard GXK's delighted voice. GXK, after feeling the warmth of her generous spirit once more, Lin Qingsong smiled and asked, "How have you all been today?" He couldn't help but admire the resilience of his Russian friends. Despite being heavily intoxicated yesterday, they were back to their usual selves after a morning wash. Not bad. GXK nodded, indicating that she and her companions were fine. That's good. Take it easy today. In a few days, We will need to commence work. Lin Qingsong had received news the previous day that Hch's boss, GFI, had nearly resolved the issues. By Friday, which is the 1st of next month, the models would be finalized. These models would require a few days of training before the event commenced on the 5th. Hence, the models needed to be confirmed promptly. Upon receiving the model cards sent by NIHO, he immediately forwarded them to Hching, noting that all these individuals were available. As for the previously submitted materials, they could choose from those first. If any were selected, he could facilitate communication. However, GFI might have learned through Xiang Ji that this batch of models was personally signed by Lin Qingsong, prompting her to express in the work communication group that they would closely monitor this group of models. With her somewhat biased remark, Lin Qingsong felt reassured. Nevertheless, even if they were not chosen, it mattered not. There would still be a shortage of participants for the beauty contest next month, and he could always send someone over if necessary. After bidding farewell to the models, Lin Qingsong noted that he still had time and headed to the Lottery Management Center to redeem his ticket. Perhaps due to the small amount, even the staff who typically lingered there for donations did not approach him. Exhausted, the brief nap he had during the day was no different from not sleeping at all. Lying in bed, he fell asleep within minutes, his snores resounding loudly enough to be heard beyond the door. Hearing the sounds while video chatting with her younger sister, Su couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Xiao NDG has it tough. I see him posting videos of socializing every day. And just listen to this snoring. I've heard that such loud snoring only occurs when one is utterly exhausted. HY nodded in agreement. Sister, you should take good care of LNDG. It would be best if you could care for him to the point of becoming his sister-in-law. He. What nonsense are you talking about? Su replied, exasperated. How could LNDG, who is surrounded by beautiful women daily, ever have eyes for someone like me? You never know. HY declared proudly. I read online that men prefer virtuous women. Sister, you are both beautiful and virtuous, so you could easily surpass the competition. I want to indulge in this nonsense. Time for bed, Su retorted playfully. However, after ending the video call, she could not help but let her thoughts wander as she listened to Lin Qingsong's snores. The following day, in a private room at Shing Chi in Hot Pot Restaurant, Suzy Chien addressed the nearby Zhing Ru Nin, Shi Onin. This Mr. Lin is not an ordinary person, is he? Over the past couple of days, he had inquired about Lin Qingsong with friends. And while he did not acquire specific information, he did gather 2 videos and 1 piece of news. The videos featured Lin Qingsong drinking with PT and a group of designers, and another showed him drinking with WIWIN and LS. The news revealed that Lin Qingsong had a model named Nin who had secured an opportunity to walk in Paris Fashion Week. Based on these 2 videos and the piece of news, combined with a photo Jean-Root Nin had posted on Weibo with Nin and S-Ru-Su-In, Suzy Chien concluded that Lin Qingsong was undoubtedly a big shot in the fashion industry. However, he would still need to confirm this with Zhing Ru Nin. Old Su. I can only say that LNDG indeed has connections in the fashion world, but I'm not sure about the specifics. Jean-Ru Nin had also discreetly conducted inquiries, but unfortunately, she could not uncover any useful information. Nevertheless, the news about Nin was genuine, and the relationships between Lin Qingsong, PT, WIWIN, and LS were also authentic. That was sufficient. These 3 were enough for her to seek a rapport with Lin Qingsong. I understand. Shui Ziqian stroked his chin, lost in thought. He had actually witnessed a scene that Zhang Runin had not. That is, Lin Qingsong intimately embracing Wei Weian and Lisa. Both of them are stalwarts of the fashion industry. And Lin Qingsong's close relationship with them clearly indicates that he is far more complex than he appears on the surface. When Lin Qingsong arrived at the private room to meet the 2 women, Shui Ziqian felt less like a subordinate and more like a principal. Not only did he express his willingness to handle all advertisements involving dangerous figures, but he also mentioned that Shang Shankian would soon be filming a promotional video, suggesting that Lin Qingsong could assist with any needs that might arise. After a rather confusing dinner, Zhang Runin was speechless. Old Shui, you truly have no pretensions at all. You are the principal here, with Shui Ziqian stirring the pot. Her own role seemed to diminish significantly. Old Shui, You're a superstar. You need to assert yourself. Why are you even more excited than I am? Xue Ziqian glanced at Zhang Runan beside him and sighed helplessly. What does it matter who the principal is? I don't care. I just know that I need resources from the fashion industry. Xiaonan, you have no idea. Lately, I've had to rent haute couture on my own for many events, and sometimes I inadvertently end up with the same styles as others. As for magazine covers, that is utterly out of the question. If this gentleman truly has connections to lend a hand, what I'm offering in return is hardly worth mentioning. Observing Xue Ziqian's helplessness, Zhang Runan couldn't help but ask, but how can you be sure that Lin Ge has resources that can assist you? Upon hearing this, images of Lin Qingsong embracing two women flashed through Xue Ziqian's mind. Even if he cannot assist me, forming a good relationship would still be beneficial. Chapter 78. A BMW that moves without wind. Sitting in the car, he felt as if he had made a name for himself, managing to elicit such careful treatment from a star like old Xue. However, he understood that this was merely superficial, primarily relying on the prestige of Peter, Wei Weian, and Lisa. The pressing concern remained the need to earn money. Gazing at the video sent by He Chung of models undergoing training, he felt happier than when he heard Xue Ziqian praise him. Reputation is fleeting, but money is tangible. It was uncertain whether the reputation of Xiang Jia played a role or if the requirements for this project were inherently low. 8 models were sent to He Chung for selection, and ultimately, 7 were chosen. The sole candidate who was not selected was the winner from the previous drinking session, Aiwa. He Chung explained that while she was outstanding in every aspect, her height was a significant drawback. This was indeed a serious flaw, as even if she could compensate with high heels later, standing for 8 hours every day during 3 months of events would be challenging, especially since Aiwa would need to wear high heels to participate. After consulting Lin Qingsong, he communicated with Aiwa, ultimately deciding she would not participate in the event. Of course, Lin Qingsong kept Aiwa occupied. While the other models trained under He Chung, he arranged for Aiwa to accompany the company's models to auditions. He also sent Aiwa's materials to the beauty contest organizers. Since the collaboration commenced, the organizer stated that the fee would be 5,000 a day for 20 models as part of a single project, plus a number of additional participants. These individuals would also stay in 5-star hotels, with all expenses covered, but their fee would only be 1,000. A total of 50 individuals were required, ideally representing a variety of skin tones. Naturally, not just anyone would do. The organizers would still conduct a selection process. After all, it was a beauty contest, not a contest for unattractiveness. However, this was quite manageable for Lin Qingsong, as he could easily summon 100 models from the school in the old country. Today, Ruan Keling also sent a message. Her agency had reviewed the materials and wished to send people to participate in the beauty contest. That would add dozens more to the count. Combined, there would be approximately 150 individuals, all of whom had undergone preliminary selection, including contracted models and those from modeling schools. Under such circumstances, selecting 70 contestants for the beauty pageant would be a breeze. Recently, due to his consistent provision of models, along with leveraging the prestigious banner of Shining International, the beauty contest organizers even considered making his company a co-organizer. Unfortunately, Qinan deemed the contest too trivial and declined. In this context, Lin Qingsong effortlessly positioned his own modeling agency, Qingmu International Model Company, to be prominently featured in the beauty contest promotional materials. Numerous media outlets had also received notifications to include Qingmu International Model as a co-organizer of the beauty pageant. As a co-organizer, ensuring Aiwa's inclusion among the 70 models would be exceedingly simple. At the Shiyun building, Lin Qingsong exited the car, greeted the security guard at the entrance with familiarity, and pressed the button for the 3rd floor as indicated on the notice. This building can be considered a landmark in the modeling circle of Hu City. Due to its advantageous location and affordable rent, it is filled with photography studios from the 2nd to the 5th floor. Approximately 90% of models in Hu City have placed orders for takeout from this establishment. One could say that if you have not shot here, you have not genuinely entered the modeling scene in Hu City. In his younger years, Lin Qingsong would visit this place 4 to 5 times a year, and at times, as many as 6 or 7 times a month. Today, he had 2 projects being filmed simultaneously here, one for the company and the other a project previously assigned by Ho Tiansheng. The company project involved a new product catalog, featuring the company's star model, Anna. On the other hand, the project from Ho Tiansheng was for Valentino's foot model, priced at 4,000 per person, with 2 individuals booked for a total of 8,000 for 4 hours. Lin Qingsong swiftly secured 2,000 to find the right individuals, earning 4,000 from both. The filming studio was on the 5th floor, but since Anna was a seasoned professional and they were all familiar faces, Lin Qingsong had no concerns. However, he was somewhat apprehensive about the Valentino project. On one hand, he had never collaborated with them before. Even Wei Weiyan was merely a designer for Valentino's secondary women's line. On the other hand, the 2-foot models were sourced online, so he needed to assess the situation on-site first. To his surprise, upon entering the Valentino studio, he saw Wei Weiyan seated on a high chair, dressed in a white shirt, chatting animatedly with another woman while holding a cup of coffee. With one leg crossed, a diamond-studded high heel dangled from her foot, swaying back and forth. Upon noticing Lin Qingsong, Wei Weiyan slipped her foot into the shoe and smiled. "Lin, how do you like the surprise?" After much contemplation, she realized that engaging Lin Qingsong was particularly intriguing. Consequently, after conversing briefly with the online mall representatives and learning of their filming location, she hurried over. Simultaneously, she intended to discuss the modeling shoot with the mall's personnel. Since she had promised to hand this project over to Lin Qingsong, it would be prudent to seize the opportunity to speak with him in person and introduce him to the mall's manager. "Wei Weiyan, who is this?" asked the online mall manager, casting a curious glance at Lin Qingsong, as she realized she had never encountered him before. "Lin Qingsong, an exceptional model agent. And he should also be your foot model agent for this project," she replied. "Lilan, responsible for the online malls division in Huaxia. If all goes well, I will be communicating with her regarding the women's lines photographic project." "Shaolin, may I call you that? I hope you don't mind." Lin Qingsong looked at the woman before him, who appeared to be in her 50s, and directly shook his head. "Of course, I don't mind. If she were a bit older, she could easily pass for her own mother, and calling her Shaolin would pose no issue at all. Hence, I shall address you as Lin Jie." Lin Qingsong discreetly flattered her. This seemingly unremarkable individual held quite a few cases in her hands, and if they could cultivate a better relationship, it would undoubtedly expand his network. After all, she was not only a fashion designer for Valentino, but also a lecturer at the Paris College of Art. While her workload was manageable, one could not afford to remain absent from the public eye for too long. "Haha, Shaolin, at my age, calling me Lin Jie feels rather diminutive." Despite her words, Lilan, draped in a silk scarf and adorned with glamorous waves, bore smile lines at the corners of her eyes. With Vivian acting as an intermediary, Lin Qingsong and Lilan engaged in remarkably congenial conversation. Within a few exchanges, they exchanged WeChat contacts and arranged for a photo shoot featuring female models. The shoot was tentatively scheduled for the beginning of next month, allowing Lin Qingsong to prepare the models' profiles in the meantime. They would require 3 models of elegant demeanor, with a fee of 2,000 yuan per hour for approximately 8 hours. Model bookings would not necessitate auditions, with a 1-day prior preparation for makeup, which would cost 1,000 yuan per hour. This request was quite straightforward, as long as it was not made excessively challenging. Lin Qingsong could easily estimate which models from their agency would be selected. After discussing this project, Lilan cheerfully remarked, "Shaolin, I heard from Vivian that you started your own company and signed several models. How are their rates? If they are reasonable, I have another project I could offer you." Given that the favor had already been extended to Vivian, it would be more beneficial to fully leverage the goodwill. Simply offering one project already agreed upon with Vivian would not suffice. Providing another project would truly be a gesture of goodwill. Having navigated the professional landscape for many years, Lilan understood the nuances of such matters. "Oh, Lin Jie, what other project do you have?" Lin Qingsong inquired. "A friend of mine is launching a streetwear brand and needs 5 cool models. However, due to budget constraints, each model can only be paid 800 yuan per hour for a total of 3 days, 10 hours each day. What do you think? Are you interested?" Upon hearing this, Lin Qingsong sighed. "Lin Jie, I am indeed interested, but my models are all engaged in activities out of town for the next 3 months. That's all right. If your agency lacks models, there are plenty in the market. If you find the rates agreeable, I can refer them to you," Lilan remarked, somewhat surprised. She had assumed that Lin Qingsong's models were unavailable, but it seemed this young man was quite adept at securing substantial work for all his models in one go. "Thank you, Lin Jie," Lin Qingsong expressed, no longer feigning humility, as this was a golden opportunity for him. Earning 8,000 yuan per model, he would only need to allocate 4,000 yuan. The model market in the Shanghai area had reached saturation, with an increasing number of foreigners seeking opportunities in Huaxia, many of whom lacked work permits. Therefore, a rate of 400 yuan per hour could easily yield a selection of models of decent quality. This way, he could potentially earn 12,000 yuan from one model, totaling 60,000 yuan for 5 models, surpassing even the lottery winnings he had collected. It must be said, in this industry, connections equate to wealth. Once your network expands, lucrative opportunities will come rushing in. After a brief discussion, Lin Qingsong slipped upstairs to greet the production team of the project along with Anna. It must be noted, experienced professionals execute tasks with remarkable efficiency. Anna required no assistance from Lin Qingsong at all. After ordering some milk tea for the production team and clients on set, Lin Qingsong returned downstairs. Upon seeing 2-foot models diligently engaged in their shoot, he was about to take a seat when he noticed Vivian signaling to him from the side. In the underground parking garage, a BMW awaited without a sound. "Vivian, I truly recommend you consider a larger vehicle. This one is simply too small," Lin Qingsong remarked, scratching his head in exasperation. Chapter 79. All-inclusive. Yang Xiaoxiao's hoped he realized he must prioritize purchasing a vehicle. Otherwise, everything would become inconvenient. The following evening, outside the Qin residence, Lin Qingsong embraced Qin Yan's waist, his face radiating happiness. "Rest assured, Uncle, Yin Yin and I are on good terms. We certainly won tea quarrel. Also, please make sure to enjoy the tea I gifted you. Once it's finished, let Yin Yin inform me, and I shall bring you more." Earlier that morning, he had met with Qin Yin after finishing his workout at the gym, and they had headed to her home for dinner. As for the tea and skincare products mentioned, they were all prepared in advance by Qin Yin. Lin Qingsong was merely a thoughtless gift-bearer. Uncle Qin, holding the box of tea, smiled broadly. "Xiao Lin, don't overexert yourself. If there is anything you need, let Yin Yin assist you. After all, she is a lawyer and can always lend a hand." He then turned to remind Qin Yin, "Yin Yin, be patient with Xiao Lin. He is a good boy, so you should be accommodating." She felt quite helpless. Lin Qingsong had only met her parents twice, yet he had managed to charm them so thoroughly. Now she felt like the outsider, while he seemed to be the favored son. Uncle Qin continued, "Look, you're getting anxious again. Xiao Lin, Yin Yin has been spoiled by us. If she falters, be understanding. Fine, as long as you're both happy." Uncle Qin pulled his wife's sleeve and ascended the stairs with her. Watching her parents' retreating figures, Qin Yin couldn't help but comment, "Why do I feel like you are the favored child here?" This was the cleverness of her elderly parents. Lin Qingsong looked at the previously aloof Qin Yin, now devoid of any trace of coldness. "If we were to truly be together, the more favorably they treat me, the more I would naturally want to accommodate you. It would make sense to enjoy their kindness while mistreating you, would it?" The dynamics of male-female relationships are indeed complex. Qin Yin shook her head in resignation. "I prefer the clarity of the law. It is what it is. I just need to remember. Qin Yin, I really need to go to Sanya tomorrow. Is there anything you'd like me to bring back? The goods there are duty-free and quite good." Lin Qingsong did not pursue the topic further. "No, just remember to send a few videos from Sanya to my parents," she replied, shaking her head in exasperation. "I told you not to add WeChat. Look how troublesome it is now. But doesn't it feel a bit insincere if we don't connect?" Lin Qingsong reasoned. If necessary, he could always create a separate group for her parents. "All right, I'll transfer the expenses to you. I hope this time it lasts a bit longer." After Qin Yin said this, as if recalling something, she added, "Qingsong, my parents have walked far. How long do you intend to keep your arm around me? What if they are observing us from upstairs?" Lin Qingsong, still embracing Qin Yin's slender waist, moved toward the roadside. Upon hearing her words, Qin Yin stopped resisting and followed Lin Qingsong until they reached the road, where she continued, "I forgot to tell you, the case regarding Kuai Dai, which you previously asked for assistance with, has made significant progress. The owner behind the platform has been arrested, and the remaining core members have also been apprehended. It can be said that this usury platform is completely finished." She hadn't anticipated things would proceed so smoothly, coincidentally coinciding with the government's crackdown. Due to the substantial evidence surrounding He-Yu's case, the authorities seized the opportunity to target Kuai Dai. After a thorough investigation, the entire company, from top to bottom, was caught. She also heard that a department head named Chao Wang was beaten by his colleagues for specifically targeting He-Yu. Many within the company failed to recognize their errors or understand that the government was intent on rigorously regulating loan platforms. Instead, everyone unanimously believed that Chao Wang had provoked a formidable adversary, which ultimately led to the entire company being apprehended. The progression of this incident was indeed unexpected for Lin Qingsong, who merely intended to assist EU in extricating herself from the harassment of the loan platform. How could it have escalated to the point of implicating the entire platform? His astonishment was dwarfed by that of He Yu and her sister He Shui, who were evidently even more taken aback. Upon returning home that evening, Lin Qingsong overheard He Shui excitedly sharing the news. Lin Ge, I heard from Xiao Yu that the high-interest loan platform she owed money to has completely collapsed. From the owner to every last employee, they have all been apprehended. The police even called Xiao Yu, stating they needed to register her details, and if there are any remaining assets after liquidating the loan platform, they would return a portion of the interest she previously paid. Although he had been aware of this news for some time, Lin Qingsong couldn't help but feel a sense of reflection upon hearing it anew. One must adhere to laws and regulations in life and work. Such a significant online loan platform could meet its demise at a moment's notice. He resolved to take this as a cautionary tale, understanding that while it may be permissible to tentatively explore gray areas, one must never transgress clearly defined laws. Thinking of his own shell company, Lin Qingsong couldn't resist asking He Shui, Xiao Shui, I recall you mentioned that you major in accounting? Indeed, replied He Shui, her excitement momentarily subdued by a hint of resignation. I majored in accounting and even obtained my accountant certification, but my university is rather subpar, making it difficult to find employment. She had performed well in the college entrance examination, yet she had opted for this institution, which waived all tuition fees and even provided stipends during a time of financial hardship. If you have the time, could you assist me in reviewing whether my company has any tax discrepancies? Additionally, if I were to pay the maximum tax rate, how much extra would that entail? Lin Qingsong was acutely aware of the numerous individuals who had fallen into the deep pit of tax evasion, and he had no desire to follow in the footsteps of those predecessors. If the amount required for maximum tax payment was not exorbitant, he planned to consistently pay at that rate. After all, acquiring the reputation of a substantial taxpayer would be prudent. Upon realizing she had the opportunity to assist Lin Qingsong, He Shui was overjoyed. While she reviewed the accounts, Lin Qingsong took the chance to interact with Lin Xiaoguai for a while. Given that he would be away for over a week, it was wise to seize the opportunity for more interaction. The following day, Lin Qingsong awoke from his slumber but did not rise immediately. Instead, he lingered in bed for a while longer. While indulging in this moment of leisure, he perused the day's intelligence reports. Daily Intelligence 01. Wide at the entrance of Hangzhou Airport at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Someone will abandon a 2014 model sand-colored lighter under the first smoke column. A lighter? Lin Qingsong found himself bemused. If this item were to appear at any municipal airport, he might consider picking it up. However, this was Hangzhou Airport. In a space where 7 or 8 people could stand beneath a smoke column, the moment the lighter was abandoned, it would undoubtedly be snatched up shortly thereafter. He certainly would not fixate on someone else's lighter for the sake of a few dozen yuan. Skipping over this intelligence, Lin Qingsong turned to the next entry. Daily Intelligence 02. Since learning she would be traveling to Sanya with her boss Lin Qingsong, AI was specifically purchased some small toys and clothes online, which she has brought along today. AI. This demure young lady also has a penchant for such things? Is she attempting to impress her boss with toys and clothing? Lin Qingsong was genuinely surprised to discover AI's proactive nature. He had always assumed that Ivanka would be the most forward, given that she had never concealed her intentions since her arrival in Shanghai. However, today he would be sending Ivanka and the other models to a different city for an event. It seemed AI might very well seize the opportunity to surpass expectations. During their prolonged stay in Sanya, Lin Qingsong was confident she would find her moment. Daily Intelligence 03, blue at Hangzhou Airport, Terminal 2. In the massage chair area opposite Gate 36, there are 3 unregistered Starbucks gift cards located beneath the 3rd massage chair in the 2nd row, valued at 500, 500, and 300 respectively. Unregistered gift cards? That sounds delightful. Although Lin Qingsong was not particularly fond of the deep roasting at Starbucks, he did enjoy their frappuccinos. Moreover, he frequently ordered breakfast from Starbucks, prompting him to decide to seek out these 3 gift cards. Sighing, Lin Qingsong found himself at a loss for words upon seeing this intelligence. However, he quickly recalled that there had previously been a report indicating that the founder of Shangyun Medical Clinic, Lin Qingsong, had studied traditional Chinese medicine since childhood. Given that he was approaching 65 years of age, yet could still stay out late at bars playing the drums, it was clear he possessed considerable health-preserving knowledge. Perhaps he could arrange for Yang Xiao to consult him? Just because Western medicine has its limitations does not imply that traditional Chinese medicine is ineffective. After reviewing all the intelligence, Lin Qingsong belatedly realized that the reports seemed to adapt to his schedule. For instance, today he was scheduled to depart from Hangzhou Airport at 4 o'clock in the afternoon for Sanya, resulting in a concentration of information relevant to that location. He was curious to see what the intelligence system would present upon his arrival in Sanya. Would it continue to refresh information from Shanghai, or would it switch to Sanya's reports? He also wondered what kind of intelligence would be available if he were on a plane or a yacht. However, this could only be tested during his trip to Sanya. After all, the flight from Shanghai to Sanya lasted a mere 3 hours, and he would be landing around 8 in the evening. Chapter 80. What kind of small toys were included? Closing the system, Lin Qingsong sprang up from his bed, slipped into his slippers, and approached the floor-to-ceiling mirror, admiring the well-defined muscles on his physique. He nodded in satisfaction, pleased that he had made the effort to visit the gym during his hotel stay. His body was in excellent shape. After washing up in the bathroom, he noticed Yishui sleepily emerging from her room. "Linga, good morning." She greeted him, clad in an adorable bunny-themed pajama set, rubbing her eyes. Typically, she would sleep until 6 or 7 on weekends, but her excitement had caused her to lose sleep the previous night. Today marked the occasion of her first advertisement shoot. Although it was merely a minor role, the anticipation was exhilarating. "Good morning," Lin Qingsong replied, applying toner to his face while smiling. "You look like you didn't get much rest last night." While men need not adhere to elaborate makeup routines, basic skincare is essential. A quick wash to remove facial oil, followed by a light application of toner and lotion, can significantly enhance one's appearance. Since he had begun following this regimen on the advice of a doctor during middle school due to acne, he had maintained it ever since. The results were undeniably impressive. Within a year, the number of blemishes on his face had considerably diminished. He was not exaggerating. His current skin condition would surpass that of over 90% of men. Yishui nodded. "Yes, I was a bit too excited. I tossed and turned until I finally managed to sleep this morning." Lin Qingsong applied some lotion to his face and smiled warmly at her. "There's no need to be overly anxious. Once you complete this shoot, you will have a clearer perspective on this industry." He could empathize, as he had experienced similar feelings when he first entered the field, tossing and turning in excitement the night before. "In that case, why not come and take on a financial position in my company?" Lin Qingsong suggested. Although he was not particularly well-versed in this area, he understood that signing contracts and issuing invoices necessitated tax payments. He planned to conduct all subsequent projects under the company's name as long as conditions permitted. With a system in place, it was only right to contribute to the state through taxation. "Rest assured, Brother Lin, I will undoubtedly manage the accounts well," Yishui assured with a vigorous nod. She then turned to Lin Qingsong and inquired, "Brother Lin, you're traveling for business next week, correct? Have you packed everything? Do you need my assistance?" "No need." Lin Qingsong waved his hand dismissively. "I have nearly finished packing. If it comes to it, I can simply make purchases directly. After all, Sanya has duty-free shopping." Glancing at the time and realizing he had ample time, he changed into workout attire and headed to the gym for a brief session of weightlifting. Regrettably, Shun Xingyu was away on a business trip to conduct market research. Otherwise, it would have been quite enjoyable to work out with her in the morning. The allure of a beautiful woman is far more potent than any supplement. Upon returning, he noticed the pet store owned by Gao Xiaoxing was tightly shut. This sparked a thought about their recent conversations. It seemed that this young man had developed quite an affinity for foot massages, even recommending various skilled practitioners to himself. He had even boasted about his remarkable improvement in conversational skills, claiming he had recently taken a goddess out for dinner. What a triumph! Another young man has been pulled from the depths of despair. The world has lost yet another sycophant. Once Gao Xiaoxing has fully mastered his newfound skills, he could join Lin Qingsong for a carefree outing. After arriving home and taking a shower, Lin Qingsong emerged to find a message from Yishui on his phone. He glanced at his discarded clothes and heartily tossed them into the laundry basket. when he reached the model apartment building with his suitcase in hand. A coaster bus was already parked outside. "Brother Song, how's it going? I'm not late, am I?" Xiao Dao, now clad in beach attire, grinned for the driver's seat. Since hearing about Lin Qingsong's participation in a beauty pageant in Sanya, he had hastily requested leave from his uncle. Sanya and a beauty pageant. This prospect was infinitely more enticing than standing at a gate. The sea, the beach, yachts, and beautiful women. Here I come. Thinking of this, Xiao Dao couldn't suppress a smile. Lin Qingsong, seeing his exuberance, replied, "Xiao Dao, calm down a bit. We are attending a beauty pageant, not a lavish banquet." "Cough, cough, I understand." Xiao Dao replied with a hopeful expression. "Brother Song, I've already discussed it with my uncle, and he has agreed to my resignation. As soon as you give the word, I can join you anytime." "Sounds good. The work for the studio's national models may have to wait until September. In the meantime, if you're interested, I can bring you along for any events I have. Additionally, you can join the others from the company to learn how to interview foreign clients." "Sure." Xiao Dao nodded, then suddenly remembered something and hastily took out his phone. "By the way, Brother Song, after my uncle learned about this, he introduced me to a friend who owns an advertising company. After I added him, he sent me a request for a project needing a dozen actors and some football players. How should I approach this?" "Huh, is this the charm of having connections?" Lin Qingsong was surprised that Xiao Dao had not even started working, yet the resources were already mobilizing for him. In that moment, he understood why some companies create departments specifically for those with connections. The allure of connections is undeniable. As the models had not yet arrived, Lin Qingsong reviewed Xiao Dao's chat history and analyzed. The actors will be needed for scenes in a bar, along with some print advertisements. Most alcohol ads are similar. As for the football players, while they may require professionalism, such demands often end up being compromised, leading to actors playing the role of footballers. Perhaps the script calls for a professional footballer to take a shot, only for the camera to suddenly switch to a bottle cap being opened. However, many football players do not meet the aesthetic standards set by the brand, which is why I have encountered numerous projects where producers initially insist on specific professional athletes. Yet, in the end, they often compromise on looks and hire actors to impersonate those athletes. But that's not the crux of the matter. Since the client has made a request, we should strive to accommodate it. After all, it's essential to demonstrate our dedication to the project. Xiao Dao, simply inquire about their budget, the actor's requirements, the filming schedule, whether there will be auditions or fittings, and when they need the materials. This is a standard protocol. All pertinent questions should be clearly stated in a formal communication. The client might be available and could quickly provide all the necessary requirements. The shooting is scheduled for the 20th of this month. No auditions, but fittings will be necessary. They need 10 actors, evenly split between genders, with a requirement for youthfulness and liveliness, preferably with some dance background. They also require 5 football players who are professional, handsome, and around 20 years old, with a fee of 3,000 per actor and the same for football players. It will be best to provide some materials today. Understood. Xiao Dao curiously glanced at the notice. Shanghai City announcement. July 20th filming for an alcohol advertisement. 1. Young female actor. Fee 1,500. Requirements. Youthful and lively. Must have danced at a disco. 2. Young male actor. Fee 1,500. Same requirements. 3. Young male actor. Fee 2,000. Requirements. Must have played football. Must have fittings. No auditions. After reviewing the announcement's requirements, Xiao Dao was bewildered. Brother Song, the client didn't specify a dance background, and while I expected a reduction in fees, it seems unreasonable that dancing at a disco doesn't count as having a dance background. Lin Qingsong replied with conviction. Moreover, if they genuinely want dancers, it wouldn't be at this rate. When handling a project, the first priority is to ensure the quantity of actors is adequate. Once the client selects their preferred actors and refines their requirements, we can assess if the actors can meet the standards. If they can, everyone will be pleased. If not, we inform the client that at this price point, only this caliber of actors can be sourced, and if they desire better quality, they will need to adjust their budget. Pausing, he noticed Xiao Dao's puzzled expression and succinctly stated, "They must increase the budget." Xiao Dao suddenly understood, exclaiming, "I see, Brother Song. Good. For this project, the profit is approximately 20,000, and after deducting the lead's fee, we should net around 12,000. You will take the larger share as you broaden the client. I will take 2,000. Lin Qingsong casually mentioned this as he noticed the models beginning to emerge and prepared to greet them. However, Xiao Dao grabbed Lin Qingsong's arm. Sincerity etched on his face. Brother Song, you should take the larger share. After all, I didn't contribute much. I'm perfectly content with just 2,000. To be honest, he had not anticipated that the profit from a project could be this substantial. Just a bit of effort could yield such a reward. 12,000. That was more than his monthly salary. Yet Xiao Dao understood that the simplicity of the task was due to Lin Qingsong handling 90% of the workload. Under such circumstances, how could he morally accept the larger share? What do you mean you didn't help? Lin Qingsong shook his head in disbelief. Your ability to bring in the project is the greatest contribution. Yet Xiao Dao persisted in shaking his head. Brother Song, you should take the larger share. Although I brought in the project, I wouldn't have been able to accomplish it without you. Please don't refuse. Earning the client's money is entirely justified. But he wasn't in dire straits and didn't need to profit at the expense of his younger brother. Good morning. The first to greet Lin Qingsong was the stunning Jessica, her figure captivating as she carried a suitcase, her face adorned with a radiant smile. Boss, it's been a few days, and you've become even more handsome. Ha! Jessica, you've become even more beautiful in these few days. Lin Qingsong chuckled and then advised, Jessica, you are the most senior among them. Be sure to pay close attention to them when you start working. Rest assured I will. Jessica nodded vigorously, jokingly saluting, I guarantee I will accomplish the task. Upon hearing this, Jessica's eyes sparkled. After spending the last few days on site, she understood that Lin Qingsong was not a man of empty promises and was quite generous, which made her anticipate the additional compensation. As for whether everything would proceed smoothly, she believed she held a certain status among her peers. As long as the clients did not create unnecessary difficulties, there would be no issues. Regarding the 3-4 models, she deemed them manageable. As long as Lin Qingsong clarified her position among the models, they would undoubtedly comply. Furthermore, she was aware that her boss had a decent rapport with the clients. In such circumstances, if problems arose, she would have no face to speak of. Once everyone boarded the vehicle, Lin Qingsong made a detour to pick up the other 3 male models he had selected from the group. Today, not only was he heading to Sanya, but the models chosen by Heechung were also flying to another city. These 3 male models were familiar faces in the Shanghai market. So he merely mentioned that Jessica was the team leader this time, and they immediately agreed to follow her instructions on site. Typically accustomed to being the headstrong leader, Jessica suddenly experienced a different sensation upon hearing Lin Qingsong's words. As a leader, her authority was inherently recognized, regardless of whether others acknowledged her or not. This newfound sense of power brought her an inexplicable sense of joy. Lin Qingsong, oblivious to Jessica's thoughts, noticed a subtle change in her gaze towards him while his attention was fixed on a female model named AI Wa, particularly the suitcase beside her. He was curious about the toys and clothes it contained. Chapter 81. Spring and Autumn Airlines with Green Skin takes delivery of a Rolls-Royce. At Terminal 1 of Hangzhou Airport, Lin Qingsong stood beside Jessica and the others, addressing Gu Fei, the owner of Heechung. I will leave them in your capable hands. If any issues arise, please communicate with Jessica. Her Mandarin is quite decent, and she is the team leader for this trip. Understood. Gu Fei nodded, turning to Jessica and saying, You are Jessica, correct? We should communicate if any matters come up. Of course, Mr. Gu. Jessica promptly assured him, then turned to Lin Qingsong, saying, Boss, you can rest easy. With me around, there will be no problems. Due to their early departure, Lin Qingsong had only a brief chat with the group before the announcement for boarding their flight began. After watching them check in and proceed down the jet bridge, he made his way with Xiao Dao and AI Wa towards their own boarding gate. Passing by Gate 36, which was mentioned in the information, Lin Qingsong spotted the massage chairs. However, he did not hurry to claim the star card. Resolving the issue of lunch was far more pressing. It was already past 1 in the afternoon, and he was quite hungry. After surveying the few eateries available, he ultimately chose Tang Gong Soup. This Cantonese restaurant, though limited in offerings, focused on pre-prepared dishes and was among the best options available, given the scarcity of decent dining establishments on the departure level. Aside from a few beverage shops, there were noodle shops like Hifu Noodle and Kong Shifu Beef Noodles, or fast food chains such as KFC and McDonald's. The only proper restaurants were this one, Tai Hing, and a Hunan cuisine establishment. Unfortunately, AI Wa and Xiao Dao could not handle spicy food. Otherwise, Lin Qingsong would have preferred the Hunan restaurant, known for its bold flavors. They ordered several dishes and chatted while eating until after 3 in the afternoon. After finishing their meal and exiting the restaurant, Lin Qingsong unexpectedly heard a voice calling his name. Old Lin. Turning around, he saw Yang Xiaoxiao smiling and greeting him. Old Yang, your timing is a bit off. I just finished eating. No worries, we had our meal outside. Yang Xiaoxiao replied cheerfully and then introduced the person on her arm. This is Lu Ningzhu. Lin Qingsong, you should know him, right? Of course. Lu Ningzhu smiled at Lin Qingsong. We've met more than once. Observing this petite girl, who was as voluptuous as Jessica, yet only 165 meters tall, Lin Qingsong chuckled. Despite our many encounters, this is the first time I've seen you without your usual look. It feels a bit strange. Known as Little Bamboo, Lu Ningzhu had a penchant for dressing up, especially for comic conventions. Coincidentally, Lin Qingsong also enjoyed attending such events, honing his photography skills through repeated practice at these gatherings. Since he needed to add her on WeChat for photo sharing, he had done so early on, but initially, they were unaware of each other's professions. They only discovered their shared industry through a mutual friend who posted a photo of them together, thanking Lu Ningzhu and commenting on her professionalism. Lin Qingsong then realized she was a fellow industry peer and a formidable client. He had intended to develop Lu Ningzhu as a client, but upon inquiry, he found out that although she was quite capable and efficient with payments, she never collaborated with men, only with female agents. Brother Lin, this isn't formal attire, Lu Ningzhu said with a smile, swaying her outfit. This is what my favorite character, Chiharu, from Cardcaptor Sakura, wears as her everyday outfit. Wow. Lin Qingsong observed Lu Ningzhu in her large-collared dress, paired with dark shoes and matching hair clips, silently giving her a thumbs up. You are truly the most seasoned in the realm of anime. He was genuinely surprised that Lu Ningzhu even modeled her everyday clothing after characters from anime. Haha, it's not too bad. Mainly, Chiharu's outfits are indeed quite beautiful. After explaining, Lu Ningzhu's gaze shifted to AI Wa, who stood silently beside them. Brother Lin, who is this? This is AI Wa, a model for my company. Lin Qingsong briefly explained their busy schedule in Sanya. Upon hearing this, Lu Ningzhu became intrigued. She was indeed, as rumored, a member of the LGBTQ community, and upon learning that many beautiful foreign models would participate in the beauty contest, she was instantly captivated. Brother Lin, how long will your event last? Can you save me a few tickets? About 5 or 6 days. Are you interested in this? You can come to the venue, and I will lead you in. That sounds wonderful. My shoot only lasts 3 days, and I really will come afterward. Join us. Moreover, on the final day, the organizers will host a thank you banquet and arrange a yacht outing. Would you like to join? Lu Ningzhu curiously asked. Isn't such a thank you banquet typically for the organizers to express gratitude to sponsors and various media? Can we actually attend? Although she had never participated in a beauty contest, she understood that such banquets were generally not accessible to the average person. Ah, Lu Ningzhu exclaimed in surprise, Brother Lin, how can you provide contestants and thus become a co-organizer? Besides, aren't you with Qinan's company? How do you have your own? Lin Qingsong was not surprised that Lu Ningzhu was aware of Qinan's information. They were in the same circle, and both were part of the LGBTQ community. Given this context, it was hard to believe they could claim not to know each other. Because 90% of the models for the competition were provided by me, I merely run a small bag company for bookkeeping purposes, and I'm still the agent for Chigu Company. Lin Qingsong did not elaborate much, but out of curiosity, he asked her, Xiao Zhu, where are you shooting this time? If you have some free time, I would like to join the fun. He had already learned from Yang Xiaoxiao that this shoot was for Di Li Riba's advertisement, for which she had helped find a hand double and a lighting assistant. Coincidentally, before Di Li Riba rose to fame, he had met her, and they even added each other on WeChat. However, a few years later, Di Li Riba became famous, and he had abandoned that old WeChat account. Now, upon their reunion, he wondered if this exotic beauty would still recognize him. Lu Ningzhu readily shared the shooting location with Lin Qingsong and even offered to help arrange a photo opportunity with Di Li Riba. After glancing at the time and realizing it was nearly boarding time, Lin Qingsong bid farewell to a few people and made his way towards the restroom. Conveniently located not far from the massage chair area, he intended to retrieve the Xingli card after using the facilities. Upon arriving at gate 36, he promptly walked to the third massage chair in the second row. As he reached down to feel beneath the chair, his hand brushed against 3 hard cards. After brushing off the dust, Lin Qingsong proceeded to bind all of the 1,500 yuan Xing Li cards to his Starbucks account while walking. At 4 o'clock, the airport announcement began to remind passengers to board. Although the beauty pageant was somewhat underwhelming, the organizing company, the sailing company, did not skimp on arrangements. They had booked regular flights with reputable airlines instead of red-eye flights, or the so-called green-skin spring and autumn airlines. After approximately 4 hours, the plane landed in Sanya, a coastal city in Huaxia. Upon stepping out of the cabin, a wave of humidity enveloped everyone. Brother Song, the weather in Sanya is unbearably hot and humid. Xiao Dao, a typical northerner, remarked. Having barely adapted after years in his city, he now felt as if he were submerged in water upon arriving in the even more humid Sanya. Beside him, AI Wa displayed even greater discomfort, as most regions in Russia are colder and drier than the northern parts of the country. Lin, I feel like I'm suffocating. The air here is saturated with moisture. AI Wa exaggeratedly exclaimed after taking a deep breath. This climate was a trivial matter for her. Let us hurry and board the shuttle. We'll be comfortable once we're inside the airport, Lin Qingsong urged, feeling somewhat overwhelmed himself. He quickly beckoned everyone to follow. Once inside the airport, breathing the cool and dry air, everyone felt as though they had come back to life. After retrieving their luggage from the baggage claim, they all coincidentally headed to the restroom to change clothes, particularly their shoes. In a place like Sanya, not wearing flip-flops would be akin to torturing one's feet. With his toes comfortably nestled in the sandals, Lin Qingsong finally relaxed. Lin Gu, how are you getting there later? Is someone picking you up? If not, why not join us? I can have a driver drop you off. Lu Ningzhu, now in her flip-flops and pulling her suitcase, expressed her concern. She had already arranged for a driver from her crew to pick her up from the airport. As they spoke, they approached the exit. Spotting a man holding a sign for Qingmu International, Lin Qingsong chuckled and said, "The organizers have arranged someone to pick us up? All right, see you tomorrow." Lu Ningzhu, seeing her driver, smiled and bid farewell to Lin Qingsong. Yang Xiao chimed in, "Old Lin, shall we meet at the beach tonight?" "Sure," Lin Qingsong replied, shaking his phone. "We can contact each other via WeChat once we reach the hotel." 10 minutes later, standing on the road with an expression of helplessness, Lin Qingsong messaged Yang Xiao. Realizing their barbecue plans were likely not going to happen, Xiao Dao, standing beside him, looked bewildered at the sight of a smoking BMW 4 and a Rolls-Royce with its front end raised. Chapter 82. Hit by a car? Now that's showing off. Click. Lin Qingsong snapped a photo of the smoking BMW 4 with its hood raised and the scratched rear of the Rolls-Royce, sending it to Yang Xiao. Perhaps I lack the ability to ride in a Rolls-Royce. I barely sat in it for 3 minutes before an accident occurred. He felt just as bewildered as Xiao Dao and AI Wa. Just moments ago, after saying goodbye to Yang Xiao and Lu Ningzhu, he had encountered the driver waiting for him and, under the driver's guidance, boarded the specially arranged Rolls-Royce. At that moment, he thought he had struck gold by riding in a Rolls-Royce to the hotel. The organizers were quite impressive, after all. AI Wa had been incessantly taking photos with her phone even before getting in the car. Xiao Dao went so far as to negotiate with the driver and even jumped into the front seat to snap a few pictures. He even ran to the front to take a picture with the little golden man. Lin Qingsong, unable to resist, took out his phone to capture a photo and a short video of himself getting into the car to share on social media. After getting in, while he was watching the likes pour in on his social media post, the car suddenly jolted, causing his phone to slip from his grasp and fall to the ground. AI Wa, seated next to him, was thrown into his arms. Ignoring the fallen phone and the beauty in his embrace, countless thoughts raced through Lin Qingsong's mind. Damn, am I really going to hit the jackpot? No way, but I am a man with an awakening system. However, he couldn't help but wonder, if he really did hit the jackpot, would it transport him to a world with beast-eared girls? Before he could ponder further, the car stabilized. The driver in front cursed as he opened the door and stood outside, gesturing angrily behind him. Lin Qingsong turned to glance back and realized he had not hit the jackpot, but was instead hit by the BMW 4. After sending the photo to Yang Xiao, Lin Qingsong observed a crack on his phone, then looked at the two young individuals squatting by the roadside, feeling utterly speechless. He learned from the driver that the Rolls-Royce he was in had been traveling straight when the BMW 4, which was now smoking, was at fault. The woman driving was trembling, hugging her knees, while the man in the passenger seat, though scared, mustered the courage to say, "I've already called the rental company. They will handle it." Hearing this, Lin Qingsong felt even more speechless. Goodness, you rented this car? You thought you could just step on the gas and have fun, huh? Just then, a woman in a sleeveless dress, with cupping marks all over her bare back, suddenly interjected, I remember we didn't buy insurance. The driver picking up Lin Qingsong nearly burst into laughter upon hearing this. These two individuals were audacious. Renting a car without insurance was akin to inviting disaster. Lin Qingsong, at this point, no longer felt sorrow for his damaged phone, knowing it wouldn't help. If these two had indeed failed to purchase insurance, they would be facing financial ruin. Not only would they have to compensate for the Rolls-Royce, but also for the BMW from the rental company. Unexpectedly, the man proudly revealed, I had a feeling something was off, so I had the salesperson add insurance for me. Wow, brother, you're something else, the driver remarked, momentarily forgetting the collision's conflict. Lin Qingsong felt a surge of joy for his newly recovered phone. Brother, you did well. At least your house is safe. What, you bought insurance again? The woman, upon hearing those words, abruptly stood up, her emotions finally finding an outlet. She let out a piercing scream, exclaiming, how could I not know? Why didn't you tell me? Are there still more secrets you are hiding from me? Lin, what is wrong with him? The dazed AI was startled by the sudden scream. She had just been reveling in her good fortune while gazing at the smoking BMW. Perhaps she is venting, Lin Qingsong remarked, somewhat speechless. However, in the next moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The man, who had been the target of her outburst, slapped her across the face, shouting, all you do is scream. Why I told you to brake? Why didn't you listen? And when we set off, didn't I ask you to drive slowly? You kept insisting it was fine. Now that I mention I bought insurance, you suddenly get agitated. It's over. I'm breaking up with you. Damn, how could I have been so foolish to fall for you? The girl, marked with cupping scars on her back, was momentarily stunned by the slap, but quickly regained her composure. The fears stemming from the accident surged forth, and she retaliated by scratching at the man's face, declaring, how dare you hit me? I'm going all out. Witnessing this scene, the driver, Lin Qingsong, Xiao Dao, and AI instantly transformed into onlookers. Nevertheless, the driver maintained his professionalism, watching the spectacle while also calling the company to report the incident and arrange for another pickup. Mr. Lin, the company has arranged another vehicle for you, and they also asked me to extend their apologies. Upon hearing the driver's words, Lin Qingsong waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. It's fine. Just enjoy the show. Apologies are unnecessary. A few minutes later, while waiting for the replacement vehicle, the traffic police arrived. They observed the scene and felt a slight headache, not due to the luxury car collision, but rather the fight between the two individuals. The man's face was bloodied, while the woman bore bruises. Their predicament seemed far more severe than the damage to the vehicles. However, Lin Qingsong's amusement did not last long. As a Bentley approached from a distance, recognizing it as his company's vehicle, the driver immediately informed Lin Qingsong. After acknowledging with a nod, Lin asked the driver to take a photo of him with his phone, which he had purchased just a month ago and was still in pristine condition. Although he had bought a new phone, it was evident that the damage was caused by someone else, and thus, he could not expect a refund. On the road, Lin Qingsong shared the photos of the accident on his social media, and this post garnered significantly more attention than his previous one. Before reaching the hotel, he had already received hundreds of likes and numerous comments. Chapter 83. The exquisite fabric of the dress. AI was admiration for her boss. Is this the price of working on a Sunday? Just 2 minutes into the ride, and I got rear-ended. The cover featured a video of the smoking BMW with its hood raised, accompanied by a 30-second clip showcasing the Rolls-Royce emblem. Likes poured in from Peter, Vivian, Xiaoyu, Jessica, Ivanov, Elena, Chinel, Anan, Old Yang, Wenwen, Fengge, and Jiajia, while comments included Ivanov asking Lin, are you alright? And Anan expressing concern for Lin's safety. Upon observing the overwhelming response to this post compared to his previous one, Lin Qingsong decided to delete the earlier video that merely showcased the Rolls-Royce. He considered himself a low-key individual. Even riding in a Rolls-Royce was not something he would flaunt, save for sharing a post about being rear-ended. Upon arriving at the hotel, Lin Qingsong noticed the banners advertising a beauty pageant along the roadside and nodded in satisfaction. With sufficient financial investment, there was no distinction between a low-tier competition and a legitimate one. The resources available were enviable even to most established competitions. By the time they reached the hotel, it was already past 7 in the evening. A bespectacled man approached him with a smile, extending his hand. Mr. Lin, I presume? It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Lu Huayu, the marketing manager of High Sea Sailing Company, and I'm also the organizer of this beauty contest. Surprised by the circumstances of their first meeting, he continued, I heard from old Chio that your phone was damaged. I would like to extend my apologies on behalf of the company. As he spoke, his female secretary produced a brand new Apple phone, saying, Mr. Lin, please accept this. Lin Qingsong was taken aback by such extravagance. Being picked up by a Rolls-Royce was one thing, but directly replacing a broken phone without hesitation was another matter entirely. Although this competition was currently obscure, if the organizers hosted several editions and built a reputation, it could very well evolve into a legitimate international beauty pageant. Many renowned beauty contests have followed this trajectory. For instance, the World Tourism Miss Pageant was initially held solely in Delaware for its first 5 editions. Characterized by small scale and inconsistent timing, it wasn't until 1979 that it officially expanded beyond Delaware, hosting events across the United States and worldwide, gradually increasing in scale and recognition. Manager Liu, I want to be too modest, Lin Qingsong replied, accepting the phone. He recalled his recent conversation with Ivanov, saying, by the way, I have already photographed most of the models, and I will share them tonight so you can commence online promotions. The competition officially starts the day after tomorrow, but the media has already begun to generate buzz in the preceding days. The focus of this publicity will be on the hundreds of models. The organizers will select some for prominent promotion, while the rest will be showcased on the official website. The models represented a diverse array of backgrounds. For someone uninformed, merely viewing this beauty contest online would undoubtedly convey the impression of a highly diverse and legitimate international event. Of course, these individuals would only appear in promotional materials and not at the actual competition. The organizers could easily assert that all models had been eliminated, and only those who advanced would be present. His strategy was wholly embraced by the organizers, and now everything was in place, awaiting the favorable winds. That's wonderful. Mr. Lin, you haven't had dinner yet, have you? Liu Huiyu gestured toward the other side of the hotel. I've arranged everything. Shall we discuss matters over dinner? The staff will take your luggage to your room. Noticing that the staff was about to take her suitcase, Aiwa instinctively refused to let go. She felt embarrassed about the contents inside. Aiwa, let us go eat first. The staff will deliver our luggage to our respective rooms. Lin Qingsong explained briefly, prompting Aiwa to nod in understanding, albeit nervously glancing at her suitcase. Her family claimed to run a winery, but in reality, it was merely a small workshop in the village, earning meager profits. They occasionally traveled as a family, but always meticulously calculated expenses while staying at budget hotels. She had never experienced the luxurious service of a 5-star hotel, and at this moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief in her ascent to high society, coupled with the shame of potentially having her belongings scrutinized. Meanwhile, Xiao Dao had a different sentiment. He simply hoped that dinner would conclude swiftly so he could take photos and show off. Originally, Xiao Dao would merely share mundane aspects of his work life in his social circle, such as photos of the security booth or peculiar props used for filming. Due to the casual nature of his posts, which are often too trivial, he rarely received likes or comments. However, after recently studying Lin Qingsong's filming techniques from his first video, the engagement on his social media surged dramatically. Classmates, colleagues, and even occasional strangers began to shower him with likes and comments. Within a mere hour, he savored the sweetness of showcasing himself in his social circle. Now, standing before a 5-star hotel with a private beach, the urge to capture the moment and flaunt it online resurfaced within him. After conversing with Aiwa and Xiao Dao, Lin Qingsong led them alongside Liu Huiyu to a nearby restaurant. Although Lin Qingsong had visited Sanya numerous times, he still struggled to appreciate the local specialty, Qing Bouillon. In comparison to Qing Bouillon, he found the Sichuan delicacies of Bingfun and Liangxia more to his liking. Yet when it came to chicken dishes, he favored Sanya's coconut chicken over Sichuan's Ko Shuiji. After serving Aiwa a bowl of soup, Lin Qingsong turned to Liu Huiyu and remarked, Manager Liu, this chicken is remarkable. The meat is not only firm, but also exceptionally tender. Even the skin is springy, and it carries a faint coconut aroma. This must be authentic Wenchang free-range chicken. During his last visit to Sanya, he had specifically traveled to Wenchang to savor the genuine Wenchang free-range chicken. According to local wisdom, authentic Wenchang chicken must be fed a mixture of coconut and grain bran for the first half month of its life. which not only reduces its greasiness, but also imparts a subtle coconut fragrance to the meat once cooked. Paired with a dipping sauce made of sand ginger, chili, garlic, lime, and soy sauce, the flavor is simply exquisite. Unfortunately, this delicacy is only available in Sanya, as authentic versions are scarce in other regions. However, he understood that even many places in Hainan struggle to provide Wenchang chicken, let alone the numerous chain restaurants nationwide. Of course, Lu Huayu, the local, was delighted by Lin Qingsong's appreciation for coconut chicken. He spoke with a hint of pride. Our boss also adores Wenchang chicken. To ensure he can always enjoy authentic Wenchang chicken, he opened a farm in Wenchang. This chicken comes straight from that farm. Impressed, Lin Qingsong couldn't help but give a thumbs up. When could he reach such a level? Just because he enjoyed Wenchang chicken, he established a farm for it. While Lin Qingsong and Lu Huayu were engaged in conversation, Aiwa, trying coconut chicken for the first time, widened her eyes with each bite. Russians have a particular fondness for soup, often serving it as the first course during meals. Russian soups are typically laden with ingredients and are quite thick, akin to the broths found in certain regions of Jiangsu, serving as both soup and staple. Aiy consumed such soups since birth. In contrast, coconut chicken, although a hot pot dish, features a broth made of coconut water, rendering it exceptionally clear. This was her first encounter with such a dish. However, upon taking her first sip, Aiy was astounded. The sweetness of the coconut melded with the aroma of the chicken, creating a delightful blend that was not only sweet and fragrant, but also possessed a unique, refreshing quality. By the time Lin Qingsong had finished his conversation, Aiy had already consumed 4 bowls of soup. Lin, this flavor is truly exquisite, she exclaimed, finishing the last sip of her bowl with a look of astonishment. Is this really soup? Why is it so different from ours? It's so light, yet incredibly delicious. Indeed, it is soup, Lin Qingsong replied with a smile, mirroring Lu Huayu's earlier demeanor. Your soup appears thick due to the variety of ingredients, which is why we in Huaxia would refer to your Russian soup as a gong. This was no exaggeration. Russia's national soup, borscht, is a medley of various vegetables and beef. Yet, if placed before a Huaxia person, they would likely add the character for gong to it, resulting in soup gong. Is that so? Ai nodded in surprise, realizing yet another virtue of her boss, his vast knowledge. Her boss truly was impressive. Who knew that her homeland soup was considered gong in Huaxia? As they compared notes while eating, Ai ultimately concluded that if there were staples, she preferred Huaxia's soup. However, without staples, her country's gong was superior. After finishing their meal, Lu Huayu politely bid farewell, suggesting that if Lin Qingsong was free the next day, he could visit the seaside stage, assuring him that a driver would be arranged at the hotel. All right, Manager Lu, thank you for your assistance. Not at all, Mr. Lin. I wish you a delightful time. If you wish to venture out tonight, feel free to have the front desk arrange a vehicle. I've already spoken to them in advance. Lu Huayu's enthusiasm stemmed from the ease of collaboration with Lin Qingsong. Not only could they arrange all necessary personnel, but they were also able to identify and amend any oversights. This was far more reliable than the event companies they had previously engaged. As her boss put it, Lin Qingsong was akin to a factory, while those event companies were merely distributors. They were the merchants in need of goods. In this era, finding a dependable person is no easy feat. A talented agent like Lin Qingsong, who possesses connections both domestically and internationally while remaining reasonably priced, is truly a precious resource. Once Lu Huayu departed, Lin Qingsong fulfilled Xiao Dao's wish by taking several photos of the hotel and capturing some rather ostentatious shots for him. Aiwa, feeling inspired, expressed her desire to have her photos taken as well. Noting her eagerness, Lin Qingsong willingly obliged, utilizing his photographic skills without hesitation. Who knows, perhaps through Aiwa, he could attract more quality models. After finishing their photo session, the 3 of them settled onto the sofas in the hotel lobby to update their social media. Upon seeing dozens of likes on his post within minutes, Xiao Dao's grin widened, unable to contain his excitement. Haha, Songgu, your skills are incredible. Just a few minutes in, and look at all these likes. Glancing at Xiao Dao's meager 10 or so likes, Lin Qingsong turned his attention to his own post, nearing 40 likes, and decided to steer the conversation elsewhere, turning off his phone. Xiao Dao, do you have any places in mind for tomorrow? Or would you like to join me to see Li Riba? See Riba, Xiao Dao replied without hesitation. Sanya could be explored at any time, but seeing Riba was a rare opportunity. Traveling by plane can be quite exhausting. Once they returned to their room, he first turned on the bathtub faucet before opening his suitcase to retrieve his toiletries for the bathroom. Meanwhile, in the adjoining room, AI rummaged through her suitcase and ultimately selected a particularly breezy and minimalistic nightgown. Chapter 84. Do you require turn-down service? I desire a Ferrari in the sports car. After a quick rinse, Lin Qingsong hummed a tune while applying a hydrating mask to his face, then comfortably sank into the bathtub, closing his eyes to relax. Many claim that masks are merely attacks on intelligence, yet from his personal experience, he genuinely felt that his skin appeared much more radiant and clear the day after using one, looking significantly cleaner and even a shade lighter. Once, during a casual conversation with a female dermatologist, he posed a question to her. As she calmly smoked, she explained that while applying a facial mask, the aging keratin, sebum, and impurities on the skin surface are absorbed by the mask, creating a sensation of clarity. Additionally, the keratinocytes swell as they absorb moisture, resulting in a noticeable lightening of the skin. He also inquired about the term intelligence tax associated with facial masks. Since then, Lin Qingsong dedicated a day each week to indulge in a facial mask, treating it as a pampering ritual for his face. After approximately 10 minutes, feeling the water in the bathtub cooling, he rose to remove the mask and cleanse his face of the remaining essence. Ding dong. Just as he finished washing his face, his phone, resting nearby, emitted a notification sound. At such a late hour, who could it be? Curiosity piqued. He picked up his phone and saw a message from AI. Boss, are you in a room? No. Are you serious? AI. Lin Qingsong couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. We are not turtles. If a beautiful girl is presented to me, rejecting her would be akin to carrying a green shell on my back. Gazing into the mirror at the strikingly fair-faced man, he flicked his tongue and said, "Handsome, you're going to shine for the nation again tonight. My brother, rise up." After rummaging through his suitcase for a pack of gum and chewing a few pieces, he heard a knock at the door. Blowing bubbles, he walked over to open it. To his surprise, it was not AI but a hotel attendant. "Sir, would you like a turn-down service?" Observing the female attendant in gray stockings, Lin Qingsong shook his head, directly declining. "No, and please don't prepare the turn-down service for the next few days. This service, while it might sound suggestive, is actually a standard offering at luxurious 5-star hotels. Simply put, the attendant brings a good night towel, a handwritten good night card from the hotel manager, a box of chocolates, and a large ice bucket filled with edible ice. Adjusting all the lights in the room to a restful state and placing a foot mat by the bed along with drinking water and cups. Essentially, it is a service that anticipates the guest's needs. However, Lin Qingsong was not particularly fond of such services. He found them rather silly. Ideally, turn-down service should facilitate a smoother transition to bed, but often, attendants would fold towels into various shapes on the bed. While it appeared thoughtful, it merely added an unnecessary step of removing the towels before sleeping. Of course, if he were to invite a girl, he would find such services useful, as they could create a romantic atmosphere. After being declined, the attendant maintained her smile. "Sir, may I place these items inside?" "Sure." After she departed, Lin Qingsong picked up the handwritten good night card from the manager and nodded in approval. This hotel was indeed attentive. At least the card was personally written, unlike some hotels where the managers merely print them out. As he set the card down, another knock echoed from the door. This time, without any surprises, AI appeared at the threshold, donned in the hotel's white bathrobe, standing there with a delightful charm. The 16-year-old girl was at the pinnacle of her beauty, with droplets of water still on her face, paired with her alert, doe-like eyes, prompting Lin Qingsong to exclaim, "AI, you look stunning tonight." With boldness, AI stepped forward. "Really? Boss, I have something even more beautiful to show you. Would you like to see?" Lin Qingsong playfully pressed his tongue against the gum, inhaled sharply, and upon the gum producing a loud pop, he grinned and replied, "Of course." In July, the temperature in Sanya hovered around 28 degrees Celsius, complemented by a gentle sea breeze, perfectly pleasant. AI was right. She indeed had more beauty to reveal, and Lin Qingsong was genuinely intrigued. The only pity was that AI was a devout believer and refrained from any excessive behavior before marriage. Nevertheless, this did not pose a significant issue, as old Europe had long provided alternative interpretations of such doctrines. Meanwhile, on the same floor, Xiao Dao was deeply engrossed in his mobile game. his face alight with excitement as he dominated the virtual battlefield. He easily secured victory in the first round but struggled until an hour later to claim victory in the second. As he prepared for the third round, Lin Qingsong and AI were relocated, draping themselves in bathrobes and stepping out onto the balcony to gaze at the ocean before them, listening to the waves crashing against the shore. At 2 in the morning, as Lin Qingsong listened to AI while freshening up, he reclined in the bathtub, enveloped in warm water, a perfect balm for fatigue. After sipping some ice water beside him, he opened the system to check the day's intelligence. Daily Intelligence 01. Pink at noon today, the Taobao auction channel will feature a game card in a metal box, auctioned by a Jiangsu court, with a starting price of 30 yuan. Among these cards is an authentic card, the pure silver blue eyes white dragon, valued at 26,000. Wait, what? Yu-Gi-Oh? Honestly, the moment he glimpsed this intelligence, Lin Qingsong was taken aback. The value of Yu-Gi-Oh cards had soared so high. He recalled that in his childhood, he could buy a whole bunch for 20 yuan, and they all claimed to be authentic cards. What in the world was this pure silver blue eyes white dragon? How could it be worth over 20,000? Filled with curiosity, he picked up his phone to investigate further. Upon discovering that the cards he had purchased in his youth, which were claimed to be authentic, were actually counterfeit, Lin Qingsong felt a wave of disbelief. He vaguely remembered that there were 2 stores in the country, both claiming to sell authentic cards while accusing each other of selling fakes. So they were all counterfeit. Moreover, he found online discussions detailing various classifications of authentic cards, including flat cards, silver letters, surface shine, gold letters, and silver fragments. However, he had little interest in the nuances. Regardless, even if he acquired this blue eyes white dragon, he would not keep it, but rather sell it. To put elegantly, selling such items to discerning individuals is also a form of caretaking. Setting his phone aside, he continued perusing the subsequent intelligence. Xiao Dao, while enjoying the game Honor of Kings, should know that the game Earth is even more entertaining, particularly with gameplay elements that Honor of Kings could never encompass. When Brother Song has some free time, he will invite you to play. Daily Intelligence 03. Yang Xiao is sleeping with producer Xiao Zhuzi tonight, but she has been dreaming of sleeping with Lin Qingsong, and she seems quite restless in her sleep. What? Upon reading this message, Lin Qingsong couldn't help but widen his eyes. This was a solid confirmation. Xiao Zhuzi is indeed on the other side, and she is taking advantage of Lao Yang. Even if he can't see it clearly, he surely knows someone who can help Yang Xiao. People of the same kind gather together as fellow traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. He undoubtedly has his own network. Daily Intelligence 04. At 87 Jingjun Road, Haitang Bay, the Northeast Seafood Hot Pot offers an exquisite flavor, with a warm and welcoming Hunan owner. All dishes reasonably priced, and the seafood exceptionally fresh. Northeast Seafood Hot Pot Hunan owner? These words are utterly mismatched. The combination nearly left Lin Qingsong breathless. Nonetheless, he made a mental note of this intelligence and decided to visit and try it out tomorrow if time permitted. As a fervent enthusiast of hot pot, he was quite eager to discover just how delectable the northeastern hot pot, run by a proprietor from Hunan, could indeed be, to the extent that it had even made its way into the system's intelligence. The Daily Intelligence report revealed a rather intriguing tidbit. In the public beach of Haitang Bay lies a gold bar from the Republic of China era, weighing 30 grams. This revelation left him astounded. Was the system malfunctioning today? It was quite unusual to receive 2 pieces of pink intelligence in succession. Upon reading yet another piece of this peculiar information, Lin Qingsong couldn't help but sit up straight. After absorbing the details, he felt a wave of delight wash over him. This item could easily be sold as an antique. He pondered how such a treasure ended up on a public beach, yet remained unextracted. It certainly had a talent for concealment. Chapter 85. I am quite the professional. Can a Bentley also be pretentious? Fresh from her bath, AI Wa looked at Lin Qingsong, who was lounging in the bathtub, her face radiating relaxation. Boss, would you like me to assist you with your wash? Having indulged in milk to her heart's content, she was brimming with energy. No need, you should rest. We have to visit the filming site tomorrow. Lin Qingsong replied with a smile, playfully refusing her offer. It was a jest. Given his delicate constitution, AI Wa's assistance would only prolong the bathing process. All right, boss, I'll go rest then. After letting her spirit unwind, AI Wa realized that despite her high energy, every part of her body ached, as if it might fall apart at any moment. Watching the sleeping Mao Mei collapse on her bed, Lin Qingsong also exited the bathtub to rinse off. However, before retiring for the night, he compiled the materials sent by Ivanov and emailed them to Liu Huayu. The following day, Lin Qingsong was awakened by the sound of crashing waves from the balcony. Upon opening his eyes, he spotted AI while practicing yoga on the balcony, facing the sea. The pink yoga mat accentuated her fair complexion. "Good morning, boss." AI Wa greeted him with a smile. Her face turned toward him as she held the downward dog pose. The resilience of Mao Mei was remarkable. Although she felt as if she might fall apart the night before, she was rejuvenated by her biological clock and commenced her daily morning yoga routine without fail. The blue sky, the ocean, the rising sun, the sandy beach, and the towering coconut trees all contributed to a unique sense of happiness for Lin Qingsong. This lifestyle was simply splendid. After sipping the water AI Wa had poured for him, he cheerfully asked, "AI Wa, how much longer will you be? How about we hit the gym together?" It was still early, and he thought it would be better to exercise for a bit before breakfast. AI Wa was so disciplined that he couldn't afford to slack off. "That will do for now." AI Wa stood up from her yoga mat and smiled mischievously at Lin Qingsong. "Boss, are you sure you still have the energy to work out?" "Not only do I have the energy to work out, but I can also manage a morning exercise routine. What about you?" Lin Qingsong was taken aback by being teased by a girl, but he promptly stood up from the bed, demonstrating his vitality. After a playful exchange, they each grabbed a piece of dark chocolate prepared by the hotel before heading out to the gym. As they passed by Xiao Dao's door, Lin Qingsong knocked but received no response, shaking his head in resignation. Youngsters should not be indulging in sleep every day. After sending him a message, Lin Qingsong continued on to the hotel gym with AI Wa. To his surprise, there were already individuals engaged in their workout routines. It seemed there were quite a few disciplined individuals. Although AI Wa's presence drew the attention of all the men in the gym, no overly familiar scenarios unfolded. Everyone merely admired the exotic beauty for a moment before casting a respectful glance at Lin Qingsong and returning to their own pursuits. Thankfully, incidents like yesterday's unfortunate car collision were rare. "Boss, what do you plan to train today?" "I have learned from a professional coach." After a 5-minute warm-up, they stepped off the treadmill, and AI Wa looked at Lin Qingsong with a triumphant expression. She was not boasting. During her time in Russia, she had indeed sought out a female coach specializing in bodybuilding to achieve the best physique. Although she had little money, labor costs in Russia were quite low. Doing odd jobs was sufficient for her to afford a bodybuilding coach. Is that so? While Lin Qingsong also exercised, having a beautiful coach by his side felt rather pleasant. So he did not reject AI Wa's kind offer. It was worth noting that Elena had always mentioned teaching him how to swim, but ever since he met her, she had not brought it up again. Women. An hour passed, and Lin Qingsong glanced at his watch, feeling a sense of time slipping away. When a coach is present, time flies by, and with a beautiful coach, it feels as if time vanishes entirely. Before he realized it, today's leg workout had concluded. The stimulation provided by the beauty was indeed remarkable. His training load was the same as usual, yet his legs felt neither sore nor painful, almost as if he had taken a performance-enhancing substance. Had he not feared walking difficulties later, he would have pushed himself to the limit. "Boss, you're amazing." AI Wa twisted a towel to wipe the sweat from Lin Qingsong's brow, her face filled with admiration. "All right, AI Wa, it's time for breakfast." Her repeated praise soothed Lin Qingsong's soreness, but his stomach was growling, and he feared he might faint if he delayed eating any longer. As he exited, a voice within the gym murmured, "Next time, I should get a female coach." His words seemed to trigger a discussion among the others. "I want one too. The results are incredible." Indeed, even though she wasn't speaking to me, just hearing her voice filled me with energy. I must find one. I previously thought exercising was a bit dull, but now it seems I simply hadn't found the right approach. If my coach were that foreign beauty, I could probably lift the Smith machine and do squats. Unbeknownst to Lin Qingsong, his actions had sparked a desire among those accustomed to solitary workouts to seek out a beautiful coach. Meanwhile, he was observing the sleepy Xiao Dao opposite him. You cannot afford to slack off. You must commit to exercising. Otherwise, if your body becomes too weak, not only will you lack energy for work, but should a girl approach you, you want to be able to rise to the occasion. Xiao Dao scratched his head with a hint of embarrassment. Brother Song, I understand. Are you working out again tomorrow? I'll join you. While the energy for work was one thing, Lin Qingsong's last remark had certainly struck a chord with him. During his previous stint as a security guard, he had been indifferent to whether he exercised or not. But now that he was associating with Brother Song, how could he afford to remain idle? For the sake of his manhood, he was determined to persist with his workouts. After finishing breakfast at the hotel, Lin Qingsong checked the time, realizing it was nearly 11. Just as he was about to contact Yang Xiaoxiao to see where they were, his phone rang. Noticing it was Lu Huayu, he answered with curiosity. "Mr. Lin, I hope I'm not interrupting you." "Not at all, I just finished breakfast." "Manager Lu, what is up?" "Actually, it's nothing urgent. I wanted to inform you that I've received the information on my end, and we have also resolved the rear-end collision incident from yesterday. The insurance company on your end has agreed to the compensation, but due to procedural requirements, our company is preparing to advance the payment to you." Upon hearing this, Lin Qingsong was intrigued. The rear-end incident has already been resolved? So quickly? What was the outcome? He was genuinely curious about how this matter was handled, as it was his first experience being rear-ended in a vehicle. Due to the insurance purchase, the insurance company will provide compensation upfront. As for how the insurance company negotiates the primary and secondary responsibilities with the other party, we are not entirely sure. Has the insurance company capitulated so quickly? Lin Qingsong remarked with mild confusion. Logically, with so many parties involved, including car rentals and driver changes, one would expect protracted disputes. In fact, our company is quite reputable in Sanya. Oh, I see. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingsong suddenly understood. He pondered how such a matter could be resolved in less than a day. It seems that the organizer possesses considerable strength. No wonder he noticed local government entities among the co-organizers. Has he inadvertently aligned himself with a local giant? After asking many questions, Lu Huayu sensed Lin Qingsong's keen interest in gossip and added, "By the way, I wonder if you were curious, but that couple has completely broken up. It is said that both parties claim the other is entirely at fault and are preparing to file lawsuits." "Ha, they were bound to break up?" Lin Qingsong chuckled at the memory of the couple's altercation the previous night. Given how they fought, it would be unreasonable not to part ways. After hanging up the phone, Lin Qingsong shared the developments with AI Hua and Xiao Dao, and while they processed the information, he called Yang Xiaoxiao. On the other end, the sound of crashing waves was quite loud. After a few words, Yang Xiaoxiao hung up and sent him her location via WeChat. Yang Xiaoxiao, Haitang Bay Public Beach. Upon seeing this location, Lin Qingsong recalled the intel he had received earlier that morning. It appeared he need not make a special trip. He could go directly there. After informing the front desk, a Bentley soon arrived at the hotel entrance. The bellboy hurried over, opened the door, and gently said, "Mr. Lin, please get in." Xiao Dao witnessed this scene and felt a surge of pride in his decision. He had indeed chosen the right person. As for AI Hua, she too felt proud of her choice, having aligned herself with the right individual. Once everyone was inside, the driver spoke to Lin Qingsong and steadily drove toward Haitang Bay. At a corner of Haitang Bay Public Beach, Yang Xiaoxiao gazed enviously at Di Li Riba, who was chatting with clients while seated on a beach chair. Being the sweet girl that she was, she admired such stunning beauties. "Xiaoxiao, are you hot? Should I take you to the car for a bit of cool air?" Lu Ningzhu suggested once things calmed down, wiping the sweat from her brow. They were currently shooting hand models and were not too busy, making it an ideal time for a brief respite. "Sure," Yang Xiaoxiao replied, glancing at her phone. "Just in time, old Lin might be arriving soon. We can head to the parking lot to pick him up." Chapter 86. The Enthusiastic Reba, the best way to conceal embarrassment. At Haitang Bay Public Parking Lot. "Boss, the event has begun." Today marked the first day of He Cheng's event, and he felt the need to record a video to express his concern. After orienting himself, Lin Qingsong was about to head with Xiao Dao and AI Hua to find Yang Xiaoxiao when he heard a familiar voice ahead. Old Lin, dressed in a tank top and ripped jeans with a high ponytail, Yang Xiaoxiao spotted him instantly. She waved her hand energetically and dashed towards him. "Old Yang, your eyesight is remarkable." Lin Qingsong couldn't help but smile as he watched Yang Xiaoxiao run towards him like a young deer. It must be said that she possessed a unique charm that brought joy to those around her. "Of course. You sent me the navigation link, and it showed the time." Yang Xiaoxiao grinned at Lin Qingsong, who was clad in a white tank top and shorts, adorned with a slightly extravagant pendant around his neck. "Old Lin, you've arrived just in time. Di Li Riba is currently on break, and if you want to take a photo with her, now is the moment." Standing behind her, Lu Ningzhu wiped the sweat from her forehead, casting a wistful glance at Yang Xiaoxiao. Xiao Xiao, there's really no need to rush. She probably needs another hour of rest. How about this? I'll buy you both a coconut, and after you finish, I'll take you to meet her. She had just come from the set to escape the heat, and didn't want to rush back so soon. Realizing she had neglected Lin Qingsong, young Xiao Xiao turned and playfully wrinkled her nose. No rush. How about I treat you both to coconuts? Never mind, I'll cover it. Lin Qingsong chuckled, waving his hand. He then glanced at his watch and inquired, when will you all have lunch? I heard from a friend that there's an excellent seafood hot pot nearby. If you're free, I'd love to treat you to a meal. He was genuinely intrigued by the hot pot offered by a Hunan businessman specializing in Northeast seafood. However, such gatherings are best enjoyed with a larger group. Yang Xiao Xiao was a must-have companion for this hot pot outing. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Qingsong reluctantly shook her head. I'm afraid that won't work. I have to have lunch with the client in Reba. Xiao Xiao, you should go with old Lin. If it's good, we can go together in a few days. Though she too relished food as a rich second generation, she was quite ambitious and wouldn't allow her appetites to interfere with her responsibilities. All right then, Lin Qingsong shrugged. We can plan to meet up later once you're finished. There is plenty of time. After leaving the parking lot, the group walked to a nearby stall on the beach, purchasing several coconuts before reclining on the beach chairs provided by the vendor. Lin Qingsong took a deep sip of coconut water and gazed lazily at the azure sea, sipping coconut water while lounging on a beach chair. Watching the sea, this is how one should enjoy Sanya. In just a few days, your case will conclude, and then you can truly enjoy it. Lin Qingsong commented as he savored the refreshing coconut water, squinting his eyes in contentment. Being a rich second generation, Lin Qingsong not only enjoyed the refreshing coconut, but also waved her hand lavishly to purchase dozens more to use as treats on set. The vendor was elated, abandoning his stall to follow Lin Qingsong to the filming location. With this transaction, he wouldn't need to operate his stall for the rest of the day. It must be said that this act was quite impressive. As the vendor's cart entered the filming area, all eyes turned towards them, observing that the shoot had halted. Lin Qingsong cheerfully took a megaphone from a crew member and said, "Everyone, please pause for a moment." Her presence commanded respect. As her words echoed, the previously noisy set quickly fell silent. Miss Reba is treating everyone to coconut water. Those who are not busy can come and collect it. Upon hearing this, the entire crew erupted in joy. Haha, I never expected I could enjoy such perks from a star. In this sweltering heat, a refreshing coconut drink was indeed delightful. I wonder if they provide enough. I feel like I could drink too. Reba is not just beautiful, she is kind-hearted. Although it is common for stars to provide such benefits, even if they don't prepare anything, their fans often bring various goodies when visiting the set. However, since they were merely filming a small advertisement rather than a full-fledged movie or drama, stars typically don't bring items, and fans seldom visit. The shooting time is too brief for such extravagances. Not only were the crew members excited, but even those from the brand and advertising agencies showered praise upon Lin Reba, who was lounging on the beach chair, and her manager. In the eyes of the brand, it was evident that Reba's actions were motivated by the significance of their collaboration. Meanwhile, Lin Reba and her manager, observing the enthusiastic crowd and the smiling representatives from the brand, appeared somewhat bewildered. As the crowd merrily sought out vendors for coconut water, Lin Qingsong led Lin Qingsong and others to Lin Reba's side. "Xiao Zhu, what brings you here?" Lin Reba, not wanting to overhear her manager's conversation with the brand representatives, quickly bid farewell to those beside her and approached with curiosity. "I noticed someone selling coconut water and thought to treat everyone to a refreshing drink. However, given your stature, it seemed most fitting to borrow your name for this purpose." Lin Qingsong replied with a smile, to which Lin Reba realized, "Oh, I see. Then I'll give you the money." Although she was not well-versed in the nuances of social interactions, she understood that Lin Qingsong was doing her a favor and felt it inappropriate to let her pay. "Not necessary." Lin Qingsong waved her hand dismissively. "It isn't much, and besides, I have a small favor to ask of you." "What is it?" Lin Reba inquired. "My friend would like to take a photo with you when you're not busy." Seeing Lin Qingsong and the others beside Lin Qingsong, Lin Reba chuckled. "Is that all? When do you wish to take the picture? Here, or somewhere else? I have a Polaroid camera. I can have someone fetch it, and after we take the picture, I can sign it for you." It was a perfectly normal occurrence for a celebrity to be asked for photographs, a testament to her popularity. "That will be wonderful." Lin Qingsong was delighted by her graciousness. After Li Riba had taken the photograph and signed it on the back of the Polaroid, her scenes for the hand model had concluded, and it was time for her to participate in the next shoot. She bid farewell to the group and proceeded to the filming, as time was still on their side, and considering he would soon search for the gold bar buried in the sand. Lin Qingsong did not insist that Yang Xiao join him for a meal right away, but instead asked Xiao Dao and AI Hua to remain at the filming location while he slipped away to the beach. Observing the bustling sandy shore, where many children were digging with shovels, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. With such a crowd, the gold bar should have been unearthed long ago. Why was it still here? Curious, he activated his information system to review yesterday's intel. Daily Intelligence 05. Pink, a gold bar from the Republic of China era, is buried in the public beach of Haitang Bay, weighing 30 grams. Click to highlight. Following the system's prompt, he ventured towards the left side of the beach. As he walked further, the crowd dwindled, and aside from a few individuals riding beach scooters, there were hardly any people in sight. As the sand grew coarser, Lin Qingsong began to understand why the gold bar had yet to be discovered. The beach was simply too rough for anyone to venture here intentionally. However, in the next moment, a person donned in a beach hat, carrying a collection of small buckets and long tongs, emerged from the edge of the beach. Brother, are you heading to the rocky beach up ahead to catch some sea creatures? Would you like to buy some gear? Given the man's sunburnt complexion and dark attire, coupled with the saturated sand, Lin Qingsong momentarily overlooked him. He questioned, is there a place to catch sea creatures up ahead? Aren't you supposed to do that only at low tide? How can we catch anything now in the middle of the day? And what does rocky area mean? Of course, there is a place to catch sea creatures. Over there is the rocky beach. During low tide, many crabs and shellfish hide beneath the rocks. It's far more interesting than on the sandy beach. The man waved his hand at the gear he was selling. So what do you say? Want to buy some equipment to experience it? Wait for me here. Lin Qingsong had not anticipated such an opportunity. Thinking that AI Hua, Xiao Dao, and Yang Xiao would be bored at the filming location, he figured it would be better for them to join him in this adventure. After all, the gold bar was small enough to fit in his pocket without being noticed. Additionally, he was curious about what it was like to explore the rocky beach. He was not a local to the seaside, and during his previous visit to Sanya, he had never engaged in this activity, only hearing of catching sea creatures on the beach, but not on rocky shores. Upon researching, he discovered that beaches were categorized into rocky beaches, sandy beaches, muddy flats, and coastal cliff areas. The rocky beach was particularly abundant with species like Buddha's hand, mussels, and green mussels, which were much tastier than the clams found on sandy shores. With a bit of luck, one could even find various types of crabs and sea cucumbers hiding beneath the rocks. Catching sea creatures on the rocky beach sounded intriguing. Watching videos of such activities on his phone sparked Lin Qingsong's interest. He texted Yang Xiao and even shared videos of catching sea creatures on the rocky beach. Before long, Yang Xiao called him. Old Lin, Riba wants to join. As soon as the call connected, Lin Qingsong was met with an unexpected revelation. Huh, isn't she supposed to be filming? He asked, only to hear Li Riba's voice on the other end. I discussed with Xiao Zhu, and she rescheduled my scenes for the afternoon, so I have time now. Being a food enthusiast, she had never had the chance to catch sea creatures before, and certainly did not want to miss this opportunity. Before Lin Qingsong could respond, Lu Ningzhu's voice chimed in, Linda Ge, if it's convenient, please bring Riba along. She had her own responsibilities to coordinate on set, so she could only hope to join in a couple of days. After hanging up, Lin Qingsong purchased 6 sets of tools from the vendor selling equipment. Although Lu Ningzhu had mentioned she wouldn't come, he thought, what if she did? It wouldn't hurt to have an extra set, especially since the items were inexpensive. The vendor, pleased with the sale, also shared some tips for catching sea creatures with Lin Qingsong. To catch clams, you need to sprinkle salt. Sea intestines require precise digging in the right place. Sea cucumbers like to hide in crevices between the rocks, and you need to use the tongs to grab them. But you must be quick with your hands. Crabs tend to hide beneath the rocks, and to catch them, you need to grab their backsides. Clams are the simplest. Just prepare a netted basket, shovel the clams and sand into it, and rinse it in the water. After acquiring this knowledge, the vendor departed. Lin Qingsong donned gloves and curiously waded into the seawater, feeling around in the sand. Just as he was about to find something, he noticed several beach scooters approaching his direction. Old Lin, get on. Yang Xiao called out, beaming as she waved from her scooter. As a coastal dweller from Guangdong, she was adept at riding beach scooters. Lin Qingsong was not surprised by her skill, but he was taken aback to see AI Hua could ride as well. At that moment, Li Ba, wearing a sun hat and a sun protective scarf, sat excitedly behind AI Hua, animatedly chatting about something. Since her rise to fame, she had not felt such freedom in quite some time. After placing the equipment on one of the scooters, Lin Qingsong climbed onto Yang Xiaoxiao's vehicle, wrapping his arms around her waist and curiously asked AI Hua beside him, "You can ride this too?" Impressive. He gave her a thumbs up, glancing at Xiao Dao, the only other man among them, both being supported by the women. It felt somewhat awkward. Yet, the awkwardness dissipated quickly as something even more awkward unfolded. Chapter 87. Our ancestors were once wealthy. Oh, a 90s corrupt official beside him stood another individual, engrossed in capturing images on his mobile device, seemingly documenting something of significance. Could it be that the small gold bar had been discovered? Had I been outmaneuvered? At that moment, he suddenly overheard the beach scooter driver muttering, "Is this guy trying to deceive us again?" Deceive? What does that mean? Upon hearing this, Lin Qingsong could not help but cast a curious glance towards the dark-skinned driver. The individual filming was a beachcombing streamer on Douyin, yet he was notorious for his fabrications. The driver, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, "He often purchases seafood from elsewhere before filming, then pretend it was unearthed by him." As soon as he finished speaking, the man engrossed in digging exclaimed, "Brothers, look what Lao Xing has unearthed." He triumphantly pulled out a sea cucumber, thicker than 2 fingers, from the water, exclaiming, "Such a robust sea cucumber. Did Lao Xing misspeak? This place truly yields treasures." Once the video was completed, Lao Xing would surely be hailed by those fortunate enough to stumble upon it. This was indeed a genuine and vibrant seafood. Sea cucumber? Xiao Dao also caught this remark and instinctively retorted, "Is that the same sea cucumber that the national football team consumed before losing to Japan in 07, and even to Vietnam?" His comment, perhaps a bit too loud, rendered the previously animated beach streamer abruptly silent. After a brief moment of editing, the streamer addressed the cameraman before quietly departing with the large sea cucumber. This was an undeniable fact, one that could not be refuted. Moreover, given the dismal performance of the national football team, even a deceitful beach streamer would not find it appealing. One could only chuckle at the jest. How unfortunate. Why had he not considered this sooner? Perhaps it would be best to avoid sea cucumbers altogether, as their reputation had been tarnished by the national team's annual defeats. After the individual left, Lin Qingsong let out a sigh of relief. Upon witnessing that scene, his heart had nearly sunk. He had thought the gold bar had already been discovered. "Old Lin, let's begin," Yang Xiaoxiao exclaimed with excitement as she gazed at the rocky beach ahead. She too was an adept beachcomber since childhood, but had not engaged in the activity since arriving in her city. Now, confronted with the familiar rocky shore, her hands itched with anticipation. Beside her, Xiao Dao, with a small bucket and tongs in hand, exclaimed with glee, "Songgu, are we going to search for seafood here? This is going to be so much fun." Having lived inland, he had hardly ever seen the sea, let alone participated in such a recreational activity. Meanwhile, AI Hua and Li Ba remained silent. Yet their eager expressions revealed their impatience. "Let us go. Let us get started." Lin Qingsong waved, declaring, "Whatever seafood we catch today, we shall feast on it by noon. Whether it will be dry or soupy depends on our efforts." With those words, everyone swiftly made their way to the rocky beach, each pursuing their own ideas of potential seafood. Even Li Ba's manager equipped herself with gear and followed closely beside her. Initially, the manager had opposed Li Ba's beachcombing, but as merely a manager, she ultimately had to concede to Li Ba's determination. Embracing the philosophy of if you can't beat them, join them, she too let loose. Observing everyone dispersing, Lin Qingsong felt no urgency to reach the destination. He leisurely explored various spots, indulging in the thrill of beachcombing, before inadvertently wandering to the area where the previous streamer had been. Setting down his bucket, which held little in terms of spoils, Lin Qingsong scrutinized the small gold bar highlighted by the system. It dawned on him why it had never been discovered. No one would whimsically lift a moss-covered stone. Even those beachcombers who enjoyed overturning stones in search of crabs would be deterred from this particular one. The stone was not only slippery, but also seamlessly embedded in the sand, leaving no visible crevice. Given this situation, even novice beachcombers would recognize that nothing could possibly be beneath it. At most, someone might dig around the stone to see if there were any clams or sea cucumbers. Unlike the earlier streamer, who had concealed the sea cucumber beneath the sand next to the stone, Lin Qingsong found himself at a loss on how to proceed. The stone was slick with moss and clearly difficult to push aside. Reluctantly, he resorted to digging around the stone. This approach had its advantages. If anyone inquired, he could merely claim he was searching for the king of clams. After all, the king of clams could easily scurry away into the sand, necessitating continuous digging to capture it. Indeed, as Xiao Dao approached puzzled, he queried, "Songo, what are you doing?" Upon hearing Lin Qingsong explain he was digging for the king of clams, Xiao Dao, already informed, lost his curiosity. Especially when Dili Ri Ba gleefully held up a clam the size of a finger. No one questioned Lin Qingsong's actions any longer, as they all furiously dug in the sand. The thrill of seeing clams one moment and losing sight of them the next was exhilarating, as it perpetually suggested that with just one more dig, they might catch one. With no one to interrupt, Lin Qingsong quickly excavated a small gap, causing the stone to shift slightly. Under the influence of the non-Newtonian fluid that is sand, the stone gradually slid toward this gap. Lin Qingsong applied a gentle force from the opposite side, hastening the stone's movement. Fortunately, the small gold bar was not lodged in the middle of the stone, allowing Lin Qingsong to push it aside within a few minutes, reaching the edge of the small gold bar. Glancing around to ensure no one was watching, Lin Qingsong dug a few more times, and the shimmering gold bar appeared before his eyes. Bending down, he picked it up and swirled it in the water, washing away some of the grime. Gold, indeed, possesses an alluring quality. Its golden hue is simply pleasing to behold. Observing the gold bar inscribed with gold material on one side and Tianjin on the other, Lin Qingsong could not help but ponder its origin. How had this item come to be beneath this stone? Had it floated in from the sea, only to become trapped beneath the stone? Yet, upon hearing the surrounding commotion, he quickly dismissed such thoughts. Regardless of its origin or ownership, having painstakingly unearthed it from beneath the stone, it was now his by right. After all, Lin Qingsong recalled his grandmother once telling him that their ancestors had been wealthy. He assumed his grandmother was not exaggerating, for although their family had fallen on hard times, the old homestead in the countryside and the inscriptions on several stone bridges suggested that the Lin family had indeed enjoyed prosperity generations ago. Given this context, it was entirely plausible that his ancestors had left him something of value. After securing the small gold bar, Lin Qingsong glanced at his watch and realized it was nearly noon. He could no longer afford to continue beachcombing for seafood. Hastily, he opened his phone and accessed the auction channel he had previously bookmarked. A game card worth $26,000 could be snagged for a mere $30. He could not let this opportunity slip away. At approximately 11:58, his phone alarm suddenly rang. This was a reminder he had set the previous day, fearing he might forget this task this morning. Once he silenced the alarm, Lin Qingsong prepared to click the auction button while curiously perusing the details of the court auction. The description briefly introduced the owner of the game card. He summarized it: a corrupt official from the 90s with a penchant for the two-dimensional world. Sigh. Among the post-90s generation, some are fervently preparing for examinations while others have already embarked on their journeys. This individual possesses a certain caliber. Before he could indulge in reflection for too long, the auction officially commenced. Lin Qingsong, who had never participated in an auction before, placed a bid by adding a mere $1 to the starting price, testing the waters. Given that the auction had a set duration, regardless of whether others raised their bids, they had to wait until the allotted time elapsed. After placing his bid, Lin Qingsong noticed that no one followed suit, allowing him to relax and set his phone down. He turned to a few individuals engrossed in their seaside pursuits and inquired, "It's noon. Shall we go for a meal?" Yang Xiao, having frequently visited the sea during her childhood, was less enthralled by the prospect and promptly nodded, "Sure, let us eat. It's best to savor the seafood while it's fresh." Huh? Dili Ri Ba expressed some reluctance, as she has always been disinclined towards social engagements and often seeks to avoid them. It was then that she overheard Yang Xiao asking Lin Qingsong, "Old Lin, what shall we dine on later?" A genuine Northeast spicy hot pot established by a person from Hunan, Lin Qingsong replied with a cheerful smile, "What do you think? Are you eager to give it a try?" Yang Xiao could not help but exclaim, "A Hunan native opening a Northeast hot pot? How abstract. While I usually shy away from abstract hot pots, this one I truly must sample." Dealy Reba whispered to her manager, I wish to try as well. Perhaps you could say I'm feeling a bit unwell and join them for dinner later? Her thoughts mirrored Yang Xiaoxiao's. It would be a genuine pity to miss out on such an intriguingly abstract hot pot establishment. Chapter 88. Suffocated, for the system produces quality products. On the rocky beach, Reba's manager gazed at her with a mixture of exasperation and resignation. Ultimately, he nodded. I shall communicate with them. Yay, sister, I knew you were the best. Reba exclaimed joyfully, playfully charming her manager. All right, but they may not even take you along. Her manager replied, shaking his head with a hint of helplessness. Hee, they surely will. Reba responded before swiftly darting over to Lin Qingsong. With her sparkling eyes and a sweet smile adorning her lips, she said, Brother Lin, I wish to join you all for the meal. Is it all right if I come to the Northeast Spicy Hot Pot? As she approached, a faint scent of perfume mingled with the sea breeze enveloped Lin Qingsong, causing him to momentarily feel breathless from her beauty. While Elena and Ava, being Russian, also possessed an exotic charm. They were models who primarily emphasized their poise and physique. Though their features were striking, they paled in comparison to Dealy Reba, who relied on her looks. Her facial features were undoubtedly exceptional, perhaps even unparalleled. Nevertheless, Lin Qingsong, being a seasoned man, quickly regained his composure. Didn't you say you were to accompany clients for dinner? He recalled Lu Ningzhu's earlier expression of reluctance when he had invited her. Dealy Reba shrugged with a playful smile. That was the plan, but who could resist such an abstract hot pot? Ah, I see. Lin Qingsong chuckled, glancing at the slightly capricious starlet before him. Since it pertains to me, I would gladly welcome you. He mused internally, noting her apparent lack of ambition, as rumored online. Although her carefree nature was rather endearing. Let me send a message to Xiao Zhu and invite her to join us for dinner. Dealy Reba exclaimed, pulling out her phone and quickly typing a message to Lu Ningzhu. In her view, while clients were important, personal happiness took precedence. Given that her career in the entertainment industry had plateaued, she preferred to enjoy life rather than engage in relentless networking. Simultaneously, Lu Ningzhu engaged in discussions about the upcoming filming schedule, heard her phone ring, but did not rush to check it. Once the conversation concluded, she took a moment to glance at her phone. Upon seeing Dealy Reba's message, she couldn't help but shake her head. Among her circle, Dealy Reba was the most lackadaisical, exhibiting little ambition for her career. However, such a disposition was not without its merits, as it allowed for a more carefree existence. After stowing her phone, Lu Ningzhu communicated with the client. Once she received their approval, she waited a while on set, ensuring others were available to accompany the client before heading to the parking lot for the driver to take her to the restaurant. In the car, she scrutinized the location and restaurant name, growing increasingly perplexed. Northeast Spicy Hot Pot, Northeast Hot Pot. After reading it several times, she finally realized something was amiss. Should it be Northeast Barbecue or Sichuan Hot Pot? When did the Northeast boast Hot Pot? With a head full of questions, she imagined what the restaurant might be like. The food there must be delicious, she mused. Indeed, the dishes proved to be exceptionally delightful. Inside the Northeast Spicy Hot Pot restaurant, warm yellow lights illuminated the wooden tables and chairs, while the air was filled with the rich aroma of hot pot. Lu Ningzhu picked up a clam, savoring its taste with satisfaction before proclaiming, I apologize for my earlier skepticism. This establishment was undoubtedly the best hot pot she had ever tasted. Seated beside her, Dealy Reba, having extracted shrimp shells with her mouth, nodded in agreement while relishing the juicy shrimp meat. Brother Lin, this place is indeed impressive. The flavors are spot on. How did you discover it? While leisurely placing a piece of sea cucumber into his mouth, Lin Qingsong smiled and replied, a friend recommended it to me, mentioning that although the name is peculiar, the taste is genuinely commendable. It is indeed peculiar. Where in the Northeast is their hot pot? Isn't it all about barbecue? Lu Ningzhu concurred, nodding in agreement. The food may be delicious, but the name was undeniably strange. Were you all discussing? Is the food to your liking? At that moment, the proprietress, adorned in a qipao, approached with a jug of wine. The vibrant red qipao, embroidered with exquisite peony patterns, flowed elegantly as she walked, embodying grace and charm. The food is exceptional, but I must ask, why is your establishment named Northeast Spicy Hot Pot? Shouldn't the Northeast be renowned for its barbecue? Lin Qingsong inquired with a smile. Oh, what Northeast barbecue? The proprietress waved her hand dismissively, pulling up a chair to sit down enthusiastically. My restaurant has no ties to the Northeast. My husband's surname is Yu, and his first name is Dongbei, hence the name. Initially, I intended to choose a more conventional name, but my husband insisted on including his name for sentimental reasons. I considered a name change, but to my surprise, she chuckled. After adopting this name, business flourished with many patrons coming in curious about why there was hot pot in the Northeast. Why should I change it now? It has become well known, with people traveling from afar just to visit this oddly named hot pot restaurant. The group at the table was taken aback, not expecting such a simple yet humorous origin for the name. Ha! The proprietress observed their expressions and laughed, regardless of the name. As long as you enjoy your meal and appreciate our culinary skills, that is what truly matters. I have been in this business for many years, and while I cannot make grand claims, I assure you, the flavors are certainly reliable. Indeed, Li Reba nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Boss lady, your culinary skills are indeed exceptional. I absolutely adore the food, especially this broth, so fresh and spicy. It pairs perfectly with the seafood. Glad you like it. This is our homemade coconut wine. Feel free to give it a try. It's on the house, the boss lady said with a smile, gesturing towards the bottles on the table. I won't disturb your meal any longer. I hope everyone enjoys their food. By the way, Reba, you truly are stunning. As the boss lady left the private room, Reba expressed her confusion. I thought she didn't recognize me. She had anticipated a request for a photo when they first arrived, but after the boss lady arranged their private room, she left without mentioning anything about taking pictures. This had left Reba feeling a tad disappointed. However, it dawned on her that it wasn't a matter of recognition. The boss lady simply wished to let her enjoy her meal undisturbed. That thought brought a smile to her face. Well, I brought my instant camera, so I'll ask her for a picture before we leave. With that cheerful thought, she resumed her meal, finding the hot pot utterly delightful. She picked up a piece of tender beef, dipped it in sesame oil, and savored each bite, her eyes closing in satisfaction. It was decided. She would make it a point to dine here every time she visited Sanya. Lin Qingsong also found the boss lady quite intriguing, as expected from a restaurant recommended by the system. The atmosphere was vibrant, and the hospitality of the boss lady was commendable. After their meal, Li Reba did indeed approach the boss lady for a photo, and she even wrote several praises about the delicious hot pot on the back of the picture. Despite the boss lady's insistence on waiving the bill, adhering to her principle of not taking advantage of her fans, Reba insisted on paying. The meal cost over 1,000 yuan, but she rounded it up to 2,000. Originally, Lin Qingsong intended to settle the bill since he was the one who suggested the meal, as is customary. However, seeing Reba's determined expression, he ultimately surrendered, raising his hands in defeat. As they stepped outside, the golden glow of the setting sun draped the street in a warm hue. Lin Qingsong remarked to Reba, who was unabashedly burping in front of everyone, Reba, when we dine in Shanghai, please don't try to pay the bill again, or I won't take you to such delightful places. All right, as long as the food is as good as here, I promise not to insist on paying. Reba replied confidently. This was a foodie-esque vow. Due to prior commitments, Lin Qingsong bid farewell to Lu Ningzhu, Yang Xiaoxiao, and Li Rebia. Today marked the arrival of Ivanov and the models in Sanya. Although the pageant organizers had arranged transportation to the airport, Lin Qingsong, as the liaison, needed to be present to welcome them. While seated in the Bentley en route to the airport, Lin Qingsong glanced at his phone, realizing the auction was nearing its conclusion. At Sanya Phoenix International Airport, the air was filled with the salty sea breeze and the sweltering heat. At the parking lot opposite Terminal 1, Lu Huayu, the marketing department head of the Haishur Sailing Company, glanced at his watch, extinguished his cigarette, and turned to Lin Qingsong with a smile. Mr. Lin, it should be about time. Shall we head to the exit to greet your friends? Sure, Lin Qingsong replied, following suit in extinguishing his cigarette. Behind them, four neatly parked 25-seat buses were adorned with vibrant advertisements for the sailing beauty pageant. Their striking colors and dynamic designs particularly eye-catching under the sunlight. This was a special arrangement for the models, considering that besides the 20 selected models, there were an additional 50 to fill the ranks. Lin Qingsong felt a twinge of regret that the agency in Annan, although aware of the situation through Ruan Koling, was not as adept as Ivanov. They simply followed a rigid protocol of collecting fees and performing tasks without offering any advancement opportunities. Consequently, all the reserved spots would likely go to Ivanov. People cannot go against money, after all. Whether the Annan models would win depended on the judges' decisions. If they possessed true talent, they would still have a chance. As the competition, though not devoid of dark horses, was primarily organized by Haisher Sailing Company. While there were some sponsors, none held significant power besides the Chong Fei Yacht Club, which was also controlled by Haisher Sailing Company. In this context, the sailing beauty pageant was relatively fair compared to other international events with numerous sponsors. Standing at exit 3 of Terminal 1, Lin Qingsong and Lu Huayu did not have to wait long. Moments later, he recognized a familiar sound of clicking tongues. Without needing to look, Lin Qingsong knew it was Ivanov. Sure enough, within a minute, Ivanov appeared in beach shorts, beaming as he waved at Lin Qingsong. Ivanov had previously video called Lin Qingsong while the models were still being confirmed, so they were somewhat familiar with each other's faces. Ivanov's beach shorts revealed his fuzzy thighs, which looked especially hot in the weather. Lin Qingsong could not help but think that if this old Russian did not shave, he would likely faint from the heat in Sanya. "Lin, my brother," Ivanov exclaimed, embracing Lin Qingsong excitedly. "We finally meet." He then turned to the group of models, who were curiously discussing their surroundings. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is Lin, the one I told you about." Upon hearing Ivanov's introduction, the previously noisy models fell silent, their gazes fixated on Lin Qingsong. The next moment, he felt as if his ears might burst from the overwhelming noise. "Hi, are you the Lin that Ilena mentioned? You're not the one who drinks with designers like Coach and Valentino, are you? Lin, can you sign me? I'm good friends with Ivanka. She told me she'd start working in Huaxia as soon as she arrives and will be working for 3 consecutive months. Is that true? My goodness. There's actually a job that allows Ivanka to work for 3 months. Lin, look at me. I'm even better than Ivanka. Me. Lin, look at me. I love Huaxia. Can you sign me?" Ilena and Ivanka were both graduates of this modeling academy. So these models had heard various stories related to Lin Qingsong from them, and some had even watched videos of him drinking with those designers. Thus, they all knew that there was a Huaxia person named Lin Qingsong, a handsome and talented individual capable of securing top placements in beauty pageants and signing models to work in Huaxia, allowing them to start earning money immediately upon arrival. In the whispers of the models, Lin Qingsong's fame has been steadily ascending. Today, upon encountering the real person, they are all aflame with excitement. Some attempt to leverage connections. Others introduce themselves, some lavish him with praise, while a few audaciously try to place his hand on themselves. With a forceful pull, Lin Qingsong removed his hand from the model whose figure rivaled that of Ivanka and helplessly glanced at Ivanov beside him, exclaiming, "Damn it, Ivan. When will you come to my aid?" He had initially thought Ivanka was wild enough, yet he was surprised to discover even more uninhibited individuals among the models. Ivanov wiped the sweat from his brow, his face alight with mirth as he replied, "Lin, I'm merely allowing you to experience the warmth of our Russian people." Nevertheless, he understood and shouted a few commands at the group of models. "All right, you rascals, calm down a bit. Over the next few days, you will have ample opportunities to converse with Lin privately. After all, he is a teacher at the modeling school and the person in charge of this event, thus holding considerable influence among the models." Within a few moments, the noise diminished considerably. Yet, one bold woman publicly inquired, "Lin, what is your room number? I have some questions I would like to discuss with you tonight." She soon found herself embroiled in a quarrel with another. It was evident that they had been at odds since their time in Russia. Ivanov, accustomed to such antics, merely shook his head and remarked, "Lin, don't mind them. Let's proceed." Standing nearby, Lu Huayu was momentarily at a loss, his thoughts rapidly shifting. So grand, so fair, so beautiful, so noisy, so envious, so loud. "Brother Lu, let us escort them to the vehicle. The next batch of models should be arriving shortly." Hearing this, and observing the models gradually quieting down, Lu Huayu could not help but say to Lin Qingsong, "Qingsong, you must be there during the competition, otherwise we will struggle to manage them." With so many models chattering, their voices, reminiscent of a rapid-fire cadence, threatened to overwhelm him. "Do not worry," Lin Qingsong replied with a smile. Regardless of their demeanor off stage, once they are on it, they are consummate professionals. This he held with great certainty. Over the years, he had witnessed many who, despite their unruliness in private, transformed into entirely different individuals once on stage. After arranging for models to board the vehicles, it was not long before the models from Anan arrived. This airport pickup was surprisingly uneventful, even bordering on overly quiet. While the Anan models appeared youthful and curious about their surroundings, they did not create any ruckus, gathering instead in small groups to whisper amongst themselves, starkly contrasting with the previous boisterous Russians. However, this was quite normal. Anan, being part of the Han cultural sphere, has been significantly influenced by Huaxia. Despite recent efforts to diminish this connection, many cultural habits remain similar to those of Huaxia. Therefore, their reserved behavior, akin to that of the Huaxia people, is hardly surprising. Lin Day, a girl clad in Song Dynasty Hanfu, approached Lin Qingsong with a gentle demeanor. Greeting him in flawless Mandarin, "We finally meet." The same words spoken by two different individuals evoke entirely different feelings in Lin Qingsong. When Ivanov uttered this phrase, Lin felt as though he were drinking coarse Northeast porridge. In contrast, when Ruan Kailang spoke, it was a different experience altogether. Perhaps it was merely Lin Qingsong's perception, but he felt that Ruan Kailang's words carried a hint of Suzhou's charm. Her declaration of their meeting sent a sweet, sticky sensation through him. "Xiaoling, your attire is truly splendid." While Lin Qingsong was not well versed in Hanfu, this outfit, paired with Ruan Kailang's slightly heroic visage, felt entirely harmonious. Upon hearing this, Ruan Kailang beamed and replied, "Really, Lindage? This is a Song Dynasty Hanfu, paired with a Ming Dynasty waistband, a mix of my own creation. Thank you for the compliment." Lu Huayu, observing the Anan models and glancing back at the Russians who could still be heard, felt that the allure of the foreigners was merely for amusement. They still preferred the aesthetics of Asians. After arranging the Anan models onto the bus, the vehicles finally departed for the pre-arranged hotel. Along the way, these buses attracted countless gazes. Particularly, the bus filled with Russians had its windows rolled down, with passengers calling out loudly to the outside world. One even inexplicably began singing. In stark contrast, the Anan models sat quietly on their bus. Although they too had their windows open, they merely took out their phones to snap pictures. Lin Qingsong found himself reflecting on the online tests distinguishing people. He felt he could discern who was who without needing such tests. However, the ruckus caused by the Russians did yield an unexpected delight. They attracted numerous passers-by who filmed videos. Thanks to the power of social media and natural traffic, the phrase "Sonya Sailing Beauty Contest" briefly trended on the hot search list. Though it quickly fell off, it remained firmly entrenched in Sonya's local trending topics. Upon arriving at the hotel, as the staff organized the model's accommodations, Lin Qingsong resumed his conversation with Lu Huayu. "So, after this competition, if the results are favorable, will your boss fund the Sailing Beauty Contest annually?" Lin Qingsong crossed his arms, gazing into the distance at the busy staff, and inquired. He was well prepared for a long-term partnership with this organization. After all, such beauty contests carry minimal risk and abundant opportunities for profit. However, in his mind, he envisioned that, prior to establishing a solid reputation, the organizers would hold the event at most every 2 to 3 years. Initially, the organizers would likely incur losses financially, gaining only a modicum of fame. Indeed, Lu Huayu nodded with a smile, his eyes revealing agreement with the company's decisions. The boss believes that hosting the Sailing Beauty Contest not only enhances the company's reputation, but also aids in securing the qualifications for the global sailing competition. His boss prefers investing in such contests rather than on advertisements. Moreover, beyond the benefits mentioned, it facilitates networking with various social strata in Sonya. As for the specific methods of networking, he, a mere marketing manager, was not privy to. If we are losing money yet enjoying ourselves, it means the loss is worthwhile. At this point, Lu Huayu turned to Lin Qingsong, his gaze sincere. "In any case, if the outcome is favorable, we may have a long-term partnership ahead." "Huh. Then I shall rely on you, Brother Lu," Lin Qingsong replied with a polite remark. He understood that such matters could not be resolved merely by uttering a few courteous words. More would be required in private communications. Nevertheless, it was essential to express the requisite pleasantries, lest one's words fall flat. "You jest. How could I be the one to assist you, Qingsong?" Lu Huayu chuckled as he looked at Lin Qingsong. In beauty contests, the most crucial element is the people. Without the quality models you provide, this competition would falter. His words, though flattering, bore some truth. After all, with sufficient funds, one could obtain any model. However, the key lay in the fact that Lin Qingsong's models were not only of high quality, but also offered at remarkably favorable rates. Once all the models' accommodations were arranged, Lu Huayu finally breathed a sigh of relief. with over 70 individuals from diverse cultural backgrounds congregated in the same hotel. Language barriers and differing customs pose the risk of potential conflicts or mishaps that his small shoulders, as a marketing manager, could scarcely bear. Just as he was about to leave, Ivanov appeared seemingly out of nowhere. He approached Lin Qingsong, his upper body drenched in sweat and his sturdy legs striding forward. "Hey, Lin, do you have time tonight? I'm planning a little gathering in my room. Everyone is quite excited, and we need a grand revelry to release some pent-up emotions." Lin Qingsong widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at Ivanov. "Is this serious? This is hardly a serious matter." In the hotel lobby, Lin Qingsong looked at the grinning Ivanov with a resigned expression. "Ivan, this is not Russia. While normal activities are acceptable, you must not engage in any nonsense. Furthermore, we have a rehearsal tomorrow. Do not let this triviality interfere with the important matters at hand." He had ample time to indulge, but he certainly did not wish to be reduced to a bland existence. Naturally, if he were abroad, that would be another story. "Lin, what are you thinking? This is indeed proper. It's merely a gathering for drinks," Ivanov exclaimed, his eyes wide with surprise. "What else did you expect?" After a moment of reflection, he added with a mischievous grin, "You didn't think it was that kind of party, did you? Hee, we do have those, but in your country, that would definitely not be permissible. When you come to Russia, I'll take you there." "Ivan, are you doing this on purpose?" Lin Qingsong observed the playful smirk on Ivanov's face, feeling speechless. "Normal activities are fine, but you absolutely cannot delay tomorrow's rehearsal. Rest assured, that will not happen," Ivanov assured him with a serious demeanor. "Do you not trust us Russians? The more significant the occasion, the more we drink to maintain our composure. Alcohol is our tranquilizer." Lin Qingsong found himself at a loss for words, as it was indeed true about the Russians. He recalled a video he had seen, where a Russian pilot took a swig from a bottle of liquor before stating, "I need a few sips to calm down." While they truly do use alcohol to steady themselves, the effectiveness of such a method remained questionable. After all, passengers would spontaneously applaud upon landing with Russian airlines, clearly indicating that even the Russians recognized their pilot's unreliability. At 4 a.m, Lin Qingsong lay beside two unfamiliar Russian women he had met only that day, and he could not help but reflect on Ivanov's notion of propriety. Yes, it was indeed proper, but regrettably, the people involved were anything but. Damn, they are intent on drowning me in alcohol. Even though the models would consume a bottle, he only needed a sip, yet the sheer number of them, coupled with their drinking prowess, proved overwhelming. Had it not been for his own commendable tolerance, he might have found himself surrounded by a throng of Russian women instead of just two. With a heavy sigh, Lin Qingsong exhaled the lingering scent of alcohol and absently rubbed his waist, yearning for his treasured Hubiengio. Alas, why doesn't Team I's system have a marketplace like those in novels? Otherwise, I would certainly procure items like a titanium alloy kidney or an indestructible waist. He stood by the window, raised a glass of water, and cleared his throat before curiously checking today's intelligence. Daily Intelligence 01. Blue in the parking lot of Sanya Phoenix Airport. There is a motorcycle that has been abandoned for years. Inside the storage compartment lies a small safe with the code 776875, containing a sum of foreign currency valued at 5,000 yuan. A blue intelligence? It had been days since he had seen one. Upon reading the details, he found himself pondering why so many abandoned vehicles remained unremoved. Beyond parking lots, he could spot these dilapidated cars scattered throughout streets and neighborhoods. Driven by curiosity, he approached the cabinet and picked up his phone to look up regulations regarding abandoned vehicles. After a while, Lin Qingsong realized that there were no clear laws governing abandoned vehicles in the country. In such circumstances, many enforcement agencies faced the awkward situation of not being authorized to act. Many had complained online, stating that a car had been parked in their complex's lot for nearly 3 years. Yet numerous authorities claimed they lacked enforcement power. Additionally, the cost of handling abandoned vehicles was exorbitant. Some had been parked for so long that towing was the only option, but in narrow spaces, manual relocation was required. After moving them, finding a place to park and arranging for supervision added to the complexity. All these costs had to be borne by the department responsible for implementation. And naturally, no agency was eager to take on such tasks. Moreover, once these vehicles were towed, relevant agencies had to issue lost and found announcements. And it would take 6 months before a vehicle could be deemed unclaimed, followed by 9 to 10 months to complete the scrapping process. In essence, Addressing an abandoned vehicle required not only substantial budgetary resources, but also significant manpower, materials, and time. Ultimately, the result was that this issue was either intentionally or unintentionally overlooked. Having resolved his curiosity, Lin Qingsong mused that if someone were intent on causing trouble, they could easily hire a few individuals to park scrapped vehicles in front of his house or parking space. Daily Intelligence 02 at 8 in the morning. A recycling station at the corner of Fengtan Road will receive a pile of old books, including a hand-copied local chronicle from the Qing dynasty, which records some rare folk customs. Lin Qingsong recalled a casual conversation with Lu Huayu, who had mentioned that his boss was quite enthusiastic about participating in various folk activities. Relationships are built over time, and he had been contemplating what to gift Lu Huayu in the coming days. His intentions were twofold: to prepare for next year's beauty pageant and to consider his boss Fu Changfei's chicken farm, which produced food specifically cultivated to satisfy the appetites of wealthy patrons. While it may not compare to the exclusive provisions once offered at 34 Donghuimen Street, Lin Qingsong believed it would not fall far short. Setting aside the long-term collaboration for the beauty pageant, he hoped to establish a lasting partnership with Fu Changfei's chicken farm, ensuring that he could enjoy authentic coconut chicken meals each year. Now, with this intelligence at hand, Lin Qingsong realized precisely what he should gift. This item would not only endear him to Lu Huayu, but also allow Lu Huayu to shine in front of his boss. What better gift could there be than a hand-copied local chronicle from the Qing dynasty that recorded rare folk customs? Lin Qingsong resolved to visit the old bookstall first thing in the morning to acquire this precious manuscript. Daily Intelligence 03. During an evening social event, Delai Reba remained preoccupied with thoughts of that fiery hot pot restaurant. She was curious whether Lin Qingsong could truly take her to such a culinary establishment if she visited her city. Upon reading this intelligence, Lin Qingsong could not help but chuckle. He and Delai Reba shared certain similarities, particularly in their appreciation for food. Next time he enjoyed Wenchang chicken, he could invite Reba to join him in sharing the experience. After all, it is far more enjoyable to relish good food in the company of someone who shares the same passion. Similarly, if a child's parents are food enthusiasts, the child is likely to develop a fondness for meals in such an environment. Conversely, if the parents lack an appreciation for food, it is improbable that the child will enjoy dining either. The atmosphere often plays a significant role. When Reba dined, there was an ambience that made the food seem even more delectable. Daily Intelligence 04. Wan Keilang was delighted to receive praise from Lin Qingsong for her choice of hanfu. Yet she lamented that the hot weather in Sanya prevented her from wearing many beautiful hanfu outfits. Otherwise, she would have liked to change into a different hanfu every day. This Annamese model was quite intriguing. As Lin Qingsong envisioned Wan Keilang adorned in hanfu, images of Tang dynasty attire suddenly floated through his mind. In the next moment, he found himself shaking his head. Her appearance on the model card was not suited for Tang attire. Only with a girl like Fan Binbin can one truly capture the splendid essence of the prosperous Tang dynasty. Her physique perfectly suited for the attire of that era. Although Wan Keilang possesses a somewhat heroic visage, it remains predominantly gentle, and coupled with her physical limitations, she is more fitting for contemporary hanfu. Upon turning his attention to this piece of information, Lin Qingsong nearly burst into laughter. To claim that two hairy legs are a source of pride is absurd. If that were the case, then surely even a gorilla would be a paragon of pride. In any case, if he does not tend to those hairy legs tonight, the sun in Sanya tomorrow will undoubtedly teach him a lesson. Surprisingly, the weather is not excessively hot today, and since Ivanov arrived in the evening, it is even more bearable. Yet despite this, he is already sweating profusely. The weather forecast indicates that tomorrow will be hotter than today. Those hairy legs may very well get scorched by the sun. After perusing all the information, Lin Qingsong could not resist stretching lazily. While the news today was limited and the last three pieces bore little significance, they were nonetheless quite amusing. To be honest, he sometimes preferred refreshing such human-related tidbits rather than encountering mundane or frivolous information. After all, reading such information often grants Lin Qingsong a hidden pleasure akin to peeking into the lives of others. Of course, he still requires that specific information pertaining to mundane matters. Casting a glance at the two hairy girls who had already drifted into slumber, Lin Qingsong yawned and climbed into bed. At 6 o'clock, he awoke to the sight of the ceiling, not roused by an alarm. Lin, let us freshen up. He gestured casually to indicate that the two girls could make themselves comfortable, then rolled out of bed. Although the news indicated that the recycling station on Fountain Road would not begin accepting old books until around 8, he still had a 20-minute journey to cover. Furthermore, with rehearsal scheduled for 10 o'clock, he could not afford to dawdle. In approximately 10 minutes, Lin Qingsong completed his morning routine. After bidding farewell to the two girls still engaged in their grooming, he made his way to the breakfast hall on the ground floor for a quick meal before ordering a ride to Fountain Road. Chapter 91. The Grand Unveiling. Although Liu Huiyu had long arranged for a Bentley to be at Lin Qingsong's disposal, he was not about to indulge in extravagance. He was there to seize a bargain, not to be taken advantage of. Arriving at the recycling station in such a luxurious vehicle would be akin to donning a suit to shop at a market, clearly inviting exploitation. If he were to arrive in a Bentley, the shopkeeper would surely seize the opportunity to charge him exorbitantly. This was merely the risk of being overcharged. The shopkeeper might even think, upon seeing him in a Bentley, that there could be something valuable among his old items. The proprietor might not even consider exploiting him and simply refuse to sell. Thus, he decided to take a ride-hailing service nearby and walk the rest of the way. This way, he would avoid being overcharged. While many claim that taxi drivers enjoy chatting as a stereotype, most drivers Lin Qingsong encountered truly did relish conversation. Hey, did you know your hotel is quite popular right now? Many models are staying there. It was apparent that this ride-hailing driver was also a talker. Last night and today, those models have been all over social media, especially those girls. Their figures are simply stunning. I wonder what will become of those models after the competition. Hearing the driver's envious words, Lin Qingsong could not help but widen his eyes, his expression a mix of confusion. Why was he being insulted while simply enjoying a ride? Handsome, do you also stay at that hotel? Have you seen those girls? Aren't they all exceptionally beautiful? He silently added in his mind, not only beautiful, but also incredibly proactive. Ah, I truly envy those guys. The driver sighed heavily. If I could, I would gladly spend a night with 5 of those girls and then be rewarded with another 5 the next day. If Lin Qingsong were aware of the driver's thoughts, he would undoubtedly give him a thumbs up. Dude, you're ambitious. 5 girls and then another 5 the next day? Do you think you're Yuan, capable of handling 10 at once? 2 days in a row, just 2 would be enough to wear you out. We are human, not iron bulls or pillars. Even if one were a pillar, those passionate and wild girls could turn you into a mere needle. As the driver continued to chat idly, Lin Qingsong soon spotted the sign for Fountain Road. Hey, see that crooked coconut tree ahead? The recycling station is right beneath it. After parking at the designated spot, the driver smiled and said, Handsome, I arrived a bit early. Also, I see you are a successful person and staying at that hotel. If you have the chance, please take me along next time. Consider it my contribution to the country. What? Lin Qingsong stared at the driver, momentarily taken aback. You truly are a talent. You wanted to take you along? However, considering he had arrived early and saved him some money, he thought to himself that he might begrudgingly help him out tonight. Watching the ride-hailing car drive away, Lin Qingsong felt fortunate. As he strolled along Fountain Road, observing the sparse figures, he could not help but envy the locals. Truly, this province is renowned for its laid-back lifestyle. Now, at past 8, only a few elderly women carrying bamboo baskets meandered along. Had he been in the bustling metropolis, the streets would be filled with weary commuters, their faces etched with fatigue as they hurried towards their workplaces with breakfast in hand. Following the system's directions, Lin Qingsong easily located the recycling station, though its sign appeared somewhat worn, reading Corner Recycling Station. At the entrance, boxes piled up to half a person's height, and a cat lay dozing atop them, lazily flicking its tail upon noticing a visitor. The proprietor, a typical local from Sanya, held a cigarette between his fingers, chewing on betel nut while scribbling something on a piece of paper with the other hand. A few gambling slips were spread across the table, clearly indicating the private lottery numbers being calculated. This is a hallmark of Hainan culture. In the words of the Hainanese, Lin Qingsong knew. They rise early to place their bets, have a meal, take a nap, and in the afternoon, they meander back to place more bets. Throughout their day, they are inseparable from betel nuts and gambling slips. Handsome, what brings you here? The recycling station owner, his mouth full of betel nut, looked at Lin Qingsong with curiosity. Do you have any old books? Lin Qingsong inquired directly. A treasure hunter, are we? The owner, with his betel nut-stained teeth, responded, You've come at just the right time. I just received a batch of old books. They're piled up over there. Feel free to take a look. Inside, the dim light mixed with the musty smell of old paper enveloped him. Stacks of old books loomed in the corner like small hills, their covers peeling and some bound with twine. Although Lin Qingsong had spotted his target, he leisurely perused the selection, both to avoid drawing attention and because he understood that the information he had was not particularly comprehensive. There might be something even more valuable hidden among these old tomes. Unfortunately, he was not well versed in ancient texts, and after sifting through them for quite some time, he failed to uncover anything of note. With no other option, Lin Qingsong reluctantly took the hand-copied local annals from the Qing dynasty, along with a copy of Cheongzhou Fuji and a tattered cookbook, stacking them atop the manuscript. "Boss, how much for these 3 books?" he inquired. The proprietor, engrossed in calculating the patterns of illegal gambling, casually glanced up and replied, 10 kwai, and they're yours." Upon hearing this, Lin Qingsong did not haggle and promptly scanned the payment. After settling the bill, he noticed the words "instant wealth" embossed in gold on the owner's phone case and could not resist asking, "Brother, do you ever win while calculating these codes?" The owner chuckled. "Of course, I won a few dozen kwai just yesterday." He continued, "You seem quite straightforward. I'll be receiving another batch of old books tomorrow. If you're interested, feel free to come by." "All right, but I might not have the time tomorrow," Lin Qingsong replied with a smile before departing. If the information did not refresh, he certainly would not spend his time aimlessly searching for treasures when he could be enjoying a restful slumber with a fragrant companion. Alternatively, he could hit the gym to invigorate himself. Curious about the manuscript, Lin Qingsong flipped through it for a while, ultimately realizing that he could barely comprehend half of the characters. Having only received education in modern simplified Chinese, he found the traditional characters and classical Chinese somewhat baffling, recognizing only a few scattered phrases, references to the marriage customs of the Danjia people, mediating through fishing songs, and mentions of a severe drought in the 3rd year of Guangxu, with villagers crossing the sea using coconut shells, filled the pages. He decided that such ancient texts were best left to specialists. As he passed a nearby alley, he suddenly heard the sound of an excavator. Intrigued, he ventured inside, almost tripping over a stone. Just as he was about to kick it aside, he noticed faint inscriptions upon it. Picking it up and examining it in the sunlight, he discovered it was a blue brick with the words Yizufu etched into its surface. Yazhou, wasn't it the ancient name for Sanya? He thought to himself, could this blue brick also be an antique? Compelled to see what the excavator was demolishing, he approached closely only to discover it was tearing down an old house on the verge of collapse. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the bricks from the debris bore no inscriptions. Moreover, he overheard the surrounding individuals remarking that although the house was old, it was not as ancient as he had imagined. It had been constructed in 1969. Hearing this, Lin Qingsong glanced at the blue brick concealed behind his books, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. If the house was built in the early years of the Republic, where did this blue brick originate? Regardless, he decided to keep it for now. Who knows, it might be an antique. Upon arriving at the hotel, he found Lu Huayu in the company of a middle-aged man clad in Tang attire, speaking with a Minnan accent. "Qingsong, you've arrived just in time," Lu Huayu exclaimed upon spotting Lin Qingsong. "Let me introduce you. This is my boss, Fu Zong, who is also the initiator of this competition." He then turned to Fu Changfei, saying, "Fu Zong, this is Lin Qingsong, the owner of Qingsong International, and he is responsible for the competitors' affairs." Fu Changfei extended his hand with a smile. "Greeting, Mr. Lin. You are quite accomplished." Lin Qingsong replied, "You flatter me. I'm just making a living." As he shook hands with him, he had not anticipated meeting the influential figure behind the sailing competition today. In that moment, Fu Changfei noticed the items Lin Qingsong was carrying. Curiously, he remarked, "Mr. Lin, is that a hand-copied local annal from the Qing dynasty in your bag?" The bag was not large, containing only the blue brick and barely accommodating the 3 books, resulting in the cover of the local annal being prominently displayed. Fu Changfei, who possessed a wealth of ancient texts at home and had a deep understanding of traditional characters and rare books, immediately recognized the manuscript as a hand-copied local annal from the Qing dynasty. "Excellent eye, Fu Zong. I just acquired this," Lin Qingsong replied, presenting the local annal for Fu Changfei's appraisal. Initially, he intended to gift it to Lu Huayu for the latter to present to Fu Changfei. But since they had encountered each other, there was no need for such complexity. "Then I shall not be polite." Fu Changfei, disregarding Lu Huayu's eager anticipation, began to flip through the pages. After examining a few, he smiled and said, "Mr. Lin, you've stumbled upon a treasure. This is the hand-copied local annal from the Qing dynasty, with many contents dating back to the Yuan and Ming dynasties." Lin Qingsong had thought it merely contained records from the Qing dynasty, unaware that it was a manuscript of earlier local annals transcribed by Qing scholars. This discovery held far greater value than he had anticipated, especially given the severity of the literary inquisition during the Qing dynasty. Many texts from the Yuan and Ming periods have been destroyed, making the survival of this hand-copied manuscript quite remarkable. However, its true worth lay in its cultural significance. In the hands of those who value it, it could be immensely valuable, while for others, it might merely be an inconsequential ancient text. "You seem quite knowledgeable about such matters, Fu Zong," Lin Qingsong remarked. "How about I gift it to you? How could I accept such a precious book without having earned it?" Fu Changfei, though tempted, declined. To gift a treasure to someone who appreciates it is a noble act. Yet I am but a common man. It would be a waste for this book to be in my possession. Lin Qingsong paused momentarily before continuing. "Besides, I must admit, I am quite envious of your cherished Wenchang chickens. If you truly feel uncomfortable, perhaps you could give me a few of those? Gifting ancient texts to you, a connoisseur of literature, while culinary delights are bestowed upon me, would be a win-win." "Ha ha, I didn't expect Mr. Lin to share my love for food." Fu Changfei laughed, no longer insisting on refusal. He turned to Lu Huayu and instructed, "If Mr. Lin needs anything in the future, ensure he receives as much as he desires." "Understood." Lu Huayu nodded in acknowledgement. As Lin Qingsong observed Fu Changfei in his Tang attire, pondering his expertise in antiquities, he decided to inquire if he could also have the blue brick, which had nearly caused him to stumble. "Fu Zong, I have another item. Would you mind appraising this as well?" Lin Qingsong said, retrieving the blue brick from his bag. Lu Huayu was taken aback, noting, "Is that a brick?" To be honest, he had not seen one in ages. However, Fu Changfei exhibited little surprise. He merely instructed Lu Huayu to hold the hand-copied manuscript securely before taking the blue brick into his hands. After a brief examination, he confidently stated, "Based on the inscriptions and style on this blue brick, I estimate that it dates back to the Ming dynasty, likely from the ancient city walls." His certainty stemmed from having similar blue bricks in his own collection. Observing the blue brick alongside the hand-copied manuscript, Fu Changfei remarked, "Mr. Lin, your luck seems extraordinary. Merely venturing out has led you to acquire two remarkable treasures." "Just a stroke of luck," Lin Qingsong replied with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. "Luck is a form of skill." After Fu Changfei finished speaking, he looked at the bustling crowd ahead and expressed hope that this event would conclude perfectly, benefiting from Lin Qingsong's fortunate streak. Most people in the world prefer to associate with those who are fortunate, and Fu Changfei was no exception. Upon learning that Lin Qingsong did not wish to keep the blue brick, he proactively contacted the local cultural relics department in Sanya. Ultimately, this historically significant blue brick was purchased by the department for the substantial sum of 3,000 kwai. Lin Qingsong felt quite pleased, having expected only 500 kwai in a banner as a reward. Of course, Lin Qingsong also informed the cultural relics department that he had seen an old house being demolished at the location where he found the blue brick. It is possible that this blue brick had been overlooked during the demolition. After all, the old house might still harbor some artifacts. With the assistance of Fu Changfei, matters progressed quite smoothly. Upon learning of this news, particularly after witnessing the actual blue brick, the personnel from the cultural relics department immediately contacted the municipal authorities. Such matters, which pertain to their political achievements, certainly prompted a swift response from them. After addressing the blue brick situation, Lin Qingsong refocused his attention on the rehearsal for the beauty pageant. It must be said that Ivanov indeed possesses considerable skill, with him present to maintain order. The rehearsal proceeded exceptionally well. That evening, in an effort to ensure everyone remained in optimal condition, Lin Qingsong chose to sleep alone in his bedroom, resolutely declining Eva's invitation. "Eva, I cannot allow my personal desires to affect your performance in tomorrow's show," Lin Qingsong stated earnestly. "Tomorrow is your first official performance, and I hope you can present your most perfect self." Upon hearing these words, Eva excitedly embraced Lin Qingsong, exclaiming, "Boss, you are truly so considerate." After Eva departed, Lin Qingsong quietly made his way to the hotel's first floor. I need to undergo this 180-minute essential oil treatment, he declared. The technician must possess excellent skills and considerable strength, preferably with some knowledge of traditional Chinese massage techniques. After articulating his requirements to the person in charge of the area, Lin Qingsong finally reclined comfortably on the bed. The following day marked the third day of the Miss Sailing Beauty pageant, which was also the night of the grand finale. The champions and runners-up would be selected that very evening. Leaning against the audience seats, Lin Qingsong engaged in casual conversation with Lu Ningzhu and Yang Xiaoxiao, feeling somewhat bored. As a co-organizer, he was qualified to sit on stage as a judge, but having grown accustomed to leisure, he declined the opportunity for glory. Being a judge was nowhere near as comfortable as being an audience member. Sitting on stage under scrutiny made it impossible to daydream or relax without being noticed. It was far more pleasant to chat with Yang Xiaoxiao and the others. What surprised him was that Fachang Fiai had invited several leaders to this event. Judging by their expressions, this competition seemed to represent a significant political achievement. However, this held little relevance for him. He and Yang Xiaoxiao had been out for quite some time, and many brands in the Shanghai market were already preparing for the Fashion Week. Numerous interviews could be conducted in a single day, although initially, they were mostly with lesser-known brands. Nevertheless, participating was a success in itself. Old Lin, I heard that Coach will be interviewing models in 2 weeks. Has Peter shared any insights with you? Yang Xiaoxiao inquired, sitting beside Lin Qingsong while watching the competition unfold. He did mention something, Lin Qingsong replied, somewhat surprised by Peter's message the previous day. Oh, Yang Xiaoxiao's interest was piqued. What did he say? Is there some kind of insider information? Not only Yang Xiaoxiao, but even Lu Ningzhu, who was not part of their industry, became curious. She had heard that this Peter was a newly appointed designer at Coach and had a good relationship with Lin Qingsong. However, she had not anticipated that such an important event as Shanghai Fashion Week would be disclosed to Lin Qingsong. Insider information or not, Lin Qingsong said, bemused. You are well aware of the interview process for Fashion Week. It could involve 1, 2, or even 3 rounds, all depending on the model's hard skills. What did Peter mention to you? Yang Xiaoxiao asked, her brows slightly furrowed with curiosity. Hey, Lu Ningzhu interjected, intrigued by their conversation. Wait, what do you mean by model and supermodel? I don't recall you mentioning this before. Lin Qingsong glanced at Yang Xiaoxiao. Shall I explain, or would you like to? Let us do it together. I only have a vague understanding myself, Yang Xiaoxiao suggested, turning to Lu Ningzhu. Little Zhu, the so-called model is a simplified classification within our industry. How is it classified? Lu Ningzhu, having watched the competition for an entire morning, found her attention waning. She had not realized that models had a hierarchical classification. The mainstream classification typically includes wild models, semi-professional models, and supermodels, as well as chief models, Yang Xiaoxiao explained. This is merely the mainstream classification. Models like Jinny Yang Niang have transcended these levels. Is Jinny Yang Niang the one who is said to be worth $450,000 for just one runway step? Lu Ningzhu, being in the entertainment industry, was somewhat familiar with stars whose influence extended beyond the modeling world. Indeed, she belongs to that level, Lin Qingsong added with a smile. Others of the same caliber include Claudia Schiffer and Maria Carla Biscono. This classification is based on professional skill level, industry recognition, and commercial value. While models are the easiest to understand, there are those who have not signed with any company and take on jobs independently. Due to the low entry barrier, they are abundant and occupy the lowest tier, Yang Xiaoxiao continued. Lin Qingsong interjected, while there are exceptional wild models, most lack systematic training, leading to unstable incomes. Their earnings per event typically range from 300 to 600 yuan, while advertising work usually pays around 1,000 to 1,500 yuan. Most of those on stage now likely fall into this category, Lu Ningzhu realized, understanding why Yang Xiaoxiao was so focused ahead. Exactly. And that is why many of those models are particularly enthusiastic towards me, Lin Qingsong chuckled. Because I can sign them, but once they do sign with an agency, they classify as models. These are the signed models who have yet to receive industry awards, often referred to as junior professional models. They generally receive basic training, so their earnings per event range from 2,000 to 3,000 yuan, while advertising rates are usually hourly. The only downside is they must comply with company arrangements, Yang Xiaoxiao explained. Oh, so your company's models are mostly in this category? Lu Ningzhu pondered. Indeed, Lin Qingsong nodded. Next are the models, the most competitive tier, consisting of either seasoned professionals or those who have won minor awards. Does this competition count? Lin Qingsong asked, already suspecting the answer. This beauty pageant, being the inaugural event, was merely a beauty contest. However, to her surprise, Lin Qingsong nodded. After this competition, the champions and runners-up can be considered models in their country, though certainly not in our own. Really? That counts? Lin Qingsong exclaimed incredulously. Although she refrained from labeling it a chicken contest, Lin Qingsong understood her meaning. In any case, from an international perspective, it was a beauty pageant hosted by the world's second-largest nation, and the press releases from domestic media reflected the competition's influence. This was also why he, alongside Ivanov, could continue to thrive in the business of selling rankings and various titles. All right, Lin Qingsong conceded. So models are those who have won awards in competitions? Correct. Models and supermodels are those who have received significant accolades, while chief models are recognized as top tier within the industry, typically being the main models at various international fashion shows, Lin Qingsong concluded, adding, models and supermodels rarely attend casting calls. They're usually invited by the brands, and, at most, they may be asked to try on outfits, whereas current invitations have already been sent out. So, Xiao Zhuzi, you can imagine my astonishment upon hearing Yang Xiao's words. Lin Qingsong curiously glanced at Lin Qingsong and inquired, Brother Lin, was it Peter who extended the invitation on your behalf? In Chapter 93, titled Unable to Redeem, The Feigning Illness of Di Li Riba, it was noted that previously, CUN2 had participated in the new product showcase of Coach, during which Peter had promised to prioritize selecting these models. However, this was not absolute. After all, Lin Qingsong had witnessed moments before the runway show when models could be replaced. A Russian model claimed the third place, gracefully strutting towards the stage in 10-centimeter heels to accept the trophy from a host. Lin Qingsong was not surprised by this outcome, as he had personally liaised with the organizing committee regarding her ranking. It was Eva's ability to reach the finals and secure the second place that caught him off guard. Although there was another domestic model on stage, Lin Qingsong was aware that the domestic model was already predetermined to be the champion. Regardless of the audience's voting, it was clear that Eva would merely secure the runner-up position. As the saying goes, the thoughts of the voters are inconsequential, for they cannot decide anything. What truly matters is the perspective of those counting the votes, as they are the ones who hold the power. As expected, the host ultimately announced the beautiful domestic model as the champion, while Eva took home the title of runner-up. This was enough to elate Eva, who stood on stage with reddened eyes, tears welling at the corners. Although Lin Qingsong perceived this competition merely as a lucrative venture for models like Eva, it represented a shortcut to fame. With the title of runner-up, her value could potentially double, elevating her from a mere model to a star. All of this was granted by Lin Qingsong. She was no fool. She understood that her achievement was not solely due to her own efforts, but rather a favor bestowed upon her by the organizers, acknowledging Lin Qingsong's influence. Once the competition concluded, Fu Changfei took to the stage to deliver his speech, clad in a tang suit embroidered with golden dragons, striding towards the backstage. Lin Qingsong bid farewell to Yang Xiao and Lin Qingsong before departing from the audience. Brother Fu, he called out, and upon hearing Lin Qingsong's voice, Fu Changfei turned with a smile. Qingsong, how do you find my surprise? Ever since discovering Lin Qingsong's extraordinary luck in unearthing 2 antiques in a single day, he had sought information in the Shanghai market and realized that Lin Qingsong's fortune was not merely good, but exceptional. One could win first prizes simply by getting a massage, and his work was sailing smoothly, with a constant stream of projects and clients eager to refer him. Faced with such a fortunate individual, Fu Changfei decided it prudent to cultivate a friendship, hoping to glean some of that luck. Brother Fu, your surprise is indeed monumental. You've transformed Eva from a newcomer into a rising star. Lin Qingsong expressed sincerely. While the outside world regarded the Miss Sailing Beauty pageant as a trivial event, Lin Qingsong knew that apart from the competitors, Fu Changfei had meticulously orchestrated the event to mirror that of an international beauty competition, both in process and in official and media representation. Thus, Eva, as a newcomer, attaining the runner-up position significantly elevated her starting point. As long as you enjoy it, Fu Changfei said, patting his shoulder with a hint of bravado in his Minnan accent. Don't forget about the thank you banquet on the cruise tonight. Many people will be attending. I'll introduce you around, and who knows, you might land some gigs. The following morning at Sonya Phoenix Airport, Ivanov, with all hair removed from his legs, donned a commemorative t-shirt emblazoned with Miss Sailing and enthusiastically embraced Lin Qingsong. Lin, I'm thrilled to collaborate with you, but last night's cruise event was unbearably dull. He leaned closer and whispered in Lin Qingsong's ear, if the opportunity arises, I'll take you to experience a true night of revelry. I believe you would enjoy it. Haha, let us await the opportunity. Lin Qingsong chuckled as he bid farewell to Ivanov. Brother Lin, I heard from Eva that you have a company that can sign people. My contract will be up next year, and I plan to send you my resume. Ruan Kailing spoke softly, expressing her hope for an opportunity from Lin Qingsong. Rest assured, next year I will personally go to Annan to scout for models. I might need your assistance then. Lin Qingsong replied with a smile to the Annan model whose appearance resonated with his aesthetic preference. For a domestic model to thrive, time and experience are essential, especially with the increasingly tumultuous situations in countries like Russia and Ukraine, coupled with a saturated European market. It is inevitable that more Eastern European models will seek opportunities in Huaxia. In such a scenario, the competitiveness of Eastern European models in the market will significantly diminish. Conversely, Annan models bear a resemblance to the domestic populace and are more affordably priced, maintaining substantial competitiveness in the lower-end market. After watching the Russian and Annan model teams enter the airport, Lin Qingsong strolled into the parking lot, mindful of the system's prompt regarding the blue intelligence. The day was still early, and the expansive parking lot saw only the occasional vehicle coming and going. Lin Qingsong made his way to the highlighted spot in the system. He was puzzled to find a BMW motorcycle parked at the farthest edge. He wondered about the owner's circumstances, as this motorcycle was not inexpensive. Observing the dust-laden bike brought a flicker of regret to Lin Qingsong's eyes. Such a splendid machine had been left to decay, a waste indeed. However, he quickly dismissed his sorrow and, after observing that there were no cameras directly facing him, located a small safe in the bike's compartment. After entering the password 776875, the safe opened to reveal several bills of varying denominations. To his surprise, they were $2,006 bills. Lin Qingsong raised an eyebrow at the date. This edition of the dollar had long been supplanted by newer versions. Although, according to U.S. law, all dollars, regardless of their issue date, could be exchanged at the Federal Reserve. Converting these pre-2006 bills into renminbi in the mainland proved challenging. Banks with foreign exchange qualifications in the mainland generally do not accept bills from before 2006, including those from that year. Nonetheless, Lin Qingsong deemed the money worth the effort, stuffing the handful of bills into his pocket before bidding farewell to the motorcycle, which had likely been out of commission for nearly 20 years, and proceeding towards the exit. He was eager to enjoy a meal of Hainan's coconut chicken before leaving, so he had Lu Huayu assist in ordering several Wunchong chickens for the hotel to prepare. Thus, Lin Qingsong did not invite Eva and Yang Xiaoxiao to accompany him in seeing the models off. Upon arriving at the hotel, Lin Qingsong was surprised to find an unexpected guest in his private dining room. Dili Riba, what brings you here? He asked. I heard from Xiao Zhuzi that you were treating everyone to Wunchong chicken, so I thought I'd join for a meal. Her manager sat beside her, looking exasperated. The company scheduled me for a performance class, but I was just planning to feign illness to skip it. Dili Riba declared proudly. See, I told you my acting skills were top-notch. None of the instructors noticed. Her manager shook his head in resignation, choosing not to respond. The little diva was simply too difficult to manage, even skipping company classes without a second thought. Hey, Brother Lin, didn't you say that when I visit the Shanghai market, you'd treat me to delicious Northeast seafood? Dili Riba leaned in closer to Lin Qingsong, her face alight with anticipation. Yes, but I'm unsure if you'll find it to your liking. In recent nights, Lin Qingsong has indeed unearthed a piece of intelligence concerning a restaurant in the bustling city of Hu City. The establishment, located at 432 Kading Road, is known as Yichuan Restaurant, run by a collective of esteemed chefs who frequently experiment with new culinary creations. Without exception, the palates of all diners have been utterly captivated by this remarkable group of culinary artists. Armed with this invaluable information, Lin Qingsong faced the Lariba's inquiries with unwavering composure. Ah, there is nothing I cannot relish, De Lariba proclaimed proudly. It is a modernized take on Sichuan cuisine, and I have heard that the flavors are genuinely exquisite. If you ever find yourself in Hu City, I would be delighted to take you there. Lin Qingsong responded with a smile. Excellent. It's a promise. Diliriba nodded vigorously. As they passed by a duty-free shop, Lin Qingsong, accompanied by several young women, purchased some essential skincare products, ensuring to bring a few for his female friends as well. It would indeed be inappropriate to return empty-handed. However, the checkout process proved slightly awkward, as he had too many friends, making him appear akin to a personal shopper. Ai Hua and Xiao Dao had to assist in alleviating the burden. After completing their purchases and filling out the shipping addresses, Lin Qingsong then joined the others in the VIP lounge to await the departure of their flight. On July 9th, a Friday, Lin Qingsong disembarked from the aircraft at Hongqiao Airport, experiencing an inexplicable sense of grounding. Although whose city was not his hometown, after so many years of residence, he felt somewhat tethered to it. The metro system is extensive, and convenience stores are ubiquitous. Regardless of the hour, whether at dawn or in the early hours of the morning, one can always procure a late-night snack. The nightlife is equally vibrant, with plenty of entertainment options available at all hours. Despite the significant pressure of housing prices and the high costs of living, earning sufficient income renders these concerns trivial. Yang Xiao, wheeling her suitcase, exchanged a few words with Lin Qingsong before departing with the yawning Lu Ningzhu. Having previously used the pretext of competition to rest, today, after several days of recuperation, he was determined to revel with Ai Hua until dawn. In the familiar hotel suite, although Ai Hua felt utterly exhausted, she continued to lie on the bed, chattering excitedly, "Lin, I am truly exhilarated. I cannot believe I have become the runner-up in the beauty pageant. It is simply unbelievable. Ivanka and the others will be envious beyond measure." Observing her enthusiasm, Lin Qingsong was reminded of a recent encounter with a driver while searching for manuscripts of Qing Dynasty local chronicles. He felt he had fulfilled his promise, having brought more than just one item. While nodding along to Ai Hua's exuberance, Lin Qingsong pondered whether it might be time for him to consider purchasing a home. Renting a single room seemed increasingly impractical. Living in hotels daily felt wasteful. While it is perfectly acceptable to indulge in hotel stays for a change of pace, doing so regularly is undoubtedly extravagant. After reviewing his recent savings, he dismissed the notion of buying a property, settling instead on the idea of renting a larger apartment. However, he certainly felt it was time to acquire a vehicle. Aside from the convenience of commuting, he fondly reminisced about his days with Xiang Jia. Additionally, the system required an upgrade. With this in mind, he refrained from hastily checking the intelligence that had refreshed today and instead accessed the system panel. Daily Intelligence System. Host, Lin Qingsong. Age, 26, System Level. Level 3, Daily Random Acquisition of White, Green, Blue, Pink, and Purple Intelligence. Experience for upgrade, 4876531000000. Gazing at the considerable gap remaining to reach the next level, Lin Qingsong struggled to recall how he had lost such a vast sum. This was reminiscent of his annual reviews of his WeChat and Alipay bills, where he often found it perplexing how he could have expended so much. Yet, it was of little consequence. The system surely would not err in its calculations. He finally comprehended why, despite his years in whose city, he had been unable to save money. His spending was simply too lavish. Lin Qingsong glanced around the suite he was residing in, noting that the cost for one night alone was 3,000 to 4,000 yuan. 10 nights would amount to 30,000 to 40,000 yuan. Considering that he had not merely stayed for 10 nights, the expenditure of over 40,000 yuan was entirely plausible. After closing the panel, he shifted his focus to the intelligence that had refreshed that evening. Daily Intelligence 01, Blue in the bike basket on Ingbin Road. There lies a sunglasses case containing a brand new pair of sunglasses along with a warranty card, priced at 5,000 yuan. What a splendid start. Given that it is a brand new luxury item, he decided against selling it on a second-hand platform. Instead, he would simply deliver it to Gu when upon acquiring it. Daily Intelligence 02, Pink at the sewage outlet of a certain abandoned resort hotel, there is a jade ring, a ceremonial item that has flowed out from the Qing Palace's manufacturing department, with a market value of 80,000 yuan. Upon seeing this intelligence, Lin Qingsong realized that the previous item was merely a warm-up. This was the true treasure, an 80,000 yuan jade ring. Tomorrow, he would prioritize securing it above all else. However, He was uncertain about the accessibility of this abandoned hotel. Previously, to capture stunning photographs with models, he had ventured into similar derelict places. Yet, such locations often had guards, making entry challenging. He hoped this hotel would be unmonitored. Otherwise, he might have to resort to employing cash. Daily Intelligence 03. Xiang Jia, unable to sleep in the middle of the night, found herself missing Lin Qingsong and, tossing and turning, could only open the concealed drawer beneath her bed. Jia, do not fret. I shall visit you in a couple of days. Not only did Xiang Jia miss Lin Qingsong, but he too felt a pang of longing for her. In many instances, an older sister is indeed preferable to a younger sister. Especially after several days of battling with the little sister, he found himself yearning for Xiang Jia, who silently bore all burdens like the vast ocean. Seeing this message, Lin Qingsong could not help but smile. He had come to realize that Shun Xingyu's luck was likely expended on her studies and entrepreneurial endeavors. This marked the third occasion he had seen her fishing in the intelligence reports with no success. Her embodiment of the phrase, clumsy yet playful, was strikingly evident. Regarding Shun Xingyu's invitation, Lin Qingsong was inclined to accept. However, without the system's intelligence, he felt uncertain about relying solely on luck to ensure she caught any fish. Yujia, perhaps we should wait. With your luck, unless I take you to Africa to fish for piranhas, I truly lack confidence. Daily Intelligence 05. After learning that AI was secured the runner-up position in the beauty pageant, Yailina felt deeply saddened, believing she deserved the title as she had arrived first. She resolved to monopolize Lin Qingsong's evening time more in the future. There was no need for concern. He needed to interact more with beautiful women like Xiang Jia. Considering that his designer friend was also seeking models for interviews, Lin Qingsong decided to leverage his connections to ensure Yailina advanced to the next round. Although he had no immediate interest, Yailina, the little sister, had indeed been quite helpful and had assisted him significantly. When it was time to show support, he could not be remiss. Lin Qingsong gazed at the intelligence system before him, suppressing a sigh. Brother, could you not have a system all of your own? I do not wish to incessantly seek personal gain from you. I also desire to appropriately shower you with a few golden coins. Recently, the parent company of Anna contacted her again, expressing their intention to assign her an agent to accompany her to Paris Fashion Week. However, Anna resolutely declined their offer. Upon reading this news, Lin Qingsong felt a wave of helplessness. Although he remained indifferent to Paris Fashion Week, Anna's steadfast choice to prioritize herself made it imperative for him not to hinder her progress. He could not help but wonder whether Anna's firm resistance against her parent company would cast a negative shadow upon her reputation. If it indeed proved detrimental, he would consider advising Anna to terminate her contract with the company. With the system under his control, there was no way he would allow Anna's circumstances to deteriorate from their current state. Vivian intended to leverage the opportunity presented by the 2 slots with Valentino to attract Lin Qingsong's attention. The saying goes, few words, great matters. It was evident that Vivian harbored ulterior motives, yet for the sake of the model, he was willing to make sacrifices. The thought of Vivian's striking resemblance to a certain celebrity nearly brought Lin Qingsong to tears. Many brand interviews were scheduled closely together, allowing agents to escort models to numerous interviews within a single day. Typically, he could delegate such tasks to others, as long as he was able to deliver projects each month. However, during the annual fashion week, he and she would both be required to participate in these interview runs. It could be said that the fashion week and various grand shows marked the busiest times for foreign agencies like theirs. After perusing the 7 pieces of intelligence revealed today, Lin Qingsong noticed that AI had already fallen asleep, undoubtedly exhausted. He understood this well. After all, AI had been particularly exhilarated today, experiencing highs and lows that would naturally lead to fatigue. The following morning, after completing his workout downstairs, Lin Qingsong accompanied AI for breakfast before taking her to the modeling agency. He then proceeded to the welcoming road, where he located the blue Hello bike basket marked by the system. Observing the intact sunglasses case, he nodded in satisfaction and placed it into the bag he had taken from the hotel. Another 5,000 yuan secured. After stowing his luggage and the foreign currency he had retrieved from the motorcycle in his room, he changed into inconspicuous attire and picked up the camera from the table. This was his preferred outfit for photography. Given the uncertain management of the abandoned resort hotel in the area, Masquerading as a photographer there could yield benefits. The absence of any observers would be ideal. Should he encounter anyone, he would simply offer a small fee and explain that he was in the vicinity to capture scenic views. Upon discovering the intriguing hotel, he felt compelled to explore. In such situations, once others allowed him entry, they would likely pay little attention to him. In Lin Qingsong's view, exercising utmost caution was essential for the sake of that precious jade ring valued at 80,000 yuan.